Chapter 1. Sweet and sour ribs, lettuce and oyster sauce, poached prawns, carrot and corn pork bone soup, and my all-time favorite clay oven chicken, truly, the fruits of my labor. After several hours of toil are nothing short of delightful, freshly graduated, Fero inhaled the fragrant aroma of the clay oven chicken and reached out eagerly to seize a generous drumstick, ready to reward himself for his hard work. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed heavily, a stone bearing the image of two tigers landing in his palm at that moment. A phone on the table, playing an episode of One Piece, abruptly opened its mouth wide and devoured both Fero and the banquet spread before him. Amidst the ruins of a fallen building, flames danced wildly, turning the once brown earth a vivid crimson in the distance. Anguished wails and manic laughter stirred a small boy from his slumber. Rubbing his eyes, as if awakening from a dream, the boy felt a hard object in his hand. Upon opening it, he found the imprint of two tigers engraved in his palm. Just as confusion settled in, a wave of icy dread washed over him, turning his gaze. Clarity dawned upon him as he disregarded his surroundings and scrambled backward, exclaiming in panic, What the? How dare you play dead in front of me? Hand over your treasures at once." A menacing pirate shouted as he charged at Fero with a drawn sword. "Damn pirates." An enraged voice rang out. An elderly man with hair as white as snow appeared before the pirate, delivering a single, powerful punch that sent the brigand flying. Soon after, a group of individuals clad in blue and white uniforms emerged, fanning out in all directions, while the air filled with an incessant chorus of sobbing. Fero stood frozen in place, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, a crimson hue staining his gaze, and a heart racked with anguish, accompanied by a flood of unfamiliar memories. This child, named Fero, had been adopted by the village chief, nurtured by the care of neighboring aunties, and raised in the company of playful friends. Life was beautiful and joyous. At the age of 5, he accidentally consumed a peculiar fruit. Acquiring the ability to manipulate paper, he became the master of origami, commanding dancing paper cranes, sharp paper knives, and formidable paper beasts. Yet, the morning brought with it marauding pirates who mercilessly slaughtered the villagers, transforming his earlier delight at discovering the strange fruit into an all-consuming rage. With a paper knife in hand, he relentlessly fought against the pirates, slaying many of them, their blood staining his paper creatures a deep red. However, the pirates soon discovered his fear of flames, encircling him in a ring of fire. Paralyzed by terror, Fero watched helplessly as the brigands slaughtered the very aunties who had cared for him. His furious cries only emboldened their cruelty. In a moment of desperation, he consumed another strange fruit he found, only to be overwhelmed by excruciating pain as his soul faced a tremendous upheaval, ultimately plunging him into unconsciousness. "Kid, I apologize for our tardiness," Karp said with remorse. Observing the devastating scene around him, his heart swelled with a deep loathing for the pirates and a profound sense of guilt. "All of this is due to those cursed pirates. Thank you for your rescue, Mr. Karp." Fero expressed his gratitude to Karp, regaining his composure before transforming into a colossal golden eagle, vanishing in an instant. "I didn't anticipate that this lad was a devil fruit user, specifically one with the rare bird fruit," Karp remarked, taken aback. However, upon witnessing Fero's recovery, he swiftly departed to rescue other villagers. "Damn it. How could the naval hero Karp come to such a wretched place?" "Boss, we should flee quickly while the Navy hasn't caught up with us, boss. There's a giant bird flying towards us." The pirates, upon hearing this, turned to see only the dismembered bodies and scattered remains on the ground. Yet, instead of fear, the sight spurred the pirates to scatter and conceal themselves amidst the foliage. Golden feather assault. Fero charged at a slower pirate, his speed rendering the foe into mere fragments. The sight chilled the remaining pirates. Nevertheless, they remained motionless, desperately hiding, fearing that Fero's lethal talons might soon find them. "Navy, I surrender. Please don't kill me. I realize my mistakes," a pirate cried out, rushing toward Fero, his face etched with terror and panic. "Feather strike." Fero's golden eyes glared coldly at him, and with a swift flap of his wings, he surged forward. The terrifying speed sent the fleeing pirate crashing with a resounding thud. The pirate collided with a large tree, embedding himself within it, his blood staining the bark, alongside a glimmering dagger reflecting the sunlight, which fell at Fero's feet. Truly, pirates are treacherous, cunning, and patient, delivering the deadliest blows to their enemies. "However, I shall show you what true cruelty entails." Casually discarding several paper slips, Fero gazed calmly toward the thicket ahead, where 5 shadowy figures appeared to him like beacons in the night. Sensing their intense malevolence, Fero's eyes darkened to an inky black paper needle. Piercing fingers as his voice echoed, Anguished wails erupted bastard. It hurts so much. The pirate's cries of agony only fueled Fero's laughter. Ha ha. The pain of having 10 fingers pierced through your heart may not suffice, allow me to enhance it. Fero chuckled, flinging more paper slips which transformed into 5 paper cranes. Soaring towards the 5 pirates through the cranes, Fero observed their writhing forms on the ground and manipulated them into needle-sized projectiles, striking specific pressure points. Paper needle. Endless purgatory. Hearing their cries of torment, Fero still felt it insufficient and soared towards them. Wings outstretched. When the Navy arrived at the scene, they found only a child retching repeatedly. "Captain, there's a child here. Take him away from this place." 5 pirates remain unaccounted for. "Stay vigilant." Understood. A naval officer approached Fero with a gentle tone, saying, "Young one, there are ferocious pirates nearby. Come with me. We, the Navy, will protect you." Under the soldier's guidance, Fero departed from that place, having just unleashed the malevolent form of the tiger talisman, allowing those 5 pirates to experience the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. However, as he returned to normalcy, the disturbing and gruesome images flashed through his mind, prompting him to vomit. After all, he was merely an ordinary citizen, unaccustomed to such bloody scenes, yet the malevolent form represented the dark self he concealed within. When Fero arrived before Admiral Karp, he felt somewhat restored. "Admiral Karp, we have found a child in the forest. Our ship has already transported the survivors away. Let us eliminate the pirates first, and then we shall take them with us, shall we?" "You, young one, are you the child from earlier? Would you be interested in joining our Navy?" Karp initially regarded him as an ordinary child, but upon observing Fero more closely, he warmly invited him to enlist. He recognized that Fero was a Devil Fruit user and believed that, after receiving naval training, Fero could undoubtedly become a formidable sailor of the Navy. "I will join," Fero responded. "I am confident you will become a powerful sailor. By the way, young lad, what is your name?" Karp inquired, appraising Fero's physique. "My name is Solos Fero," Fero replied softly. Having watched One Piece in his past life, he had once been enamored by the fervor of pirates. Yet upon entering the pirate world, he quickly grasped the true nature of piracy. The Navy, despite its shortcomings, undeniably harbored many righteous individuals who contributed to the peace of this world. Furthermore, the Navy possessed a mature training system capable of rapidly enhancing one's strength. Fero had also made Karp's acquaintance, pondering how to foster a relationship with him. "Given the large bird you transformed into, your fruit ability must be the Zoan-type bird fruit, golden eagle form, correct?" Fero nodded slightly, about to respond, but before he could utter a word, a sailor caught Karp's attention. "Admiral Karp, we have not located any traces of the bloodthirsty pirate crew. However, we did find their vessels anchored to the shore. They have yet to depart." A sailor saluted Karp and informed him of the situation. "There is no need to search further. They are already dead." At this statement, Fero recalled the gruesome scene, enduring the discomfort within as he answered the sailor's inquiry. "One person dealt with the bounty of 7 million on bloodthirsty gore and 4 other pirates." "Young one, your strength is impressive," Karp remarked, his eyes filled with astonishment, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure in Fero. Beside him, Bogart regarded Fero with surprise, never anticipating that this seemingly diminutive child possessed such formidable power. "Youngster, go and defeat him. Let me witness your prowess," Karp instructed, pointing towards Bogart. While addressing Philo, he had discerned the latent potential of a monster within Philo. Perhaps he could surpass his previous disciple, Akiji. Philo followed the direction of Karp's finger, nodded in acknowledgement, and then proceeded with Bogart to a vacant area. "Golden feather blade." Transforming into a golden eagle, Philo swung his wings, launching golden feathers like flying daggers towards Bogart. Crouching slightly, Bogart swiftly unsheathed his blade, effortlessly cleaving all the golden feathers in twain within an instant. Paper eagle assault. Recognizing the formidable strength of Bogart, Philo refrained from close combat. Instead, he tossed several sheets of paper, utilizing his abilities to morph them into golden eagles that surged towards Bogart with lethal intent. However, Bogart adeptly evaded the paper eagles through agile movements, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself before Philo, his long knife aimed at him. "Iron claw." Startled, Philos' expression darkened. His demeanor shifting dramatically, he raised his claws to block the strike while using his wings to stir up a cloud of dust as a distraction. "Iron block." The sudden transformation perplexed Bogart, yet upon witnessing the swirling dust, he immediately activated Iron block, rendering his body as hard as iron, impervious to the obscuring dust. Seizing the moment of Bogart's reaction, Philo soared into the air, his eyes returning to their normal state as he continued to manipulate the paper eagles to assault Bogart. "The Navy's 6 styles, truly a testament to the Navy's formidable martial arts," Philo remarked, Observing Bogart below, he marveled at the paper dodging, the quick movement, the iron defense, and the offensive thrust of the finger gun and storm kick, all seamlessly integrated into a cohesive martial technique utilizing your ability to fly to your advantage. Quite impressive, young one, but how does he control paper for attacks? Could it be a mythical Zoan? Karp admired Philo, who hovered in the air, yet he felt a twinge of confusion upon witnessing the incessant assaults of the paper eagles against Bogart. He realized he had not encountered any information regarding such a fruit in the Devil Fruit Compendium nonetheless. He dismissed the thought, acknowledging that there were many devil fruits he had never seen. What is the deal with those paper eagles? Is he not the golden eagle fruit user? Bogart, too, was perplexed. He had clearly seen Philo nod earlier, but recalling Philo's hesitant demeanor, he felt uncertain. Whirlwind slash. Although iron block rendered him resistant to the paper eagle's attacks, their relentless flight became somewhat irksome, and he easily shattered the paper eagles into fragments. Rain of pear blossoms. Philo smiled subtly, as the shredded paper transformed into a deluge of paper needles, descending upon Bogart like a torrential rain. Armament. Cannonball. Feeling pain radiating throughout his body, Bogart enveloped himself in armament hockey, his skin darkening as if adorned with an invisible suit of armor. No longer fearing the paper needles, he rapidly propelled himself forward, akin to a cannonball, charging towards Philo Golden Featherblade. Fei Luo deftly evaded and swiftly fled into the distance, casting forth golden feathers resembling flying daggers towards the approaching Bogart. Bogart forcefully stomped the air, propelling himself to deliver a crescent-shaped, slashing wave to intercept Fei Luo's golden feather slash. Having circled behind Bogart, Fei Luo suddenly waved his wings, unleashing a golden slashing wave directed at Bogart as he employing his powerful wings to execute a move akin to the Galefoot. It seems we have another formidable creature emerging within our navy. Karp observed Fei Luo's assault, a satisfied smile gracing his face, as if envisioning the rise of a new star. Within the Navy Galefoot? Impossible. He couldn't have mastered it after just a single observation, could he? Is he a monster? Bogart narrowly dodged Fei Luo's attack. Yet upon witnessing the familiar slashing wave, he turned to Fei Luo with eyes wide in disbelief, bombarding him with 4 questions in rapid succession. Golden feather thousand blades in response to Bogart. Only a flurry of golden feathers filled the air. Fei Luo utilized the aforementioned technique to release a storm of golden feathers, each fine, slashing wave shooting towards Bogart like bullets. Armament. Wind cutter. Bogart, momentarily dazed by the golden feathers, enveloped his blade in armament hockey, forming a powerful wind blade that sliced through the golden rain and hurtled towards Fei Luo. Celestial flash. Fei Luo swiftly waved his wings and ascended into the sky to evade Bogart's slash, leaving behind a mere afterimage that was cleaved in two. The ability to soar freely is truly enviable. Defeating him will prove to be quite a challenge, Bogart lamented, watching Fei Luo flap his wings. If only they were on solid ground. The outcome would be simpler, however. With Fei Luo airborne and focused solely on evasion, landing a hit became exceedingly difficult. After all, the moonstep is not particularly swift and is immensely taxing, compounded by the vastness of the sky. It was evident that Fei Luo's Zoan fruit continuously replenished his stamina, making it impossible for Bogart to catch him. Even to the point of exhaustion. Youngster, cease your efforts. I acknowledge your strength, Bogart declared as he stepped back onto the air, returning to Karp's side. The powers of the fruit are indeed a facet of strength, and Fei Luo had proven his prowess with amplified strength and speed, enduring stamina, steel-like claws and wings, extraordinary long-range vision, and the ability to soar freely while gazing down upon the earth. This is the might of the bird fruit. Golden Eagle formed through this battle. Fei Luo had gained a clear understanding of the formidable powers bestowed by his Golden Eagle fruit. Younger Fei Luo, your fruit ability appears quite formidable. Not only can you transform into a golden eagle, but you can also manipulate parchment, Karp remarked, observing Fei Luo's return. Could it be a legendary mythical Zoan? Bogart mused, casting a curious glance at Fei Luo. All mythical beast fruits are, without a doubt, recognized by the world government as the rarest of all, even more elusive than the natural types across the vast oceans. Only 3 individuals possess them: Admiral Sengoku, the immortal Kaido, and Marco, the first division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, all renowned for their formidable strength. How frustrating. Why have I yet to encounter a devil fruit? These fruits are exceedingly rare. I have yet to even lay eyes on one. I have heard whispers that they may be found at auctions on Sabeti Archipelago, with values starting at no less than 100 million. Upon hearing Bogart's words, some of the surrounding Navy members cast envious glances at Fero, while others lamented their own lack of fortune. Many expressed their awe at the unattainable prices of the devil fruits. A group of sailors gathered around Fero, eager to listen intently, awaiting his response. Perhaps, after consuming the fruit, I discovered I could manipulate paper, Fero said, scratching his head. Ha! It seems we may witness the emergence of another formidable monster within our ranks. Karp exclaimed, bursting into laughter at Fero's response. Since the days of Akiji, the Navy had not seen a super genius akin to the three admirals. Fero's arrival undoubtedly brought him immense joy. Hearing Philo's response, the others finally relaxed their anxious hearts. The second legendary beast of the world appeared before them, causing them to fall into self-doubt. Mr. Karp, I need to return to the village for a bit. Could you please wait for me? Philo said softly to Karp. Do you need our help? Karp recalled that the deceased villagers had not yet been properly laid to rest. I'll go myself, Philo said, shaking his head. A golden eagle soared into the sky and headed towards the direction of his memories. After a moment, paper beasts appeared, gathering the remains of the villagers together before beginning to dig a grave. Fei Luo made coffins for each of them, buried them one by one, erected tombstones, and placed fresh flowers as well as paper flowers made from fruit abilities. This chaotic and evil era will come to an end with my arrival. After saying this, he silently turned and left. At the moment of Furlough's turn, the flowers and paper flowers in front of the tombstone rose with the wind, creating a rain of petals that seemed to express gratitude. Admiral Karp, sorry to keep you waiting. Furlough flew back to Karp's side and looked at the already dim sky. What to say, Kid Furlough, huh? Let us go and embark on a new journey. Karp lightly tapped his head and carried him toward the warship. Assemble. Full speed back to headquarters. Bogart shouted. Yes. The Navy soldiers quickly formed ranks, responding in unison as they boarded the warship in a swift and orderly manner. Chunks of grilled meat, half a person tall, were neatly arranged on the dining table, the aroma wafting through the air, and the sizzling sound of the surface summoned the terrifying hunger demon. Furlough, whose stomach was already extremely hungry, swallowed hard. Ha ha ha, eat up, Kid Furlough. This is specially prepared for you. The first step to becoming a strong Marine is to eat well. You need to be full to have the strength to fight. Karp set Furlough down and casually grabbed a piece of grilled meat, starting to eat like a beast. With his powerful life-returning ability, Karp had an incredibly strong digestion capacity. Even after eating 10 pieces of grilled meat, his body showed no signs of change. I thought Admiral Karp was already a super big eater, but I didn't expect someone could eat even more than him. Whose child is this? His strength has been recognized by Mr. Bogart, and his Devil Fruit ability is the same mythical beast type as Fleet Admiral Sengoku. He is almost like a half-sea king. His special ability can't be that he can eat a lot, right? He is practically a humanoid sea king. The Navy personnel returning to the ship resumed their posts, and some of the combatants eating dinner couldn't help but marvel at Furlough, who had grown several sizes larger. Fei Luo took a bite and couldn't stop. The outer layer was crispy while the inside was tender, fragrant, and delicious, melting in his mouth, making him crave more. He could feel the immense energy contained within the meat, and just one piece restored the energy he had expended in battle earlier. The rest was absorbed by his body, merging into his flesh and blood as if it were being stored. Is this the secret behind the endless stamina and powerful vitality of Zoan fruit users? Or has the golden eagle fruit enhanced my physical abilities? Fei Luo was eating roasted meat while feeling the changes in his body, contemplating some questions about it. Storing energy in flesh and blood was a natural ability of his original self, which he had learned from the memories of that self. However, it seemed that this ability had been enhanced now. Fero felt a sense of satisfaction only after nearly finishing all the grilled meat, feeling several times stronger than before. He never expected that the old man had found a monster among monsters, capable of storing so much energy. Truly a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Karp watched Fero, who had almost finished eating a sea king, and couldn't help but exclaim. Sengoku had told him that Zoan-type devil fruits not only grant special abilities to their users, but also provide them with a powerful body and more resilient vitality. However, these abilities require a massive amount of food energy to sustain, and sea kings are his daily food source, with enormous consumption. Vice Admiral Karp, can only Zoan-type bodies store more energy? Can ordinary Zoan-type devil fruit users not do the same? Fero asked repeatedly upon hearing Karp's voice. Although ordinary Zoan-type devil fruit users can also store energy, it pales in comparison to what a Zoan-type user can store. I'm not a user myself, but my body can also store a large amount of energy. Sengoku said it's because my body is special. However, after Sengoku became a user, he still can't out-eat me. Haha. Karp pulled out a bag of sunbae from somewhere, eating while answering Fero's question. A special constitution? Fero adjusted his body to return to normal and muttered to himself that in the storyline, Monkey-D, Luffy seemed to have a special constitution like this, combined with the enhancement of the mythical Zoan type, which laid the foundation for his immortal legend. The erosion cycle of Crocodile, Magellan's poison dragon that almost wiped out the Blackbeard pirates, Enel's lightning that melted gold, and Kaido's club wrapped in Conqueror's haki. He was only 20 years old. Even the Phoenix Marco and the strongest creature Kaido had to bow down before him. Fero boy, do you want to become my disciple? My iron fist is quite strong, said Karp. Teacher Karp, I will definitely carry on your iron fist. Fero was thinking about how to solidify his relationship with Karp when unexpectedly, Karp accepted him as a disciple, and he quickly performed a salute. Karp's strength was absolutely top-notch. Just the punch he delivered on Honeycomb Island was enough to prove his immense power. Moreover, the label of being a hero of the Navy would prevent the world government from targeting him too obviously, and it would also facilitate his networking. Vice Admiral Karp, Admiral Sengoku wants to speak with you, Bogart said as he brought a transponder snail to Karp. Sengoku, I'm already on my way back to the headquarters, Karp replied. Upon hearing that Sengoku was personally calling, Karp knew he was being urged to return to the headquarters again after spending a month vacationing in the East Blue. Sengoku would always use the transponder snail to hurry him back for missions. Karp, I heard there's a kid named Fero on your ship. I want him to become my. Haha. Sengoku, Fero boy is already my disciple. Don't worry, I will definitely train him to become an admiral. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You missed Kazan back then, and now you're missing Fero. What a pity. Karp pretended to feel sorry for Sengoku, which made Fero unable to suppress his laughter. Karp, you bastard. Your salary for this month will be used to compensate for my loss in Bay. Sengoku, far away in Marineford, yelled at the transponder snail, showing Karp's expression, but he could only vent his anger by slightly using his authority. After speaking, he closed the transponder snail. Damn Karp, stealing my admiral disciple. Kazan was like this back then, and now Fero is too. It really infuriates me. Sengoku thought of how Zephyr trained Akainu and Kizaru, while Kazan had been snatched away by Karp early on, and even Little Crane had Momonosuke as a potential admiral. As a Navy admiral, he couldn't fall behind. Anyway, Fero still needed a long time to grow, and he could also be his teacher. I'm the most suitable teacher for the development of the mythical Zoan. Sengoku squinted his eyes, his thoughts becoming clearer. Karp kept talking about his disciples every day, making him feel a bit self-doubtful. Now that there was such a good seedling in front of him, he absolutely could not miss it, even if it was just for a name. Ha! Sengoku just knows how to use his power to cut my salary, but I'm not afraid, Karp said, eating senbei with an indifferent expression, which puzzled Fero. How does a teacher live without a salary? Karp's salary had already been deducted for the next 5 years, and he basically lived by hunting sea kings, as he needed half a sea king for a meal. Bogart helplessly explained, covering his face. He was already used to this situation since his salary was still paid on time. The surrounding Navy personnel also seemed used to it, showing no surprise at all. Vice Admiral Karp, the island of Kepland is under attack by the giant bear pirate crew and requires our support. Please give the order, a communications soldier shouted at Karp. Damn pirates, let's go support them immediately. Everyone, prepare for battle. Yes, the Navy personnel, who had been leisurely eating, all put down their things and headed to their respective posts. Fei Luo ran while shouting to the commander, which direction is the island? That way, oi, Fei Luo. What are you doing? That's the giant bear pirates with a total bounty of 80 million. The communications soldier instinctively pointed out the direction of the island. But when he saw Fei Luo transform into a golden eagle, he quickly shouted, Teacher, come on, let's go first. Haha, I forgot you can fly, let's go. Bogart, hurry up and follow. Yes, Vice Admiral Karp. Bogart watched as Karp quickly disappeared, responding that the burning flames could bring light in the darkness. But this light could also be a devastating blow. Now I can finally see clearly, brothers. Take everything, search carefully. Haha, cowards, the giant bear pirates are here. We only act at night. This time we should be able to have more fun. I've had my eye on that for a long time. Brought the boss here just for her. Haha, your taste is definitely not bad. Let's go together. That's the stinky Navy's home. This time I'll use your family to ease my pain. Haha. The night shrouded the sky, but could not hide the ugliness of human hearts. Nor could it cover the roar of warriors. Pirates, come on. The Navy is on the way, stop them. Fire. A group of armed people rushed out, attacking the pirates from behind cover. As the village's guard team, They quickly notified the Navy and warned the villagers to retreat when they saw the pirate ship, trying to stop the crew from resisting the pirates. Bastards, dare to resist me. Decoya of the Giant Bear, kill them. Captain Decoya of the Giant Bear pirates watched as his little brothers were knocked down and roared, transforming into a black bear, charging at the bullets. His little brothers followed closely behind, armed and rushing towards the village's guard team under their captain's cover. Damn it, it's a Devil Fruit user, retreat quickly, run. Commanded Quickblade. A child from the guard team suddenly charged out, transforming into a 1-meter-tall giant mantis, swinging its sharp mantis blades at Giant Bear Decoya. Yars, this kid is too impulsive. Yars needs our help. Keep shooting. The mantis was like a toy in front of the 10-meter-tall giant bear. Its attack speed was extremely fast, and its forelegs were sharp enough, but it only managed to pierce the bear's fur. Damn bug. Die for me. Decoya felt the pain from his feet and roared at the mantis beneath him, slamming his paw down. The mantis jumped up, easily dodging the strike, and using the moonlight as cover, it got behind the giant bear. Commanded Quickblade. The mantis continuously slashed at a spot on the giant bear's neck. Damn bug. Decoya swung his bear paw, trying to swat it down, but found the mantis too fast, covering its wound with his other hand. Then he charged forward, crushing houses into pieces, his massive paw coming down towards the guard team's position. No. Damn pirates. Taste my iron fist. Karp descended from the sky, his iron fist merging with the night, smashing hard into Decoya's face. The giant bear flew backward, crashing through 2 mountains and deeply embedding itself in the 3rd mountain. Golden Feather Slash. Fero released golden feathers that resembled flying knives towards the remaining pirates. We're saved. We're still alive. The villagers, who almost got crushed by Decoya, shouted in joy, dispelling their inner fears. Navy hero Mr. Karp has come to our rescue. The pirates have been dealt with. That's great. It's Mr. Karp. When the villagers saw Karp, they felt an overwhelming sense of security and couldn't help but cheer. The flames reflected on Karp's face, and the justice cape behind him fluttered in the wind, resonating with the cheers of the villagers behind him. Bearing the name of justice and shouldering the honor of a hero, the teacher's burden seems a bit too heavy. After dealing with the pirates, Fero turned to look at Karp, who stood tall in front of the villagers, and sighed. Are you also in the Navy? A small boy, about the same age as him, appeared in front of Fero, looking at him with confusion. Not yet, but I will become a Navy officer. Are you the bug fruit? Mantis form? Fei Luo watched with great interest as the child, who was about the same size as him, had just fought bravely against a tall, giant bear using the power of the golden eagle eye. He did not back down. Instead, he utilized his advantages to fight, almost transforming into a true mantis to hunt. After consuming the golden eagle fruit, some information about aerial hunting floated in his mind. It seemed to be an instinct of beastly nature, allowing him to learn various techniques naturally. However, the paper fruit did not have such a situation. In a jade mantis form, my name is Yars. Can I join the Navy? Captain Gosa said that as long as I become a strong Navy member, I can return here to establish a Navy base. I want to become a powerful Navy to protect my village. Yars's innocent and clear eyes revealed his hopes for the future. Of course, and I believe you will become a strong Navy. Go for it. Fei Luo responded with a smile, believing that this simple and sincere wish could definitely be realized. The Navy welcomes all Devil Fruit users. As long as one can pass the investigation, they can become part of the Navy. With the systematic training of the Navy, becoming a school-level officer would be quite easy. Really? Yars was a bit uncertain because Fei Luo looked just as small as him, and he didn't know if he could make such decisions. Ha! I assure you this is true. Karp, who overheard their conversation, answered Yars's question with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Karp, thank you. My name is Salos Fei Luo, a bird fruit golden eagle form user. Thank you, Mr. Fei Luo. I will tell my mother this good news. After thanking the two, Yars hurriedly headed towards the crowd in the distance. Mr. Karp, the Navy kid should come sit with me for a while and have a good rest. An elder approached Karp and Fei Luo, extending a warm invitation to them. We won't disturb you. We still need to deal with these pirates. And your village also needs attention. Karp shook his head at the elder and turned to Fei Luo to handle the pirates. All the small pirates were dealt with by Fei Luo's golden feathers, while the giant bear Decoya was left gasping for breath after a punch from Karp. They didn't kill him to prevent the devil fruit from being reborn and allowing other pirates to gain powerful abilities. After burying the pirates, they took Decoya to the seaside to wait for Bogart and the others to arrive. Kid Fei Luo, thanks to you this time, or many more people would have perished. Karp patted Fei Luo on the back, looking at him with a cheerful expression. I'm just doing what I should do, teacher. I want to change this era with my own strength. Actually, I have eaten 2 devil fruits. One is the paper fruit, and the other is the golden eagle fruit. And I can eat more. I want to know how to obtain powerful fruits in the Navy. Fero looked at Karp with determination, sensing the strong goodwill emanating from him, and revealed a secret of his own. He possessed a tiger talisman that could balance the power of devil fruits, allowing him to consume at least 11 fruits. It would be very difficult for him to find powerful devil fruits on his own, but with Karp's help, it would be much easier. Fero, consuming 2 devil fruits can lead to only 2 outcomes. One is death, and the other is the expulsion of one of the fruits if you are strong enough. Kaido is an example of this. No, there's another possibility. A body as terrifying as that monster and the most vicious fruit, Karp said, his eyes filled with deep wariness by the end. Teacher, I'm not joking. I really have eaten 2 devil fruits, and I want to consume more devil fruits. I hope to get your help. Fero anxiously looked at Karp, saying he would transform into a golden eagle to prove it. Fero, being too greedy will only lead you to lose yourself. Unless you develop 1 devil fruit to the awakening level, you can only prove your claims by consuming another devil fruit. If you can prove what you say is true, I will do my utmost to help you obtain powerful devil fruits, Karp said seriously, viewing Fero's fantasies as a result of his youth. He believed that, after some time, Fero would grow and truly meet the requirements, which would make him even happier. Moreover, an awakened devil fruit would repel other fruits. By then, after Fero tried it himself, he would likely no longer have such thoughts. Okay, I will work hard to develop the devil fruits, and I will show you the true miracle, teacher. Fero responded solemnly, realizing he needed to properly develop the abilities of these 2 fruits to enhance his strength. Only then could he quickly master the abilities of other devil fruits. He then began to sit cross-legged on the ground, organizing the information he had obtained so far. While on the warship, he read in the newspaper that Moonlight Moria had been defeated by Kaido, and Victoria Sindori had fallen to her death from stage. The Sea Train Jet Tom from Tom's workshop was completed, and Karp's vacation this time was to send Luffy to Windmill Village, meaning there was still a long time before the storyline began. This indicated that he had plenty of time to grow, and that fruit might not have been eaten yet. Teacher, in which direction is Mogu Town? Thinking of that powerful fruit, Fero could not sit still and quickly asked Karp. I seem to have heard of that place, but I don't know its exact location. I need to ask about it. What's wrong? Karp pondered for a moment before answering Fero's question, his eyes filled with confusion. There is something very important I need to confirm. I will go back to the ship to check the direction, and you can leave first. I will catch up with you using the life paper. Finally found you. Fei Luo couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the island made of white clouds. After a night of flying, he had finally arrived at the legendary Sky Island. Mother, there's a big bird, said a little girl hiding behind a beautiful woman not far from Fei Luo. The beautiful woman quickly covered the little girl's mouth and looked at Fei Luo in panic. Golden hair? Could it be Cornus? Hello, I'm an intern Navy from Qinghai. May I ask which direction Baika is in? Fei Luo flew in front of them, transforming back to his original form and switching to a kind demeanor to ask. Cornus and her mother felt a sense of warmth from Fei Luo. Qinghai? Is that the place Grandpa Ganfu mentioned? I heard that Qinghai is a holy land made up of BAS. Is that true? And you have various races in Qinghai, right? The little girl behind the beautiful woman, hearing about Qinghai, excitedly tried to break free from her mother's grasp to ask Fei Luo. Ganfu told her a lot about Qinghai, making her yearn for it deeply. Yes, it's all true, but there are too many specific details for me to introduce to you one by one. I need to head to Baika now, and I hope you can tell me the direction. If I have time in the future, I can take you to see what Qinghai is really like. Fei Luo nodded in response to Cornus's question and then turned his gaze to the beautiful woman, saying, I know the direction, but when will you take me and my mother to Qinghai? Cornus pointed into the distance and looked expectantly at Fei Luo, waiting for his answer. At most 7 years, I will come back to find you then, Cornus. By the way, my name is Fei Luo. After seeing the direction Cornus pointed to, Fei Luo immediately transformed into a golden eagle and flew in that direction. Mom, how did he know my name? I feel like I've never seen him before. Cornus turned to her mother in confusion. No matter how she recalled, she had no memory of Fei Luo. I haven't seen him either. Although I don't know him, I can feel the kindness coming from him. He's completely different from those Qinghai people we've encountered before. Cornus's mother gazed at the departing foe, also puzzled. Previously, the Qinghai people they encountered were quite terrifying, but with the protection of the divine Ganfu, Qinghai people rarely appeared before them. I didn't expect this fruit to still be uneaten, comparable to the power of a deity. Now it's mine. Fero used the super far sight of the golden eagle fruit to see a tree with a red fruit showing a hint of yellow. Looking at the lightning patterns on the fruit, Fero knew he had not made a mistake. Ugh, damn. What a disgusting taste. It's like biting into a rotten egg. Ugh, after taking a bite, it felt like he had bitten into a stinky egg. The extreme disgust making him feel sick until he sensed a powerful force emerging from within his body, at which point he bent over and started to retch. Fortunately, I have the tiger charm, or else it would have really exploded and there would be nothing left. As the power of the thunder fruit entered his body, Fero felt a sense of detachment from the abilities of the other two fruits. However, soon he regained his calm, and he could freely control lightning. Various development directions flashed through his mind. Electromagnetic cannons, the thunder escape Kieran next door, thunder armor, divine punishment thunder, biological electric fields. Oi kid, who are you? Why are you in my territory? A voice interrupted Fero's thoughts as he opened his eyes. He saw a young man in front of him, one hand carrying a wooden stick and the other holding an apple, with long ears, a bare upper body, and loose chicken leg pants. It's him. It's him. Our little thunder god Enelu, but not anymore. Because the thunder fruit had already been eaten by Fero, the title of thunder god now belonged to him. Enelu, I didn't expect to meet you. Do you want to leave here with me and go to Qinghai to become a navy? We can provide you with endless apples. Fero smiled at Enelu, even though he had already eaten the thunder fruit. However, there was no denying that Enelu's talent was incredibly strong. According to the plot, he should eat the devil fruit soon, destroy Baika in 4 years, and head to Sky Island, becoming the thunder god. Qinghai, is it the place where you can plant apple trees anywhere? The place that doesn't look down on those without wings. The Qinghai with many holy lands. Enelu's face showed a longing expression, as if he could already see his dreamland. Yes, that's right. So what do you think? Do you want to go to Qinghai? Fero released his kindness. Although he was already over 20 years old, the sea had devil fruits that could change fate. Okay, I agree. From now on, you are my little brother. Don't worry, I'm very strong. Fero discharged electricity to energize Enelu, and his eyes instantly became clear. Only those who are strong can be the leader. What should you call me now? A appeared in Fero's hand, and he smiled at Enelu, saying boss. The awakened Enelu looked at the in Fero's hand in fear, unable to help but take a few steps back, his voice tinged with a bit of static. Ha ha ha, come on, let me take you to experience the joy of flying. Paper boat. Fero casually tossed out a few pieces of paper and quickly folded a paper boat. After Enel sat on it, he secured him with a strip of paper. Boss, how do you have so many abilities? What is this? Fero transformed into a golden eagle and caught the paper boat, starting to fly at high speed, with a piece of Bogart's life paper guiding his direction. Because I am a devil fruit user, don't worry, I will help you find a powerful devil fruit in the future. He dove straight down from the sky, overlooking the earth, feeling a thrilling rush that made Fero let out a long cry that echoed through the clouds. Woo! This feeling of freedom excited Enel, who couldn't help but let out a dragon's roar. They soared freely, flying towards the distance, towards their future that belonged to them. What exactly was Fero going to Magic Ancient Town for? Did something happen that made him leave in such a hurry? If this kid comes back without giving me a reasonable explanation, I'll let him taste the iron fist of love. Vice Admiral Karp stood at the stern of the ship, looking into the distance and gritting his teeth as he spoke. Don't worry, Fero is a mythical Zoan fruit user. He can still fly. He has my life paper on him, so he should catch up soon. Null's abilities and ideas are quite impressive. However, such a design is only suitable for him, and the difficulty of the design is quite high. A hearty voice came from a small wooden house. Fero looked very happy at the 3 people in front of him. The most important thing for the future is talent, and all 3 of them possess it. The top shipwright, Tom, has the strength to lift ships, and his talent is on par with Vegapunk, Caesar Clown, and Judge. The iceberg, who has top-notch talents in politics, business, and shipbuilding, successfully got to know these 3 through his identity as Karp's disciple. By discussing shipbuilding concept from his previous life, he found common ground with them and shared his own ideas. He proposed to build a giant steel ship powered by electricity as his future warship. Haha, Master Tom, there's no need to rush. I'm just putting forth an idea for now. I'm still just an intern in the Navy, and there's plenty of time ahead. You can first complete the construction of a sea train. I'm really looking forward to this super project. Fero looked at Tom with admiration, who had dedicated so many years to research without seeking anything in return. He had faced a crisis just for helping Roger build a ship, which he could have avoided if it weren't for Spandam, who still wouldn't let go and secretly framed him to obtain the design of the Pluton. causing the world's greatest shipwright to disappear. That's a brilliant idea. The weapons you mentioned sound incredibly powerful. The electromagnetic cannon, electric propulsion, plasma cannon, and thunderstorm bombs. I've never even heard of them. Fram looked at Fero in surprise, as if he could already imagine the power of these weapons in his mind. If paired with the ability of this fruit that continuously releases energy, it could indeed be realized. If we could create a device to store energy, such a ship might just become popular. The iceberg pondered while expressing his ideas, taking out paper and pen to start drafting. Boss, we need to set off. Enel appeared at the door, biting into an apple and carrying a wooden stick on his shoulder. What long ears? What a weird kid. Damn pervert. What are you talking about, long-eared freak? As soon as Enel and Fran saw the place, they exclaimed, and then it turned into a standoff. Seeing them about to fight, Fero and the iceberg stepped forward to separate them. Master Tom, I'm heading back now. I'll come again when your sea train is completed. You little pervert. Next time I'll show you my power. Who is afraid of you, long-eared freak? Fero released a paper crane to catch Enel, transforming into a golden eagle and flying towards the warship. Those two little brats dare to slack off? Look at my beloved iron fist. Thunder flash. That hurts. Just as they approached the warship, Karp suddenly appeared in front of them. A black fist reflecting the sunlight appeared before them, and Fero transformed into lightning to dodge. Enel couldn't escape and took a punch, a large bump popping up on his head. Under the intimidation of Karp's iron fist, Fero and Enel quickly got into action, one flapping his wings vigorously to accelerate the warship, while the other ran on the ship, fearing another bump on his head. 5 days later, with the permanent log pose, Fero and the others finally arrived at a place known as the underwater prison, a site that houses some super prisoners. Surrounded by numerous warships and with a massive wall enclosing the city of Impel down like an iron barrel. However, they only stayed briefly to hand over the prisoner to Koya. Is this the legendary Justice Gate? It's actually a door. What does it open? Teacher Bogart, is this the Justice Gate? The towering Justice Gate made Fero, Enel, and Yars gasp in awe. The two enormous doors slowly opened a crack, just enough for their ship to pass through. After sailing for a while, they finally saw the Navy headquarters built against the mountains in the distance. Admiral Karp. On the way, the Navy personnel greeted them warmly. Karp smiled back at them and finally brought Fero to Sengoku's office. Enel and Yars were arranged by Bogart to join the Navy. Karp suddenly pushed open Sengoku's room, just about to step in when he heard a furious roar. Karp, you bastard! Ha! Sengoku, I came to see you the moment I returned. This is my disciple Fero, a monster beyond your imagination. Karp laughed heartily as he pushed Fero forward, then quickly closed the door. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Fero interrupted him. Shielding paper wall. Teacher, you can speak now. Fero used white paper and the electric waves of the thunder fruit to create a room that couldn't be eavesdropped on. Sengoku, what I'm about to say is very important. Fero is not a mythical zoan fruit user, but a monster that can eat multiple fruits. Karp slowly revealed Fero's uniqueness, but Sengoku's reaction left him greatly disappointed. Karp, I know you have a monster disciple, but there's no need to fabricate this. How is that possible? Even a mythical zoan shouldn't be able to exhibit elemental abilities. Sengoku frowned, thinking Karp was bragging about his monster disciple. However, when he saw Fero transform into a golden eagle and demonstrate the elemental abilities of the thunder fruit, he suddenly stood up, quickly moving in front of Fero with a look of disbelief. This terrifying speed nearly made Fero want to flash away in a thunder flash. Admiral Sengoku, I have now eaten 3 fruits. The paper fruit, the golden eagle fruit, and the thunder fruit. I can feel that I can still eat 2 more fruits, and I hope you can help me collect them. I will accumulate enough military merit to exchange for them. Fero looked at Sengoku sincerely and said that although he already had some choices for devil fruits, Karp mentioned that there are powerful fruit abilities in the Navy. He wanted to see if there were any suitable ones, as there might be unexpected surprises. Sengoku said, let me use my military achievements to exchange a fruit for this kid Fero. But for now, let him choose first, and I will give it to him later. He should develop these 3 fruits to a certain extent before I give him another. Karp felt a bit helpless, but he had previously said that if Fero could prove himself, he would find a devil fruit for him. Although Fero was a monster, having too many devil fruits would distract him. Therefore, he had to wait until he trained to a certain level before he could continue to eat other fruit abilities. There were indeed devil fruits in the Navy, but they had all been exchanged. The world government had too many people in the Navy, and they exchanged their military achievements for devil fruits to contribute to the world government. However, I have a legendary cat fruit, mythical zoan, white tiger form in my possession. As long as your strength and justice gain the recognition of most people in the Navy headquarters, you can obtain this fruit. Is this your new disciple, Karp? No wonder he is called a genius even by you, a monster. He has already stirred up a sensation at the entire Navy headquarters so quickly. How about I take him under my wing for a while? I haven't seen such a monster in a long time. Zephyr looked at Fero, who was sailing the warship under the gaze of everyone at the Navy headquarters, and was amazed. Such a raw gem made him feel a desire to nurture him properly. Yesterday, that guy Sengoku shamelessly said he wanted to become Fero's second teacher. If you join in, this kid will have 3 teachers. However, his situation is very special. It would be great if you could guide him. Hearing Zephyr's praise, Karp felt very proud. When he heard that Zephyr also wanted to be Fero's teacher, he felt a bit helpless but agreed. Having a genius disciple is indeed a headache, especially in Fero's special case. The young people nowadays are really scary. They have such terrifying power at just 10 years old. A flash appeared beside Karp and Zephyr, followed by a special voice. "Ah. Teacher, is this my little junior brother?" A man wearing an eye patch yawned as he approached them. "Haha, this kid Fero is a monster who can surpass you all, so don't let him down." After saying that, Karp leaped into the air and rushed towards the warship that Fero was moving. "Sister Crane, is this the new disciple of Vice Admiral Karp?" The newly appointed candidate for Admiral, Momosaji, looked at Fero from a distance, somewhat in disbelief. She had heard that this child was only 10 years old. Even if he were a mythical Zoan, he couldn't possibly pull such a large warship. Yes, that guy Karp is going around saying he has a new disciple. Sengoku is also joining in the fun, and he even made me. Crane looked at Fero in confusion and disbelief, sensing that there was definitely a big secret here. She began to ponder the task Sengoku had assigned her to modify the records. Why do those people say his ability is paper control? Now, he clearly has paper, transforming into gold sculpture and lightning abilities. Is modifying Fero's discovery location to hide something? Nearby, Momosaji noticed her sister Crane deep in thought and didn't disturb her too much, but made her curious about Fero. This is unbelievable. This is a warship that exceeds 500 tons. I've heard he is only 10 years old, and another monster comparable to the 3 admirals has appeared. Hearing Karp's crew say he has a legendary mythical zone ability just like Admiral Sengoku, is he going to cultivate another admiral after Kazan? Truly our hero. I've heard that Sengoku is also his teacher, guiding him in developing his fruit abilities. Sengoku, who is so busy, actually came to teach him. Could he be Sengoku's illegitimate child? Passers-by in the Navy were shocked to see Fero, sparking wild discussions. It is well known that the more mysterious the matter, the more absurd it becomes, and soon various versions of Fero's identity began to circulate. Sengoku's illegitimate child, Karp's grandson, Steelbone Kong's grandson. Various speculations started spreading within Navy. At this moment, Fero was unaware that he had already become famous in the Navy. The book Fruit has spatial directions, so my paper should be able to as well. White paper space, paper teleportation, white paper prison, folded paper shield, and I want you to replicate this dollar bill. Wow, becoming the world's richest person is just around the corner. This is so taxing. However, the white paper created directly using abilities constantly consumes stamina, which seems to affect long-term combat. Wait, no wonder Doflamingo wears that coat all day. It has a lot of yarn. And his string fruit has no shortage of control over objects. And then there's Disroja, who is hiding on the golden ship, confidently calling himself a god, while developing an invincible domain. Fei Luo seems to have understood the correct way to activate the Superman fruit. So he also needs to carry a few decks of cards and some cash with him. When he runs out of money, he can turn to a block of dirt and go to the casino to cheat and win 37 million. He will decide which card to play based on the enemy's identity, directly transforming into a card master, a little loser, a love clown, a 4 emperor king, a 7 warlords jack, and an empress queen. Fei Lu became increasingly convinced that he was a genius. This was indeed the correct direction for the development of the paper fruit. He immediately began the development process. In the storyline, Charlotte Mondor could utilize the stories and books to create the worlds within them, and the illusionary creatures inside could even inflict substantial damage. If this was given to the neighboring Toj, countless worlds with Lin could be created. Creating a physical space and trapping creatures inside the book would prevent them from aging. However, the drawbacks were also very obvious. They were afraid of fire, which would activate the effects of the burning fruit. Space and paper? Damn, a dimensional strike, 2-dimensional foil. Good heavens. Mondor is quite a talent to have developed it to this extent. Now, there was a spatial backpack. He had been worried about finding a suitable place to experiment with that method, but now he could do it anytime, anywhere. Next, he needed to collect sea prism stone. Fero manipulated several sheets of white paper to come before him, recalling the characteristics of the bookbok fruit from the storyline. After multiple attempts, he created a true white paper space, allowing him to take things out and put them in at will. However, it consumed almost all of his stamina, and his spirit became exceptionally fatigued. He quickly stopped his training and went to Kapu on the ship. "Teacher, I'm hungry. Which direction is the cafeteria?" His weak appearance startled Kapu, who then carried Fero and rushed towards the dining hall. "You fool. Developing 3 devil fruits at once will consume your life if you don't have enough energy." Kapu's scolding voice made Fero's eyes widen. He had no idea that developing a devil fruit could have such consumption. He struggled to speak, "But you never mentioned that, teacher." "Fool. Who told you to develop all 3 at once? Give me a Sea King class. Hurry up." Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Kapu headed straight for the kitchen, grabbing meat and stuffing it into Fero's mouth while shouting at the chefs, "Yes, Mr. Kapu." Although the chefs didn't know what was happening, they saw Kapu's urgency and hastened their actions. "Leave it to me. I see a chef who has eaten the cook fruit. Meat, come here. Cook roasted meat. Cook fish head." A man in a chef's uniform arrived at the stove, using various cooking techniques to prepare the meat sent by others. His hands moved in a blur, with a single chef managing 10 stoves, and the aroma of the meat quickly filled the entire kitchen and wafted outside. Was it Master Som's work? His dishes could only be tasted by those he acknowledged. Damn it, when would he be able to eat a meal cooked by Master Som? Don't think about it. Currently, only the 3 admirals and the marshal, as well as the vice admirals, could make him cook. "I'm revived, thanks to Master Som's hospitality. The food you cooked is simply a delicacy of the world. Can I continue to eat the food you cook in the future?" If it weren't for so many people watching him, Fero almost couldn't help but wash the dishes himself. The food was not only delicious, but also replenished the energy and stamina he had lost, completely restoring his spirit. If he could have such food every day, it would provide an irreplaceable benefit for developing his fruit abilities. This meal was only prepared because of Mr. Kapu's face. "If you want to continue eating my food, you better become a real monster first," Som said while washing his hands and then left the kitchen. Besides being a chef, Som was also a powerful Navy officer. Both fighting and cooking were his hobbies. Only those who defeated him could earn his recognition and enjoy his cooking. This was his gift to the strong in the Navy, as his philosophy was powerful justice. "Fero, kid, work hard to become stronger, or you'll just have to watch me eat." Haha. Kapu's words filled Fero with a desire to become stronger. For a foodie like him, not being able to eat the food he wanted would be worse than death. "Teacher, let's go train. For the sake of delicious food." Fero became full of energy. His body transformed into a flash of lightning and disappeared from the spot. "Haha, does this kid love food so much? Perhaps this is a good motivational tactic." Karp laughed a few times while watching the disappearing Fero, and some thoughts emerged in his mind. Back on the warship, he continued to pull the ship forward. However, this time the paper sculptures on both sides were reduced, which put a lot of pressure on him. The bioelectric field activated. Golden Wing Frenzy. Fero let out 2 loud shouts, and immediately a faint thunder rumbled within his body. His wings flapped wildly, propelling the warship forward. Fero has been using lightning to enhance his body since acquiring the Thunder Fruit. He creates an adaptive bioelectric field through the Thunder Fruit, stimulating and strengthening all parts of his body. This can continuously enhance his speed and strength, muscles, bones, and organs. It also improves his workout effects and alleviates physical damage. In short, it allows him to continuously strengthen his body, making every aspect of it stronger. "Oi, Fero kid, you have other plans this afternoon." Karp's loud shout made Fero, who had just finished a lap, stop. When he looked towards the shore, he saw a tall, purple-haired Iron Man next to Karp. Zephyr. A name popped into Fero's mind. A retired admiral of the Navy, currently the chief instructor of the Navy. "Hello, Mr. Zephyr. Teacher, what are the arrangements for the afternoon?" Fero came to the 2 of them, greeted Zephyr, and then looked at his teacher. "You have 3 teachers now. Due to your special situation, we discussed it. I will take you into practical combat. Sengoku will guide you on the development of the Devil Fruit, and Zephyr will teach you combat skills. Now, go with Zephyr to learn combat skills," Karp said while eating senbei, explaining his arrangements. "Then I will ask Teacher Zephyr for more guidance in the future." Fero agreed, without hesitation upon hearing Karp's plans. The blank space developed in the morning made Fero realize that there were still many things he didn't know in the world of One Piece, and Karp, Sengoku, and Zephyr were all top figures in One Piece. They surely knew a lot, and he could learn gradually. Little Fei Luo, let's go. We will train in another place. Don't use your flying ability. Try to catch up with me, Zephyr said with a kind smile, then turned and disappeared from a spot. After that, he reappeared 100 steps away, gradually distancing himself. Teacher, didn't you tell Teacher Zephyr? Ha ha ha, I don't have your concealment skills. Go ahead, give him a big surprise. I hope it won't turn into a scare. Thunderflash. After Fei Luo finished speaking, he transformed into a golden eagle and disappeared in a flash of lightning. He had already memorized Zephy's bioelectric waves and quickly caught up with him. Then, he watched Zephyr advance, slowly taking out a square K and writing the two characters Zephyr on it. This was his estimation of Zephy's current peak strength. However, his illness was a drawback, so it was somewhat forced. When Zephyr stopped, he arrived beside him in a flash of sparks and lightning. How could you elementalize? Aren't you a Zoan-type mythical beast? Zephyr looked at Fei Luo in surprise, as the ability to elementalize could only be achieved by a Logia-type Devil Fruit. Interference paper formation. Fei Luo took out a deck of cards, surrounding the two of them, with the cards connected by lightning. This paper array ensured that their conversation was completely inaudible to us. Even if you pressed your ear against the cards, you could only hear chaotic electrical waves. Alright, it's ready now. My elemental transformation is because I ate the legendary nature-type fruit, the Thunder Fruit. The Phantom Beast type is just to cover up my multiple fruit abilities. After setting everything up, Fei Luo nodded in satisfaction and explained to Zephyr, multiple fruits? You mean you ate many fruits? How is that possible? Hearing Fei Luo mention multiple fruit abilities left him even more shocked. But the ability he just demonstrated served as undeniable proof of Fei Luo's words. It was like a modern person seeing someone with a heart symbol over their head, getting hit by a car and flying 20 meters, with hero shards scattering everywhere. Then the hero shard chimed and formed a hero, who came up to you and said he still had 2 lives left. Even if you didn't believe it, he used facts to tell you it was true. Another example is when his met Lux, wanting to scout the bushes only to find he was the Grand Marshal. And that warm spear told you that although it was absurd, it was real. There's nothing impossible. This is a fact, Teacher Zephyr. I have eaten the paper fruit, the golden eagle fruit, and the thunder fruit. Moreover, I could still eat 2 more fruits. Fei Luo was somewhat restrained and didn't say more, but there was still a hint of pride on his face, as this was his strength. Fool, do you think having multiple fruit abilities is a good thing? Did you forget you were exhausted this morning because you developed your fruit? Don't overly rely on the power of the devil fruits. The Sea Prism Stone's restraint, the increased consumption of stamina, and prolonged battles ultimately consume one's life. Zephy's words made Fei Luo reflect a bit, but he had already considered these things. After all, he could use the combination of fruit abilities to turn himself into a complete monster. However, Zephyr clearly hadn't realized that the combination of fruit abilities could create miracles. Teacher Zephyr, it seems you still don't understand my point. I can still eat 2 fruit abilities. If I eat 2 Phantom Beast-type fruits, the energy my body can accumulate will increase by 10-fold or even 20-fold. By then, even if Kaido comes, I can outlast him. Fei Luo shook his head. If he only had 1 fruit ability, he would indeed need to be very cautious. In the plot, Zephyr told Kizaru not to overly rely on the power of the devil fruits because Kizaru is a natural-type devil fruit user, and the power his body can accumulate is limited. Developing a devil fruit consumes a lot of energy, and training hockey is the same. But this is the Pika Pika fruit. Its extreme speed directly changes his power qualitatively. Who could resist that? It's like his training hard to strengthen his body and enhance his second brother, only to find that his second brother was already invincible. The powerful lethal rhythm combined with a good physique allowed him to sweep various Seraphine competitors without a single defeat. Who wouldn't feel inflated? It was only when he encountered a broken character like the Void Empress that he started to decline. One could only say that the version's nerf led to his failure. Akainu, aside from lacking Conqueror's haki, is impeccable in every other aspect, always either in battle or on the way to battle. Kazan, Karp's eldest disciple, used to train with Karp daily, building an incredibly solid foundation. The stacking of fruit abilities? Then I understand what Karp meant. Kid, let us start the lesson now. Remove this. Hearing this, Fei Luo withdrew the interference array and put away the cards. He then watched as Zephyr adjusted his coat, took a step forward to stand in front of Fei Luo, and posed in a peculiar manner. Use the maximum strength of your current body to attack me. 6 powers. Omen, hand union. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Fei Luo suddenly realized. He then concentrated his energy, turned sideways towards Zephyr, slightly bent his legs, and charged forward. Gale Mountain, armed iron block, hand union. Zephyr watched Fei Luo's strange actions and used observation haki. Sensing something was off, he quickly covered his arms with armament haki. A huge force rushed in, causing Zephyr to retreat significantly, leaving 2 deep marks on the ground. His base strength had a power value of 4,000. Besides eating the moving phantom beast-type Devil Fruit, he even possessed a monstrous physique comparable to Karp. After deducing the power value data, Zephyr couldn't help but exclaim. Now that Fei Luo had removed the interference array, he quickly changed his words to prevent the exposure of Fei Luo's abilities. He thought this because an ordinary naval auxiliary soldier holding a weapon has a power value of 10. Exceeding 500 power values is referred to as a superhuman, capable of training special techniques that surpass human limits, like the Navy's 6 powers, to better master the power of their body. At just 10 years old, Fei Luo has surpassed the limits of the human body by a full 8 times. A power level of 4,000? Not bad at all. Fero saw Zephyr's posture and immediately knew he was going to test his fighting ability. It was the classic move from that big-mouth character in the story. Although his full strength was only about the same as a normal attack from the future Rob Lucci, he was only 10 years old. I wonder if this setting was abandoned due to the subsequent collapse of power levels. The later patches became increasingly numerous, leading to a blur in power scaling. Before the Marineford War, Luffy defeated the legendary pirate Silver Lion, and in Alabasta, he defeated the old Shichibukai crocodile who challenged Whitebeard, and then during the Marineford War, he was suppressed by Smoker. Here's a joke. The Yonko Whitebeard had neither haki nor Conqueror's haki, and neither did Marco, Jozu, or Vista have armament haki. Because of this, many people couldn't stand it anymore. The more they watched, the more chaotic it became. In the end, they all went next door to watch the battles of the ninjas, which are much more reasonable. You call this good? This isn't even the fighting ability for your age. Teacher Zephyr, please don't get agitated. Let's start training. Fero looked at Zephyr's arms gradually turning black and quickly waved his hand, saying, "This is training. Let me see your strength." Armament, punch technique, thunder flash. Without saying a word, Zephyr delivered a heavy punch to Fero. The immense power was unleashed, creating a gust of wind, completely piercing through Fero's afterimage and several giant trees in the distance. It finally stopped upon hitting the mountainside, leaving a massive fist imprint. Paper sculpture group kill. Left 0. Right fire, Raijin is me. Facing the powerful Zephyr, Fero dodged the attack with thunder flash, without any hesitation. He took out a stack of white paper from his white paper space and manipulated it to form paper sculptures to besiege Zephyr. Meanwhile, he transformed into a golden eagle surrounded by lightning, with speed, power, and size multiplied, charging towards Zephyr. The inspiration came from the bear's ultimate move, I am a bear. No, the power of the eagle. Full body armament, short strike. Seeing this scene, Zephyr revealed his signature smile, his entire body turning pitch black, reflecting the sunlight. Using both fists and feet, he knocked the paper sculptures away one by one and countered Fero's attack. Paper shield dragon. Taking the opportunity, he yanked Fero's eagle claw down and delivered a knee strike towards Fero's chest. However, Fero was already prepared. A paper dragon emerged from the white paper space floating in front of him. This was a protective technique made from thousands of layers of folded white paper. Nevertheless, this knee strike sent him flying, and the paper dragon was turned into a compressed bundle. Fei Luo shot out like a fired cannonball, and only stopped in midair at a high altitude by forcibly using his elemental transformation ability. He couldn't help but rub his chest and exclaimed, "Damn it. I wanted to show off a bit, but almost got myself killed. No, in my past life, a book could block bullets. Oh, it's the pirate world, so it's fine." Zephyr's knee strike made him question his life, but thinking about this absurd pirate world made him want to punch himself. After a long while, he finally recovered. No way. How could Whitebeard 2 ever compete with Teacher Zephyr? Armament haki, observation haki, reaction speed, and this penetrating power, becoming a vice admiral at 38. He's fought for years against top figures like Peak Whitebeard, Roger, and Golden Lion. What could a fool with the strength of a top warlord possibly use to cut off Teacher Zephyr's arm? Fero looked down at Zephyr, who was effortlessly taking down paper sculptures, and couldn't help but comment that his body had finally fully recovered. Taking a deep breath, Fero charged towards Zephyr, but stopped after a certain distance, electric sparks surging around him as a bird made of lightning slowly materialized. The 30 million volts lightning bird, consuming half of his energy, appeared in front of Zephyr in an instant. Paper drawing, instant move. Zephyr's body moved back like a ghost, dodging Fero's lightning sculpture. The sudden explosion of electricity created a large pit in the ground, and scattered lightning turned into lightning snakes that shot out in all directions. The terrifying high temperature blackened the surrounding trees, turning a few quality lightning-struck woods into charcoal. The enormous explosion caught the attention of many Marines. But when they saw the giant bird surrounded by lightning in the sky, they didn't rush over. They merely cast a few envious glances at Fero, the lucky kid, before returning to their posts. Truly, the strongest thunder fruit. Its powerful might sustained damage, terrifying high temperature, and enormous consumption of haki. Kid Fero, stop hiding in the sky and come down. After obtaining the information he wanted, Zephyr lost the desire to fight Fero and shouted to him. Now let's start the formal teaching. What I'm going to teach you next is the Marine 6 styles, shave. Just as Fero landed, he saw Zephyr suddenly appear in front of him and instinctively covered his chest and elementalized. The previous knee strike had made Fero unusually sensitive. This amused Zephyr, but he forced himself to hold back when looking at the young Fero before him. By rapidly stepping on the ground dozens of times in an instant, a strong reactive force was created, using the explosive speed generated by that reactive force to move. To the enemy, it seemed as if he had disappeared. But I have lightning flash, teacher Zephyr. It's much faster than shave. Fero transformed into a flash of lightning, continuously disappearing and reappearing, moving at speeds several times faster than Zephyr's shave. As his reaction speed increased, he could become even faster. The 6 powers can turn the body into a powerful and formidable weapon, and long-term use can enhance various physical abilities. Among them, the paper drawing and iron blocks help awaken observation haki and armament haki. By combining these with the abilities of his Devil Fruit, he can create unique 6 powers techniques, laying the foundation for developing his Devil Fruit abilities in the future. In creating his own fleet, he would also need to teach his subordinates and guide them in developing the 6 powers. Listening to Zephyr, Fero understood his meaning. This was primarily to teach the Navy's 6 powers to the soldiers of his fleet, increasing their means of combating enemies. He didn't have to use it, but he had to know it, master it, and be able to teach it. Expensive equipment and rare devil fruits are hard to obtain. Therefore, lower-ranking officers rely on teaching the 6 powers and haki. I understand, teacher Zephyr. After thinking everything through, Fero nodded and easily executed shave, his mind also conjuring several derivative techniques, including shave, shadowless kick. Fei Luo flashed to a tree, continuously kicking at it in the air. After breaking one branch, he chased after the tree and continued to unleash his techniques. He used the technique repeatedly to return to Fa's side, with even more techniques yet to be utilized. With skills like Bagua Yulong, Lingbo Weibu, and treading on snow without a trace, he combined them with many derived techniques from ancient martial arts in his previous life. Creating his own derived techniques so quickly is truly genius. Fei Luo. Watching Fei Luo's demonstration surprised Fa. He didn't expect Fei Luo not only to learn, but also to create derived techniques. This gave him a clearer understanding of Fei Luo's talent. Next was the iron block technique. By tightening the skin of his body, he dispersed his strength across it, making his skin as hard as iron, made up. Once the iron block technique is practiced to a certain degree, one can easily feel the hidden haki within their body, which can then be accumulated through continuous training and combat. Fa demonstrated to Fei Luo the transformation from iron block to armament haki, with his wrist appearing dark as ink and adorned with faintly visible patterns. Fero listened to Zifa's explanation and easily learned iron block. The armament haki also gradually revealed itself when he used iron block, but it was very superficial. Armament. Fero can only cover one of his arms with armament haki. It's impressive that he found and used armament haki so quickly, and that he could cover an entire arm on his first try. Other people, when using armament haki for the first time, could only manage a single finger. Zifa felt a surge of frustration as he watched Fero, who seemed somewhat dissatisfied. His students, only the monsters from a few previous cohorts, could reach this level. It was hard to see any geniuses among the new recruits of the Navy. Paper drawing involves releasing all the strength from the body, making it as light as paper and evading attacks by sensing the changes in airflow caused by the enemy's strikes. When paper drawing is cultivated to a certain level, it naturally awakens observation haki, allowing one to foresee an enemy's attacks and dodge in advance. Some people are born with observation haki and usually possess special powers, some even rarer than devil fruits. The legendary pirate Baroque Works Redfield, who has disappeared from history, was one such person with innate observation haki. He could hear the inner thoughts of others and even read their memories. Fighting him once would leave you completely exposed. As Zifa dodged Fero's attacks, he explained paper drawing and observation haki to him. When he mentioned Redfield, a clear look of wariness appeared in his eyes, as he did not wish to face that enemy again. Fero's special talisman also granted him a unique form of observation haki, which allowed him to sense good and evil. Currently, within a certain range, he can perceive malicious intent from those who wish to harm him and good intentions from those who want to help him. Additionally, he can eavesdrop through electromagnetic waves and even interfere with others' observation haki, trapping their perception within a small area. Paper drawing. Fei Luo came to the side of a tree and threw a punch, closing his eyes and using paper to dodge the falling leaves. He also enhanced his perception ability with the power of the Thunder Fruit. Radio wave perception. Philo awakened his observation haki through drawing on paper and has already combined it with his Thunder Fruit. His perception range quickly covered the entire Navy headquarters, and he heard many things. Lord Satan, this is all the intelligence regarding Solo's Philo. Should he make contact now? Currently, Karp, Zifa, and Sengoku's attention is on him, and they might notice him. Let's wait until he grows. If he hasn't grown, he's just a decoration. Yes, Lord Satan. Who is so brazenly using observation haki? Is it that kid from the back mountain? Such a wide range of observation haki? Today's kids are really scary. The back mountain, haha. Philo's observation haki actually has such a large range. He's truly my disciple. Various sounds entered his ears through sound waves, as if they were speaking beside him. When he heard a conversation, he realized that some people in the Navy had already become loyal dogs of the world government. He shook his head secretly, not wanting to care too much about these people for now. However, when they become enemies, he would never hold back. Combining the Thunder Fruit's ability allowed his observation haki's coverage to continuously expand. He quickly thought of and implemented practical applications. Philo, you always bring me surprises. The larger the range, the quicker he could perceive others' attacks, giving him more time to dodge and even counterattack. As long as the attack speed is fast enough and the power is great enough, he could launch an attack before the enemy notices, leaving them unable to respond. Teacher Zifa, let's proceed to the next item. Philo sensed that many people had already noticed this side, and he understood that he couldn't use observation haki at the Navy headquarters. However, his goal had been achieved. Under the coverage of his observation haki, he could execute pinpoint strikes. To be honest, just now he felt like he had the world in his hands, and the lives and deaths of others were merely a thought away. If he didn't know that those people could easily defeat him, he might have swelled with arrogance like Enel and declared himself a god. Just like Izzy, who stayed in the bottom lane with 6 gods in hand, casually harvesting minions and 2 level 1 enemy heroes, thinking he was invincible. He just hadn't noticed that in the top lane, there was a Darius with the ancient dragon buff, and in the jungle, a fully leveled and fully equipped Thresh with buffs. Fei Luo shook his head, waiting until he developed into a demigod bear before he could compete with them. Next up was the advanced moon step of Shave. It involved quickly stepping on the air to help oneself ascend, useful for chasing and retreating, as well as battling airborne enemies. Moonstep Shell Zfa said while carefully demonstrating the moonstep to Fei Luo. He also showed Fei Luo his moonstep derivative techniques, such as stomping the air to create explosive sounds that disrupt enemies, with speed as fast as a cannonball. Moonstep Cloud Ladder. Moonstep Meteor Fall. Fei Luo listened and learned, quickly mastering the moonstep, stepping on the air to ascend, and then using the moon step to accelerate his descent like a meteor. Zfa nodded in satisfaction at Fei Luo's demonstration. As he had expected, Fei Luo not only learned it after one look, but also created derivative techniques. Teacher Zfa. What's next? Raging Leg is the advancement of moon step. Instead of stepping on the air, it's about kicking out. A rapid kick generates airflow, forming slashing waves like flying cuts. It can be used in conjunction with moon step and shave, like this. Raging Leg Wind Blade. Zfa leapt into the air, kicking out countless crescent slashing waves. Fei Luo looked at this scene and recalled the plot where Teacher Kai unleashed a bad wind, spitting out countless wind blades. Stormfoot. Break the void. Fei Luo leaped up, his feet enveloped in thunder, delivering a powerful slash infused with lightning that sliced through the air at an almost imperceptible speed, disappearing into the distance. Due to the magnitude of Lan Jiao's attack, they could only kick upwards toward the sky. Fero looked at the satisfied ride and speed enhanced by himself and nodded. He knew the power was definitely considerable. Teacher Zephyr. The next one. The last one is the finger gun. By concentrating strength on the fingers with the technique of iron blocks, and then stabbing out at an extremely fast speed, its power is comparable to that of a bullet. Or it can be launched like a bullet, finger gun, missile. Zephyr raised his index finger, rotated his wrist, and suddenly flicked it out, sending a round gas projectile shooting towards a distant tree. Upon hitting the tree, it exploded violently, leaving a hole the size of a bowl in the trunk. Finger gun, thunderstorm. Fei Luo pointed at the tree with a finger, and thunder exploded, turning the roots and everything around it into powder, leaving a huge pit in place. He could directly condense a thunderball to attack, with power even greater than that of a finger gun. However, it wasn't without its uses. At least it consumed more stamina, helping to exercise his fingers and becoming a friend to women. After mastering the 6 styles, the next step was to combine them and practice the ultimate technique of the 6 styles, the return of life. This allowed him to freely control various parts of his body, attack with his hair, and enhance his digestive ability by controlling his stomach. This is what Fei Luo and others refer to the perception of sensory experiences transforming into a golden eagle for careful observation, ensuring that no details are missed. Once you learn this, you can perform feather attacks better. The kidney enhancement is incorrect. Liking this allows for faster digestion of food, replenishing the body's energy. The second brother's enhancement is also incorrect. With this, you can teach your future subordinates, enabling them to quickly recover by using this technique to eat. Yes, that's right. It's definitely not to enhance one's own kidneys and weapons. It's more about helping everyone here become braver and more confident. Life returns. Fei Luo tried to strengthen his stomach's digestion, inadvertently enhancing his kidneys as well, and accidentally controlled his weapon to change a few times. He decided to experiment slowly during dinner. There's one thing I cannot teach you, and that is Conqueror's Haki. It is a power belonging to kings, capable of intimidating enemies and influencing others' will, allowing them to lose consciousness in an invisible way. Some people are born with such power, but it needs to be triggered through special methods. Their Conqueror's Haki is extremely powerful. Others develop a strong momentum through continuous killing, elevating their strength to an unreachable level, ultimately awakening their own Conqueror's Haki by clashing with those born with it. These individuals are monstrous in nature, possessing immense power, and can forge their own Conqueror's Haki. When their Conqueror's Haki is strong enough, they can bear children with innate Conqueror's Haki. Karp can teach you in this regard. He is a natural conqueror. And Sengoku can teach you as well. His Conqueror's Haki was forged through battle. Zephyr interrupted Fei Luo's experiment to explain the last type of Haki, Conqueror's Haki. If he wanted to, he could have awakened his Conqueror's Haki long ago. However, it goes against the justice he upholds, which he is unwilling to accept. Now that the situation at sea has stabilized a bit, the 4 emperors are guarding their territories and rarely engage in battles. Even if he wanted to awaken his Conqueror's Haki, it would be difficult to achieve. If Zephyr sought help from Karp and Sengoku, they would surely be willing to assist him. Slaughtering in the first 5 levels of Impel Down could also awaken Conqueror's Haki. However, he is unwilling to take action against his 2 old comrades and will not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Why is there no information on this Enel? Yes, Admiral Sengoku. He was brought back by Fei Luo and is said to have very strong talent. I understand. You can go back to work now. Yes. Admiral Sengoku took another look at the 4 documents in his office and then fed one of them to the goat beside him. Fei Luo's information must be kept extremely confidential and cannot be disclosed. Admiral Sengoku. The Kingdom of Croatia and the world government has experienced a rebellion and is requesting our support. Contact Ghost Spider nearby to assist. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. Mr. Sengoku. This is the east coast of Walker East Island in the New World. The John family is under pirate attack and requests support. I understand. I will send Rear Admiral Fire Mountain nearby to assist. Please inform Fire Mountain to head towards Walker East Island to rescue the John family. Teacher Zephyr. Didn't Admiral Sengoku say he would guide me in developing my Devil Fruit abilities? Sengoku is an admiral, and many things need his decision, making it difficult for him to find time to guide your training. He merely wants to nurture a successor because both Karp and I have admiral-level disciples. They both enjoy competing over such matters. Most of the current Navy officers have been taught by me. Am I spreading this around? I don't care about that. Zephyr directly pointed out the real reason Sengoku wants to be his teacher, and while he claimed not to care, the smile on his face revealed his concern. The truth is, Fei Luo understood where Karp and Sengoku's competitive spirit came from. So it was really you, Teacher Zephyr. Ahem, back to the point. The origin of devil fruits is untraceable. They are categorized into 3 types based on their abilities, Zoan, Paramecia, and Logia. Zoan-type devil fruits are quite special, divided into ordinary animals, ancient species, and mythical beasts. Ordinary types are the animals we see daily, and these animals exist in different forms. For example, your golden eagle ability is the bird fruit, golden eagle form. Each form is unique, meaning there's only one golden eagle form devil fruit in the sea, which will become your exclusive ability. Besides that, the bird fruit has other forms, such as the bird fruit, eagle form, and bird fruit, falcon form. Fero nodded. He already knew what Zephyr was saying, even the origin of the devil fruits. In the plot, Vegapunk mentioned that they originated from humanity's desire for evolution and firm belief. He also proposed a theory that Zoan-type devil fruits possess, well, indirectly explaining why Nika avoids the world government search. And they're ancient species, which are creatures that have existed since ancient times, possessing greater power and more resilient life force. The Beast Pirates have many ancient species users, like Jack the Drought, who is the elephant fruit, ancient species, mammoth form. His fruit ability grants him powerful defense and life force. Upon hearing about Jack the Drought, a well-known scene inexplicably appeared in Feruo's mind. Jack, a pirate at the level of a warlord, faced off against Crane, Fujitora, and Sengoku without flinching, directly going to save Doflamingo, resulting in a predictable failure, and he was mockingly referred to as the king of the ship. The last type is Mythical Beasts, whose powers come from legendary creatures, such as Kaido the Four Emperors fish fruit, Mythical Beast, Azure Dragon form, and Marco the Phoenix from the Whitebeard Pirates. Mythical beasts often have special abilities. Kaido controls wind, fire, and lightning, while Marco possesses extraordinary self-healing and immortality. Sengoku's fruit grants him the ability to use shockwaves, which also enhances his intelligence, thus earning him the title of a wise general. The main feature of Zoan-type devil fruits is that they enhance the user's life force, healing abilities, and physical strength, along with some other enhancements. For instance, your golden eagle fruit allows you to fly and enhances your speed, multiplying your original strength. The enhancement from Zoan-type devil fruits is based on your inherent qualities. The stronger you are, the greater the power the devil fruit grants you. This is the basic knowledge about Zoan-type devil fruits. As Fero listened to Zephyr's explanation, he compared it with the memories in his mind and found no significant differences. However, he genuinely did not know that, apart from the level of development, the power of the devil fruit also relates to the user's inherent strength. No wonder it is said that it is the person who is strong, not the devil fruit. The tremor fruit seems so terrifying because of Whitebeard's own strength. In someone else's hands, it might just be a toy, much like the guy who produced the mage hat back then, a display item in the store. The second type is the bizarre abilities of Paramecia-type devil fruits. Some are like your paper fruit, which can create and control certain specific objects. However, more often, there are some unfathomable users, like Vice Admiral Crane's Wash fruit, Warlord Bartholomew Kuma's Pawpaw fruit, and Warlord Moria's Shadow fruit. Paramecia-type users develop and utilize their abilities by consuming their own stamina or life force. Using the abilities to create things will greatly deplete their bodily energy, so caution is needed. Fero saw the look in Zephyr's eyes and knew it was because he had previously exhausted himself while developing the white paper space. He did not expect that developing the fruit's ability for space would consume so much energy. However, all of this was worthwhile for him. After all, this is a space backpack. He had experimented with it. Inside is an independent space with no concept of time, allowing him to put prepared food inside and then do sit-ups like King Luffy. He even felt he could conduct another experiment, filling it with fruits, incapacitating the user, and then throwing them inside to deliver a fatal blow, seeing if he could achieve devil fruit plunder. At the same time, he also needs to be particularly wary of these types of devil fruit users. Especially the soul fruit of Big Mom can take away others' lifespans through its ability. When encountering a Paramecia-type devil fruit user, one must dodge their attacks. If dodging isn't possible, one must fully cover themselves with armament hockey and not slack off at all. I understand, Teacher Zifa. Seeing Zifa's warning gaze, Fero obediently nodded. Even if Zifa didn't say it, he would still do so. The lucky fruit of Bakala, the childlike fruit of Sugar, the spirit fruit of Perona, and the reversal fruit of Ein are all abilities of the Paramecia type, and if they encounter them, they will be directly incapacitated. However, in his view, the upper limit of development for Paramecia-type devil fruits is the highest, as there are too many god-level Paramecia abilities in the plot. The smooth fruit that enhances beauty, the bounce fruit that deflects everything, The yomi yomi fruit that grants a second life, the sweet sweet fruit that forcibly petrifies, the door fruit that doesn't need keys, the book fruit that opens virtual reality and creates infinite space, the surgery fruit that cuts through space, and the magnet fruit that manipulates magnetism are all very powerful Paramecia type devil fruits. If possible, he would want to absorb them all. However, he was unclear about the upper limit of the tiger talisman's balancing ability. Therefore, to ensure everything goes smoothly, he must be cautious. The third type is the Logia type devil fruit, which allows the user to have elemental abilities to evade attacks. Utilizing elementalization in advance can even dodge attacks covered with armament hockey. Its weaknesses are obvious. It fears seawater and sea prism stone weapons. Your thunder fruit is the strongest among Logia types, with destructive power comparable to a Kainu, speed akin to Borsellino, and control that continuously disrupts enemies' attacks like Akiji. Their biggest flaw is their high consumption, but you can guide the thunder to attack with minimal consumption for maximum offense, unaffected by position. Even I would not hesitate to consume this fruit's ability if I encountered it. You are truly fortunate, Fero. Zephus, I made Fero feel a bit giddy. This is the thunder fruit that no one can refuse. Its attack power, speed, control, healing, and detection capabilities are all present, and most importantly, it exudes high prestige, commanding countless thunders to descend on the battlefield, becoming an existence that everyone looks up to. A loud sound echoed in the sky, and I shined brightly on stage. Being handsome is a lifelong affair. Later, with the Momo fruit, I can get a hundredfold amplification of thunder, effortlessly destroying an island with a single blow. This is the information about the three types of devil fruits. While they bring great power, they also come with fatal weaknesses. The sea is filled with seawater that restrains your abilities, and there are even sea prism stone weapons specifically designed to counteract devil fruit users. Pirate crews that survive in the New World have methods to counteract devil fruit users, such as arrows, stones, and swords infused with seawater. As long as you lose your powers, they will swarm you until they kill you. Zephus' tone was somewhat heavy, and through his glasses, Fero seemed to see a hint of tears. He knew that Zepha must have gone through a lot of such things. At the same time, he understood the advice Zepha gave to Kazuru in the plot. Do not overly rely on the power of devil fruits. Teacher Zepha. So you must completely become a monster, thoroughly develop the potential within your body, and cultivate armament hockey to the extreme, even integrating it into your body. Do you know where my title comes from? I let armament hockey completely merge into my wrist, bringing those so-called great pirates into impel down. This is the title they gave me. Just as Fero was about to say something, he suddenly heard something incredible. Hockey can not only temper weapons, but also temper the body. Iron Fist, Black Arm, Steel Bone, Immortal Stone, so that's how the title came about. Zepha came before Fero, a giant over 3 meters tall, with a knight's cover revealing strange patterns on his black wrist. A wave of inexplicable pressure surged. Rest assured, Teacher Zepha, I will definitely cultivate armament hockey to your level. I believe in you. Develop your devil fruit abilities now and quickly enhance your gold eagle fruit in your own power. On the calm sea like a mirror, a large eagle glowing blue is carrying a huge warship towards the distance. Suddenly, a giant shark breaks through the calm surface of the sea, wanting to swallow the eagle. Stormfoot, Golden Claw, triple. A voice sounded, and 3 air blades instantly sliced the giant shark into 4 pieces. The sea surface quickly turned blood red, and many oddly shaped sea kings surfaced, fighting over the shark's remains. Ahead is your destination, Fero. Inside, there are countless ferocious beasts, most of which master armament hockey. They are your targets. Go and conquer them. Zepha stood at the bow of the ship and spoke about their final destination, which he had discussed with Garp and Sengoku. Fighting is the most effective way to stimulate potential, and it was also the most effective method they used to become stronger. However, now pirates are either ridiculously strong or pitifully weak. Beast Island is the latest discovery by the Navy and is the most suitable place for Fero to grow. From now on, I will come here every month on this day to check your progress until you defeat the top 3 levels. I look forward to your growth. Kid Fero, I won't let you down, Teacher Zepha. Fero watched Zepha gradually fade away, and he turned to walk into the island, but suddenly felt a surge of malice. A roar echoed, and a 3-meter-tall striped tiger charged towards Fero, opening its bloody maw. Teeth as thick as his thigh appeared, followed by a gust of fishy wind. Armament, cannon fist. A loud bang sent Fero flying back, crashing into the ground and creating a large pit, kicking up dust. No way, dude. Tiger bro, where did you train your armament hockey? Is the outside world this insane? Fei Luo shook his numb arm in disbelief. If even the beasts on the outskirts of the island were this strong, when would he be able to defeat all the beasts on this island? His observation haki sensed that there were nearly 10,000 giant beasts inside the island that were even more terrifying than this tiger, leaving him feeling helpless. However, since he was already here, it would be pointless not to challenge it. Golden Eagle Frenzy. Fei Luo transformed into a golden eagle and soared into the sky, then accelerated from a high altitude towards the fierce tiger. The clash of the armed-colored eagle claws and the jet-black tiger claws produced the sound of weapons colliding with each other. The impact of Fei Luo falling from a height barely countered the immense strength of the giant tiger, but soon Fei Luo was knocked away again. A shadow suddenly enveloped Fei Luo, who had just stabilized himself, as a giant eagle with a wingspan of 5 meters extended its claws towards him with an armed golden wing slash. Fei Luo flipped and unleashed a massive slash at the giant eagle, using the force to propel himself towards the ground. Shave, continuous flash, transformed back into human form, using the shave to hide under a tree. Paper drawing, falling leaves in the wind. Before he could catch his breath, a malicious force approached from behind. A giant mantis resembling a dead branch swung its mantis blade at him. He dodged the giant mantis's attack with the help of the gentle breeze in the air. The speed of the mantis blade was too fast, making it impossible to use the wind generated from its attack. Armed, shadowless kick. After evading the attack, Fei Luo covered his feet with armament haki and launched a shadowless kick at the mantis. As his foot barely touched the mantis's blade, it retreated to the edge of the tree, leaping up and kicking off the trunk to attack Fei Luo again. No way, mantis. Can you do the geometric triangle kill too? Armed, golden eagle claw. Fei Luo stared in disbelief at the mantis's incredible moves. However, seeing it charge towards him, he quickly transformed into a golden eagle, his claws covered in armament haki, grabbing the mantis's dark claw blade. Golden wing, slash, swung his wings to unleash 2 slashing waves, aiming to cut the mantis into 3 pieces. Damn, mantis, abandon the vehicle to protect the commander. You've really opened my eyes. The mantis covered its body with the armament haki from its claw blade, blocking the slashes released by Fei Luo. Abandoning the claw blade and using the force to retreat, it quickly disappeared from Fei Luo's line of sight. Wings fly to the sky. Just as one mantis left, another snake appeared. How many hidden treasures are there in this place? Just after driving away the mantis, Fei Luo was startled by a malicious force and hurriedly took to the sky. He saw a giant snake as thick as a thigh slowly appear at the spot where Fei Luo had just stood. Electromagnetic wave perception. Fei Luo activated his observation haki and carefully sensed the surrounding things, only to discover countless life fluctuations appearing around him. At that moment, the giant serpent below coiled its body, opened its mouth, and spat out purple poison toward Fei Luo. Sky flash. Fei Luo flapped his wings at an incredible speed, leaving behind an illusion that resembled a golden arrow shooting into the distance. A shadow suddenly descended from the sky, swiftly passing by, causing the illusion to dissipate. The purple venom also passed through the soon-to-disappear illusion, landing on the ground and causing the small plants to wilt, leaving a patch of yellow earth. Damn it! Just like that, the imposing aura was depleted. However, it did indeed grow significantly. Now that it has come to this, let's find something to eat. Fei Luo looked at Beast Island with some helplessness, as there were crises everywhere. He turned his head to use his observation haki to search for any sea kings that might be showing themselves, hoping to recover some strength. Before coming here, Zephyr had already formulated a detailed training plan for him. During the day, he was to seek out those fierce beasts to fight, and could only use the abilities of the Golden Eagle Fruit and his physical skills, maximizing the potential of his body. However, Fei Luo had not stopped the autonomous training mode of the biological electric field, constantly refining his body through lightning, which could continuously enhance his physical strength. Later, he also planned to draw lightning into his body, making himself indestructible. At night, he would work on developing his Devil Fruit. In the white paper space, there was a Devil Fruit encyclopedia and corresponding development records prepared for him by Sengoku. This made Fei Luo feel the benefits of being part of an organization behind him, as everything was arranged for him, all for the sake of striving to achieve justice that reigns over all. Little cutie, it's you. Golden wing slash. Fei Luo searched for a while and found a protruding sea king. With a slash of his wave, he released it. He put it in his mouth, allowing it to live well. This was Fei Luo's definition of release. The white paper space ejected a piece of white paper and built a platform in the high air, taking out a grill, a table, and various small seasonings. Thunder barbecue. Tiny bolts of lightning spread across the entire body of the Sea King. Then the temperature of the lightning was raised, while the outside was heated directly. The fish oil on the surface sizzled, and a unique aroma of the Sea King began to waft. After sprinkling on a secret spicy seasoning, it only took half an hour to start the show. Next to him was a giant fish bladder that Fei had specially reserved, cooked at high temperature. The 2-meter wide and 5-meter long giant fish bladder shrank by 2/3 when cooked. Tender and juicy, with a chewy texture, Fei, who loved eating it since he was little, had happy tears streaming from the corners of his mouth, feeling an ultimate satisfaction. The aroma of the fish and the seasonings mixed together, forming an even more peculiar meat fragrance. A drop of fish oil fell, attracting many Sea Kings gathering below, drawn by the flavor. Oh, a self-service feast was coming. The Stormfoot and Golden Eagle triple. The surging sea water below caught Fei Luo's attention, and he shouted happily. Then he hung Sea Kings on his other 4 grills, adding the fish bladder to the 4. Thank you, nature, for your gifts. White paper space 3. After the fish was grilled, eating one made him feel a bit of energy overflow. He took out a piece of white paper and used almost all his energy to create another white paper space. After consuming 3 grilled fish to create 3 white paper spaces, he stopped. 3 white paper spaces were already enough for him at this point. He planned to create more later. However, the extreme consumption from these 3 times made the capacity of these 3 white paper spaces larger, and the energy his body could store also increased. After packing everything up, he saved 1 grilled fish in the white paper space for emergencies. Beast Island, here I come. This time, I'll first find a little cutie on the coast for a life and death battle. Oh, the golden eagle soared into the air toward the beasts. Why the long sky howled like a dragon. Fero saw from a distance that the giant eagle was bullying Brother Tiger, its claws fiercely gripping him. Although Brother Tiger could use hockey, for some reason, the giant eagle's claws were deeply embedded in his body, repeatedly slamming him against the mountains, leaving him covered in blood. Fei Luo couldn't sit still at that moment. With a sudden dash, he lunged at a nearly 2-meter tall squirrel perched on a tree by the shore. Armed beast capture successfully caught the squirrel with incredible speed, but the captured creature bit at Fei Luo's claws with its teeth. Finger gun, beak peck, Fei Luo, imitating the giant eagle, dove towards the rock and, after stopping, pecked at its skull with his beak. After nearly 10 attempts, his claws easily penetrated its body, and he killed the first beast of the Beast Island. Lightning barbecue, he skinned it with high temperature, cooked at a high heat, sprinkled on a secret seasoning. Took a bite, and a massive energy surged into his body, while a malevolent thought was born within him. However, the malevolent thought was quickly absorbed by the tiger talisman in his hand, making his spirit feel a bit lighter. This tiger talisman seemed a bit different. But who cares? People die and birds fly to the sky, if not dead, then for countless years. Fei Luo sensed something unusual in his body, but soon raised his hands and continued to show off. The tiger talisman had entered his body, so he could just enjoy it. Everything else could wait. After finishing the meat, the mental fatigue from the recent battle also vanished, and the energy from his body overflowed. Fighting was exhilarating. Fei Luo shouted, attracting a 5-meter tall, giant wolf covered in scars. Its brown fur was matted with blood, and a trail of blood followed it as it charged towards him, accompanied by vibrations from behind. Armed with the golden wing slash, Fei Luo's left hand transformed into a wing, coated in hockey, as he waved his feathered wing at the charging giant wolf. However, the giant wolf leaped away and ran off into the distance without any hesitation. In front of Fei Luo appeared 2 6-meter tall giant cheetahs, still completely unharmed. Wolf bro, damn it, I finally mastered the 6 styles. Yay! After demonstrating the 6 styles to Zifa, Yars excitedly approached him. With good talent, he was recommended by Bogard to Zifa's new student training class. He reached the physical strength required to practice the 6 styles half a month ago and spent another half-month training for 12 hours a day to learn the 6 styles, just to have Zifa take him to Fei Luo's training ground. Ha ha ha, of course, but don't be scared. Fei Luo learned the 6 styles in half a day, mastering his own 6 styles essence and learning hockey and observation hockey. That was a month ago. Now, even I can't predict his strength, Zifa said with a big laugh, patting Yars on the shoulder and recounting the monstrous level of Fei Luo, his eyes filled with anticipation. Zifa-sensei, you say that every day, and I've memorized it, Yars said helplessly. Thanks to Zifa's promotion, Felu became well known at the Navy headquarters. Even Karp and Sengoku joined in spreading the word, asking how he learned the essence of the 6 styles and the 2-color haki in just one day. Zifa-sensei, can I go with you? Not far away, Inalu, hearing their conversation, expressed his desire to see Felu. He wanted to see how much stronger Felu had become and casually asked when he would get a devil fruit. He just wants to see Felu. It's definitely not because he envies Yars for mastering the 6 styles so quickly, nor is it because he's eager for a devil fruit due to insufficient physical strength. Absolutely not. Inalu, just keep up your training. You have talent. You mastered paper drawing and successfully awakened observation haki in a week and reached the physical strength to practice the other 5 styles in a month. I'll take you when you learn haki. By then, I'll give you an apple tree from the Halius Kingdom. Really? Zifa-sensei, don't worry. I'll definitely train hard and learn haki as soon as possible. Zifa watched the nearly 2.7-meter tall young man, Inalu, excitedly run off to train and smiled helplessly. Zifa-sensei, Felu-sensei is Inalu's boss. Are you really not taking him? Zifa shook his head and slowly explained that it was precisely because Felu was his boss that he made him train hard. He had good talent, but he was not young anymore. To keep up with Felu's pace, he couldn't afford to slack off. Let's go. I have a gift to bring to him. Hee. I have a gift for Felu-sensei. Tiger bro, come back. Don't go. Stop, or tonight's dinner will be you. Roar, roar, roar. Are you cursing again? Fei Luo approached the colorful giant tiger, and its left wing became pitch black, seemingly about to move. The originally fierce gaze of the colorful giant tiger instantly became clear, its teeth hidden away, transforming into a cute and clumsy appearance like a small creature. Fero stroked the tiger's head, a satisfied smile on his face. That's more like it. When I was trying to challenge you before, you swatted me away with a single palm, and you seemed pretty happy about it, didn't you? I've only barely won 50 times, just a little bit. You need to work harder. Otherwise, next time, you won't even get a warm-up, and you'll just end up as food. Roar, roar, roar. The striped giant tiger was so frightened by Fero's words that it kept nodding and charged towards the interior of the island. Fei Luo watched the departing colorful giant tiger and nodded in satisfaction, transforming into a golden eagle and soaring into the sky to find his other little companion. Come and fight, Xiaohei. The highest tree by the shore was the nest of the giant eagle he had visited every day. A piercing cry rang out, followed by the giant eagle charging towards Fei Luo, its pitch-black claws sharp as spears, sending chills down his spine. Fei Luo similarly covered his wings with armed color, let out a long howl to meet the attack, and rotated his wings like a boomerang, unleashing several massive slashes that aimed to cut the giant eagle in half. Dual-armed spinning wing slash. However, the giant eagle, Xiaohei, was not to be outdone with a roll and a claw strike. He released 3 giant spear shockwaves to block Fei Luo's slashing wave. The claws and wings clashed against each other, producing a piercing sound. As the blades deflected the spear tips, an immense force even sent the giant eagle, Xiaohei, flying completely. Fero did not stop. His armed color covered his claws, and several shockwaves shot out like sharp spears towards the giant eagle Xiaohong. Armed armor-piercing spear. Xiaohong, my power has already undergone a transformation, and I've learned your penetration technique as well. Let's see if I can defeat you today. After seeing the giant eagle Xiaohong block the shockwaves he released with its wings, Fero waved his wings to engage in battle. Thus, a peculiar scene appeared in the sky above Beast Island. A golden eagle was overpowering a giant eagle twice its size. Meanwhile, the colorful giant tiger on Beast Island accidentally witnessed this scene in the sky, its tiger eyes widening in shock. Suddenly, it was ambushed by a slightly smaller giant wolf. The intense pain made it let out a roar, and its massive tiger paw knocked the giant wolf back, increasing its speed as it charged towards the wolf. Originally, it was the overlord of the coast, but now a terrifying little bird came to harass it every day. The little bird, which it could easily fend off before, had grown stronger and now bullied it every day. Then it went on to bother the larger birds that could crush it, and now it had even begun to crush those large birds. It could no longer sit still. The thought of being seen as a delicious meal made it very afraid. In its fear, its pitch-black tiger paw pierced through the giant wolf's body. It threw the wolf onto a huge white paper on the shore, watching as the wolf was devoured by the strange white paper before it rushed back into the forest. Stepping into the territory it had always feared. 2 slightly larger cheetahs suddenly charged out from the dense forest, their sharp claws reaching for its head. Fero, flying in the sky, was very happy to see Brother Tiger finally daring to challenge those 2 cheetahs. He planned to take these two little ones with him after it was over to be his mounts. It would definitely be impressive, so the stronger their abilities, the better. Xiaohong, don't run. You weren't like this yesterday. Arm surprise rocket. Fero's talons stomped on the air, his speed instantly skyrocketing, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the giant eagle Xiaohong, giving it a death glare. The giant eagle Xiaohong wanted to turn around to see, but unexpectedly saw Fero's hawk eyes staring at it intently, startling it and causing its wings to flail chaotically as its body fell straight down. Ha ha ha, Xiaohong. I didn't expect to see you so flustered. Fero had never seen panic on the eagle's face before. It instantly broke through its defenses, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. When he saw a warship in the distance heading towards him, he could no longer suppress his inner impulse and flew straight towards the warship like a cannonball. The ComC had no ripples at all, resembling a mirror that reflected the slowly drifting clouds in the sky and a huge piece of white paper suspended in midair. Fero, this time just use a normal attack. Let me see your growth. Zfa looked at the significantly taller Fero with some anticipation, his hands slightly clasped, his whole body covered in armed color. Armed hand clasp. Fero performed a seemingly ordinary aerial kick aimed at the center of Zephyr's hands without using armament hockey. Zephyr slowly opened his eyes and exclaimed, 6,350 points of combat power. I didn't expect your physical strength to reach the level of a Marine Colonel so quickly. Ha! You truly are my most gifted disciple. When it kind of became my student, he was only at your current level. He continued, let me see what you've learned this month. Use your full strength. 6 Styles Secret Technique. Short Strike. 6 Styles Secret Technique. Phantom. Zephyr watched Fero, who was smiling with satisfaction after his punch dispersed Fero's attack, and said, such quick reaction speed. This island has taught you quite a bit. There isn't a safe place on that island. A moment's carelessness can turn you into food. Fero instinctively swallowed and said, Teacher Zephyr, let me show you what I've learned about the creatures on the island. Fero transformed his legs into eagle claws, flipped, and released 3 shockwaves while reaching for Zephyr with a move called Storm Foot, armor-piercing spear. Zephyr stood watching Fero's performance, raised his dark wrist to block Fero's 3 energy waves, and used the penetrating technique of armament hockey. I didn't expect you to learn this on the island. Ha ha. My black wrist is specifically designed to deal with this. Come at me. Zephyr laughed heartily as he flipped his wrist to catch Fero's claws and pulled down hard. At this moment, Fero's mind was incredibly clear. He was very familiar with this feeling. He no longer believed in the paper shield dragon. His hands transformed into wings, covered in armament hockey, and he used armament, golden wing shield. Bang! Fero was sent flying, but this time not as far as before. He shook his numb legs and said, Teacher Zephyr is embedding armament hockey into the body just to guard against this. Zephyr patted his knee and lowered his legs, then began explaining to Fero, embedding armament hockey into the body not only allows you to rebound others' hockey attacks, but can also effectively deal with Devil Fruit abilities when your hockey is depleted. I was able to block Whitebeard's monstrous attacks because of this. However, his fruit ability is too terrifying. The shock waves from his fist can penetrate the entire body, causing irreparable damage. If you encounter him, retreat. If a battle is unavoidable, stay away from him and use your Thunder Fruit ability to exhaust him. When Zephyr spoke of Whitebeard, his expression was extremely serious, and his tone was very heavy, making Fero understand that this was both advice and a warning. Fero nodded, expressing strong agreement. I understand, Teacher Zephyr. Until my body reaches the strength of a Vice Admiral, I will stay by your side. I'm just a child. What strength can I have? Whitebeard shouldn't bully children, right? Fero smiled, saying he just wanted to survive and develop. Most of what is shown in anime is misleading. Karp's punch impact is the true depiction of One Piece. Whitebeard's real strength is definitely not what was shown in the Marineford War. There was a scene in the plot where he was competing in a hockey clash with Roger. This world is too dangerous. The world government has its eyes on him. As a 10-year-old child, he couldn't dare to sail freely and could only cautiously explore this world while hiding on Karp's ship. If Zephyr had seen Fero at this moment, with such a tender appearance, he would find it hard to imagine that Fero could possess the strength of a colonel at Navy headquarters, or even a vice admiral's strength at full power. Karp, that guy, can never sit still. It's good for you to go out and see the world with him in the future. Your strength is already quite impressive, but I look forward to the next time you can surprise me again. Zephyr patted Fero's shoulder, expressing his approval and anticipation for his future growth. He casually took out a belt from his pocket and said, This is a gravity belt developed by the Navy Science Division. It can increase your weight by 1 to 5 times, helping you to stimulate your body's potential faster. Fero took the belt with both hands and was just about to thank Zephyr when Zephyr had already taken out a transponder snail to talk to someone about his strength improvement. How do you know my disciple Fero has already reached the strength of a colonel at headquarters? How do you know he learned the 6 powers and awakened his dual haki a month ago? Fero looked at Zephyr with an increasingly unfamiliar gaze, rubbing his eyes hard. He never expected Zephyr to be like this. He wanted to hide his strength. Mr. Fero, you're already well known at headquarters. Teacher Zephyr, Vice Admiral Karp and Admiral Sengoku talk about you. Their proud disciple, every day. Huh. Fero was completely shocked. He had hidden it well, but was met with betrayal from his 3 masters. Arce looked at Fero, who seemed a bit unhappy, and was puzzled. However, he had come here for a reason and took out a notebook, handing it to Fero. Mr. Fero, this is the information about the legends of various islands that you asked me to investigate. But none of them are as impressive as the story of Sun Wukong. What about the tales after the havoc in heaven? Arce looked at Fero with eager eyes, unable to wait to hear. Fero took out 5 pages of paper and handed them to Yars, speaking earnestly that this is the story behind it. However, this story requires a lot of effort to write, so he can only produce a little each month. If he could obtain some permanent pointers to those islands, it might relieve his mental burden, allowing him to write more in the future. Yars looked at Fero speechlessly. He had been ridiculed by Enel for collecting these legendary stories, and now he was famous throughout the Navy headquarters. Mr. Fero, the permanent pointers are for them to go home. How could they possibly give them to me? Moreover, take these and help me buy them. The rest will be yours. Yes, sir. I promise to complete the task. Yars's eyes sparkled as he took the gold pieces from Fero's hand, giving a standard military salute with an unprecedented firmness in his tone. He intended to use the extra money to hire guards for his hometown to prevent pirate invasions. He even thought about bringing his mother to live at the headquarters so he could see her every day. Experiencing the pressure of the warship again, Fero felt a long-lost weight. The belt around his waist doubled the gravity he had to bear. This is what I experienced this month. But such an environment has indeed brought me considerable growth. Besides experiencing the warship, Fero also shared his experiences of the month with Zifa and Yars. This island was discovered while experimenting with special warships. The report provided by the Flying Squirrel mentioned that this island could be divided into 5 danger levels. Its limit is the 3rd level, while the 4th level consists of the forest surrounding the central mountain. A giant black tiger was once seen killing a 4th level ferocious beast with a single paw. We're still unclear about the strength of that tiger, so you must be careful. If you encounter it, don't hesitate to use the thunder fruit to escape. Zifa reminded Fero, munching on some grilled sea king. I understand, Fero replied, adapting to the gravity belt. Yars, hearing Fero's experiences, suddenly realized that fighting for one's life is the fastest way to increase strength. Zifa-sensei, when can I go to Beast Island for trials? Zifa looked at Yars, his eyes momentarily lost, and after a long time he said, You little rascal, let us talk about it when you graduate from me. You just learned the 6 styles and already want to undergo life and death trials? Don't think about such things without enough strength. After saying that, he knocked on the little guy's head hard, causing a big bump to form. When Fero saw a huge stone wall, he turned back to Zifa on the ship and said, Zifa-sensei, we've arrived at the Gate of Justice. I'll head back to Beast Island now. Zifa nodded upon seeing the Gate of Justice. The round trip should be enough for you to use the double gravity. I look forward to seeing your growth next month. See you next month, Zifa-sensei. Fero responded and flew towards the sky. Fero kid, from now on, try not to show all your strength. The Navy headquarters is not made up entirely of just people of justice. Our propaganda is to numb them for the future. Just show half of your improvements later. Fero looked at the signature, which was Sengoku, and finally understood the value of a wise general, truly a cunning old fox. He was still contemplating whether to hide some strength later, but now he was directly advised to hide half. After releasing lightning to burn the paper, he had the paper sculpture taken back to Beast Island. He took out the notebook that Yars had given him and began to browse through it. Sure enough, as I guessed, the phoenix, the true god of the mouth, and the mythical zoan are manifestations of these legendary creatures. Why does the world government have the confidence to say that mythical zoan is rarer than the natural type, erasing the 6th level of criminals in the river of history? O'Hara's demon-slaying order, the blank 100 years, that group must be hiding something incredible. Perhaps answers can be found in these places. There might even be unexpected gains, but without enough strength, everything is in vain. Next, he was about to enter the 2nd level. After putting away the notebook, Fero transformed into a golden eagle and sped towards Beast Island. Roar, roar. Just as Fero returned to Beast Island, he saw the weak tiger brother roaring at him. Eat. Then quickly go get stronger, or I'll treat you as food. Fero took some lightning-roasted mice from the white paper space and threw them to the striped giant tiger. Xiao He, defeat me, and I'll give you your share of food, Fero said as he rushed towards the air where Xiao He, the giant eagle, was. Xiao He let out a long cry, spun in midair, and released a massive wind blade. Philo's eyes lit up at the sight of the giant eagle, Xiaohong, executing an attack. Wow, Xiaohong, you've even learned this move. Armed rebound, golden wing. The doubled gravity hindered his attack speed to some extent, but he spread his wings in front of him the moment he was hit, rebounding the attack back. Although gravity affected him now, once he adapted and lifted the restrictions, his speed would see a significant boost. Moreover, Philo could feel that the greater effect of gravity, akin to a biological electric field, stimulated the potential within his body and enhanced his entire physique. This time it was a stalemate. After finally defeating you once, I didn't expect to go back. Here, eat this, it's your portion. After exhausting his energy fighting Xiaohong, Philo lay on the ground to recover a bit and pulled out a grilled fish for Xiaohong. He also took out some grilled iron-headed rabbits and started controlling the paper tiger beside him to hunt for food. A lightning clone split off from his body and flew into the sky. Suddenly, the sky over Beast Island became overcast with dark clouds, lightning flickered, and a giant dragon made of lightning twisted in the air, displaying terrifying power. The colorful giant tiger and the giant eagle, Xiaohong, instinctively looked towards Philo in the distance, gradually retreating with expressions full of fear. Thunderlaw body, refining Thunder Dragon. With a loud shout, Philo stored the gravity belt into the white paper space. The Thunder Dragon in the sky immediately began to coil around him, tiny bolts of lightning connecting to Philo's body, transforming him into a little blue being. The dazzling blue light illuminated the shores of Beast Island, and the colorful giant tiger and giant eagle, Xiaohong, submitted to the Thunder Dragon, which also prompted a massive tiger roar from the distant mountains. After a while, the Thunder Dragon dissipated, and Philo's entire body appeared charred like coal. However, the colorful giant tiger and giant eagle, Xiaohong, knew that Philo was still alive. Lightning snakes emerged from the charcoal, gradually forming a humanoid figure made of electricity. The heavenly thunder is indeed powerful. The biological electric field enhances the microscopic cells and genes within my body, while heavenly thunder strengthens my organs. Maintaining such body refinement will make me stronger and stronger. I not only play with mutations, but I also play with technology. My achievements in biological modification surpass those of my previous life, and that great king from 800 years ago was probably also a master in this area. Philo took out a piece of paper from his pocket, looking thoughtfully at the information on it. Those people from the old era's MADS seemed difficult to approach. Vegapunk is under the supervision of the world government, and Bakin Gom specializes in cloning. That guy Caesar is always messing with death weapons. And Judge is all about modified humans who abandon emotions, while Quinn is with Kaido. But I also have talents. Once I reach the 3rd level, I can find them and train them well. I will definitely not lose to MADS in the future. Time to speed things up. This is a matter of these few years. I must quickly improve my strength. Philo put away the paper with several names written on it, took out the giant wolf killed by the colorful giant tiger during the day from the white paper space, skillfully removed the inedible parts, and took out the grill. Lightning barbecue. In February 1512, 3 tall figures stood in the middle of the Navy headquarters port, accompanied by a young man and a child. Instructor Zephyr, Vice Admiral Karp, and Admiral Sengoku, along with Flying Mantis Yars and Apple King Enel gathered at the port to welcome someone. It was said to be a super monster with talent more terrifying than the 3 admirals, possessing the ability to control lightning and white paper, just like Admiral Sengoku, being a mythical Zoan fruit user. Instructor Zephyr mentioned last month that Philo's strength could already match that of Vice Admiral Mongoose. What? At just 12 years old, he has combat power comparable to a Vice Admiral of the headquarters? Huh. Today's young people are truly frightening. Such a powerful lightning ability. What legendary creature could it be? The yellow monkey, trimming his nails by the window, looked up at the sky and said slowly. The 3 figures of Sengoku in the port instinctively sensed danger and immediately activated their observation haki, then looked up at the sky simultaneously. That brat. Is he planning to attack the Navy headquarters? Ha ha ha. This kid must be wanting to show off his strength and not let me test him. As expected of my disciple, he has the potential of an admiral. Quickly, look at the sky. With a shout, everyone looked up, seeing a large, flickering blue lightning cloud rapidly approaching the Navy headquarters. Once the dark cloud reached above the Navy headquarters, the thunder coalesced into a giant thunder dragon, roaring towards the Navy headquarters, creating an immense sense of pressure that made the Navy soldiers grip their weapons tightly. Is that lightning? How can there be dragon-shaped lightning? This must be a joke. Look, there's a person on the thunder dragon. Is an enemy attack? Prepare for battle. Everyone, don't panic. The one in the sky is my disciple. Sengoku shouted hurriedly as the atmosphere became tense. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck directly down, landing in front of Sengoku and the others. As the lightning gradually weakened, a giant golden eagle appeared before everyone. Ha ha, Instructor Zephyr, Vice Admiral Karp, Admiral Sengoku, Yars Enel, isn't my thunder dragon handsome? You brat, if I didn't know better, I'd think you were planning to attack the headquarters. Karp quickly moved to Philo's side, wanting to give him a loving punch, but he only hid an illusion. I just wanted them to see my strength, to showcase your excellent teaching. After dodging Karp's attack, Philo waved his hand helplessly. Brubru, Brubru. Admiral Sengoku. The kingdom of Iceflint on the East Sea is under attack by the Mad Lion pirates and is requesting our support. I will send people to assist immediately. Sengoku turned to Philo after hearing the news. Philo, your graduation assessment has come. The opponent is a pirate with a bounty of 500 million. Are you confident? 500 million. Admiral Sengoku, this must be a joke. Are you sending Mr. Philo to confront such a powerful pirate? Yars beside them was completely stunned upon hearing the bounty. His graduation trial pirate only had a bounty of 150 million, and he barely made it back. A pirate with a bounty of 500 million is comparable to the 7 warlords of the sea. Yars couldn't believe this was real. Don't worry, Yars, I can handle it. Iceflint, found it, I'm off. Philo took out a permanent pointer from the white paper space and immediately transformed into a golden eagle, disappearing from spot. That Mad Lion is a user of the cat fruit, ancient type, mountain lion form, and possesses strong armament hockey. That guy is a pirate who couldn't even take down the ghost spider. Can Philo handle it? Karp looked at Zephyr beside him inquiringly. That kid Philo will definitely be able to take down the Mad Lion, and the captain of the National Guard of Iceflint is a powerful swordsman as well, who can also help share some of the burden. Zephyr's face was full of confidence in Philo. In the past 2 years, every time he went to test Philo's strength, he could see his growth, and he had even let Philo hide half of his strength. Now, Philo's true strength was probably only known to himself. Zephyr conservatively estimated that he could become a candidate for Admiral. Iceflint, the kingdom that controls the power of the Tempest Griffin. I hope it can bring me some surprises. Philo murmured to himself. Yars had recorded the legends of this kingdom in his notebook and even provided him with a permanent pointer. Lightning speed, Philo shouted. His speed surged, transforming into a streak of light flying towards the direction indicated by the pointer, while his stamina rapidly depleted. Guys go wild. Yes, boss. On the eastern coast of Iceflint, a group of fierce pirates rushed madly towards the port, wantonly slaughtering civilians on those merchant ships, robbing gold and silver treasures. Stop. Hand over the treasures. A pirate who had just jumped off a ship leaped toward a middle-aged man holding a black briefcase. Damn pirate, stop. As the voice fell, a powerful slash cleaved the jumping pirate in half. The pirates who were looting stopped their actions upon witnessing this scene and quickly found a hidden place to hide. Lord Lestreep has arrived. The shore is safe. Hurry up and rush to land. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the people on the merchant ships quickly rushed ashore and ran towards the distance. Royal Swordsman Lestreep, I am the Raging Lion brand. Haha, come entertain me. A voice echoed, followed by a massive lion charging towards Lestreep. The lion has appeared. The swordsman Lestreep looked grimly at the giant lion rushing over, crouching slightly and gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. In an instant, as the lion approached, a flash of sword light passed by. Iato slash. A large amount of blood splattered from the lion. Its fur gradually stained with blood. Its eyes turned red, and it began to laugh maniacally. Ha ha. Not good. The captain is injured. The captain is going to go mad. The members of the Raging Lion pirate crew became frightened upon seeing the lion's appearance and hastily fled on their ship. Lion's rampage. The lion gradually stood up, trampling buildings and continuously swinging its claws, creating powerful wind blades that turned everything around into ruins. Damn it. Damn pirate, stop. The swordsman Lestreep shouted in anger, his long knife covered in hockey slashing fiercely at the Mad Lion brand. Ding. Brand raised his left arm, blocking Lestreep's blade with his claw covered in hockey. his blood-red eyes staring at Lestreep, then revealing a strange smile. Little bug, die. With great force, he swung his right claw at Lestreep, as if trying to squash an insect. Boom! Lestreep was sent flying by Brand, crashing hard to the ground and creating a massive pit, kicking up a cloud of dust. So weak. So weak. Your strength cannot bring me pleasure. I see no need for this country to exist anymore, Brand said, looking slightly bored at Lestreep, who had been sent flying, before turning towards the palace, standing in the center. Stop! Lestreep shouted at Brand, quickly charging towards him. In just a few breaths, he reached behind Brand and leaped up to unleash a massive blade of energy. Howling gale, slash. A long blood mark appeared behind Brand, and a fragment of a hero fell. Lestreep, you shall die. Brand instantly transformed back into human form, clutching his lower body and rolling on the ground in pain, continuously howling. Sorry, I didn't mean to, Lestreep said awkwardly as he looked at the indescribable fragment of a hero on the ground, feeling an inexplicable pain. But upon seeing the city turn to ruins, Lestreep became furious, raising his knife towards Brand's head. Short pain is better than long pain. Brand, let me help you find release. Damn it. Damn it. I want you dead. Brand's intense anger masked the pain he felt, transforming back into a giant lion to push Lestreep back, continuously swinging his claws, with countless wind blades causing huge cracks in the ground. Howling storm. Lestreep also swung his knife, the powerful slashes able to withstand Brand's multiple wind blades. However, it was a massive drain on him, forcing him to retreat while defending. The lion stomped, with Brand's paw covered in hockey, fiercely stepping towards Lestreep. Both paws stomping like bullets on a single spot, leaving behind huge paw prints. Heaven's punishment, Thunder Dragon. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking Brand, the exploding thunder leaving him severely injured, with the smell of burning fur and roasted meat filling the air. The raging lightning dealt a heavy blow to Brand's wounds, and he clutched his lower body, letting out a painful howl. The intense pain and continuous electric shocks overwhelmed his brain and heart, causing him to briefly lose consciousness. Is this it? A 500 million bounty pirate with such little ability? Hiss. Fero appeared before Brand, witnessing a terrifying scene, and felt a slight pain in his lower body, transforming into lightning to distance himself from the man beside him. No, I didn't mean to. His body was too tall. I jumped just right to that position. You have to believe me. Lestreep quickly explained as he watched the person who easily defeated Brand move away from him. We are still short of an executioner in the Navy's advanced city. Your skills are very suitable. If needed, I can recommend you, Fero said, looking at Lestreep. So ruthless, Fero said cautiously, glancing at Lestreep, fearing he might stab him. Controlling a paper sculpture, he approached Brand, taking him away from the current city, secretly sending Brand into a special white paper space before finally breathing a sigh of relief. No need. I'm a guardian captain of this country, Lestreep. Are you from the nearby G-26 Navy base? Lestreep sheathed his long knife and inquired. He was the guardian captain of the Iswalin's kingdom, a renowned swordsman in the New World, and being an executioner would be an insult to his swordsmanship. It was all just an accident. He didn't mean it. No, I am an intern Navy from the Navy headquarters. The pirates have been eliminated. The rest will be handled by you, Fero said to Lestreep, and in the next moment, he transformed into lightning and disappeared from the spot. Fero, another terrifying monster has appeared in the Navy. Such terrifying strength at such a young age. Lestreep murmured as he looked at the disappearing Fero. Interference paper array. Arriving on the ship of the raging lion pirates, Fero set up a paper array to interfere with the information, then took out a piece of white paper, stepping into it and arriving beside Brand. That person looks pretty normal. Didn't expect him to be so ruthless. Damn it. Still can't underestimate others, Fero said, shaking his head as he looked at Brand's mangled body. Then controlled 2 lightning orbs to strike Brand's head and heart, shouting, "Let me help you find release." Brand's head and heart were blown open, resulting in his complete death, and his body returned to its original form. Fero was completely unconcerned about Brand's changes, fixated on the fruits placed beside him. Soon, one of the fruits transformed into the shape of a devil fruit. Haha, success. It seems this space can't escape from me. Fero exclaimed excitedly as he picked up the devil fruit. However, he gradually calmed down, realizing that one success didn't mean much. He needed to conduct several more experiments to ensure rigor. After obtaining the fruit, Fero quickly left the white paper space, as living beings couldn't survive there for long. Not even him. After all, finding those fruits again would be quite difficult. Moreover, to obtain the white tiger fruit, he needed to achieve sufficient results. After storing the fruit, Fero took out a map he had obtained from seeing some pirates digging holes in the sky, along with a notebook that mentioned a huge treasure, supposedly related to the legend of Iswalins. Was the invasion of Iswalins by the Mad Lion brand due to this treasure map? Fero looked at the treasure map, which indicated a location not far from the shore in the mountains. Although there was a high probability it could be a prank by someone else, it was right in front of him, and he had to investigate thoroughly. He tossed Brand into the sea to feed the Sea Kings, recalled the card, and collected all the treasures from the pirate ship into the white paper space. After dismantling the ship completely, he discovered several more treasure maps and another devil fruit, which he also stored in the white paper space before leaving, feeling satisfied. Returning to Iswalins, he arrived at the spot where the pirates had been digging. His observation hockey couldn't tell if there was anything inside, so he transformed his finger into lightning, finger gun, thunder spear, and the penetrating power of the lightning instantly created a finger-sized hole in the ground. Through the lightning perception, Fero discovered a space 3 meters underground. To his surprise, there was indeed an unexpected delight. Fero transformed into lightning and entered the underground space through the hole. He then saw a massive underground city, with a statue of a lion-bodied, bird-headed creature with wings towering in the center, just as described in the notebook given to him by Yars. This legendary creature from the history of Iswalins controlled the power of the storm, and its enormous eyes stared at Fero, seemingly warning him. Why would someone build a city like this? Just as Fero was puzzled by the city, he spotted something that delighted him. Haha, I didn't expect to find a surprise. I wonder if this devil fruit belongs to this guy, Fero said while playing with the brown, apple-shaped devil fruit in his hand, looking at the griffin statue beneath him. Forget it, Teacher Sengoku has the white tiger fruit. I'll give this one to Enel since he is his boss. Fero stored the fruit along with a pile of gold treasures and casually tossed out a piece of white paper, stepping forward into it, leaving another piece of white paper floating downwards. In a room filled with white paper at the Navy headquarters, Fero slowly walked out from a floating white paper. The consumption of the teleportation white paper is enormous. Fero felt the significant depletion of his stamina and quickly took out some roasted meat to eat. This was the result of his development of the paper fruit, creating teleportation white paper that consumed a lot of stamina. Over the past 2 years, he had made quite a bit. Most of the exported white paper was at the Navy headquarters, with some on him. Long-distance teleportation consumed more stamina the farther the distance, and they were all one-time use. Creating them required consumption, and teleporting also required consumption, but these were just minor issues for him. Stepping out of the room, he found Zifa and Karp nearby, as well as Sengoku's living area. This was the only absolutely safe place. Teacher Zifa, Fero exclaimed. Fero, did you finish so quickly? Zifa, who was about to teach the new recruits, asked when he saw Fero. The white paper room was set up by Fero himself, and it had already been tested, so Zifa wasn't surprised to see Fero coming out. However, he couldn't believe that Fero had dealt with the Mad Lion brand so quickly, sparking his curiosity about Fero's true strength. A person named Lestreep has already injured him. I just want to pick up the pieces. Fero recalled Brand's miserable state and couldn't help but shiver. It's terrifying to cripple someone like that, isn't it? Teacher Zifa, are there any talented newcomers in the Navy this year? Fero asked Zifa, who was holding a list. There are indeed 2 capable users. One has the reverse fruit ability, and the other has the flourishing fruit ability. However, they still fall short compared to your talent, Zifa said, pulling out 2 files. Upon hearing these names, Fero's pupils shrank instantly, and he turned back to his room to take out a piece of white paper, saying to Zifa, Teacher Zifa, please carry this teleportation paper with you for convenience in finding you later. With your speed, do you still need to waste the teleportation paper? Zifa said, but he still placed the piece of white paper into his pocket. Fei Luo let out a sigh of relief only after Fei put the item in his pocket. Seeing the purple-haired tough guy smiling, he couldn't help but smile back. Now that Ein and Binzi had just joined, there was still some time before the graduation assessment, and he had to be well prepared, staying close to Karp at all times. When the time came, he could go with Karp to ensure everything would go smoothly. After Fero made his plan, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly bid farewell to Teacher Zifa, saying, I'll first go report to Admiral Sengoku. No wonder he is the disciple of the old man. He has developed the fruit's abilities to this extent, and his body and hockey have not fallen behind. Unlike that Polysolino kid, Zifa murmured as he watched Fero leave, feeling somewhat helpless when talking about Kizuru. In the Marine Admiral's office, Admiral Sengoku. I have completed my graduation assessment, and all targets have been eliminated, Fero said while saluting Sengoku. Fero, in the future, Try to capture any ability users you encounter. After the fruit is reborn, it can easily create a great pirate, Sengoku said to Fero with a serious tone. Understood, Admiral Sengoku, Fero replied seriously, affirming that he would no longer kill. However, if they ended up in the white paper space, their deaths would not concern him. He did not take action. Interference paper array. Fero quickly used his cards to create an electromagnetic interference circle around the office. Kid Fero, the world government wants you to join CP0. If you refuse, your future promotions won't be so simple, Sengoku said. Don't worry, Admiral. I won't go, even if it means being a rookie for life. Fero firmly refused upon hearing about the world government. They won't easily give up, Sengoku sighed, and then handed Fero a fruit he had prepared. Take this. Did you not say you would wait until I earned most of the Navy's recognition before giving it to me? Fero asked, puzzled as he took the fruit. I'll observe you for a while longer, Sengoku said as he reached out to take the fruit back. Then, thank you, Admiral, Fero said as he took a step back, transforming into a golden eagle and swallowing the white tiger fruit in one bite. But he still couldn't escape the terrible taste. Ha ha, it's not a good thing for you, Kid Fero, to eat multiple devil fruits, Sengoku said, feeling happy as he watched Fero's distressed expression. The taste of a devil fruit is something one can never forget. And having eaten it 4 times, Sengoku inexplicably felt a sense of respect for Fero. Kid Fero, eating this 4 times is something else. Sengoku gave Fero a thumbs up. Faced with Sengoku's mockery, Fero felt an urge to feed the mountain lion fruit into Sengoku's mouth. Admiral, I want to try this devil fruit-S abilities on you. What do you think? Feeling 2 new powers within him, Fero was eager to test the strength of this fruit. Cough cough, I'm still a bit busy with official matters. So let's skip it. Go and collect your military uniform. Sengoku quickly changed the subject. Admiral, Major Saros, Fero, obey the order and immediately go to the logistics department to collect your military uniform. Sengoku suddenly stood up and shouted. Yes, Admiral. Fero responded with a salute and put away his cards before leaving the Admiral's office. At this moment, he finally understood why Karp liked to use Sengoku's power. Being an admiral has its perks. Sengoku chuckled as he watched Fero leave, feeling satisfied. The cat fruit, mythical zoan, white tiger form. I know this fruit's abilities well. Its claws can penetrate everything, and it has the power to control fierce winds and ice. BRBR bring Admiral Sengoku. There's turmoil in Dressrosa. And the Shichibukai, Doflamingo has appeared in Dressrosa, requesting support. Doflamingo? I understand, I'll send someone over, Sengoku said, feeling an inexplicable anger at the mention of that name. However, thinking of his identity, he sighed helplessly. Polyasolino, there's turmoil in Dressrosa. Go check out the situation. Yes. The next morning, in a courtyard of the Marine headquarters at Marineford, there were 2 tall apple trees laden with red apples, and a young man was watering them as part of his daily routine. Oi, Enel, you take care of this apple tree very well, Fero said as he picked an apple and took a bite. Not bad, quite tasty. Fero, it's been 2 years. Where's my devil fruit? There's still no sign of it. Put down my apple. Enel shouted at Fero as soon as he saw him. Then he used Jeppo to rush up and attempted to punch Fero. With a fruit appearing in his hand, he quickly came to Fero's side. Boss, this is the best. Try this. Yeah, it's indeed good. Fero appreciated Enel's rapid change of expression, making the apple seem even more delicious. Enel looked at the devil fruit with some uncertainty, because he had previously seen Zifa's devil fruit encyclopedia and had no impression of this fruit's abilities. This fruit's ability is a mythical zoan. If you don't want it, then fine, Fero said, unable to help but speak as he saw Enel hesitating. I want it, of course. Enel immediately ate it without hesitation upon hearing Fero say it was a mythical zoan. However, he soon encountered a taste that was very hard to accept. Ha ha, Enel, don't you dare throw up. If you don't fully eat it, you 1T gain the ability. You have to eat it all to obtain the full power. Fero laughed as he saw Enel's constipated expression and reminded him kindly. Enel, hearing Fero's words, didn't doubt much and forced himself to finish it. He then quickly ate a few apples to cleanse his palate. The taste was indeed as disgusting as the rumor suggested. However, it was all worth it. Yo! Enel transformed into a griffin with wings on his back, standing 5 meters tall and having a 10-meter wingspan that covered a large area. Oi, go play in the sky. Don't experiment here. Fero knew what he wanted to do by looking at him, and with a thunder mountain, he kicked him into the sky. Oh boss, are you serious? Enel cried out in pain. Indeed, it's the mythical zoan griffin fruit. According to legend, its ability is to control the wind and greatly enhance speed. Fero took out a notebook and flipped through it to read about the legend of the griffin. What is that? It seems to have appeared from the Apple King's apple tree. Could it be that his apple tree grew a mythical zoan? How is that possible? How could that be? I've grown fruits for 10 years without seeing anything. Right, that's impossible. What kind of devil fruit is that? A bird fruit? No, it looks like a lion. The giant griffin that Enel transformed into attracted the attention of the marine soldiers, some of whom stared and prepared for battle. What is this? Is this the Fero who annihilated the mad lion? A tall man wearing a white hat and a justice cloak looked up at the sky in confusion. Mr. Sakazuki, it is said that Fero's fruit ability is a giant golden eagle. Someone next to him, a man with a sheath sword, said, testing abilities using pirates. What is the use of doing this? Move out, pursue the Black Panther pirates. Sakazuki coldly snorted at Enel in the sky. To him, abilities were meant to eliminate evil. Not for show. Completely eradicating evil was the justice he upheld. Yes, with a straight posture, resolute eyes, unwavering justice ideals, and immense strength. This is the Navy model Admiral Sakazuki. After eliminating the threat from O'Hara, he fully engaged in the Marineford War, even breaking Akiji's leg. And his daily routine revolves around eradicating pirates. You can say many things about him, but his strength and belief in justice are evident to all. Whose devil fruit ability is this? I remember that Fero's ability doesn't look like this, thought the Navy's candidate Admiral Shiwan as he looked up at Enel in the sky. Somewhat puzzled. Tama, marry me, said a middle-aged man, kneeling on one knee next to Shiwan, who was only half his height. I refuse, Tama directly stated, and then turned to leave. Chibuda seemed to hear a shattering sound, feeling his world turn dark, and he collapsed to the ground in despair. Sure enough, she rejected him without hesitation. A nearby Navy officer showed a satisfied expression after witnessing this, and said to another Navy soldier, "See, my guess was correct. It must be that my attitude wasn't sincere enough. Next time I should bring flowers." Soon, Chibuda rallied himself again and began to reflect on his experience. She just doesn't see you that way. You idiot, shouted a nearby Navy officer, speechless. Impossible. A handsome man like me. How could Tama not like me? The beauties on the D. Desoro told me that themselves, Chibuda said as he took out a mirror to admire his face. The nearby Navy officer had never been so speechless in his life, covering his face as he left, afraid of being influenced by Chibuda. Wanting to pursue someone while flirting with other beauties in front of them, they finally understood why Tama had rejected him without hesitation. Fero is definitely going to throw out a 9 himself here, because his skills are simply off the charts. Just now, Enel, who had just gained the power of the devil fruit, was flying freely in the sky. His extreme flying speed made him disappear in an instant, only to suddenly appear above Marineford. Oh, look at my power of the gale. Enel transformed into a griffin, soaring freely in the sky, and as he flapped his wings, a strong hurricane was generated, dispersing the white clouds above. Enel, where's yours? Fero flashed like lightning to Enel's back, his justice cloak fluttering in the wind. He went out with Old Man Karp to carry out a mission. He usually guards the waters near his village, and he only just appeared at headquarters yesterday after you returned. Enel paused for a moment before responding to Fero. Fei Luo's speed caught him off guard as he suddenly appeared behind him. However, he didn't mind. If Fei Luo's strength wasn't strong, then he would be the boss. That was fine. He had intended to take him to Baika for some fun. Let's go back to Baika, Fei Luo said, pulling out a permanent pointer to Magic Valley Town, pointing southwest. Set off. Understood, let's go. Anilu flapped his wings vigorously in the direction Fei Luo indicated, instantly disappearing from his spot. Boss, what are you going to do in Baika? They really dislike people from Qinghai, Anilu said, a flash of hatred in his eyes, because he had been bullied by them since he was a child due to his lack of wings. If it weren't for the place I found, I might have died a long time ago. I'm going to fulfill a promise with someone and also find some things. It might take some time, Fei Luo replied, then looked at Anilu. Don't you want to go back and see your apple tree? It's been 2 years. I wonder how it's grown? Anilu recalled his apple tree. Although there were many on Qinghai, the one had grown up with him. Memories flooded back, and he realized that the apple he thought was rotten was actually the thunder fruit mentioned in his ancestors' legends. He had regretted it, and even held a grudge after learning the truth. However, the teachings from Fa over the past 2 years had helped him move on. If it weren't for Fei Luo bringing him to Qinghai, he might not have gained the strength he had now. Besides, he now possessed the power of a devil fruit, a mythical zoan type. Snapping back to reality, Anilu turned to Fei Luo and asked, what kind of things is the boss looking for? Do you need my help? I want to find some blueprints related to places connected with your ancestors. Do you know where they might be? Fei Luo pondered, thinking that Anilu, being a local, might know something. Blueprints? I lived in a place that had a lot of those. I'm not sure which one you want. Anilu recalled the strange place he had always lived, filled with many books and similar items. Then let's go check it out. First, we'll go to the place you mentioned. And then we can look for her when we leave. Fei Luo remembered that the Ark of the Proverb was found by Anilu, and thought to check it out. Understood, Anilu said, increasing his speed slightly, occasionally releasing powerful wind blades towards the sea, gradually adapting to the power of the Devil Fruit. The Griffin Devil Fruit's ability is to control fierce winds and greatly enhance your own speed. In addition to wind blades, it can also create powerful tornadoes, lifting seawater, soil, and trees to increase its power. Try to feel the power of the wind. Let it help you push through the air and increase your flight speed. Fei Luo guided Anilu while also developing his own White Tiger Devil Fruit. The White Tiger Devil Fruit has multiple abilities similar to the Azure Dragon Fruit, with the most powerful being claws that can penetrate everything, followed by the ability to expel ice and unleash powerful wind blades. However, it doesn't have the extreme vitality like Kaido's Azure Dragon Fruit. Instead, it increases speed, but the increase in vitality is equally monstrous. Using the abilities ISNT as free-flowing as the Thunder Fruit, and to unleash the strongest power, one must fully be Astify, which carries the risk of exposure. Thinking of this, Fei Luo couldn't help but sigh. But that's fine. When I report back to Teacher Sengoku, I'll just mention this reason. He saw me transform into a white tiger, and I solved the problem to avoid exposure without making a mistake. Fei Luo thought to himself that this was a perfect explanation. As Anilu continued to fly, his speed gradually increased, and a vast expanse of white clouds appeared before them. At that moment, Fei Luo glanced below and, with his powerful vision, saw a figure on a small island. Anilu quickly flew up, recalling his memories, and soon arrived at a massive cloud mountain. Boss, this is the place. There are many things like those in the Navy Scientific Division. Anilu led Fei Luo into this enormous space. The entire space was incredibly dim, giving off a strange vibe. Fei Luo unleashed a strong bolt of lightning to illuminate the area. However, Fei Luo noticed that his lightning ability seemed to be absorbed by something. Interesting. Let us see how much you can swallow. The powerful lightning erupted, and a vast space lit up, revealing things that left Fei Luo in shock. As some shell-like lights on the ceiling lit up, a gigantic laboratory came into view, filled almost entirely with books and materials. One wall depicted a massive flying ship. The wall was also covered with characters that Fei Luo couldn't understand, but they looked very much like the words from the historical text before his crossing. Boss, can you understand these characters? Anilu asked, munching on an apple while looking at Fei Luo, who was staring at the wall. Of course I can't understand them, but I know where to find someone who can. Fei Luo turned to the books and found the writing on them equally incomprehensible. Is this the blueprint? Anilu approached the wall and picked up a stack of blueprints, asking. After Fei Luo took them, he realized it was indeed the Ark of the Proverb from a story. Haha, this is it. Now, my ship can be built. Fei Luo flipped through the blueprints, his face filled with uncontrollable joy. Suddenly, Fei Luo remembered something and, clutching the blueprints, exited the laboratory. Activating his observation hotkey, he quickly located a person with a strong body electric wave. Let us go find this so-called God of the Empty Island, Fei Luo said to Anilu, who had followed him out, transforming into a golden eagle and flying into the distance. Boss, let us race to see who is faster. Anilu flew beside Fei Luo, his eyes full of provocation, easily surpassing him. Bring it on. Fei Luo knew this kid was like an air-filled balloon, expanding his body into a bolt of lightning, constantly flickering forward, moving thousands of meters with each flicker, easily overtaking Anilu. Fero recalled that the shipwrights on Sky Island, who could craft the Ark of the Proverb, must have some skills, and perhaps he could find a few young geniuses. Moreover, Sky Island is so secluded, making it very convenient for him to bring people here to develop technology. The special shellfish on Sky Island, the Sandia warriors as a fighting race, and the peculiar creatures in the cloud sea would surely sell like crazy in the blue sea. Boss, your speed is too fast. Enel struck a surrender pose at Fero. Enel, a man shouldn't say fast. He should say ferocious, Fero said with a dark face. Blue sea people? How did you get here? Ganfuer, clad in white armor, immediately raised his weapon at Fero and Enel upon seeing them. He had seen too many blue sea people come here, almost all of whom were vicious pirates, and it was all about killing and plundering. People from the blue sea? The Sandia chief beside them seemed to recall something while looking at Fero and Enel. Ganfuer, don't get excited. We're the Navy, not pirates. Fero quickly turned around to reveal his justice cloak. The Navy? So you are the guardians of the Blue Sea. I won't be fooled again, Ganfuer said as he moved closer to them, and then launched a sneak attack. WK, you're sneak attacking. You can't handle it, you little trash. You have no strength. You don't even dare to face me head on. Where are you playing at? Fero was immediately stabbed, producing a bizarre electric sound. WK, boss. Is that how you make that sound? It's so funny, ha ha ha. Enel couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Fero's sound. Under the clear sky, lying in the soft white clouds, felt as if numerous little hands were massaging his back. Now, do you believe we are the Navy? If we were pirates, why would I talk to you? I'd just send you to swim in the Yellow Springs. Fero lay on the island cloud, displaying a helpless expression. Then may I ask why Mr. Fero is here? Ganfuer, whose body had turned somewhat dark, spoke softly. Ha ha, boss, his voice sounds like yours just now. Enel laughed mercilessly at Ganfuer's electric-sounding voice. Although Ganfuer was very angry, he dared not make any move. Fero's strength was too powerful, to the point that he couldn't comprehend it. Enel, stop laughing. When you laugh, I'll laugh too. Ha ha ha. Fero looked at Enel's laughing appearance and also laughed unkindly. Ahem, I came here to ask you about this blueprint. Fero forcibly suppressed his laughter, took out the blueprint of the Ark of the Proverb, and handed it to Ganfuer. This writing? Where did you find this? Ganfuer looked at Fero in shock, not understanding why this blueprint appeared in Fero's possession. This is the writing of my ancestors, and the ship on it is the legendary ship known as the Ark of the Proverb, exclusive to the gods. I found it in a hidden place. If you can translate the writing into the common language of the Blue Sea, I will take you to find the place where I found this blueprint. Fero observed Ganfuer's expression. Really? I'll translate it right now. Ganfuer was about to leave when Fero pulled him back. Don't rush. Let's deal with your matters first. Fero brought Ganfuer to the side of the Sandia chief. Mr. Fero, are you also going to compete for the Holy Land? The Sandia chief's eyes suddenly turned a bit hostile. He and Ganfuer had worked hard to reach an agreement, and most people on both sides agreed to live together in the Holy Land, which would bring peace to Sky Island. However, the force before them was too powerful, strong enough to leave him feeling a bit desperate. Even their tribe's war demons would not be a match for Fero. Don't misunderstand, I'm not interested in that small island, but I need that gold. If you agree, I can help you light the Kindora lamp. Fero smiled at them. He knew too well what these Sandia people wanted. They needed to return to live on Gaia Island, fulfill the agreement between their ancestors and Nolan, and guard the historical texts. They didn't place as much importance on gold. Fero looked at Chief Sandia, hesitating for a moment before continuing. I can guarantee that no one will stop you, and I can give you a powerful force that will allow your warriors to gain strength comparable to Kargra. Don't you want the descendants of Norland to hear the bell? Do you know where the descendants of Norland are? Please tell them we've been waiting. Upon hearing Fero's words, Chief Sandia became extremely excited. He is on a small island 10,000 meters beneath our feet, here to fulfill the promise to Norland. He wants to prove that Zyangwilla exists for his ancestors. Fero looked at Chief Sandia and slowly said, upon hearing this, Chief Sandia was immediately moved to tears. The Sandia people have always been fighting to reclaim their homeland. The reason they agreed to live together with the people of the Sky Island is that he wants to fulfill the promise made by his ancestors and Norland within his lifetime. Mr. Fero, we Sandia people are willing to give everything. We hope you can help us fulfill the promise. Chief Sandia, knowing that the descendants of Norland were waiting, hurriedly approached Fero to ask for help. Of course, our Navy loves to help others, and we also do not wish for you to have another war. That small island belongs to everyone. Everyone can live there. Don't you agree? As Fero spoke, he released a bolt of lightning that turned a giant cloud beast into blood mist. Gonful and Chief Sandia exchanged glances and quickly held each other's hands to show their closeness to Fero. Is this what we are preparing to discuss? If he doesn't come, we will stop the war, one said. I don't know. He suddenly appeared. Maybe it's just for fun, the other replied. The two exchanged looks, feeling speechless about Fero, but they didn't dare to voice their thoughts, fearing they might turn into hero fragments. Mr. Fero, then I will go translate, Gonful said, holding the blueprints. Seeing Fero nod, he quickly mounted his bird-turned horse and left. Enel, go to Qinghai and bring a person from the edge of the small island here, and take him to the Sky Island over there, Fero said as he turned to Enel, who was eating an apple. Understood, Enel replied and transformed into a griffin, disappearing from the spot. You take your people back to your homeland. I will place the golden bell over there, and you can ring it whenever you want, Fero said, flying towards the huge vine on the small island. Thank you for your help, Mr. Fero. Chief Sandia expressed his gratitude with a gesture. After Fero disappeared, he couldn't wait to tell his people the good news. He went to an open area, opened a gap, and burrowed in. Floating in the air was a cloud river, with many winged children bouncing around on the white clouds, chasing and playing. Now that I think about it, I'm only 12 years old. I still don't have enough strength. I need to keep working hard to give that guy a big surprise, Fero thought as he watched the children play for a while before continuing on. A gigantic city came into view, and Fero couldn't contain his excitement and the smile on his face. Seeing this city meant he was not far from the Golden Country. The Golden Country, the Sky Island. Everything here belongs to me, ha ha ha. Suddenly, a huge snake appeared, slithering through the massive city, skillfully avoiding trees and buildings, as if patrolling its territory. How'd this snake survive? 400 years. Fero looked at the Lord of the Void in confusion. It was named by Norland. In the world of One Piece, the only things that can extend life are pure gold, the immortal surgery, or powerful technology for biological evolution. Or could it be that the Sky Island can extend the lifespan of living beings? Fero pondered the information in his mind, but soon he stopped thinking. Let the professionals deal with professional matters. The sea train should have been completed by now, and he would let France study it later. Continuing forward, he saw a city made entirely of gold, with a giant void in the center, which was the place for the Golden Bell. He slowly ascended into the sky, breaking through the clouds to reach the highest point. Some details and plot may differ. A gigantic golden bell appeared before Fero's eyes, swept here by the soaring sea currents, causing Kargra to leave with regrets and making Norland the king of stories. Felu controlled the paper beast to put the golden bell back in its place, restoring the completeness of the Golden Land. At this moment, he remembered that it was around this time that the descendants of Nolan should have just arrived in Mogu Town. This place was still regarded by Gonfu as his sacred dwelling, keeping people away. He had just seen Gonfu discussing with Chief Sandia about stopping the fighting and living together. However, the plan was disrupted by Enel, leading to the Golden Bell not being rung, and then Nolan's descendant, Kalikai, had been diving to search for it. This plot arrangement is indeed reasonable. Regardless, this place can now be considered my territory. The Sky Island shell is specifically sold to those nobles in the Blue Sea, and I can buy some items from the Blue Sea to help them live, making a bit of profit in between. Felu looked down from a high place, beginning to plan for the future of the Sky Island. The Sky Island shell will first be sold to the Celestial Dragons, and then I can get some good things from those wealthy people, which will also encourage the nobles to follow suit and make purchases. Then, I will buy large quantities of daily necessities to send to the Sky Island for sale, or allow them to exchange through the Sky Island shell. Research areas, commercial areas, entertainment areas, residential areas, etc. gradually emerged in Felu's mind, and he finally determined the general direction. Boss, it's this guy. Enel brought Kalikai before Felu. Feluo looked at the fainted Kalikai and was momentarily stunned. Why did you knock him out? Enelu waved his hand helplessly. I said to send him to the sky. After he heard that, he immediately ran away, even trying to jump into the sea. I had no choice but to knock him out. Feluo slowly gave a thumbs up to Enelu, sending him to the sky. You really hit the nail on the head with that one. Who wouldn't run after hearing that? No, don't kill me. At this moment, Kulikai woke up and, upon seeing Enelu, immediately turned to run. Montblanc Kulikai. Don't you want to know where your ancestor Nolan's legendary land of gold is? Feluo shouted at him. Upon hearing Feluo's voice, Kulikai instinctively turned his head and then saw the most unforgettable scene of his life. A city made of gold appeared before his eyes, along with a golden bell standing in the center of the city. Suddenly, he became incredibly excited, crying and shouting, Ancestor, I found it. Are you a descendant of Nolan? A voice came, and Kulikai instinctively turned around to see the winged Shandians, as described in the legends of his ancestors. Looking at him, are you the Shandians that my ancestors spoke of? Kulikai asked, trembling. The Shandian chief knelt before Kulikai, and the Shandians behind him followed suit. We are very sorry. 392 years ago, our homeland was taken from us, and we could not light the lamp of Shandora to guide you here. Ancestor, you are not lying. Everything you said is true. Shandora truly exists. Kulikai did not respond to the Shandian chief, but instead shouted to the sky as if telling Nolan. Dang! As Kulikai's voice fell, a melodious bell rang out, and the time on the Sky Island seemed to stop as everyone silently listened to the beautiful sound of the bell. All the Shandians shed tears upon hearing the bell. The bell of their clan finally rang again, and the last wish of the great warrior Calgera was finally fulfilled. The Sky people also looked towards their holy land, hearing the legendary beautiful bell sound. When the bell stopped, a giant snake rushed out, coiling around the base of the golden bell, as if fearing it would disappear again. Chief, the lamp of Shandora has finally been lit. Weber became very excited. Chief, it is the master of the sky, the partner of the great warrior Calgera. Loki shouted excitedly upon seeing the giant snake. The Shandian chief murmured, Ancestor, did you hear that? The lamp of Shandora has been lit, peace has come, and we have fulfilled your will. Not far away, Enelu took advantage of everyone's distraction and had already collected a large bag of gold, starting to gather the second bag. 1 apple tree, 2 apple trees, haha. I'm going to buy all the apple trees from the Haliester kingdom. Enelu shouted excitedly. Fei Luo, hearing Enelu's voice, helplessly said, Looks like we won't be lacking apples anymore. With the Devil Fruit, Enelu's strength should soon reach the level of a middle admiral. Now, that Enelu is a colonel, he also has to complete some missions when he returns. Otherwise, how can he be the boss if his rank is lower than his subordinates? Having a portable space is great. Ha! Fei Luo took out the prepared space paper and began to frantically stuff gold into it. This was made before he left Beast Island, consuming most of the roasted meat, capable of holding half of the Navy headquarters. It was specifically designed to be huge and capable of storing the treasures he collected. No, boss you. Enelu looked at Fei Luo in shock as he stuffed the golden buildings one by one into the paper. What's wrong? Fei Luo quickly stored a building made of gold into the space paper. Soon, he had collected all the gold except for the golden bell. The Shandians in the distance became furious. This was the city built by their ancestors. The Shandian chief stopped Weber, who wanted to attack Fei Luo, and shouted, Stop. His strength can instantly kill us all. Do you want us all to meet our ancestors? It was he who brought us back to our homeland. This is what he needs, and we cannot refuse. He will leave the lamp of Shandora and ensure we can live in our homeland. That is enough for us. Weber looked incredulously at the young Fei Luo. The chief could not possibly be lying to him. He turned to his tribesmen, helplessly dropping his bashing shell, and lowered his head, feeling very powerless. This is the cat fruit, ancient type, mountain lion form, along with the manuals for mastering armament hockey and observation hockey. This is a gift I prepared for you, Fei Luo said as he approached the Shandian chief. Thank you, Mr. Fei Luo, for your gift. The Shandian chief respectfully took the Devil Fruit and the 2 manuals from Fei Luo and placed them in front of the warrior Weber. The Shandian chief knew that the future of the Shandians depended on him. Weber, you are the strongest warrior of the Shandians. No matter where you are, strength comes first. Become stronger. The future of the Shandians is entrusted to you. Weber respectfully took the Devil Fruit and the hockey manuals from the Shandian chief, swallowed the mountain lion fruit in one bite, and his expression changed dramatically. Eating it all will grant complete power. Under Fei Luo's admiring gaze, Weber, eager for strength, devoured the mountain lion formed Devil Fruit. Soon, Weber transformed into a gigantic lion, towering above the height of the golden bell, feeling the immense power coursing through his body, which made him unable to help but let out a roar to the sky. The birds and beasts in the forest scattered in fright, and the master of the sky sensed the unfamiliar, powerful aura, warily looking at Weber. Weber still had great respect for this partner of his ancestor, and soon transformed back into his human form to find his companions. Fero approached Kalikai and sincerely apologized. Mr. Kalikai, Enel wanted you to find the Sandians washed up by the current, not to take your life. Kalikai looked at the child in front of him, whom Enel referred to as the boss, and was somewhat surprised. There's no need to apologize, Mr. Navy. I misunderstood his intentions. Thank you for letting me know that what my ancestors said is true. Ha ha ha, no need to be polite. I have things to attend to. Fero replied to Kalikai with a smile, and after saying that, he left with Enel. The agreement between Norland and Calgera had been fulfilled, and the following matters were left to them. Fero also had his own tasks to do. Enel, let us go. It's time to find someone. Fero helped Enel pack his 2 large bags of gold into the white paper space, transforming them into golden eagles that flew towards the Sky Island. Boss, who are we going to find? Enel quickly followed Fero, curious about who they were looking for. A curious little girl. Let's take her to Qinghai for fun. Fero looked down at the Sky Island and said, On the beach by the cloud sea, a beautiful woman was sitting under a tree, with a golden-haired little girl nestled in her arms, wearing a sweet smile. Mother, the bell just now sounded really nice, just like the music you play, Cornus sweetly said while lying in her mother's embrace. That's the legendary bell sound. It felt like my soul was purified, many times better than my music. The beautiful woman gently stroked the little girl's head and said, Anyway, I think Mother-S music sounds better, Cornus retorted, looking up. Little Cornus just knows how to make me happy. The beautiful woman looked at Cornus fondly, her face beaming with joy. Suddenly, the two noticed the sky darkening and, upon looking up, became frightened and ran towards their home. Cornus, don't you recognize me? Fero transformed back into his human form and approached Cornus and her mother. Fero, it's you. How dare you scare my mother? Cornus exclaimed, waving her small hands as if to reprimand Fero. The beautiful woman quickly hugged Cornus and greeted Fero warmly. Fero, it's been a long time. Yes, it's been 2 years. I didn't expect you to become even more beautiful. And Cornus has also become prettier. Fero smiled at the two beauties in front of him. Fero wanted to invite her to join the Navy and become his crew member. As a Navy major, chasing pirates had worn him out. And wanting to listen to music was reasonable, right? It was also quite normal to cultivate a harpist for the music he liked. Well, are you here to take me to Qinghai for fun? Cornus tilted her little face and asked. Fero took out a piece of candy and handed it to Cornus, saying, Yes, I'm here to fulfill our promise. What is this? Cornus asked, tilting her head as she received the candy with both hands. Seeing this expression on Cornus's face healed Fero's heart, and he quickly took out another piece of candy, unwrapped it, and said, This is candy. Open your mouth. Mother, this candy is so delicious. After eating the candy, Cornus felt very happy with the sweet taste and imitated Fero by unwrapping one for her mother. Mother, you should try this too. Ha ha. Thank you, my dear daughter. It is indeed tastier than the candy from Flowing Cloud Street, the beautiful woman said, gently stroking Cornus's head with a smile. Daisy, Cornus, are you all right? A somewhat gaunt middle-aged man drove a vehicle ashore, shielding Cornus and the others behind him. Warily looking at Fero. Qinghai people, what do you want? Cornus's father, Gupaya, glared at Fero and shouted, sensing the hostility emanating from him. Fero knew he was misunderstood again. Gupaya, don't worry. Brother Fero is from the Qinghai Navy, just like our divine guardian corps, a strong man full of righteousness. Daisy quickly explained to Fero. Fero, you are that terrifying monster that Lord Ganfoer spoke of. Gupaya started but quickly covered his mouth. His friend Ganfoer had warned him about Fero's terrifying nature, someone who could easily kill Ganfoer, and he was afraid of provoking Fero and getting killed. What kind of talk is that? Didn't he attack me to engage in a battle of strength? I accidentally let him get a little dust on him, Fero said excitedly, continuously releasing goodwill and wearing an incredibly sincere expression. If this continued, how would he take Cornus away? He wanted to bring Ganfoer here to explain things properly. Otherwise, he would have to find Ganfoer for a battle of strength again. I don't think this brother looks like it. There might be some misunderstanding, Gupaya said, looking at the friendly Fero, who didn't seem like the monster Ganfoer described. He definitely turned into a big bird to scare Uncle Ganfoer. He just scared me and my mother a moment ago. Cornus spoke up. Let's talk about this at home. It's almost dinner time. Daisy said after the misunderstanding was cleared up. Yes, welcome to my home as guests. I just caught a big fish. Gupaya warmly invited Fero and Inalu. Sister Daisy, Inalu and I have bigger appetites. Let me make dinner, Fero said with a shy smile, turning to see a giant cloud king creature appear in the sea, quickly arriving in front of it, gutting it, cleaning its insides, and tossing it into the sea to wash. He returned to the shore. Cornus's family of 3 stared in astonishment as Fero carried a huge cloud king creature to their side. Gupaya silently placed the big fish he had been holding behind him. Fero, you're amazing, Cornus exclaimed, looking at the cloud king creature, whose teeth were bigger than her own. Upon hearing Cornus's praise, Fero couldn't help but smile. Hee, there's even more amazing stuff. Fero placed the Cloud King on the grill and summoned a thunder dragon from the sky to cook it. Thunder dragon barbecue, under the high temperature of the lightning. The smell of roasted meat began to waft into everyone's noses, followed by another fragrant aroma that awakened their hunger. What did you say? The civilians of Dressrosa support Doflamingo as their king. Sengoku exclaimed in shock, slamming the table upon hearing Kizaru's report. Impossible. Doflamingo is an extremely vicious pirate. And how could King Riku suddenly go berserk, slaughter civilians, and burn his own country? Sengoku was very clear about Doflamingo's character and knew his true identity. Someone who had personally killed his own father and brother, in his eyes, was no different from a devil. I don't know. He is one of the 7 warlords recognized by the world government, and only the world government can judge him, Kizaru replied while glancing at his watch. King Riku's sudden outburst must have something to do with him. His fruit ability allows him to manipulate others. He must be arrested immediately. Even the 7 warlords cannot be so rampant, Sengoku said angrily, slamming the table. Brew brew, please. Sengoku, don't let the Navy interfere with the matters in Dressrosa anymore. But there are no buts. This is an order. Damn celestial dragons. Sengoku couldn't help but curse under his breath as he looked at the den mushi in front of him. He then helplessly tossed the document Kizaru had reported into the hands of a nearby goat. Kizaru left when he received the call because it was time for him to clock out. What? Cornus wants to go to Qinghai. Gupaya became somewhat agitated. No, absolutely not. She's only 12 years old. How can I be at ease? Daisy came to his side, holding his hand, and said, if Cornus wants to go, let's let her. With Brother Fero's protection, she will definitely be fine. Brother Fero only said he would take her to play for a day. They in the Navy have many things to do. Hearing that it was just for one day of play, Gupaya still felt very uneasy. He didn't want his daughter to leave his side. However, when he saw his daughter's happy expression, he helplessly nodded. Compared to not seeing his daughter for a day, he didn't want to see Cornus crying in front of him. Boss, when did you acquire this skill? Enelu lay contentedly on the beach. In addition to the Cloud King that Fero roasted, he had caught 3 more Cloud Kings for Fero to grill, and he had finished all of them. After eating the Griffin Devil Fruit, his appetite had greatly increased. To fill his stomach, he decided to stick close to Fero and become his subordinate. Of course, I learned it in the past 2 years, Fero said, looking at the distant Cornus without turning his head. You should go back and apply to become the base chief of the North Sea branch and manage those pirates. Boss, I plan to wait for you to get up and become your deputy. Enelu suddenly stood up with a start. Have you forgotten where the hairiest kingdom is? Fero turned around with a calm smile and said, I'll apply as soon as I get back. Enelu immediately stood at attention, looking like a soldier obeying orders. Once you get to the North Sea, stay at the entrance of the Grand Line, recruit talented children, and train them. I will provide you with sufficient funds. Find an uninhabited island to cultivate and develop our own power. Don't tell anyone, not even Zifa-sensei. After saying this, Fero took out a piece of teleportation paper and handed it to Enelu. This is the teleportation paper I made. Once you take office in the North Sea, pull it out immediately. I can reach you on my own. Enelu looked at Fero's serious expression, took the paper, and replied solemnly, understood. Fero, my father and mother said they want to go back to rest. Let me come find you tomorrow. Cornus ran up to Fero and said, while Gupaya and Daisy felt a bit of reverence for him due to Fero's earlier display. Lord Fero, it's getting late. I want to take Cornus back to rest. Gupaya said respectfully as he approached Fero. Uncle Gupaya, Sister Daisy, there's no need to be so formal. You can go back anytime. Fero quickly stood up, smiling wryly, as their attitude had changed due to his display of the Thunder Fruit's ability. If he brings up taking their daughter away again, it would be considered abduction. So he changed his plan to take Cornus out for a day of fun first. She is still young, and he intends to invite her again in the future. After watching the 3 return home, Fero helplessly turned to Enel and said, let's go develop your fruit abilities. Without strong power, we can't compete against those pirate monsters. Fero transformed into a white tiger and stepped into the raging wind, heading toward the edge of the sea of clouds, with Enel following beside him. As they reached beneath the clouds, Fero exhaled a white breath toward Enel. Boss, what are you doing? Enel asked, flapping his wings to release a whirlwind to block it. Of course, I'm testing your strength and helping you develop your fruit abilities. Remember, combat is the best way to enhance your power. Fero said while fiercely slashing with his claws. Sky-piercing spear. A vacuum shockwave in the shape of a spear, wrapped in a white breath, shot quickly toward Enel. Enel narrowly dodged Fero's attack with a flap of his wings. No way. Boss, are you serious? His instincts told him that failing to dodge that attack would result in severe injury. Ever since awakening his observation haki, his instincts had never been wrong, allowing him to avoid many deadly attacks from pirates. Facing life and death crises can better stimulate your potential. Didn't Zephyr teach you what kind of pirates we are up against? Fero instantly appeared in front of Enel, swiping with his massive tiger claws, and then opened his mouth to unleash a breath of ice. Paper drawing, wind escape. The blade of gale, storm foot, wind cut. Enel controlled the strong winds to accelerate his retreat, wielding his wings to unleash 2 powerful wind blades, followed by a kick that sent a slashing wave. The combination of attacks was good, but the power was still insufficient. Fero, covered in Busashoka haki, charged through all of Enel's attacks. Seizing the moment when Enel hesitated in his retreat, Fero closed in and released a wind blade right in front of him. However, Fero suddenly felt something was off and immediately covered himself in Busashoka haki, flying sideways. Boss, have you forgotten what the greatest enhancement of this fruit is for me? Enel continued to attack Fero, who had been kicked away. With Busashoka Haki covering his claws, Enel put all his strength into each attack, fearing that Philo would mock him for being weak again. However, all his attacks were easily caught by Philo, who even seized Enel's claws like a vice, firmly trapping him. Fero pulled Enel forward and punched him away, repeating the same words. Your strength is lacking, Enel. Then try this move of mine. Arm Meteor Flash. A layer of armament Haki covered Enel's right claw, and he instantly appeared in front of Fero, striking him with such speed that a clear afterimage remained in place. Above the azure sea, a huge griffin soared freely, and every flap of its wings stirred up waves in the ocean. Fero, the sea here is different from our sky island. It's blue, and there are many holy places. There's even a fish named Conies sitting on my back, looking at the sea and exclaiming in wonder. Everything in the blue sea was very novel to her. The blue ocean, the scattered islands, and the strangely shaped giant sea creatures were rare sights in her eyes. She held a special shell in her hand to record everything she saw. It truly is picturesque. Fero remarked as he sat cross-legged beside Conies, admiring the novel scenery. After being in this world for 2 years, he hadn't looked closely at the scenery here. With nothing to do, he accompanied Conies in appreciating the beautiful views and occasionally used his Devil Fruit ability to freeze sea creatures so Conies could observe them up close. Meanwhile, Enel beneath them felt very helpless. These two little ancestors were driving him crazy. He couldn't fly too fast and had to stop occasionally. They had really gone hard on him last night, leaving no strength behind. Even with armament Haki, he could still get hurt, and he was almost on the verge of a breakdown. Yet his attacks did no damage to Fero. Whatever attack he made was easily neutralized by Fero, whose observation Haki sensed that Fero was a danger, especially when he unleashed that powerful lightning. Enel had completely turned into a punching bag. Enel thought to himself, maybe next time he should train with the captain on that beast island. He really wanted to know what Fero had experienced over the past 2 years to become so strong. Suddenly, a train was speeding towards them from a distance. Upon seeing the train running on the sea, Fero knew they were close to Water 7. Enel, speed up. We're heading to Water 7. Fero shouted urgently at Enel. After Roger's death, the world government aimed to eliminate all those associated with him, including Tom, who built ships for him. However, Tom's design for the sea train made the world government decide to spare him as long as he could make a profit. He could live freely once he completed it. But more importantly, they wanted the design of the ancient weapon Pluton from Tom, sending Spandam to demand it. After being refused multiple times, they resorted to threats. They attacked Water 7 with Frankie's battleship to coerce Tom into handing over the design. But Tom exchanged his achievement of building the sea train to ensure Frankie's survival. When they approached Water 7, they saw numerous warships attacking it. Seeing this scene, Fero instantly vanished from where he stood. Golden feather 1,000 blades. In a breath, Fero reached Water 7, transforming into a golden eagle and releasing golden flying feathers that caused all the cannonballs to explode in midair. Dumb pilots, D. 1,000 cutting wind blades. Annihilation, Thunder Eagle. Fei Luo shouted loudly, waving his wings to release thousands of wind blades that completely shattered those warships, then unleashed a high-temperature lightning strike to obliterate the remnants of those ships. After destroying everything, Fei Luo transformed back into his human form, looking at his masterpiece with satisfaction, while the Justice Cloak behind him made it clear to the citizens of Water 7. How despicable! Where did that Navy come from, daring to ruin my plans? A middle-aged man with pink hair at a high point in Water 7 saw this scene and shouted angrily at Fei Luo. Great! It's the Navy, we are saved. How despicable! Who on earth wants to attack Water 7? I saw what seemed to be ships made by Tom's disciple, Frankie, one of which was previously docked at the abandoned ship port. As more and more people confirmed this, the news that Frankie was attacking Water 7 spread quickly. A young man who was shopping heard the news and immediately ran in a certain direction. Mr. Tom, Frankie. A giant figure with a white beard yelled as he spotted Tom. However, upon seeing Frankie next to Tom, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Iceberg, what happened? Tom looked at Iceberg in confusion. I just heard that Frankie is attacking Water 7 with his ship, and the Navy has already found out. Iceberg quickly recounted what he had heard. What? That damned bastard actually stole my ship to attack Water 7. Upon hearing this news, Frankie couldn't help but let out a furious roar. That guy is resorting to such means now? Tom muttered to himself after hearing Iceberg's words. Now, he understood what that guy wanted to do to obtain the design of Pluto. A burst of noisy voices sounded, and the three of them turned to see a large crowd coming not far from them. Mr. Fei Luo, It's him. Those ships are made by him. A middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap pointed at Frankie and said to Fero, "It's not me. Someone stole my ship to attack Water 7. Frankie argued loudly. "Who knows if you had someone control the ships to attack?" A voice rang out from the crowd. As the crowd parted, Spandam emerged with a group of men in black. "Arrest him for me. Let him face justice." "Yes." The black-clothed men raised their weapons and approached Frankie to prevent him from resisting or escaping. Suddenly, a gigantic figure blocked their way. "He will be arrested directly by our Navy. Take him to impel down." "Navy? Ha ha! I am Spandam of the world government. You are merely our subordinate agency. Get out of my way." Spandam pulled out his handgun and aimed at Fero, loudly declaring that he hadn't even settled the score with Fero for ruining his plan. Yet Fero had come to him first. If it weren't for so many people watching, he would have shot Fero himself to teach him a lesson. "Oi, pointing a gun at my boss. Do you want to die?" Inaru suddenly appeared in front of Spandam, grabbing his neck with one hand and lifting him into the air. "Put down Mr. Spandam. Put him down." The black-clothed men nearby were startled by the sudden noise and, seeing someone attacking Spandam, pointed their weapons at Inaru. Not far away, Conies instinctively ran towards Fero upon seeing those weapons, and two large hands reached out towards her from the crowd. A blue lightning bolt turned those two hands and their owner into ashes, causing the surrounding people to panic and flee in all directions, clearing a large space. Seeking death, Fero, holding Conies, coldly glanced at the black ashes on the ground, then turned to look at Inaru. "All right, Inaru, since he is from the world government, let it be captured by you. Let us go." Countless citizens gathered at the abandoned ship port to watch the arrest, all wanting Frankie, who attacked Water 7, to face judicial punishment, because they saw Frankie's warships launching cannonballs at Water 7. But now the Navy and the world government were at odds, making them more anxious. Inaru slowly loosened his grip upon hearing Fero's voice. Soon, Spandam felt the ground shaking beneath him. Regaining his composure, Spandam scrambled behind the black-clothed men, and without hesitation, he aimed his gun at Inaru, cursing, "How dare you try to kill me, Die?" A lightning bolt shattered the bullet into pieces, striking Spandam and instantly knocking him unconscious. The crowd parted for Fero and the others, and just as they could no longer see them, a scream echoed, pulling them back to the abandoned ship port. "How despicable! That filthy Navy actually dared to attack me. And you useless fools, why didn't you stop him? Capture that filthy little brat." With nowhere to vent his anger, Spandam aimed his gun at the black-clothed men and Frankie. "Stop!" Frankie's ship was stolen by someone else. He was framed. Tom hurriedly shouted. "Those ships were built by him, and he cannot escape responsibility for that. Just like you built ships for the Pirate King." "Huh?" Spandam provocatively looked at Tom. The sound of iron chains clanking echoed as the black-clothed men took out handcuffs, preparing to arrest Frankie, but one hand snatched the handcuffs away. Tom put the handcuffs on himself and said, "Frankie is the hero who built the sea train. You cannot arrest him. The one who should be arrested is me, the sinner who built ships for the Pirate King Roger. Ha ha ha, take him away." Spandam watched his target walk right into the trap, excitedly shouting, "Mr. Tom." Frankie wanted to rush forward to stop him, but was pinned to the ground by Iceberg, who was in tears. "Iceberg, you bastard, let me go. I want to save Mr. Tom." Frankie struggled to get up. "Fool, don't you understand? Mr. Tom voluntarily got arrested to save you." Iceberg shouted, "Those ships are mine. They should be capturing me. Mr. Tom has already built the sea train. He can survive." Frankie believed it was his fault, thinking that if he admitted it, he could save Tom. "Don't you realize that bastard is someone who is often chased away by Mr. Tom? His purpose is to take revenge on Mr. Tom. Even if it's you being arrested this time, he'll have other reasons next time, understand?" "Fool!" Iceberg shouted, grabbing Frankie by the collar. "Then I'll become a pirate. I must save Mr. Tom." Frankie shook off Iceberg's hands and rushed towards Tom. Iceberg wanted to rush over again to grab Frankie and stop him, but a paper man blocked his way. Frankie ran to his secret base, which was filled with a dazzling array of weapons. He picked up a cannon barrel and charged towards the crowd. "Get out of the way." The crowd turned around to see Frankie carrying a cannon barrel and scattered in all directions, leaving only a few silhouettes on the street. Tom anxiously shouted upon seeing Frankie with the cannon barrel, "Frankie, go back. Quickly release Mr. Tom." Frankie aimed the cannon at Spandam and fired. Bang! Two loud sounds echoed, and both Spandam and Frankie suddenly fell to the ground, catching everyone off guard. Soon, in front of everyone's eyes, the black-clothed men took Frankie and Tom onto a ship heading for Judicial Island. Just as they were about to follow on their ship, A gigantic pirate ship collided with that ship, and the close-range bombardment completely sank the ship marked with the world government's insignia. Meanwhile, out of sight, a paper boat drifted away with 2 people. Run! The pirates are coming. It's the Great Owl pirate crew with a bounty of 75 million. In the midst of the public's panic, a massive golden eagle tore the pirate ship into pieces. Long-eared man, why are you here? Where are you taking us? Fram lay on the griffin's back, his face full of confusion. Perverted kid, do you believe I'll throw you down? Enel said angrily. Ha ha. Thank you for saving us, Enel. Tom said gratefully. If it weren't for the boss needing you, I wouldn't care about you. Look at the blueprints in my hand. The boss wants you to help him build it. Enel snorted coldly. Isn't it just a ship? Even without Mr. Tom's help, I can easily craft it, Fram said confidently, looking at the surface design of the ship in Tom's hands. However, Tom was seriously examining the blueprints, completely awestruck by their content, which made Fram curious about what was inside. Mr. Tom, isn't this blueprint too simple? The person who designed is truly remarkable, Fram interrupted, and Tom paused for a moment, then couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The 2 of them appreciated this astonishing design of the Ark of the Proverb together as Enel took them toward the distant horizon. Mr. Philo, thank you so much. Iceberg tightly gripped the 2 small pieces of paper in his hands and made a grateful gesture toward Philo. No need to be polite. We're friends. Philo waved his hand, then took out some gold and the recently acquired giant owl devil fruit. Take these. It should be enough to open a shipyard. And this fruit will help you handle most situations. Mr. Philo, how can I accept this? Before Iceberg could refuse, Philo had already turned to leave. Take it. It's your responsibility to maintain and develop Mr. Tom's will. I look forward to a big surprise from you. Watching Philo leave with Cornus, Iceberg could only helplessly accept what Philo had given him. Until he could no longer see Philo's figure, he finally relaxed his legs, feeling grateful for not only saving his master and junior, but also providing him with the funds and strength for his future development. Over the years, all their income had been invested in the sea train, leaving them with very little funds. The gold Philo gave him was enough to start a large shipyard. After dealing with the pirates, the Water 7 city returned to its former life. On the streets, many people greeted Philo warmly, and he remained the most popular person in Water 7. He also took Cornus around to enjoy the sights. Philo, this is so delicious. Can I take some back for my father and mother? Cornus pointed at the water meat. Of course. Philo, this is so beautiful. Can I take it back? You can take it. The floating miraculous islands never ceased to amaze, no matter how many times one saw them. Philo, thank you so much for saving me and Fram, and for giving this miraculous work, the Ark of the Proverb, to me to build. Rest assured, I will do my best to help you build it, Tom said, patting his chest. No need to be polite, and I'm definitely at ease with Mr. Tom's skills. If you need anything, you can talk to him. Philo pointed to the nearby Gonfer. Mr. Tom, Angel Island welcomes you. If you need anything, just let me know. Gonfer stepped forward and shook Tom's big hand warmly. This was a work of their ancestors, and he was very eager to see the true Ark of the Proverb appear before him. And Tom was a shipbuilder even Philo recognized, plus Philo's meaningful gaze. How could he not be enthusiastic? Philo, the technology in this ship is simply amazing. Fram's voice came from a huge ship nearby. That was the ship discovered by Philo yesterday in the waters of Water 7, belonging to the original Navy.The team. In the story, Fram learned various transformation techniques from this ship. Fero transformed into a flash of lightning and entered inside Flam. Do you remember the perfect battleship I told you about? The legendary ship Spirit can self-repair the ship, but does that technology you mentioned, which continuously becomes perfect as long as materials are provided, really exist? Flam looked at Fero with a puzzled expression. Of course, once you learn these scientific technologies and the books from yesterday, you will be able to gradually realize it. You have to believe in yourself, Fero said sincerely to Flam. Now, Flam not only has the old ships from the Navy.The team, but also the lunar technology books translated by the Angel race. The future will definitely far exceed the storyline. At that time, he can also possess his own technological power and have the capability to fight against the hidden technologies of the world government. If it could be realized, that would be an incredibly powerful battleship. I must create the perfect battleship. Flam's eyes burst with intense desire. After saying this, he couldn't wait to start assembling the things that appeared in his mind using the parts on the ground. Felu did not disturb him any further. After saying goodbye to Tom, he directly left Sky Island, heading towards the East Sea. Most of the arrangements on Sky Island had been made. Gonfer had already assigned someone to decipher the books, and the construction of the Ark Maxim and technological development just needed to wait. Little Conies had played all day and was now sound asleep. He planned to go to the EC to see the growing Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D, Luffy from Windmill Village, Zoro from Frostmoon Village, Nami and No Kigo from Kokoyashi Village. The kingdom of Goa in the East Sea, the dragon controlling the storm. It wouldn't be the fruit of that guy dragon, right? Never mind, let us just go see Luffy. Felu thought with some helplessness as he looked at the information on the notebook belonging to Yars. Following the guidance of the pointer, Felu quickly arrived at the kingdom of Goa and, after inquiring in various places, finally reached Windmill Village. Boss, a glass of apple juice, please, Felu said to the bartender. Magino. Okay, please wait a moment. Magino replied with a gentle smile before turning around to make the apple juice. Sister Magino, I want a glass of orange juice. A little boy wearing a straw hat shouted from the bar, stretching out his hands to grab the counter before pulling himself up. Luffy, did you finish your training this morning? Magino asked as she handed Luffy a glass of freshly made orange juice. Of course. I'm going to be the Pirate King. Luffy grinned, showing his teeth as he took the orange juice from Magino. Pirate King? Aren't you afraid of being hit by Vice Admiral Karp's love punch? Felu asked, turning his face toward Luffy. Thoof, did Grandpa come? Luffy spat out the orange juice in his mouth upon hearing Karp's name and hid under the chair, holding his head. Do you know Vice Admiral Karp? Magino asked while handing over the apple juice. Thank you. Vice Admiral Karp is one of my teachers. I came to see his grandson this time, and I didn't expect to hear someone wants to be the Pirate King, Felu said, taking the apple juice and looking at Luffy with a smirk. ISN, Grandpa. Luffy sighed in relief after hearing Felu's words and looked up at Felu, showing his bright white teeth. The Pirate King is the freest man on the sea. I will definitely become the Pirate King. Such confidence. Felu smiled as he saw Karp behind Luffy. Suddenly, Luffy felt a chill down his back and turned around in horror as a huge fist came straight at his face. Luffy, you still haven't learned your lesson. Take this love punch from me. Karp's iron fist came crashing down on Luffy. Ow, that hurts. Luffy's forehead swelled up as he held his head and rolled on the ground in pain. Mr. Karp, don't bully Luffy. Magino shouted as she stood in front of Luffy. Magino, move aside. I need to teach this little brat a good lesson. Karp said, raising his fist. Calm down. Karp-sensei, Felu tried to intervene, but unexpectedly, Karp's fist came straight at him. Felu, you too. Just a major, and you dare to run around. Felu quickly used paper drawing to reach the door, wiping the non-existent sweat off his forehead, looking fearfully at Karp. If it weren't for the passive skill he mastered on Beast Island, that punch would have knocked him out. I have business to take care of. I will properly capture some pirates on the way back, Felu said helplessly after listening to Karp. You little brat actually dared to attack the world government personnel with Enel in public. Now they are preparing to put you into Impel Down to guard those remnants of the times. This is what Sengoku fought for you, otherwise. They would have sent you to take down the 4 emperors, Karp said with a dark face. After hearing this, Felu's eyes lit up. I am willing to accept punishment, but I want to finish some things before going. Impel Down would be perfect for me. There are plenty of Devil Fruit users in there, especially the Momo Fruit. That is one of my target fruits. However, he still wanted to see the younger members of the Straw Hat crew, especially Nami, a navigator with full meteorological talent. Not inviting her into the Navy would have made his crossing over pointless. Thinking of this, Felu quickly called out to Karp, Karp-sensei, tell Sengoku-sensei that I will go back with you. I will finish my business soon. After saying this, he transformed into lightning. That little brat really doesn't let people rest easy. But he is just like me. No wonder he is my disciple. Ha ha. Karp laughed heartily. But then his attention was drawn to a small figure trying to escape. Luffy, stop right there. Ha ha, brothers, this is the starting point of our evil dragon pirates. A fisherman with a shark face shouted from the bow of the ship, looking down at the village below. A group of fishmen followed behind him, echoing, let these lowly humans see the power of our merfolk. Pirates are here, run. Those pirates are monsters, terrifying monsters. Get weapons from the village guard. Pirates are invading. Nami. The villagers of Kokoyashi were frightened by the appearance of the fishmen and scattered in all directions. However, some of those who ran slowly were directly killed by the fishmen with water bullets. All right, don't kill so many. We still need to collect development funds through them. Arlong stopped his subordinate Kurubi's attack. Then let us wait and kill later. Gather everyone in the center of the village. Adults 100,000, children 50,000. Pay enough money to live. Otherwise, it's death, Kurubi said with a cruel smile at those villagers. Fire. Hidden villagers began to counterattack the pirates at Aiken's command. Fishman karate, water shot. However, their bullets did not achieve the desired effect and were blocked by some water droplets on the way. How dare you resist? How dare lowly humans attack noble fishmen? Kill them, Arlong shouted, pointing his shark-toothed knife at Aiken. The fishmen behind him, like a pack of sharks smelling blood, charged at Aiken and the others with weapons. The bullets from the guard were mostly blocked by Karubi and Ju, and the fishmen little 8 in the front. When the bullets were about to reach their faces, they immediately dropped their guns and fled. But the fishmen were much faster than them. They looked back at the weapons being swung at them and closed their eyes in despair. A thunderclap resounded, and a bolt of lightning struck straight at those fishmen. And in an instant, countless lightning snakes surged towards the surrounding fishmen. Why does it smell like barbecue meat? When the guards opened their eyes, they saw the bodies of the fishmen monsters charred black, with small arcs of electricity flickering. We are saved. It's a god who saved us. We survived. Thank you, divine assistance. They were overwhelmed with joy and cried, kneeling on the ground to thank the gods for saving their lives. Aaron was so frightened by the terrifying power of the thunder that he turned and ran, recalling the strange and deadly power of the Navy when he was captured. A bolt of lightning struck him precisely, blasting him into pieces, leaving a large black pit on the ground. A loud noise echoed in the sky as Fero made a dazzling entrance. A dark cloud appeared over Kokoasia, and a blue and white dragon head emerged from the cloud, landing directly among the group of fishmen. Countless lightning bolts scattered, striking at their hearts and brains to ensure their complete death. The guard saw Fero's back and the righteous cloak he wore. Thank you, Navy officer, for saving us. The first to react, Aegean quickly expressed his gratitude to Fero, and the other guards also voiced their appreciation. This is what our Navy should do. You all go and comfort the villagers. I'll handle this, Fero smiled at them. After they left, he released paper beasts to gather the fishmen in one place and took them to the sea. With ice breath and wind blade tornado, Fero used the power of the white tiger devil fruit to freeze them, then unleashed countless wind blades to form a tornado, turning them into dust. After Fero dealt with the fishmen, he transformed back into his human form and looked at the sea, saying to himself that it's a good thing he arrived in time, as there would be a major event in a few days. He planned to participate and boost his favorability. When he hurried back to the village, Aegean and the others were still informing the villagers that the pirates had been defeated, and some brave ones came out to check the situation. When they saw Fero, they were somewhat incredulous. Fero was too young. Although he was 1.8 meters tall, his youthful face made him look just like a child. Then they realized that Fero was the only Navy member present, and recalling the figure that had transformed into lightning earlier, they became extremely respectful, thanking the Navy officer for helping them drive away the pirates. Nearby villagers also rushed out to express their gratitude to Fero, mostly wanted to see what the legendary Devil Fruit user looked like, as they had never encountered one before. Fero was dealing with the villagers while searching for Nami's figure. Belmare, is he the Navy that Uncle Aiken mentioned? Was that him in the sky just now? He doesn't look special at all. A voice came from behind, and Fero turned to see a red-haired woman holding a little girl with orange hair and another with blue-purple hair looking at him. Belmare looked at Fero, who had suddenly appeared beside them, and anxiously said, Sir, I'm sorry. Nami didn't mean it. It's okay. I just came to show her something special. Fero smiled as he took out a piece of white paper and handed it to Nami. Wow, Belmare, look. The white paper in Nami's hands floated in the air, continuously folding, and then transformed into a lifelike little golden eagle flying around Nami. This magical scene made everyone gasp in surprise, and the children rushed to Fero's side, looking at him eagerly. Do you want one too? Then welcome to the animal carnival. Fero tossed out a stack of white paper, which gradually transformed into various small animals that ran and flew around. The villagers took their children to chase after the paper beasts they wanted. And this is for you. Fero handed Nojiko a beautiful peacock paper beast. Thank you. Nojiko blushed as she accepted the paper beast from Fero, then stared at the paper peacock with joy in her eyes. Wow, why does Nojiko's look so beautiful? Navy brother, I want one too. Nami, seeing Nojiko's paper peacock, sweetly pouted at Fero. After seeing the paper eagle in her hands gradually transform into a paper peacock, Nami smiled sweetly at Fero. Thank you, Navy brother. This is the power of the Devil Fruit, a great treasure from the Grand Line. Did you come back for the Grand Line? Belmare respectfully looked at Fero and said, Major of the Navy headquarters, disciple of Navy hero Karp, Solos Fero. Fero introduced himself with a smile. Upon hearing Karp's name, Belmare immediately put down Nami and Nojiko and saluted Fero, former sergeant of Navy Branch 58. Belmare pays my respects to you. Nami and Nojiko beside her also imitated Belmer's gesture and saluted Fero. Fero looked at Nami and Nojiko, who were saluting him, and said, "So you both want to be part of the Navy too? Can being in the Navy give you powerful abilities like yours?" Nami pointed at the paper peacock beside her, looking at Fero with anticipation. Belmer gently stroked Nami's little head and said, "Nami, the Devil Fruit is a treasure of the sea, not just an orange you can find everywhere. In the future, my ship will need a navigator, and if I come back to find you have become a skilled navigator, I will give you a Devil Fruit and take you to the Grand Line." Fero extended his palm towards her. "Okay, I will definitely become a qualified navigator." Nami extended her little hand and high-fived Fero as a vow. Belmer rushed to Fero and said anxiously, "Major Fero, Nami is just saying that casually. You are our savior." "How can you?" Fero smiled and said to Belmer, "Sister Belmer, I have fulfilled my promise with Nami. I won't be someone who goes back on their word." Then he turned to look at Noki Gao. "Beside the navigator, I also need a cook on my ship. Next time we meet, if you become a great chef, I'll give you a Devil Fruit and take you around the world to taste delicious food." Noki Gao looked at Fero, then at Belmer, and after seeing Belmer nod, he slowly extended his palm to high-five Fero. "I will work hard to become a great chef." Belmer said, "Major Fero, I seriously suspect that you came here for my 2 daughters." Belmer looked at Fero with a hint of concern, quickly holding Nami and Noki Gao in her arms, vigilantly watching Fero. "How could that be? If you encounter danger in the future, just call for help through the paper peacock. Someone will come to rescue you then. I still have a mission to carry out, so I'll take my leave." After Fero finished speaking, he transformed into a golden eagle and disappeared into the horizon. Watching Fero's figure leave quickly, the three of them couldn't help but laugh. Belmer looked at her 2 daughters in disbelief and said, "What tricks did you 2 little girls use to make a Navy major promise you a Devil Fruit?" "Of course it's my cuteness," Nami said with a sweet smile. "If he knew I was a little troublemaker, he might immediately regret it," Belmer said, pinching her little face. Noki Gao smiled as she watched the 2 of them play, but a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes when she saw the peacock in her hand no longer fluttering. Is this the legendary 6th sense of women? Fero recalled Belmer's anxious gaze earlier and felt a bit flustered, taking a long time to calm down. Following the pointers, he arrived above a country and regained some smile. Electromagnetic pulse. Powerful high-frequency electromagnetic waves fell from the clouds in the sky, instantly killing the phone bugs on the island covered by wind and snow. King Valbo. "Now you don't have to fear those weapons anymore," said a person dressed as a Dr. de Valbo, who was clad in iron armor. "Ha, Dr. 20, you all did well," Valbo said as he moved his body, addressing the 20 doctors in front of him. "As long as you all obediently listen to me, you will be the strongest doctors in this country." "Yes, Your Majesty." The 20 people trembled in response to him. They had witnessed the rebellious doctors being killed, and only by completely obeying this person in front of them could they preserve their lives. A white mist floated in through the window, instantly freezing everyone in the room. "It would be a waste to keep the swallow fruit on you. Let me unleash its true power." Fero placed the frozen Valbo into a white paper space filled with fruits. Absolute zero. Fero continuously released freezing breath at Valpo until a Devil Fruit appeared among the fruits on the ground. After obtaining the gum fruit, Fero brought Valpo to a hidden room where many treasures were laid out on the floor, and behind the treasures was a chest. Felu opened the box and saw the 2 Devil Fruits inside, saying, "I didn't expect to have an unexpected harvest." He packed everything up, took out a piece of gold, placed it by Walbo's mouth, and transformed into a flash of lightning, disappearing from the room. After Fei Luo left, the ice on those doctors and the king's guards gradually cracked. The extreme cold made them unable to help but move around to keep themselves from feeling so cold. But they did not notice that one person was missing. Fei Luo arrived at the top of a giant stone pillar with biological waves and knocked on the door. Upon seeing a silver-haired woman, he politely said, "Dr. Goulewa, could you please go to Zilabu village in the EC to help me treat someone? Besides that, if you are willing, I would like to help train her to become a doctor. If not, that's fine." The woman replied, "You little rascal. My medical fees are quite expensive." Fei Luo took out a small box filled with golden treasures and handed it to her. "I don't want to go far." Fero took out a small box filled with golden treasures. "The training words are different." Fei Luo continued to take out a small box and opened it. "Who is that little girl to you? How could you bear to part with her?" Fei Luo habitually took out the small box. Goulewa quickly took the box that Fei Luo handed over and said, "Well, I'll reluctantly go once. If she doesn't wanna, the money 1 be refunded. Understand?" Fei Luo nodded and said it was fine. Her name is Kuya. When you go over, help me deliver this to her, and also tell her my name, Salos Fei Luo. It really is quite troublesome. No problem, I'll get it done. Gulewa confidently took a small box from Fei Luo's hands again. Fei Luo looked at the animal, peeking its head out from behind the door, and exclaimed in surprise, Chopper? Ah, Chopper, who had been discovered, turned and ran away. Very frightened. Fei Luo laughed heartily as he watched Chopper flee in panic. He turned to Gulewa and said, if she doesn't agree, just help me train a doctor. Or if worse comes to worst, Chopper can do it too. What are you thinking, you little brat? Gulewa scolded, pointing at Fei Luo's nose. Fei Luo helplessly replied, so next time I come, can you provide a doctor you trained? Gulewa waved her hand and said, sure, but I can't guarantee how skilled he will be. Fei Luo took out a small box again and said, if she doesn't agree, then help me train the 2 most talented people from Magnetic Drum Island. Gulewa nodded vigorously and took the small box, but just as she was about to speak, she saw Fei Luo transform into a golden eagle and fly away. What a foolish kid with money. If only there were more people like him, I wouldn't have to worry about funding my research, Gulewa thought, looking at the 6 boxes filled with gold behind her, and couldn't help but let out a triumphant laugh. She turned and shouted into the room, Chopper, hurry up and come out to help me move the gold. Got it, Gulewa. Dr. Chopper. Chopper quickly ran out when he saw that Gulewa was the only one outside. EC, Seymour Gigi Village, Isin Dojo. Mr. Gung Sila, I wonder if I could learn some swordsmanship from you. Gung Sila squinted his eyes and smiled, saying, I'm good at teaching, but not at fighting. I'm very sorry, Navy officer. Fei Luo hesitated at this sight. People with squinty eyes are usually monsters. He feared he might get cut down in one blow. However, since he was already here, it would be a waste not to fight at least once. Fei Luo looked at him and slowly said, can the samurai of Wano really be afraid of battle? After speaking, he controlled a paper boat to come before him and jumped onto it. Gung Shiro's expression changed, becoming serious as he instructed his disciple, Yumura, take care of everyone, and then stepped onto the paper boat. Fei Luo brought Gung Shiro to a deserted island, surrounded by no other islands and only 100 meters in size. Thunder Metal Fong Tianji. Fei Luo controlled the golden material to create his weapon, quickly covering it with a layer of haki. The tip of the spear pointing directly at Gung Shiro. Since you have initiated a duel of samurai, I will do my utmost, Gung Shiro said, still squinting his eyes, but without a smile on his face as he drew his long sword. Let me see the swordsmanship of Wano. Thunder Half Moon Slash. Fei Luo held the double-handed spear, quickly covering its body with armament haki. He leaped into the air, and the terrifying power of lightning gathered on the spear blade, striking down like a bolt of lightning towards Gung Shiro. One sword style, Dragon Slash. Gung Shiro, on the ground, instantly changed his expression, gripping the long sword that was completely black but flickering with cherry blossom illusions. His body instantly vanished from a spot. In the blink of an eye, the two had swapped positions. As expected of a samurai from Wano country, their swordsmanship is indeed formidable. Fei Luo turned to look at Gung Shiro, who was gracefully landing, and said slowly. The spear blade broke with a sound, and Fei Luo quickly fused them together again using lightning. However, he was already feeling hesitant inside. Damn, those squinty-eyed guys are indeed monsters. Why did I get so carried away to challenge him? I'm just an ordinary Kendo dojo master, Gung Shiro said with a smile, and the next moment, a layer of purple flames enveloped the sword. One sword style, Soul Separator Slash. Fei Luo saw a demon charging at him with a purple flame sword. The overwhelming malice made him feel extremely uncomfortable, and his body flashed with lightning as he appeared in midair. Looking down, he saw the terrifying sight of Gung Shiro. A huge crack appeared on the island, and the sea was split in two. Don't look around when fighting a samurai, little brother. One sword style, Flying Dragon Slash. As the voice fell, a massive flying slash appeared before Fei Luo. His pupils constricted, and he quickly transformed into a white tiger. Double-layered armament. Heaven-piercing stab. Fei Luo's tiger claws were covered with armament haki, and the powerful penetrating force broke through Gung Shiro's slash. Thank you for the reminder. I will also use my full strength. Fei Luo decided not to hold back any longer, using all of his Devil Fruit powers for a life-and-death duel. Paper Beast Frenzy. Countless paper beasts gradually covered the island and charged towards Gung Shiro. One sword style, Frenzy Dragon Tornado. Gung Shiro's expression remained unchanged as he swung his blade, and a massive tornado appeared, pulling all the paper beasts into it. Rain of Wind Blades. Armed with meteor paper needles, Fei Luo released countless wind blades into the raging wind, and then controlled a tornado filled with numerous wind blades and fragments of paper to charge at Gung Shiro. Gung Shiro's expression turned somewhat helpless. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? Lightning, white paper, and strong winds can all be controlled. It really gives one a headache. His body gradually became enveloped in purple flames and instantly vanished from spot, transforming into a purple light that continuously darted back and forth on the island. Purgatory, soul-cutting. Under Fei Luo's shocked gaze, all the paper beasts and tornadoes were cut in half, the tornado dissipating instantly, and Fei Luo could no longer control the white paper. Damn it, this guy, who claims to be a swordsman that can't cut paper, can cut off the control of the devil fruit user and even disperse the wind. Fei Luo changed tactics, beginning to release freezing breath to slow down Gung Shiro's movements, and waved his hands to unleash a strong wind that whipped up seawater to form a sea tornado, with dark clouds gathering rapidly behind him. Ice World, Deep Sea Tornado. Gung Shiro watched as a wave of coldness approached. With the protection of purple flames, he was unaffected at all. Looking at the sea tornado beside him, he understood Fei Luo's intentions. Extreme cold combined with seawater. Are you trying to freeze me completely? Gung Shiro looked up at Fei Luo, who was exhaling from high above, muttering in confusion. Now he knew that Fei Luo's attacks were relentless and troublesome. He had no idea how many powerful abilities Fei Luo still had, or what big move he was preparing. Fei Luo's attacks are all highly destructive and have a vast range. Defending against these attacks has consumed a significant amount of his stamina and willpower. Additionally, Fei Luo has been hiding in the sky, making it difficult for him to launch an attack. If he attacks, he won't hit anything and will just exhaust himself. If he continues to defend without attacking, he will eventually wear out. Now, facing Fei Luo, he can only counter each move as it comes, planning to overcome the immediate difficulties first. Raging Inferno Tornado. He turned and drew his sword, unleashing a powerful tornado to counter Fei Luo's sea tornado, preventing it from getting closer. However, when he prepared to turn his head, he found that the sea tornado had already dispersed and was charging at him from both sides. One sword style double/dragon. Seeing the two sea tornadoes approaching so closely, he swung his sword, releasing two powerful slashes to cut them in half. However, once the seawater lost control, it surged wildly toward the island. Absolute zero. At the moment the seawater struck the shore, Fei Luo exhaled a cold white mist toward Gung Shiro. The extreme cold instantly froze the seawater, turning the island into an ice surface, expanding the 100-meter island to 200 meters. Fortunately, he had air superiority. This guy's slashes could really cut through anything. If he faced him head-on, he would be in trouble. Fei Luo thought nervously about his attacks. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he might not have made it. He looked up at the dark clouds overhead, revealing a satisfied smile, knowing that Gung Shiro would not be so easily dealt with, so he prepared something big. With a crack of ice, Fei Luo looked down to see Gung Shiro kicking chunks of solid ice toward him, and then the solid ice came rushing at him. Fei Luo was not surprised by this and did not stop him. Mr. Gung Shiro, this is my strongest blow. Let us determine the victor. The dark clouds behind him revealed a blue lightning dragon head, which gradually wrapped around Fei Luo, who had transformed into a white tiger. Hearing Fei Luo's words, Gung Shiro's expression became serious, and a devilish phantom gradually appeared behind him. Annihilation, Thunder Dragon Sky, Breaking Claw. Raging Inferno Yama Slash. A blue light and a purple light intertwined in the sky, splitting the dark clouds in half. A massive, deep pit appeared on the island, and the explosive thunder turned all the solid ice on the island into powder, leaving the entire island barren, covered in charred earth, ultimately shattering the entire island into fragments. On the eastern shore of Windmill Village in the East Sea Gaia Kingdom, Karp stared intently at the changing white paper in front of him, with a box filled with seawater and a pair of sea stone handcuffs beside him. When a giant golden eagle appeared before him, his previously irritated expression turned anxious. Fei Luo, who hurt you? Karp looked at the knife marks on Fei Luo's body in shock. Fei Luo was a thunderfruit user, and his strength was enough to be a candidate for the rank of Navy Admiral. Unless those monsters took action themselves, it would be impossible for anyone to injure Fei Luo. Fei Luo transformed into a golden eagle enveloped in lightning, with flickering flame clouds under the thunder. A long bloodstain marked his chest, and his body was soaked in red. A powerful swordsman, Fei Luo chewed on roasted meat, speaking somewhat unclearly as he secretly resolved to seek him out for a fight next time, face to face. Covering the bloodstain on his chest, He was filled with lingering fear, thinking to himself that just the sword energy had injured him to this extent. It was only through the awakening of the Golden Eagle's regenerative ability, the recovery power of the White Tiger Phantom Beast, and his own strong self-healing that he had managed to recover. Was it the Golden Lion, Rayleigh, Red-Haired, Hawkeye? Karp listed several well-known swordsmen, but Fei Luo shook his head, mentioning a samurai from Wano, saying that the specific name could wait until he appeared later. Hearing this, Karp punched Fei Luo, calling him a brat, and saying he was playing dumb with him. Fei Luo, having anticipated this, vanished from his spot and appeared in mid-air, grinning as he said, "Teacher Karp, you know the situation in the East Blue better than I do. Don't you already have the answer?" Karp snorted at Fei Luo's voice and replied, "Hurry back. Sengoku has ordered you to return immediately. You and that Enel kid, one went to Impel Down and the other to the North Sea. Neither of you is a source of peace." Seeing Fei Luo's distracted demeanor, Karp, filled with disappointment, said, "This time you went to Impel Down. Focus on your training. Strength is the most important." Having replenished his stamina, Fei Luo handed Karp a small box filled with gold and a piece of white paper. "Teacher Karp, don't worry. I won't let you down." Karp silently accepted it, placing a large hand on Fei Luo's shoulder and laughing. "Ha ha, Fei Luo, you still lack something." Fei Luo suddenly felt an overwhelming weakness, his fruit powers failing, followed by a terrifying sense of pressure that felt like his soul was being crushed. There was also a strong sensation of suffocation, his body turning icy cold, and his vision gradually blurring, as if he were about to faint. Karp, looking at the only part of Fei Luo visible, his head, said, "After 2 years on Beast Island, if you're fighting every day, you should have the aura of a strong person. Why can't I see any trace of that aura on you?" Suddenly, under Karp's astonished gaze, Fei Luo struggled to rise, his blood-red eyes chillingly cold, and he erupted with a powerful aura. Karp, feeling Fei Luo's Conqueror's Haki, exclaimed in disbelief, "Conqueror's Haki? How can there be such Conqueror's Haki?" He quickly pressed Fei Luo underwater, having never seen Fei Luo in his monstrous form. However, he had a strong feeling that letting this version of Fei Luo out of the box would lead to terrifying consequences. At the moment Fei Luo's Conqueror's Haki emerged, a sharp pain shot through his mind, followed by feelings of fear. Only by using all his strength to wield the Conqueror's Haki did that feeling dissipate. He had only experienced such feelings when he was a child, seeing those terrifying monsters. After becoming a Navy officer, he had never felt such emotions again. Fei Luo, wake up! Karp's powerful Conqueror's Haki desperately suppressed the monstrous Fei Luo. The malevolent Fei Luo, lying in the seawater, began to struggle, his pupils flickering between blood red and black, then started hitting his left hand with his right. "Evil, you or me. Don't get confused by those memories. A tiger is strongest only when united. Teacher Karp, don't stop using your Conqueror's Haki." Fei Luo, lying in the box, shouted at Karp. As Fei Luo's pupils gradually transformed into the shape of a tiger talisman, he finally ceased his movements and retracted his Conqueror's Haki. "Teacher Karp, I'm fine now," he said weakly, slumping back in the box, slipping into unconsciousness, a smile still on his face. Karp's expression turned heavy as he looked at Fei Luo, wondering what had happened to this brat, who was even more ferocious than those pirate monsters. Could it be because he had eaten too many devil fruits? Fero's situation is too special, with 4 devil fruits inside him. Even Karp has only seen a man who ate 2 devil fruits. To be on the safe side, Karp took out seastone handcuffs, put them on Fero, and submerged him in seawater. "Brew, Karp, what's going on? How could you use Conqueror's Haki?" "It's nothing. Fero has some problems. You go to the back mountain and bring a few fierce beasts back. I'll wait for him to wake up." "Yes." "What? Who's that old man?" A voice came, and Karp turned to see a boy with a wooden stick not far from the shore looking at him. He was the one who claimed to be the old man's apprentice yesterday. It seems like a navy beside him. Luffy said, "Really, the bigger they are, the more impolite they get." When Ace heard Karp's voice coming from behind, both of them instinctively wanted to run away. However, a huge fist had already landed on their heads, instantly swelling 2 lumps. It hurts, it hurts. Stinky Grandpa's fist is so scary." Luffy lay on the ground, covering his head and moaning. "Damn it, why is that old man's speed so fast?" Ace also covered his head like Luffy. "This is the Iron Fist of Love, and you should call me Grandpa." Karp couldn't help but give them another punch after hearing the way they addressed him. The two stopped speaking, fearing that Karp's fist would land on them again. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped the 3 of them, and they saw Bogart carrying several huge wild beasts walking towards them. "Karp, do you need to roast them now?" Bogart set the beast down and asked. Roast them all," Karp nodded. He had already seen Fero gobbling down the roasted meat and was hungry himself. After hearing Karp's voice, Bogart quickly took his knife and began to skillfully process the beasts. Soon, the aroma of roasted meat began to waft through the air, and Luffy and Ace, smelling it, started to have their stomachs growl and couldn't help but swallow. Karp, seeing them drooling, chuckled helplessly. "Let me roast it, Bogart. Thank you for going to bring some more back." "Yes, Karp." Luffy, Ace, to become strong Marines, the first thing is to fill your stomach. "So you have the strength to fight," Karp said while eating meat. "No way, I'm going to be the Pirate King," Luffy retorted while eating. "Hee hee, I'll set sail before you, and I'll be waiting for you to challenge me on the Pirate King's throne," Ace said proudly after hearing Luffy's words. Ace, you're so despicable." "Luffy, I'll welcome you when you set sail." "Huh? No, you're supposed to be Marines." Bogart listened to their argument without changing his expression. He had encountered this situation many times and was used to it. However, he noticed movement in the distance and saw Fero trying to get up, so he hurried to Fero's side and pushed it back down. Karp specifically instructed that Fero must not leave the box under any circumstances. "Mr. Bogart?" Fero looked at the swordsman in front of him, confused. He didn't understand why he was still in the seawater box, and Bogart was deliberately stopping him. "Fero, I'm sorry. This is Mr. Karp's order," Bogart said apologetically to Fero, then turned and shouted, "Karp, Fero is awake." "What?" Karp appeared in front of Fero in an instant. "Little brat, what the hell just happened?" Just now, Fero didn't know how to explain to Karp that the tiger talismans had separated his good and evil sides when they entered his body. The evil form had consumed the original's memories, rejected the good form, and the power of the evil side was constantly growing on Beast Island. So Fero was hesitant to use it. However, just now, Karp's Conqueror's Haki suppression gave the evil side an opportunity to emerge and vent recklessly. There were pros and cons. Although Karp's Haki suppression caused the evil form to appear, it also allowed Fero to fully master the power of the tiger talismans, balancing his yin and yang. Now he lacked nothing, and the power of his yin side returned, awakening a special Conqueror's Haki in him. His observation Haki not only had the perception of good and evil, but also the ability to foresee the future. Was there a conflict with the Devil Fruit? Seeing Fero remain silent for a long time, Karp quickly inquired. "Yes, the Golden Eagle Fruit and the White Tiger Fruit clashed, but it's fine now. It's already resolved. Moreover, I have awakened Conqueror's Haki." After hearing Karp's words, Fero found an excuse. "Is it really fine?" Karp said with some uncertainty. "No, it needs to be observed for a while. During this time, you should wear sea stone handcuffs. We'll release you when we return to headquarters if there are no issues." Fero looked at Karp's serious expression and could only nod helplessly, struggling to stand up and attempt to walk. "Old man, your disciple looks weak," he asked, swaying while walking. Ace said disdainfully, glancing at Fero. Seeing Ace's arrogant demeanor and hearing those words, Fero's temper flared. "Karp-sensei, do you mind if I teach him a lesson?" "Ace, that guy's speed was faster than Grandpa's yesterday. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. You need to be careful," Luffy said, watching Fero warily and assuming a combat stance. Karp recalled how his two grandsons had just been arguing about wanting to be the Pirate King, completely unaware of their limitations, and decided to use Fero, who was the same age, to teach them a lesson, nodding in agreement. Let me show you if I'm capable." After receiving Karp's consent, Fero immediately unleashed his Conqueror's Haki against the two brothers. This was the only means of attack he could use now, as his body was too weak to walk properly. Fero's gaze fixed on the two of them, and his expression involuntarily turned cold. Luffy and Ace felt a powerful sense of oppression, as if a pair of green eyes were staring at them from the darkness, with an unknown monster lurking on their backs. In an instant, Luffy rolled his eyes and fainted. Just as Ace was about to pass out, he saw Luffy collapse, and his pupils instantly dilated. His body erupted with a powerful Conqueror's Haki. "What did you do to Luffy?" His fierce gaze was locked onto Fero as he approached him. However, after just 3 steps, he too rolled his eyes and fainted. Conqueror's Haki. Bogart looked in shock at Fero and Ace, the legendary king's potential. He couldn't believe he was witnessing 2 of them here. In their navy, only Sengoku and Garp possessed such power. "Ace, you little brat, is the lesson you mentioned supposed to be using Conqueror's Haki? Can't you educate them gently like I do? Let them feel the love from you, their brother." Garp's iron fist slammed down hard on Fero's head. Fero fell to the ground in response, a large bump forming on his head. He now had no strength or ability to dodge Karp's attack. "Gently?" Fero looked at Karp in disbelief, knowing how Karp trained Luffy. Whenever there was a disagreement, he would throw him into the deep mountains to fend for himself, and every time he returned to Windmill Village, Their meeting would end with a punch, strong enough to create a big pit in the ground. Fero really couldn't understand how Karp could say such things with a straight face. Where's the face? Fero, have something to eat. Bogart placed a large piece of roasted meat in front of Fero. Fero stood up to take the roasted meat and said to Bogart, "Thank you, Mr. Bogart. You're welcome. I didn't expect you to have the qualities of a king, just like Admiral Karp." Bogart looked at Fero and the fallen ace with a bit of envy. He had seen people with such power, and none were weak. Sengoku, Karp, Pirate King Roger, Golden Lion Shiki, the Lone Red Layfield, Dark King Rayleigh, and so on, all renowned figures on the sea. I'm just lucky, Fero sighed from the bottom of his heart. Bogart looked at Fero, who was smiling proudly, and felt an urge to stab him. Looking at the two on the ground, he wanted to give them a gift. A square 3 for Luffy and a spade 3 for Ace, both of whom were easy targets. If only he had a deck of cards on him right now, it would be a guaranteed win, but unfortunately, he didn't. A soft sound came, and Kap's nap bubble burst. Luffy, Ace, what's wrong with you? Kap quickly picked up Luffy and Ace, shouting, and only remembered what had happened when he saw Fero. Fero saw Karp's gaze and knew he was about to get punched, so he turned and ran in fear. Fero, don't run. Karp angrily charged at Fero. His fists, as big as sandbags, smashed into the beach, creating one big pit after another. Could those sea prism stone handcuffs be fake? Bogart looked at the lively Fero in disbelief. Rubbing his eyes hard, when he looked at Fero again, he was running even faster. East Sea, Seymourji Village. Master, why don't you go back and rest? It's fine, Yumura, I can just sit here and guide you. Keep practicing, Gungshiro said with a smile. After Yumura walked away, Gungshiro's smile gradually turned into a. He had just woken up from a long slumber and could not believe that Fero's final strike, that explosive thunder, could actually penetrate Haki and continuously cause damage. It was just a near miss. The real attack had completely shattered that island. If it had been a direct hit, his injuries would probably be even worse than they are now. In the end, he lost this battle. Fero personally came to him, carried him back to Seymourji Village while unconscious, and left without saying a word. He looked into the distance and muttered, "The Navy has produced another monster. What bad news? Master, how are your injuries?" A figure with green hair ran up to Gungshiro. "It's Zoro. I'm much better," Gungshiro said with a smile. This was the disciple he looked forward to the most, training hard every day with a very strong will. He believed that Zoro would achieve great things once he set sail. Is that Navy really that strong? Zoro asked with curiosity in his eyes. He had never seen his master sustain such serious injuries. His whole body had different degrees of burns, and there were unhealable scars on his right arm. Very strong, a very terrifying enemy, Gungshiro said with an unusually serious expression. Then I must challenge him in the future. Zoro's eyes erupted with unprecedented fighting spirit. And after saying that, he ran off to continue training. Gungshiro said nothing, his glasses reflecting light, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. A hint of cold light arrived first, followed by a spear thrust like a dragon. What a cool weapon! In the back mountain of Windmill Village, Fero was training with the wooden spear that Bogart had just made for him. Meanwhile, Luffy, who had come here to challenge Fero, couldn't help but show a look of desire when he saw the spear. Luffy shook his head and then said seriously, "Fero, I'm gonna knock you away." Ace had been unconscious for too long, which made him very angry, and he was determined to knock Fero away. Gum Gum Pistol. Fero looked at the outstretched arm and swiftly blocked it with the pole of his spear, then began to rotate, causing Luffy's arm to get tangled up. Hee, come here. Fero swung the spear back, pulling Luffy closer, and flicked his index finger against Luffy's forehead. Ouch! Your attack feels just like Grandpa's punch, Luffy said, covering his forehead with one hand. Because I'm a disciple of Master Karp. Fero replied with a big smile. Let me give you something fun. Fero placed one end of the sea prism stone handcuffs on Luffy. What is this? Why do I feel so weak all of a sudden? Luffy felt a wave of weakness wash over him, and his voice became feeble. Fero was thinking of teaching Luffy a lesson with his fist, and a scene of him being knocked away by a punch flashed in his mind. Without hesitation, Fero grabbed his weapon and ran. That little brat, bullying my grandson again. Karp started chasing Fero to fight him again. With Fero's slippery movements, Karp's fists knocked down tree after tree, but in the end, he was regrettably taken down by a sneak attack from Karp. Before leaving, Karp didn't forget to say, "I told you to show them your brotherly love." Hearing this, Fero felt like crying without tears. Reminiscent of that time, he watched Krail kill a full-health angel in his past life, completely disregarding his feelings. He decided that before leaving Windmill Village tomorrow, he would stay away from Luffy and Ace. That should give him no reason to fight anymore. He then quietly carried his halberd to the seaside to start practicing his halberd techniques. Now, with sea stone handcuffs on, he could only train his own strength and some skills. He couldn't do anything else at all. Fero arrived at the seaside, practicing while starting to think. He recalled the legends he had seen before about Magnetic Drum Island, the Curse of the Snow Witch, and the First King. Fero deduced from a legend that there are the abilities of the natural type Snow Fruit and the Paramecia type Disease Fruit, one being an invulnerable witch and the other a king who can heal all diseases. He also understood why Blackbeard specifically made a trip to Drum Island. However, he did not understand how Blackbeard knew the locations of these powerful devil fruits. Everything about Blackbeard changed completely after he obtained the Dark Fruit, and Fero speculated that perhaps the Dark Fruit has the ability to sense the locations of other powerful devil fruits. The devil fruits obtained by Blackbeard's crew include the Disease Fruit, the Warp Fruit, the mythical Zoan-type Pegasus Fruit, the Strength Fruit, the Invisibility Fruit, and the desired Sweet Fruit. If he guessed correctly, the two devil fruits on Drum Island are the Disease Fruit and the mythical Zoan-type Pegasus Fruit, along with the Swallow Fruit. He could have a maximum of 12 devil fruits, leaving only 8 slots, so his choices must be made carefully. After achieving a balance of yin and yang, Fero also learned that he could consume a maximum of 12 devil fruits, and the abilities of the devil fruits could be combined. He could transform into a golden eagle and still use the abilities of the white tiger fruit without worrying about exposure. Next, he planned to leave most of the fruit slots for the Paramecia-type devil fruits with the highest development potential and look for a robust mythical Zoan type. The Momo fruit must be consumed. This is non-negotiable. The space-type Door fruit and the time-type Slow fruit are alternative for the time fruit and the yet-to-appear Void fruit. The destructive power of the Quake fruit also cannot be given up. If the String fruit could be developed to the extent of altering lifelines or even timelines, that would also be a good option. The Strength fruit, which breaks through all laws, and the Bounce fruit, which can repel everything. If the Door fruit could be developed to the extent of traveling to other worlds, which world would he choose? What would happen if the Float fruit could be developed to control the pirate planet to float? Would the Dumpling fruit be able to control Kaido? Or even the Gorosei or Im? Could the Hell fruit be developed to a certain extent to become the Lord of Hell? The Soul fruit grants life, while the Spirit fruit unlocks intelligence. Fei Luo's mind was filled with ideas for the development of devil fruits, which guided his choice of the remaining devil fruits he wanted to consume. While Fero was deep in thought, a voice behind him interrupted him. He turned around to see Ace charging towards him with a water pipe. "You bastard Fero! I finally found you, and I'm going to defeat you." Without a moment's hesitation, Philo turned and ran, or else he would have to face Karp's iron fist. Stop. The next morning, Karp and the others were about to leave Windmill Village to return to the Navy headquarters. "Luffy, Ace, you two train well for me and become strong Marines," Karp said with a smile, looking at the two. "No, I want to become the Pirate King. That's my promise with Shanks." Luffy immediately retorted, grinning with his hand on his straw hat. "I will become the Pirate King before you, Luffy," Ace said proudly, looking at Luffy. Bang! Upon hearing their argument, Karp's fists immediately clenched, and the two brothers fell to the ground, a large bump appearing on their heads. "Dayton, you must train them well to become Marines," Karp said to the shivering Dayton beside him. "Yes, Mr. Karp." Dayton immediately stood up straight and saluted Karp, watching him leave. Fei Luo silently took out 2 threes and placed them on the two brothers, showing his recognition of their strength. He then quickly followed in Karp's footsteps. "Set off. Return to the naval headquarters." Yes, the Doghead warship officially set sail. Since they were in a hurry, they would directly cross the windless zone along the Red Line, pass through the Devil's Triangle, and then reach the Sabiti Archipelago, from where they could head to the naval headquarters. After Fei Luo boarded the ship, he continued to train, wielding the steel halberd crafted for him by Bogart. "Fei Luo, let's fight again. I've never faced such a weapon before," Bogart said with great interest in Fei Luo's weapon. "Give it your all. Come on, Mr. Bogart," Fei Luo replied, filled with fighting spirit, believing that combat could better unleash his potential. Sweep across the army. Fei Luo wielded his spear with both hands and charged at Bogart, swinging the spear blade horizontally. Bogart drew his sword to defend and, taking advantage of the momentum, deflected Fei Luo's weapon, pushing the weakened Fei Luo back. "Come again, open the ground." Fero leaped up and chopped straight at Bogart, and, as expected, was knocked back once again. Here comes the wind piercing. Fero was knocked down time and time again, but he kept getting back up, and the battle time gradually lengthened. With the sea stone handcuffs he wore fake, could he have adapted to the suppression of the Devil Fruit? WC. He even used armament hockey. Under the shocked gazes of the surrounding navy, the blade of Fero's halberd was stained with a layer of black. Even Bogart, who was fighting Fero, couldn't help but be a bit surprised that he adapted to the suppression of the sea stone handcuffs so quickly. Just luck, just luck. Fero smiled at Bogart. Bogart said nothing, only gradually increased the strength in his hands and began to use swordsmanship, his speed suddenly doubling. Swordsmanship of the wind. Just a moment ago, Fero was still grinning, but now he found it hard to keep up with Bogart's rhythm and could only passively defend against the attacks. After being knocked away a few more times, Fero adapted again. Nothing could take me down, it would only make me stronger. Until night fell, during dinner, Fero's armament hockey had already covered the upper half of the battle halberd completely. He could now exchange blows with Bogart, who was exerting 50% of his power, and beyond that were the sword techniques created to kill. The people on Karp's ship went from shock to numbness, and now they were extremely excited. They could hardly wait for Fero to grow even stronger, inherit Karp's title, and become the new hero of the Navy. This was all because a big smart guy started writing Fero's legendary story. Once Fero became famous, they would have bragging rights and could boast about it when they were known outside. Then everyone started following suit to record and derive various versions. They were heading to the doldrums, so they hadn't seen any pirates along the way, allowing them to leisurely write a biography. Under everyone's gaze, Fero directly showcased 2 sea kings before stopping to eat. The nearby Navy began to take detailed notes after seeing Fero stop. On April 28th, 1512 of the Sea Circle calendar, the new hero of the Navy, Fero, as a Devil Fruit user wearing sea stone handcuffs, fought against 2 sea kings in the doldrums, allowing us to witness the terror of monsters. Fero didn't pay them any attention. Life restoration completely transformed food into energy, and he continued to train at the plank. As expected of my disciple, Fero was able to adapt to the suppression of Hylu stone in just a few days. Ha! Karp walked towards Fero, munching on senbei. Now, let me guide your training, so you can truly feel my care for you. After finishing the last bite of the senbei, Karp directly swung his iron fist at Fero. Bring it on, Fero replied, putting down his Fong Tianji and switching to a fist attack. Even though he foresaw himself being knocked away, he did not back down. Fero understood that fighting was the fastest way for him to improve. And the pressure that Karp put on him was definitely greater than that of Bogart, which would lead to a quicker enhancement of his strength. When their fists collided, Fero felt a tremendous force strike him. Even with his arm covered in hockey, he experienced intense pain, and his body was instantly sent flying. Karp appeared behind Fero and caught him, then propelled Fero into the air, saying, "You little brat, do you want to destroy my ship?" Fero felt intense pain radiating from all over his body, the force of this punch overwhelming him entirely. Bang! Fero fell heavily onto the plank, only to be sent flying again by Karp. Karp looked at Fero, who was down once more, raised his fist, and said, "Fero kid, don't leave any weaknesses exposed. Your hockey strength is still not enough. You're far from being a true strong fighter." As Fero watched Karp come at him again, he quickly got up and swung his fist to counter. Karp's 2 punches completely restored his armament hockey. Now, aside from not being able to use his Devil Fruit powers, everything else was at its peak state, double armament crush mountain. Karp's fists were no longer covered in armament hockey. A regular straight punch made Fero wary. Gathering the strength of his body, he unleashed his strongest attack. Bang! The collision of their fists produced a clear sound, and Fero was hit by a surge of power, as if he were attacking himself, causing him to retreat several steps. Ha! Fero kid, that attack was interesting, keep it up, Karp said, his eyes filled with a hint of admiration as he waved at Fero from his spot. Fero also took a stance, preparing to show Karp some of the techniques he knew. Arm ties Hankyo. Fero sidestepped and attacked, only to be knocked back by Karp's punch. Armat lipi washan. He leaped up and struck at Karp with his hand like a knife, but was once again sent flying by a punch. Arm ding sheen elbow. Just as Fero shouted it out, Karp knocked him flying. Your martial arts have some unique aspects, but your speed is too slow. If you combined it with your Devil Fruit powers, it would be better. However, a Devil Fruit user doesn't rely on martial arts. You should focus on honing your hockey, Karp said. On the shore of the 60th island of Sabeti Archipelago, 2 teams of Navy soldiers stood, and in between them stood a group of special guests, a golden mermaid and a giant mermaid, accompanied by numerous mermaid guards. Fero, aboard the Doghead warship, looked at them and couldn't help but smile. After nearly 4 days of full-speed sailing, They finally arrived at The archipelago. During the day, he fought against Boggett, and at night, he was beaten by Karp, which significantly improved his attack techniques and hockey through these battles. Now, the usual Karp still crushed him effortlessly, and Fero couldn't accurately gauge Karp's true strength, not even with his electromagnetic perception. The punch in the story, hockey binding, he wasn't sure if it was Karp's true power. After all, the escaped king was still on the island, perhaps still suppressing him. That was still a bit far from him. He had only possessed Conqueror's hockey for a short time, and his spirit wasn't strong enough yet. As soon as he returned to the Navy headquarters, Fero saw Zifa and Sengoku eagerly rushing toward him, stepping lightly. "Fero, are you okay?" they asked in unison. Then Fero saw Zifa scanning him with a special device, while Sengoku transformed into the Buddha and released a gentle power toward him. Fero felt an unparalleled sense of tranquility at this moment and calmly said, "Teacher Zifa, Teacher Sengoku. Don't worry, I'm fine now." A genuine smile appeared on his face, and he felt an immense warmth from the deep concern these three teachers showed him. After multiple checks confirmed everything was fine, Zifa and Sengoku nodded to each other and brought Fero into the cabin. With a click, Zifa broke the sea stone handcuffs on Fero and casually tossed him on the ground. He then used the instrument for another check, and Sengoku once again released a beam of light into Fero's body. Fero felt the return of his physical strength, and his body involuntarily began to relax. He checked his paper space and found that nothing inside was lost, letting out a sigh of relief. After being unable to use the power of the Devil Fruit due to the sea stone, he still experienced a decline in stamina. Now that the items in his paper space were still there, it proved that his guess was correct. The sea stone only restricted the abilities of the Devil Fruit, not his ability to use it. Zifa and Sengoku both launched a surprise punch at Fero, catching him off guard and making him hold his head, looking innocently at them. Then, under their silent signals, Fero activated the shielding paper array. Zifa looked at Fero seriously and said, "You little brat. Karp said there's been a conflict with your Devil Fruit powers. What's going on?" Fei Luo had long prepared his words because his golden eagle fruit had awakened. And then for some inexplicable reason, it clashed violently with a white tiger fruit. "However, I have completely resolved this issue now." "What? Your Devil Fruit has awakened?" Zephyr and Sengoku looked at Fei Luo in disbelief. When they saw Fei Luo transform into a golden eagle, and then the blue flame clouds appeared behind him, they exchanged glances and exclaimed, "Monster!" They never expected this reason. Awakening the power of a Devil Fruit at the age of 12, let alone seeing it, was something they couldn't even dare to imagine. "Ha ha! Very good. This is what my disciple should be." Sengoku laughed heartily and patted Fei Luo's shoulder. The stronger Fei Luo became, the happier he felt. He finally had a powerful disciple, and this way, his position as a marshal wouldn't be mocked by Karp for having no disciples anymore. Zephyr also laughed happily. He felt proud to have such a monstrous disciple as Fei Luo. Next time, don't act directly against those people. Hold back a bit and let them find an excuse to suppress you. I also can't refute it. Sengoku looked at Fei Luo helplessly. Now, the two most promising people in the Navy, one went to the North Sea, and the other was placed in Impel Down, which was full of criminals, leaving him feeling somewhat troubled. Fero shook his head and looked up at Sengoku. "Sengoku-sensei, I just hope you can grant me the right to execute all criminals. Only through continuous life and death battles can I quickly improve." "All of them?" "Fero, there are some monsters in Impel Down that even I dare not say I can completely suppress. Releasing them would be like letting demons return to the human world." "Are you trying to destroy the world?" Zephyr said. Fero knew that Sengoku and Zephyr would disagree with his thoughts, but he had enough reasons to persuade them. A white paper cage. A cage made of white paper strips surrounded Zephyr and Sengoku. Fero gestured for Zephyr to break it. "Zephyr-sensei, this is specially developed for the situation you mentioned." The white paper cage was developed by Fero, referencing Doflamingo's birdcage, consuming half of his stamina to make it unbreakable. The only way to forcibly break it would be to kill Fero. Otherwise, one would need to use a special Devil Fruit ability to escape. Armament, crush. Zephyr's arm turned pitch black, and he struck a small paper strip. The imagined scene of the white paper turning into fragments did not occur. The white paper cage remained unchanged. How is this possible? Sengoku couldn't believe that Zephyr's attack had no effect on Fero's white paper space. Zephyr was once a great admiral, one of the top powers at sea. How could he not break a mere cage made of white paper developed by Fero? Black arm, crush. Special patterns appeared on Zephyr's wrist as he struck the white paper once more, his powerful strength erupting in an instant. Sengoku saw Zephyr actually using his true power, his eyes fixed on the white paper, waiting for it to shatter. However, the white paper showed no change. Zephyr silently retracted his fist, saying, "Don't challenge those monsters until you have the strength." Sengoku, seeing this scene, widened his mouth in disbelief, rubbing his eyes vigorously. When he saw that the white paper still showed no change, he could no longer sit still. Turning to Zephyr, he said, "Zephyr, I think it's your technique that's wrong. Let me try." Buddha's impact. A massive transparent halo appeared in Sengoku's palm, and when he struck the white paper, his shockwave mysteriously disappeared. Sengoku, not believing it, continued to unleash several Buddha's impacts, yet still, the white paper showed no change. He fell silent. "I agree." Fero collected the white papers and cupped his hands towards the two, saying, "Teacher Sengoku, Teacher Zifa, when I return to the Navy headquarters, I will definitely give you a big surprise." Can the speed of lightning, amplified 100 times, compare to the speed of light of Kizuru? Can a punch with 100 times the power touch the true strength of Garp? It will definitely shock everyone and make them feel the surprise. "How about the Navy headquarters, Marine Ford? Is Fero's body all right?" Garp asked, looking at Sengoku and Zifa, who had just come out of the cabin. Zifa and Sengoku exchanged glances and both shook their heads in agreement. Fero's body is not only fine, but it's also at a somewhat abnormal level. Awakening the Devil Fruit ability at the age of 12. Who would believe that? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it either. Thinking of this, they looked towards Fero in the distance and felt very pleased. Fero is such an outstanding disciple. "Ars, I didn't expect you to become a major. That's really impressive." Fero gave Ars a thumbs up. Ars smiled and said, "The island where I come from is particularly prominent on the third route, so there are more pirates. Compared to Mr. Fero, I'm still somewhat insignificant. I can't believe Mr. Fero actually defeated the Lion's Roar pirate crew. That's amazing." Fero waved his hand and said, "That was because a swordsman had already injured the Lion's Roar. I just want to help a bit. Ars, try to avoid going to the Iswalin's kingdom in the future. Especially that swordsmen. Absolutely do not become his enemy. Remember that." Reflecting on that scene left him with a deep impression of that swordsman. For Ars's sake, he felt it necessary to give some extra advice. Ars pondered for a moment. "Iswalin's? Is that the country with the griffin legend? A few days ago, when I saw Enel, I felt that his ability resembled that legendary creature. My hometown hasn't built a naval base yet. Until it's completed, I won't leave my hometown waters." Hearing this, Fero looked at Ars with some admiration. Such a young person shouldering these burdens is commendable. Fei Luo took out a piece of paper and handed it to Yars, saying, "Take this paper. When you return to your hometown, contact me, and I'll send you some things." Yars nodded as he received the white paper from Fei Luo. Having frequently visited Fei Luo with ZFA, he naturally knew about the teleportation paper that Fei Luo had developed. "Let's go. There's another battle waiting for me," Fei Luo said, putting his arm around Yar's shoulder as they headed towards the restaurant. Then a breeze blew, lifting the scattered pieces of paper on the ground and carrying them away. They went straight to the restaurant, and upon reaching the window, they saw an intense battle taking place inside, with Sam in the center directing the fight. "Sam, I'm here to challenge you," Fei Luo shouted into the room, transmitting his voice to Sam's ears via radio waves. When Sam turned around and saw Fei Luo, he called over someone next to him, saying, "Hani, you take over the kitchen from here." "Okay, boss Sam." After arriving at the entrance, Sam motioned for Fei Luo to follow, leading both of them to a fighting arena at the back of the restaurant. Sam stared at Fei Luo and said, "Kid, you only have 2 chances to challenge. Are you sure you want to do it now?" Fero didn't expect such a rule, but now his strength is absolutely enough to defeat Sam and even kill him. Fei Luo jumped onto the stage and said, "Of course, I will give my all." Sam also jumped onto the stage, took a fighting stance, and said, "The rule of the battle is to make the opponent leave the arena. 3, 2, 1, start." High temperature finger gun. Sam charged at Fei Luo, with his bright red index finger ready to attack at any moment. Fei Luo transformed into a golden eagle surrounded by lightning and flashed to Sam's back, his massive wings striking down. Sam, sensing the danger with his observation hockey, could only barely raise one hand to block Fei Luo's attack, but the tremendous force sent him flying. Steam dash. Sorry, I saw it, Master Sam. Fei Luo once again flashed to his front and knocked him out of the ring. To achieve victory as quickly as possible, Fei Luo specifically used observation hockey to attack Sam twice in a very short time, ensuring he left the confines of the ring. Sam used moonwalk to stop himself and gracefully returned to the ground. Respectfully, saluting Fei Luo. Mr. Fei Luo, I admit defeat. I will be very happy to cook for you in the future. However, the Sea Kings need you to catch them personally. I am only responsible for cooking. Only Sea Kings can allow me to enjoy the fun of cooking. After hearing Sam's words, Fei Luo nodded in understanding and took out a huge Sea King from the white paper space, handing it to Sam. Sam's eyes lit up as he received the extremely fresh ingredient. Mr. Fei Luo, please wait in the restaurant. I will prepare lunch for you right away. After saying this, he eagerly ran back to the kitchen. The difference in size between Sam and the Sea King was immense, resembling a mantis carrying a canoe. Mr. Fei Luo, your speed is too incredible. I could barely see the afterimages you left behind, said Yars, who had transformed into a mantis. Fei Luo looked at Yars's extremely prominent big eyes and felt quite uneasy. Yars, please turn back into your original form. There's no need to transform into a mantis anymore. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to see you next time. Fei Luo slowly retracted his fist that he had prepared to strike. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, he might have accidentally unleashed the gathered lightning. Upon hearing Fei Luo's words, Yars hurriedly transformed back into his human form and scratched his head, saying, "Sorry, Mr. Fei Luo, I got too excited." Fei Luo waved his hand and put his arm around Yars' shoulder. Let's go enjoy the food. In just half an hour, their lunch was laid out before them. He has already lost to me. Please enjoy slowly. Sam delivered the last dish to them and then left, allowing them to fully enjoy the meal. It really takes a professional, Fei Luo remarked involuntarily after taking a bite, commenting on the taste of his lightning barbecue, noting that the energy provided was slightly less than that of the food cooked by Sam. After his moment of admiration, he began to sweep across the food on the table like a whirlwind. Fero activated his observation hockey and turned to Yars, saying, "Yars, Teacher Zifa asked where I went. Just say I went to the restroom." As soon as he finished speaking, Fero disappeared from the spot, leaving only a piece of white paper behind. In the next moment, Zifa appeared in front of Yars. "Fero, where's Fero?" Yars casually glanced at the white paper on the seat and replied with wide eyes, "Mister." Fero went to the restroom. "I'll go call him back." Zifa, watching Yars leave in a hurry, was somewhat puzzled. When he saw the white paper on the seat, he instantly understood everything. "Fero," he shouted loudly, echoing throughout the Navy cafeteria. "Tol. At that moment, Fero, who was on the favorable wind's ship in the deep sea, suddenly sneezed several times. "Who is it? Who keeps mumbling about me?" Fero looked at the pirates who discovered him and muttered helplessly as lightning snakes emerged from his body, delivering a Law King special to those people. In the middle of Fishman Island, at a prominent spot, a flag stood out, featuring a skull with a white crescent mustache. The pirate flag exclusive to the Yonko Whitebeard. Whitebeard claimed Fishman Island as his territory, preventing many pirates from causing trouble there, while also making fishmen extremely rare at auctions. After external threats decreased, internal strife inevitably arose, increasing the rift between mermaids and fishmen. The appearance of Princess Odoheim halted this situation. Born with innate observation hockey, she gained the recognition of most fishmen through her long efforts, becoming the beloved Odoheim on Fishman Island. However, there are always exceptions. Some people deemed Princess Odoheim's ideals as weak. They believed that because Whitebeard protected them too well, humans were afraid of them, and therefore they should rule over humans. Humans? Stop right there. What is your purpose on Fishman Island? Fei Luo had just arrived at Fishman Island when he was reprimanded by two fishmen holding spears. Without a change in his expression, Fei Luo showcased the justice cloak behind him and said, "I'm a major of the Navy headquarters, invited by Princess Odoheim to listen to her speech." Secretly using observation hockey to sense the entire Fishman Island, he listened to everyone. A shark-headed fishman approached Fei Luo and said in a deep voice, "Since you were invited by Princess Odoheim, then follow me. However, you must remember, this is my father's territory." Fei Luo remained silent, merely nodding calmly. They were just remnants of an old era. Even now, he felt no fear, only concern about provoking a war between the Navy and the White Group. Following the shark-faced fishman, he arrived at the speech square on Fishman Island, where Princess Odoheim was showcasing the signatures she had collected to establish friendly relations between the world nobles and Fishman Island. The residents of Fishman Island learned about the beauty of the land and humanity's attitude towards them from Princess Odoheim, which caused a nearby fishman to show a disdainful smile and leave the square. Fei Luo couldn't help but turn around, revealing a smile. A piece of white paper, carrying a special phone bug, quietly followed the figure, recording all his actions while he remained ready to act, knowing that only by saving them face-to-face could he gain their trust. At the same time, he also spotted a certain disgusting individual, the target of the Bit of Fruit. Vanderdecken. That guy's gaze was fixated on Shirahoshi, completely unaware that a piece of white paper had appeared beneath his feet. Princess Odoheim looked at the crowd below and smiled. Now, please everyone come forward to sign. A gunshot echoed throughout the square, and Felu instantly appeared in front of Princess Odoheim, catching the bullet. Hody Jones on Coral Hill couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn humans. Protect the princess. He quickly fired a few shots at Felu, all of which were blocked by him. It wasn't until the mermaid guards protected Princess Odoheim that some of them headed in his direction. Reluctantly, he turned and shot at a pirate he had captured, waiting for others to arrive and witness his achievement. The square began to descend into chaos, with the residents of Fishman Island scattering in all directions, completely oblivious to a fishman in the corner being consumed by the white paper. Mother! A pink mermaid cried as she rushed into Princess Odoheim's arms, her face filled with fear and terror. Odoheim comforted the pink mermaid Shirahoshi. I'm fine, her voice gentle as she stroked Shirahoshi's head, trying to dispel her inner anxiety. Born with the observation haki, Princess Odoheim could sense others' thoughts and emotions and could convey her own consciousness to others. This ability could easily cultivate loyal followers and quickly identify traitors. Thank you, Navy sir. I don't know how to address you. Princess Odoheim, having calmed her children, approached Felu to express her gratitude. Shirahoshi, nestled behind her, peeked out and also said, Thank you, Navy gentlemen. Looking up at Princess Odoheim, Felu smiled and said, No need to be polite. I am Sauros Felu, a major from the Navy headquarters. Upon hearing Felu's name, Princess Odoheim couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaim, You are the strongest new star of the Navy, Felu. Fei Luo's graduation assessment was the 500 million bounty on Shibuland, along with 3 legendary figures as his teachers. He was widely promoted by the Navy and has now become a new star in the Navy, making many people aware of his existence. The hurriedly arrived Neptune also expressed his gratitude to Fei Luo, thanking him for saving his wife. At this moment, the Fishman Guard brought a bloodied person before the crowd. The leader of the Fishman Guard reported the situation to His Majesty the King and Princess Odoheim, saying, We found this human in the direction we were shooting. Hody Jones said this human wanted to kill Princess Odoheim, so he killed this human. Despicable human, wanting to kill our Princess Odoheim. It was her that humans even bully us, treating us as slaves. But it was that human who saved Princess Odoheim. It must be their scheme. Feeling the waves of malice around him, especially from Hody Jones in front of him, Fei Luo's mind moved, and he controlled the white paper to rush towards those people. Fei Luo used the white paper space to swallow those who had strong malice towards him, preventing them from inciting disputes. Princess Iji sensed their anger and anxiously said, Everyone, listen to me. Her faint voice could not cover the noise of the scene. Her observation haki could only influence a limited range of people, and only those next to her turned to look at her in silence. Suddenly, a trumpet made of white paper appeared in front of her, amplifying her voice so that it reached everyone's ears. Everyone, listen to me. Most people on land are kind. It's just that some have lost their way. After hearing Princess Iji's words, everyone turned to look at Fei Luo beside her. He slightly shook his head, completely unaware of the true brutality of real pirates. The nobles on land have already agreed to establish a friendly relationship with us, and there will be navies like Mr. Fei Luo to protect us. Fei Luo was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, and quickly realized that it was the celestial dragon who had agreed to Princess Iji's request. After all, that celestial dragon had been thoroughly moved by Princess Iji. I believe that our Fishman Island and humans can live peacefully under the same blue sky and white clouds, fulfilling our ancestors' wishes. Through her voice, Princess Iji conveyed her intentions to them, touching their hearts. Fero, with the tiger talisman on him, was not affected at all. The nobles agreed only to please the celestial dragons. They probably sailed under the flag of the White-Beard pirates, which is why they were not attacked by pirates. Due to the recent assassination incident, Princess Odoheim's efforts were all in vain. The residents of Fishman Island did not want their beloved Princess Odoheim to be targeted again, and they unanimously refused to sign. In the end, Princess Odoheim had no choice but to temporarily abandon the collection of signatures and let them leave the square. Fei Luo controlled the white paper, transforming it into a mermaid that swam towards Bai Xing. Bai Xing looked curiously at the white paper mermaid dancing in front of her. Princess Iji helplessly watched the departing crowd. This sudden incident only made them hate humans even more. Princess Iji, Princess Bai Xing, Mr. Fei Luo. The banquet is already being prepared. Let's return to the palace, said a merman resembling a catfish, who approached them respectfully. Fei Luo waved his hand and said, I have other tasks to attend to and need to return to the headquarters. I'll visit Fishman Island again next time. As he controlled the white paper mermaid back to his side, it also attracted Bai Xing's gaze. Her big, watery blue eyes looked at him as if she were about to cry, which startled Fei Luo, prompting him to hurriedly send the white paper mermaid back and even fold another one for Bai Xing, holding 2 white paper mermaids. Bai Xing happily said to Fei Luo, Thank you, Lord Fei Luo. Fei Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief and said to them, Princess E.G., Bai Xing, see you next time. After saying that, he disappeared, leaving behind a piece of white paper that slowly floated down, while the white paper mermaid gradually stopped swimming and landed in Bai Xing's palm. Upon returning to the Navy headquarters, Fei Luo instinctively raised his hand to block an attack coming from the side. After being knocked away, he transformed into lightning and burst out of the room. Zifa also walked out of the room, saying, You little brat, just came back and are running around again. Don't forget you are taking office today. Hurry up and go to Impel Down. Saying this, he tossed Fei Luo an appointment letter along with the special execution order he needed. Fei Luo took the item thrown by Zai Fa and respectfully saluted him, saying yes. Teacher Shefa. Without having time to check it, he transformed into a lightning eagle and flew towards Impel Down. Military orders are as solid as a mountain, and the penalties are very severe. I heard that a new Marine supernova is coming to serve as the deputy director of our Impel Down. Is that true? Of course it's true. I personally heard Director Magellan say it. But why hasn't he arrived yet? Look, here he comes. It's said that he has eaten the mythical Zoan-type Devil Fruit, the white paper lightning eagle, Fei Luo. The people of Impel Down saw a flash of lightning appear before them in the blink of an eye, with sharp eyes, lightning snakes coiling around his wings, and exuding a fierce aura. They only reacted when Fei Luo transformed into his human form in front of them. They all saluted Fei Luo in unison, saying, Welcome, Chief Executioner Fei Luo. Hello, I am Magellan, the director of Impel Down, said a middle-aged man with 2 horns on his head and a pair of bat wings on his back, waving at Fei Luo. Director Magellan, it's an honor to meet you, Fei Luo said, carefully handing over a spade card. Deputy Director, this is Rains West Lu, said a middle-aged man behind Magellan, who was smoking a cigar and had a large knife called Thunderstorm hanging at his waist. Hello, Fei Luo said as he approached him, handing him a club card. I am Hannibal, the chief guard of the 3rd level. My wish is to be promoted to Deputy Director. Not good, said a middle-aged man with a demon-like appearance, dressed in clothing resembling that of a Fero, covering his mouth as he looked at Fei Luo. For someone who expresses his thoughts every day, Fei Luo didn't say much and threw out a 6 card. I am Saruti Eyes, the chief guard of the 1st level. Welcome, said a short man wearing a yellow shirt paired with a white suit, tied with a black tie, and wearing a white hat decorated with 2 horns and a skull face. I am Salos Fei Luo, serving as the execution officer of Impel Down. I hope to receive everyone's support, Fei Luo said with a smile while handing Saruti Eyes a spade card. Seeing their puzzled expressions while holding the cards, Fei Luo started to explain, as he couldn't just tell them it was their strength level in his eyes. The crowd nodded in realization, understanding it was related to Fei Luo's fruit ability, and then put the cards in their pockets. Little Suddy, however, clamped hers on a big white rabbit with her leather outfit, and finally bit her lip at Fei Luo. If you have any questions, feel free to ask us. The banquet is ready. Let's go eat, Domino said, trying to ease the awkwardness as Fei Luo turned his head away. On the way to the restaurant, Domino enthusiastically introduced Fei Luo to some things on the 1st floor, including the monitoring room, archive room, control room, etc. During the banquet, Domino told Fei Luo about the criminals held on each level of Impel Down. The 1st level, the Red Lotus Hell, holds around 10 million criminals, mainly those who are punished with iron trees and iron grass needles, and when they die, they are pushed down a pit to feed the beasts on the 2nd level. The 2nd level, Beast Hell, guarded by blue gorillas, holds over 2,500 pirates, using the inmates as toys for the guard beasts, with those who die being used as snacks. The 3rd level, Hunger Hell, holds prisoners with bounties of 50 million and some powerful devil fruit users, subjected to starvation and dehydration, along with the scorching heat from the 4th level, Heat Hell, making the 3rd level extremely hot. The 4th level, Heat Hell, holds over 70 million pirates, constantly enduring high temperatures, guarded by 4 awakened Zoan-type users and Little Suddy. The 5th level, Extreme Cold Hell, holds over 100 million prisoners, where the extremely low temperatures can freeze criminals to death, which then serve as food for military wolves. The 6th level, Infinite Hell, holds those with great strength and high bounties. All the rooms here are made of sea prism stone to prevent the Devil Fruit users from escaping. This level is guarded by Magellan, with only endless darkness accompanying the prisoners, wearing down their will over time and erasing their existence. Most importantly, it provides experimental materials for the world government, serving as lab rats for their scientists, whose powerful bodies allow those perverted scientists to unleash their full potential. After understanding the basic information, with Domino's help, Fero entered the archive room and obtained hidden information about the prisoners on the 6th level. Fero started looking from the 4th level, specifically searching for those with devil fruit abilities. Axe Fruit releases flying axes? Doesn't that make him the leader of the axe gang? Bird Fruit, chicken form, what the hell? What sound? Fero quickly flipped to the next page. TT Fruit controls the strength of T. Isn't that the old man's favorite? Fero studied the criminal information all night and noted down the abilities of those he was interested in. He went out to find Magellan and handed him the names of those to be executed today. Upon seeing the names on the paper, Magellan's pupils suddenly contracted. Leo, are you sure you want to challenge him now? Fero smiled and nodded, saying, of course, my strength has been assessed by both teachers, so the director doesn't need to worry. As he spoke, he revealed the special execution order in his hand. Magellan could only nod helplessly upon seeing the special execution order and led Fero to the execution room of Infinite Hell. This room was transformed from a cell that held giants, equipped with various torture instruments and a guillotine that was 20 meters tall. Use the cards to contact Shiryu and have him come over, Magellan said before leaving the execution room to escort the prisoners. Fero understood that this was a lack of trust in him, so he had no choice but to take out his half of the square piece and said to Vice Director Shiryu, please come to the Infinite Hell execution room. Understood. When Shiryu of Rain arrived at the execution room, he immediately saw a cage made of white paper on the execution platform, containing Fero and a block of solid ice. Magellan, seeing that Shiryu had arrived, immediately covered his backside and ran out. Shiryu, you stay here to prevent any accidents. Oi, Fero, let's get started. I can't wait to witness a great battle. Shiryu was excited to see the frozen wall. Staying in this boring place all day made him feel like he was about to become a prisoner himself. Now that there was a performance to watch, he might even get a prisoner to kill. Thinking of this, he placed his hand on the sword Thunderstorm, calming the emotions of the demon sword. The blood of a strong person should make you happy. Fero slightly nodded and shattered the solid ice with a punch, releasing Bondi Wald. Frere, you traitor! Wald, who had been released, let out an angry roar. His thoughts were still on the moment he was captured when the world government sent spies into his pirate crew, leading to his arrest. Kid, where is this? Wald looked around and found it was a strange place. He turned to Fero and asked. Fero smiled and said, this is Impel Down, a place for imprisoning criminals. Today, you are to be executed. I am the executioner Fero, and the execution officially begins now. After saying this, he transformed into a thunder eagle and flashed behind Wald, his black wings slicing toward him like a sharp blade. Armed thunder wing slash. Momo, 50 times speed. Wald's speed was extremely fast, dodging Fero's attack directly and even counterattacking. With one punch, he sent Fero onto the white paper, and then he tried to escape, only to find that they were both trapped inside the white paper. Momo, 100 times speed. Wald spat at the white paper, trying to destroy the paper cage, but his attack strangely disappeared. Don't even think about it. The only way to escape is to kill me. Fero pointed to himself and said, the white paper cage is made up of spatial white paper developed by me. Exceeding the limit of the white paper will cause the attack to be absorbed into the space, unless the attack power is strong enough to break the space. It cannot be forcibly destroyed. Wald turned to Fero, looking at him with anger, and said, then die for me. He picked up a piece of ice that had fallen to the ground and threw it at Fero with all his might. Momo, 100 times shotgun, thunder speed. Fero transformed into a lightning flash to dodge, his speed reaching that of lightning. His current maximum speed is 10 times the speed of sound, while Wald's speed has just reached nearly 8 times the speed of sound. Wald's attack landed on the white paper and then disappeared without a trace. Next to him, the reign of Shiryu was completely stunned. He couldn't see their movements at all, and his observation haki seemed to be completely blocked, leaving him unable to perceive the situation inside. How is this possible? What kind of devil fruit ability is this? Wald stared incredulously at Fero, who had evaded his attack. This was an attack at 100 times his speed. Apart from a certain lewd person, no one could dodge it. Ah, What a terrifying virus. To think it made me sick. The yellow monkey, leisurely trimming his nails at the Navy headquarters, suddenly sneezed. You don't need to know that. Yusti. Fei Luo covered his hands with haki and flickered next to Wald, delivering a punch. Momo at 100 times speed. Wald also erupted into a burst of speed, swinging his fists rapidly, his black fists raining down on Fei Luo. But he hit nothing but air, and then immediately turned to raise his hand to block, his body flying backward until it crashed into the white paper and finally stopped. Wald pressed his hand against the white paper cage, just revealing a strange smile, and the next moment he was swallowed by the white paper. Fei Luo foresaw what Wald wanted to do and quickly controlled the white paper to swallow him up. It was a close call. He actually wanted to expand the white paper prison 100-fold to stretch this place. If it weren't for his observation haki, he would have been done for. After saying that, Fei Luo also rushed into the white paper space. Wald was frantically attacking the surrounding spatial walls. Upon sensing Fei Luo, he transformed into a shadow and launched a frenzied attack on Fei Luo. Fei Luo directly exited the white paper space. Unlike Mondor's book Fruit, Fei Luo's white paper space is somewhat akin to the legendary spatial ring. There is no time, no air, only boundless darkness. Once you enter, you cannot come out unless you can break the space. When he developed it, he did so with his concept in mind, unlike Mondor, who specifically created a displayable book prison for big moms collecting obsession. Only Fei Luo can control the entrances and exits, and there is nothing inside. Even fire cannot ignite. Theoretically, it has no weaknesses. Fei Luo placed his hand on the paper, sensing the situation inside, while a fruit was prepared nearby, ready to rush in and grab the Momo fruit. Then Fei Luo was stunned. Wald was sustaining himself by multiplying the air he exhaled. If this continued, he didn't know how long it would take to take him down, so he decided to take the initiative and charged indirectly, preparing to fight him to exhaust his stamina. No, Fei Luo, don't disappear. I was just getting into it. When Yuji Shulio came to the front of the white paper cage to get a closer look, Fei Luo and Wald rushed into the white paper space. Once Wald sensed Fei Luo's presence with his observation haki, he immediately charged towards him. Philo wanted to quickly resolve the battle and unleashed all his power, reaching 10 times the speed of sound. With the penetrating force of the white tiger fruit, he swiftly left one wound after another on Wald. After injuring Wald, Philo exited the white paper space to recover. He took out a grilled fish and began to leisurely show off, performing a sit-up and standing up again. The recovery effects of the two Zoan-type devil fruits stacked, making even Monkey D. Luffy bow down in admiration. Once again entering the white paper space, Philo brought out some fruit. Wald was already at the end of his rope. After experiencing a fierce battle during his capture, he was now fighting Philo in high intensity without any resources to replenish himself. Philo's attacks continued to injure him, and his wounds could not heal. In order to survive, he had to consume a large amount of stamina to multiply his air, while also needing to stop the loss of blood. Otherwise, he would bleed to death. Fei Luo directly released a burst of lightning onto himself, stopping only when he sensed a fruit nearby, turning into a devil fruit. After transforming into a golden eagle, he swallowed it in one bite, and then left the white paper space with Wald's corpse. In a new world, on a certain island, no Wald. World government, you dare to violate the contract. Just wait for me. A pale-faced man let out a desperate roar as he looked at the gradually dissipating paper in his hand, then said to a person beside him, Zeus, let's go. We'll take that thing and make the world government taste our wrath. Brother Ben Jack, should we call them? I only trust you, Zeus. I don't want to be betrayed again. Back in the white paper space, when Fei Luo saw Wald again, he quickly threw Wald into the white paper space where the fisherman was. After sensing the situation inside, he also entered, stored a devil fruit, and prepared to throw the rest into the beast hell as food. Who? Fei Luo. Next time don't hide and fight. I was really into it. Yuji Shulio exhaled a puff of smoke, looking at Fei Luo with frustration. If I'm not mistaken, that charred corpse was Bondi Wald. But I didn't see the specific battle. It's like when you just opened a learning website, and you're already reaching for the tissues. But then the power goes out and your pants are off. Damn it. If it weren't for Fei Luo's frightening strength, he would have wanted to draw a thunderstorm and chop Fei Luo into pieces. What a terrible guy. Thinking of Fei Luo's terrifying speed and the rampant lightning on his body, he involuntarily lowered the hand holding Thunderstorm. There's nothing I can do. He just wanted to break through the white paper prison to advance the city. If I don't stop him, it's over. Fei Luo helplessly waved his hand. How do you know? Hiss. truly the strongest new star of the Navy. Yu Shilio took a deep breath of smoke and calmed down. Yu Shilio looked at Fei Luo with a complicated expression. 12 years old, foresight of the future. Defeated 500 million pirates, world destroyer. These words combined seem like science fiction, yet they appeared right in front of me. Deputy Director Shilio, today's execution is completed. I will go back to the headquarters to report the situation. You are in charge here for now, Fei Luo said with a smile. Who? The 6th floor is managed by Magellan. Just tell him, Yu Shilio said and turned to leave, as the 5th floor was his area of responsibility. At this moment, Magellan happened to appear at the door. Finished. To execute him, we must obtain important intelligence. Magellan looked at Fei Luo with tears in his eyes. He was in such a hurry to use the restroom that he forgot to mention it. Thinking of the horror of that thing, Magellan quickly contacted Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku. Fei Luo executed Wald without inquiring about the location of that thing. What should we do now? What? Magellan, immediately bring that kid Fei Luo back to see me. It's Fei. Magellan was about to turn around to call Fei Luo back. Sengoku-sensei, what important intelligence is it? Magellan, you stay and defend Advanced City. Huh? Magellan stared blankly at the snail phone in his hand. So fast. In the office of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku slammed the table after hanging up the phone. Damn kid, causing such big trouble on the second day. Receiving Sengoku's signal, Fei Luo casually threw out a card. Interference paper array. Seeing Fei Luo's confused expression, Sengoku began to explain, damn kid, do you know why we didn't execute Wald? Because his brother Ben Jack is hiding an explosive rock that can easily destroy an island. At first, they even planned to use Wald's ability to amplify this thing 100 times to destroy the world government. Hearing this, Fei Luo's pupils suddenly contracted. He remembered that in the plot, Zifa was chased by Kizuru because of this explosive rock, and that purple thing had considerable power. If it were amplified 100 times, it might really destroy the world government. If there were enough, destroying the world wouldn't be a problem. At that time, the world government used various means to bribe his subordinates to stop him, but Ben Jack hid the explosive rock and demanded that we must not harm Wald. Now that Wald is dead, he will surely come for revenge. This is Ben Jack's life paper. You must resolve him quickly and bring back that explosive rock. Making sure no one finds out, Sengoku handed a life paper to Fei Luo, especially reminding him. Fei Luo stood up straight and saluted, saying yes. He casually put away the card, stepped out, and leaped into the air, transforming into a thunder eagle and flying rapidly towards the distance. 5 times speed. The distance of Fei Luo's flickering instantly lengthened, with one flicker reaching 5,000 meters. Moreover, the speed of a Momo Fruit includes reaction speed, which means that he now has another way to dodge Red-Haired's attacks when he goes to fight him in the future. He sealed his foresight of the future, and with lightning flash and a hundredfold increase in physical speed, he can avoid Red-Haired's attacks. Brother Ben Jack, where are we going now? To get that thing, and then wait for someone. Fei Luo found a merchant ship through the life paper, controlling the scattered paper all over the ship, and then heard the voice he wanted to hear. It seems they still have to wait for them to find Fei Luo. After hearing that there was no more sound from that side, he was quite puzzled about who they were waiting for. After pondering for a while in the sky, Fei Luo gave up, lay on the white paper, and took out a small notebook to start flipping through it. Before long, he found a legendary divine white horse that flies in the sky. Touching it can heal diseases and unleash the light of youth that restores one's youth. As for healing abilities, I already have electrotherapy, so I'll leave it to the future ship's doctor. What I want is extremely powerful vitality. I remember there S1 in here. Fei Luo began to search, and soon became excited upon seeing a legend. Finally found it. The Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird have all appeared. How could the Black Tortoise be missing? An indestructible defense, the ability to plunder and grant lifespan, giving birth to thousands of offspring, and mysteriously disappearing 400 years ago in the Myriad Nations? Fei Luo looked at this legend and felt increasingly uneasy. A steel balloon, robbing lifespans, super fertility. What am I? A human-shaped? An existence that can rob lifespans must be hiding somewhere, like a 1,000-year-old turtle or an immortal tortoise. This fruit seems very hard to obtain. Fei Luo continued searching and found an 8-headed giant snake. This fruit could be a backup option. When I have time, I should go to Wano country to get this fruit and also do something proper. 1522, right? I'll wait for that. Fei Luo recalled the black charcoal giant snake and that damn peach boy when he saw this legend, thinking that he could guard the spring water. Considering that there are still 10 years until 1522, Fei Luo could only conclude that he was hiding well and continued searching. Some legendary creatures had already appeared and been eaten, including his white tiger, the great Buddha of the Warring States, Marco's phoenix, Kaido's azure dragon, the black charcoal giant snakes Yamada no Orochi, Luffy's sun god Nika, and Enel's storm griffin. There were also the 5 elder stars releasing the poisonous, fierce-eyed bull demon, the immortal bone horse controlling the icy underworld, the earth sandworm that devours everything, the Amaterasu flame bird that spews black flames, the roaring tyrant boar, and Emu's unknown fruit, totaling 35 legends. Aside from Nika, there were records of other mythical beast types, and among them were records of some superhuman devil fruits, like the snow and disease fruits, totaling 15 superhuman types. The remaining legendary creatures included the storm giant dragon from the subkingdom, the heavenly horse on Fei Luo's body, the giant ice deer mentioned by 2 marines on Karp's ship, the wind-thundered giant wolf, the giant mouth true god appearing in the future, the great man, and the vanished. The rest were angels controlling the power of light, and Azuras crawling out of hell to slaughter on earth. The most suitable was Kaido's azure dragon fruit, but right now, he couldn't handle him. He would look for opportunities later. After Fei Luo put away his notebook, he muttered to himself and took out the fruit, transforming into a thunder eagle and swallowing it whole. Instantly, a disgusting taste surged to his head, making Fei Luo involuntarily show a painful expression. However, that taste quickly disappeared, replaced by an intense feeling of hunger. After taking out some food and putting it in his mouth, it was instantly digested. It was only after eating several grilled Sea King types that the energy in his body was restored. Not only that, but it also improved his physical quality somewhat. Moreover, Fei Luo's stomach had completely turned into a vast space, where the consumed energy would be replenished in time through the food consumed in the stomach space. After feeling this change, Philo directly began to eat the 100 roasted Sea Kings in the white paper space bit by bit. After swallowing all the food supplies, Philo couldn't help but feel a bit proud, thinking that now he was even more powerful than King Luffy. He could eat what Luffy could eat, and he could also eat what Luffy couldn't eat. Now, by eating, he could develop the potential of his body and even eat his way to a body stronger than a steel balloon. Philo's development of the Suck fruit was to consume everything with energy to enhance his body and restore stamina. He easily learned the signature move of the Theater King Luffy, the sit-up, which couldn't be knocked down at all. What if he ran out of stamina while fighting others? Just swallow their attacks. What if others used Haki for physical attacks? Just swallow the lightning, self-sustaining, and thus the Philo brand perpetual motion machine was born. Finally, was it time? Just as Philo was feeling a bit bored, he finally sensed that they had disembarked. Benjack was weak, even weaker than an ordinary person, and Philo's white paper fragments fell on him like a fixed coordinate. Brother, I will definitely avenge you, Zay. Just as Benjack found 2 purple explosive rocks, a blue light flashed in front of him, and the 2 explosive rocks in his hand disappeared, while Zeus, who had followed him, was cut in half by the blue light. After putting the 2 explosive rocks into the white paper space, Philo turned around and smiled, saying, "Sorry, but you probably won't be able to avenge him. However, I can send you over to accompany them." Zeus! Benjack cried out in grief, looking at Philo with resentment. "Who the hell are you?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was instantly blown to pieces by a lightning ball from Philo. The raging lightning snakes turned the fragments into flying ashes, and with a casual release of a breeze, he blew away the ashes scattered in the sky, turning around and walking away while saying, "I really dislike your gaze." As his voice fell, he transformed into a flash of lightning and disappeared from the spot. In the first half of the Grand Line, an island floated in mid-air, with a domineering lion's head on the front half overlooking the sea. An old man with golden hair looked at the burnt-out life paper in his hand and couldn't help but let out a roar. He actually died. Damn it. Who is that bastard? I will kill him. An incredibly powerful aura erupted from him, causing the birds and beasts on the island to tremble and fall to the ground. Damn it. The golden lion clutched his head and let out a painful wail, stopping the use of Conqueror's Haki, and kicked out 2 slashes towards the sea, roaring, "Benjack, why didn't you tell me the location comparable to an ancient weapon? Indigo, have someone check what's going on?" Indigo? The golden lion turned his head and saw Indigo lying on the ground with rolled eyes, helplessly holding his forehead, listening to the distant roars of beasts recovering. The golden lion floated in the air and laughed up to the sky, saying, "Once I figure out IQ, this world will soon belong to me, haha." In the North Sea, in the Haliest Kingdom, Enel looked at the 2 giant apple trees in the courtyard with a satisfied smile. A piece of white paper in his pocket flew into the air, and a sunny young man appeared in front of him. Enel looked at Philo, who appeared before him, puzzled, and said, "Boss, what brings you here?" Fero casually picked an apple and said while eating, "Let me see you, and by the way, help me collect some things." Enel also picked an apple and started eating. "What things? My funds are a bit tight." Fero took out 2 huge golden pillars from the white paper space and placed them in the yard. "These should be enough for you for a while. Help me collect metals, any kind of metal." Did that plan get any comments from teacher Sengoku? Enel shook his head. "The marshal supported me as soon as he heard your name, and even sent a group of crane staff from the ship to help me complete the plan. And he also arranged for suitable people to be sent from all over the seas. That's good. The realization of this plan will be a great boost to my peace initiative. I will come and check on you often. So work hard to become stronger and don't let Yars mock you." After finishing, Fero stepped into the teleportation white paper and disappeared. Naval Headquarters Marshal's Office Interference Paper Array. After Fei Luo arranged the interference paper formation, he took out 2 purple exploding rocks. Are these 2 supposed to be submitted? Sengoku looked at the 2 exploding rocks, his eyes shining with wisdom. After thinking for a while, Sengoku said, "Just place one properly and hand the other one to me." He then patted Fei Luo on the shoulder and laughed. "No wonder you are my disciple. You actually defeated Bondi Wald, who was once on par with Golden Lion." After placing the exploding rock properly, Fei Luo said, "I am the strongest new star of the Navy. This time I was able to defeat Wald mainly because his condition was completely off. Even so, it took a lot of effort, and I relied on the white paper space to take him down." He planned to start from the weaker opponents and work his way up, improving his haki through battles until the prisoners could no longer help him progress. After putting away the exploding rocks, Sengoku looked at the documents on the table, rubbed his head, and said, "All right, let us head back to impel down, you little brat. Next time, remember to gather intelligence before executing." Fei Luo smiled and replied, "Understood, Sengoku-sensei." After leaving the marshal's office, he went to the room where he placed the teleportation white paper and used up everything in his stomach space to make 200 sheets of teleportation white paper. Then, using a small amount of energy, he flew up high and summoned lightning to start devouring it. After swallowing a lightning dragon, his internal energy was instantly replenished, returning him to peak condition. After consuming 200 lightning dragons, the energy in his stomach space also reached a state of overflow. "Yahoo!" Fei Luo shouted excitedly, and in a flash, he arrived at Impel Down. After handling this series of matters, it was already evening. Execution Commander. The 2 guards at the door saluted him immediately upon seeing Fei Luo. Fero smiled and nodded, walking straight to his office, where Domino was waiting for him at the door with a medicine kit. Feeling the kindness emanating from her, Fero smiled and said, "Sister Domino, is there something you need from me?" As expected of a mythical beast to have fought a life-and-death battle with Bondi Wald and not have a single injury. After a brief examination of Fero, Domino looked at him with astonishment. She could not believe that this 12-year-old Fero had actually killed the naval hero Bondi Wald, who had only been captured after a struggle. Fei Luo humbly waved his hand and said, "Just lucky, just lucky." Fei Luo's younger brother is really modest. Domino opened her sexy red lips and said, "Director Magellan asked me to help you arrange the daily execution of prisoners. I really look forward to seeing what kind of power Fei Luo will display." Domino tilted her head and smiled. "Thank you so much, Sister Domino. This is a gift for you." Fei Luo took out a golden necklace from the white paper space and handed it over. "Could you please arrange for some food to be sent to the execution room now, Sister Domino?" "All right," Domino said with a flushed face as she took the golden necklace and turned to help Fei Luo with the arrangements. Watching Domino's departing figure, Fei Luo felt an impulse to go and grab a familiar fruit from the land of Wano. This world has more benefits of growing up, unlike the previous world where growing up was full of worries. If I become the strongest, I can have everything and then lose my worries. Fei Luo quickly walked towards the elevator. If certain simple 2-person activities cannot be done, then let S have a life-and-death battle to vent. Arriving on the 6th floor, Fei Luo was going to personally choose his opponent this time, because Magellan was in the restroom. As Fei Luo's footsteps echoed, the dimly lit 6th floor suddenly became lively. "Oi, Magellan, have you released Bonnie? Why hasn't he come back yet? Magellan, let me out, I can tell you the secrets of the world government." Thunder Snake. Several long lightning snakes swam in the infinite hell. The brilliant lightning and explosive sound seemed to burst like a shock bomb on the faces of the prisoners. Then, Fei Luo used Conqueror's haki to launch an attack on them. They had been impelled down for too long. and the intensely dark place suddenly erupted with strong light and piercing sounds, creating a very uncomfortable feeling. Remembering the use of armament hockey, a wave of conquerors' hockey struck them, making them feel as if they were being targeted by a killing god. Is this the new executioner of Impel Down? Or rude little guy? It's an interesting conqueror's hockey, but you still have a long way to go. Two strong waves of conqueror's hockey appeared from the depths of the prison, and after clashing with Fei Luo's hockey for a while, all three waves of hockey dissipated. And Fei Luo also retracted the Thunder Snake. After the infinite hell returned to darkness and tranquility, Fei Luo slowly spoke. I am the newly appointed executioner of Impel Down, specifically here to send you to the underworld, so that you can have a common topic in the underworld. He then walked to a cell, brought out a prisoner, and took him to the execution room. The familiar environment made the prisoners angry upon hearing Fei Luo's words. You little brat, just wait. You will definitely regret it later. Little brat, I'm going to eat you. The executioner is really handsome. I really want to see what his little heart looks like. Once inside the execution room, Fei Luo completely couldn't hear these voices, or even if he did, he didn't care. Who would bother with someone about to die? White paper prison. Adronis eat. This is your food. You need strength to kill me later, Fei Luo said, pointing at the food on the ground. Now he could skip meals like Green Bull and directly absorb lightning to restore his energy and stamina, even enhancing his speed. However, to enhance his physical strength, he still needed to eat meat, consuming iron to strengthen his bones and skin. He hadn't experimented with other things yet. Laser, magma, ice, shockwave, poison, slashing cannonballs. Flames. I'm still looking forward to their tastes. Elephant fruit, long-nosed elephant form, proficient in two-color hockey, holds clues to the treasure of the Pirate King. Fei Luo said, while holding a piece of paper. If you want to know, you have to defeat me first. After finishing the food, Adronis, wearing sea stone handcuffs, raised his hand towards Fei Luo. Of course, please entertain me, Fei Luo said, tossing a key over. Adronis quickly picked up the key, unlocked the handcuffs, and threw it towards Fei Luo, transforming into a giant elephant and charging at the white paper prison. Bang! After Adronis couldn't break through, he used his nose, covered with armament hockey, to strike the white paper, but the white paper remained completely unmoved. Fei Luo wrapped the Hailu stone handcuffs in ordinary white paper to prevent touching the white paper cage. Don't waste your effort trying to escape from here. It's impossible. Come and play with me. Fei Luo charged forward with both hands covered in armed color. Elephant trunk strike. After Edlins sensed Fei Luo's movement with his observation hockey, he turned around and swung his elephant trunk to strike Fei Luo. Fivefold cannon fist. Fero's armed hockey fist blocked every blow from Edrins. His armed hockey was still somewhat lacking. He needed to refine it first and then use his Devil Fruit ability after reaching his limit. Giant elephant tread. Edrins raised his front foot, and the hockey-covered elephant foot stomped down fiercely towards Fero. Tenfold iron fist. Feeler's fist swung out at 10 times the speed, resisting Edrin's elephant-like foot and even pushing him back several steps. Little brat, not bad for your strength. If I kill you, the Navy should feel the pain, the half-orc Edrin said with a cruel smile. Then come and kill me. Feeler provocatively waved his hand at him. Elephant fist barrage. In his half-orc state, Edrin's speed increased significantly as he swung his fists at Feeler. 10 times iron fist. Fei Luo quickly raised his defenses, his fists swinging and leaving afterimages. Edrian seized the opportunity to strike with his trunk, attacking Fei Luo's lower body, wrapping around his legs and making him feel the breath of white paper on both sides. Fei Luo. Domino, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but shout, "Don't worry, Fei Luo is just playing with him." Yuzik Siliu, who was also watching the battle, exhaled a puff of smoke and said he was secretly executing prisoners from the 5th level to improve his swordsmanship, as fighting was the fastest way to enhance physical strength, especially since he didn't have a devil fruit to develop. However, the strength of the 5th level prisoners was limited, and the 6th level was managed by Magellan, so there was no opportunity to engage with them. Now, he could observe the strength of the 6th level prisoners. Tenfold piercing gun. Fei Luo bent his body and quickly jabbed his index finger at Edrian's trunk. Damn little brat. Edrian's felt as if a steel nail had been driven into his nose, and he involuntarily released Fei Luo's legs. Bringing his nose closer, a finger-sized hole appeared. It took a long time to stop bleeding. Philo looked up at him and released his conqueror's hockey, disdainfully giving him a thumbs up with his hand turned down, signaling too weak. Upon hearing this, Adlins became enraged. His eyes filled with intense killing intent as he glared at Philo. Navy brat, I'm going to kill you. In a fit of fury, Adlins lunged forward, delivering a punch that sent Philo flying to the edge of the white paper cage. After successfully landing the blow, he cornered Philo and began to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks. Ha ha, little brat, I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Covered in armament hockey, Philo guarded his body with both hands as Adlins continued his assault. Outside the white paper cage, Domino looked worriedly at Vice Director Yuji Shilio. Is this really okay? If it were me, I might be in trouble, but Philo is a mythical Zoan user, so don't worry, Yuji Shilio said, looking at Philo with a hint of envy. At just 12 years old, he had 3 top-tier teachers to guide and assist him. Awakened a special observation hockey to foresee the future, possessed mythical Zoan abilities, a monster physique, and now had Domino specifically serving him. Thinking of this, Yuji Shilio felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction watching Philo getting beaten up. If it weren't for Domino Chi beside him, he would have wanted to cheer for Adlins. Exhausted, Adlins looked at Philo, who still maintained that posture, in disbelief. Keep going, you can't be out of strength yet, Philo continued to provoke Adlins. He developed a method to enhance his body by absorbing the impact force throughout his body. To achieve this, Philo deliberately stimulated him and used his Conqueror's Haki to provoke his killing intent, developing the absorption body through continuous strikes and draining the stored energy of the Thunder Dragon. Seeing that Adlins was completely unfazed, Philo had no choice but to take the initiative. 10 times Iron Fist, he punched Adlins, sending him flying, then cornered him and began a frenzied assault, leaving one wound after another on his body with penetrating attacks. Adlins felt the pain radiating from all over his body, suddenly stood up and sent Philo flying. You force my hand. I'll kill you even if it costs me my life. Adlins' eyes turned blood red, and his body grew twice its size as he charged at Philo again. Is this your last desperate move? Philo said excitedly. A crazed beast wouldn't retreat. This was going to be an exhilarating battle for him. Bang! Philo felt a tremendous force hit him, and he was sent flying, crashing against the white paper cage with a dull thud. Devil Fruit awakening. Yuji Shilio stared in shock at Adlins. This wasn't one of the guards from level 4. Adlins, who had reached the mid-admiral level, would become much stronger after awakening. What shocked him even more was that Philo had still not used his Devil Fruit abilities and was relying solely on his physical body to contend with a Devil Fruit user. Is he even human? Yuji Shilio began to doubt whether Philo was a human disguised as a Thunder Eagle. Vice Director Shilio, why isn't Philo using his Devil Fruit abilities? Domino worriedly watched Philo being sent flying repeatedly by the giant elephant that was 10 times his size. Haven't you noticed that the distance he gets knocked back is gradually shortening? Yuji Shilio said, taking a deep drag on a cigarette. Philo's physical strength is visibly increasing. As the two looked over, Philo had already caught the giant elephant's fist and began a counterattack. Fei Luo knocked him away with a punch, frustrated. Your attacks seem to be gone. Why can't you be a bit stronger? Get up. I command you to stand. Fei Luo clawed through his arm, directly ripping off his left arm, then punched his skull again and again. It wasn't until the blood-red eyes became clear that Fei Luo shouted, Are you going to talk? Bang! Are you going to talk? Huh! Are you going to talk? Edrin struggled to speak, I will, but arm paper needle, piercing hell. Before he could finish, Fei Luo forcefully stabbed the armed color-coded paper needle into the center of his finger from above. The paper cage was filled with Edrin screams. But Fei Luo showed no signs of wavering. Because he had killed Zephyr's family, this was also an important second reason for him to come here. Fei Luo coldly looked at him. I told you to talk, not to make conditions. He controlled 10 paper needles to his toes. You have one more chance. Behind Edrin appeared a special piece of white paper, tightly pressed against his forehead, with countless images flashing across it. The disaster island of the Adverse Sea. Bibbo's treasure is inside. If you want it, go find it. Fei Luo directly controlled the paper needle to pierce between Edrin's toenail and flesh, causing him to let out another painful scream. Finally, annoyed by the noise, Fei Luo took him into the white paper space, pulled out some fruit, and released 2 deep blue lightning balls at him before leaving the white paper space. After the battle, when Fei Luo returned to the white paper space, it was already morning. He took out a piece of white paper and began to look at it. The Hurricane Island in the Adverse Sea? Fei Luo murmured as he looked at the last location displayed on the white paper. This was the memory paper he had specially developed for gathering intelligence. There was no need for the prisoners to speak. By breaking them down to a state of collapse and then asking, he could obtain answers from their memories. Fero retracted the white paper prison and smiled at Domino and Rain Shiryu, saying that the execution was over. He mentioned that the treasure of Bieber is located on the Disaster Island in the Edron Sea of the New World and asked Sister Domino to report it for him. Fero was not lying. This was indeed what Edrons had said. Whether it is true or not depends on how the world government judges it. The information from the prisoners was mainly collected at the request of the world government and was to be reported as soon as possible. All right, brother Fero. Domino sighed in relief as she looked at Fero, who was unscathed, and then smiled at him. Thank you, Mr. Shiryu, for coming to assist me with the execution. Fero thanked Rain Shiryu with a nod. You're welcome. It was a bit boring in Impel Down, and watching your battle execution was one of my few pleasures. Rain Shiryu smiled back at Fero. The more friends, the more paths, especially for a terrifying creature like Fero. After saying this, he left to continue guarding his ice hell on the 5th level. Fero left Impel Down after laying down a sheet of transmission paper. From Edron's memories, he learned that there was a permanent pointer to Hurricane Island hidden in the Sabati archipelago. Bieber, the richest pirate 400 years ago, had naturally hidden treasures that countless people wanted to find. He had planned to finish one last job before setting out to search for it. However, after killing Zephyr's family and being relentlessly pursued by the Navy, he was captured by Kizaru, and his subordinates revealed the existence of Bieber's treasure, leading the world government to take him to Impel Down. Now, Fero considered himself to have avenged Zephyr, and Disaster Island could still pose a challenge to the world government. Let's see what this legendary Bieber treasure is all about. Fero excavated the permanent pointer from the Sabati archipelago. Upon reaching a high altitude, he followed the direction indicated by the pointer and began heading towards Hurricane Island. After flickering dozens of times, he arrived at a sea area shrouded in dark clouds. Fero plunged directly into the cloud layer, beginning to absorb lightning to restore his energy and stamina while also using the lightning to train his physique. The fierce winds raged, and trees leaned in one direction while stubbornly continuing to grow. Even when lying down, they seemed to compete in who could lie flatter. Unaffected by the raging winds, Fero controlled the wind to blow in all directions. Paper Beast Frenzy. Fei Luo released the Paper Beast to explore the entire island, searching for the location of treasures through shared vision. After seeing a glimpse of gold through the Paper Beast site, Fei Luo rushed directly towards a location, transforming into lightning and following the path opened by the Paper Beast into space. Fei Lu saw a mountain of gold piled up, but more prominently were various colored metals surrounding it, as well as a treasure chest made of sea stone. With a 20-fold slash, Fei Lu directly kicked out a wave of cutting energy that destroyed the sea stone lock. With his armament color covering his hands, he opened it to find a blade blank and a fruit. On a piece of unfolded paper below, there was a passage written that roughly meant he wanted to forge a sword that surpassed the supreme Great Blade. However, in the end, it was just a half-finished blade blank, leaving the task of continuing the forging to those who found it, with the reward being the fruit he had found. Fero put the Yun fruit and gold into the white paper space. Since he already possessed most of the abilities of the Yun fruit, he decided to leave it for his future navigator. As for the knife blanks, it was quite simple. Fero directly swallowed all the metals and took the knife blanks to a high altitude by devouring the Thunder Dragon to accelerate the fusion of metals in his body. He performed a technique called Lightning Forge Body. After the metals fused, he swallowed most of them to strengthen his bones and skin. Once they were about the size of his arm, he threw the knife blanks in as well. When he spat them out, the metals and knife blanks had merged into a long metal strip. Hundred Thunder Metallurgy guided hundreds of Thunder Dragons to continuously release high temperatures, gradually melting the metal strip. Once it was fully melted, he crafted the desired Fong Tianji and even performed a flashy blood oath to claim it. Ice Breath. Fei Luo exhaled a breath of cold air, gradually freezing the Fong Tianji into an ice block until a weapon of dark red color appeared. Watching the Fong Tianji absorb all the ice, he was satisfied as he held it in his hand, capable of perfectly absorbing any power and even merging to unleash even greater strength. Let us call it the Breaking Army. Overlord Breaking Army. Fero exerted all his strength, infusing lightning, ice, fierce winds, penetration, armament color, and conqueror's color into the Fong Tianji, striking towards the sky at 20 times the speed. A massive slash wave cut through the dark clouds, allowing sunlight to shine down on Hurricane Island. Fei Luo walked into a white paper following the direction of the sunlight. The next moment, Fei Luo found himself on Beast Island. As soon as he arrived on the island, he saw a giant tiger and a giant eagle charging towards him. The tiger's claws and the eagle's talons fiercely struck at Fei Luo, and then they saw Fei Luo fly backward. Roar? The tiger looked up at Xiao He. Could it be fake? Caw! The giant eagle shook its head and let out a long cry, as if calling for something. Does this count as having awakened the talent of the steel balloon? Fei Luo looked at the few blood holes on his body and smiled, pleased that he had come specifically to test the skin after devouring a large amount of special metals with Xiao He and the tiger. Only the wounds left by their claws, which pierced through the armed color, remained. The rest of his body had not been injured at all, which made him very satisfied. 20 times Iron Fist. Fei Luo charged directly in front of the tiger and Xiao He, delivering 2 punches that sent them flying. Tiger brother, Xiao He. Let me see your growth. Fei Luo transformed into a golden eagle and continued to charge at them. Roar. Caw! Have you reached the 4th level? It seems you've made significant progress during this time. Fei Luo paused upon hearing their words. Golden wing slash. Watching them rush towards him without a hint of fear, he swung his wings and unleashed 2 powerful slashes. Roar. The tiger leaped into the air, executing a descending claw technique. Caw! Xiao He soared high into the sky. Its beak aimed at Fei Luo, then began to spin. Seeing this, Fei Luo was not surprised at all. These were all techniques they had learned from him. He also did not expect Tiger Brother and Xiao He to have such strong learning abilities. They had learned observation haki and various techniques he used. Let me show you my growth. Fei Luo transformed into a white tiger and opened his mouth to exhale white mist. Bang! The tiger and Xiao He turned into ice blocks mid-air and shattered upon hitting the ground. Roar! Who are you? Upon seeing the white tiger Fei Luo, both the tiger and Xiao He became alert. Fei Luo helplessly transformed into the lightning sculpture form they were most familiar with, and was amused by their bewildered expressions. With a flash of his shape, he grabbed a giant wolf, skillfully skinned it, and washed it clean in the sea. Thunder barbecue, he said, and upon catching the familiar scent, Tiger Brother and Little Black couldn't help but drool, then rushed into the forest to find ingredients. At this point, Fei Luo had made it clear to them that he could help with the grilling, but they needed to bring their own ingredients. Previously, he had been somewhat restrained due to his evil form, so he reluctantly returned to find solution, and fortunately, Karp helped him resolve it. Now that he was back here, he naturally aimed to tackle the big boss, the black tiger on the mountain, as that was the only place he hadn't explored yet. After swallowing to unlock a new flavor, he felt a slight improvement in his muscles through the life return, which was better than nothing. Roar Screech, after quickly helping Tiger Brother and Little Black grill their food, I headed into battle first. Fei Luo flashed to the top of the mountain, unleashing a powerful conqueror's haki, deciding to give the black tiger a show of strength first. Roar, a massive black tiger, charged out from the dense forest, its claws striking fiercely towards Fei Luo. Tenfold Iron Fist. Fero's armed color covered his fist to meet the black tiger's claw, but the immense force sent him flying. Haha! Come again. Fero absorbed the black tiger's powerful strike and excitedly moved in to continue taking hits. Bang! Fero was flung away by the tiger's tail. Bang, bang, bang. The black tiger grew increasingly irritated by Fero, the pesky insect, and its strength intensified. However, Fero continued to appear in front of it as usual. After several encounters, the black tiger noticed a pattern. When it realized that Fero was using it to become stronger, its eyes filled with rage. A powerful aura erupted from its body, and the black tiger's claws shimmered with a ghostly light. I can't believe it. The extreme weaponry saw the tremendous power of this strike through a glimpse of the future, and its pitch-black hands were placed in front of it. Boom! The powerful force descended, driving Fero into the ground, leaving only his head and hands above the surface. The strikes continued until a deep, dark pit appeared in the ground, and then it finally stopped. However, in the next moment, Fero reappeared in front of it. Come again. Black Tiger. All that responded to Fero was a massive tiger claw. Fei Lu blocked the tiger's claw with one hand and smiled, saying, "This power is not enough," then punched it away. The attack from the devouring black tiger significantly increased his physical strength. Roar. The black tiger let out a furious roar, and various terrifying images suddenly appeared in Fei Lu's mind, as if he were in a horror movie. A battered face with eerie green eyes stared at him, and he turned to find a pale head floating in the air. Get away from me. Fei Lu unleashed a powerful conqueror's haki. As he regained consciousness, he saw a giant mouth biting toward him. Fei Lu flashed into the sky, thinking, what the hell is this fruit ability? Trying to play dirty with me? Let me show you what divine punishment looks like. As he soared into the sky, dark clouds gradually enveloped the entire Beast Island. Using his observation haki, he locked onto the black tiger, which immediately felt a sense of death surrounding it. Its body was covered in a layer of armament haki as it turned to flee. Meanwhile, a blue light had already descended upon it, and a curved lightning bolt illuminated the island like a neon tube. Then, multiple lightning dragons attacked the black tiger, and the rampant lightning instantly depleted its armament haki, causing black smoke to start rising from its body. Fero approached Black Tiger, directly grabbed him, and threw him into the white paper space. He took out some fruits and used the broken army to chop one in half. Soon, Fero emerged with a fruit in hand. Looking at the black-purple devil fruit, Fero unhesitatingly transformed into a golden eagle and swallowed it in one bite. After feeling the power that emerged within his body, Fero released his conqueror's haki and then froze in place. After a few breaths, a smile crept across Fero's lips. The fear fruit, based on others' memories, had the ability to create or fabricate illusions, causing substantial harm to others as long as they were afraid. Currently, the duration of the illusion was only 50 times. It wasn't enough. Fortunately, there were plenty of people to help him develop it. Fero thought of the prisoners and impelled down and couldn't help but smile brightly, hoping they would enjoy the enhanced infinite Tsukuyami. The fear fruit had a strong middle attribute, and unless he continuously unleashed powerful conqueror's haki, he could enjoy the infinite nested dolls he created. More importantly, during the time others were afraid, he would not be affected. Roar! Caw! Two sounds came, and Fero saw Brother Tiger and Little Black running over. They surrounded Fero, their eyes cautiously scanning the surroundings. Roar, roar, roar! Fei Luo threw the corpse of the black tiger to them. It's here. Brother Tiger and Little Black smelled the aroma of roasted meat and immediately swallowed the black tiger whole. Roar! Screech! Fei Luo looked at them as they grew larger at a visibly fast speed, revealing a helpless smile, and his body instantly disappeared from spot. Then, a series of sea kings were thrown in front of them, and lightning was even directly guided to strike them. Roar, roar, roar! Don't be afraid, Tiger Brother. Lightning is also energy. Maybe you can become stronger, Fei Luo said, pointing at Xiao He. Tiger Brother looked at Xiao He, whose eyes were rolling back, and immediately became anxious. Roar! Roar, roar! How could Xiao He possibly be stunned by electricity? Fei Luo approached Xiao He, pressed down on him, and found him stiff. The smile on Fei Luo's face immediately disappeared, and he quickly delivered an electric shock to Xiao He's heart. Only when he saw Xiao He moving did he breathe a sigh of relief. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Is it not enough? Soon, under the baptism of Fei Luo's lightning, Tiger Brother and Xiao He completely lost consciousness. Fero looked at the stiff Xiao He and Brother Tiger, and after sensing with his observation haki, he slowly said, "You're still alive. Since everything is fine, I'll head back first. When I assemble the fleet, I'll take you guys out to have some fun." After saying that, Fero left behind a piece of white paper and stepped into a teleportation sheet. In the next moment, Fero returned to the Navy headquarters and headed straight to the cafeteria after exiting his room. Today is so happy. The food is fantastic. He found some and took out 2 live sea kings from the white paper space, especially saved crabs and shrimp. Sam was also excited to see such fresh ingredients, laughing, "Fero, this is such a rare sea king. We can really go all out this time." Cooking knife technique. After finishing a big meal yesterday, Fero returned to Impelled Down to rest for the night and found Domino, handing her today's execution list. "Sister Domino, please take them to the execution chamber." "Okay, Fero." Domino took a look at the list and saw the names. Giant Gorilla Black, Boxing King York, Blood Lizard Idlin, Poison Scorpion Gattle, Crocodile Demon Dole. "Fero, are you going to challenge 5 Devil Fruit users?" Fei Luo nodded confidently, saying that dealing with the 5 abilities was an easy task. He was really looking forward to this exciting battle. Yuji Shiliu, who came to assist, quickly went to find people to bring them over after hearing Domino's words. Domino looked at Fei Luo with concern, saying it was all because of those damn pirates. She had previously seen Fei Luo's information, the modified version of the Warring States, and understood that Fei Luo worked so hard to become stronger for revenge. But his 12-year-old age made her feel heartbroken. "Yes, that's why I will work hard to become stronger and end this evil era," Fei Luo said as he approached the execution platform. After sensing Fei Luo's determination, Domino turned to help arrange for the prisoners to come over for Fei Luo's execution. Soon, the 5 prisoners designated by Fei Luo arrived at the execution platform, receiving the keys handed over by Domino. "White paper cage," he said. "Eat. Then you'll have the strength to kill me." Fei Luo casually threw a pile of cut-up Sea King meat and tossed the keys to them. The five quickly unlocked the Sea Stone handcuffs, each showcasing their fruit abilities, picking up the Sea King meat to start recovering. A purple scorpion directly hooked its tail toward Fei Luo, saying, "The previous meeting gift was given by you, right?" Fei Luo caught the scorpion's tail with one hand, smiling. "Yeah, don't you like it?" Seeing Fei Luo catch the scorpion's tail with his palm, Gator showed a cruel smile, saying, "You were the first to catch my scorpion tail with bare hands. Go to hell, kid." "Ha ha, kid. How does Gator's deadly poison taste?" A gorilla laughed as it looked at Fei Luo, whose body was stained purple. "It's a pity I can't taste his blood," a lizard said as it flicked its tongue. Fei Luo absorbed the poison, feeling a great boost. "How much will Magellan's poison raise my blood energy?" "Oi, Gator, your poison is fake, right?" "It hasn't brought this kid down for so long," a kangaroo said, shaking its fists. "I smell excellent blood, kid. Let me take a bite." The lizard excitedly rushed toward Fei Luo. 20 times Gale, slash. 20 times Iron Fist. Fei Luo kicked off the scorpion's tail, then punched the lizard away, quickly knocking the remaining four away. Looking at them lying in the corner, Fei Luo shook his head. "Is that it?" The disdainful gaze from Fero instantly made them furious. After exchanging glances, they transformed into their half-orc forms and attacked Fero. Gorilla Punch, Poison Sting, the Boxing King Technique, Iron Claw, and Crocodile Swallow. Fero's speed earlier had made them question their existence, so they struck from 5 different directions to prevent him from dodging. Bang, bang, bang. Standing still, Fero allowed their attacks. The gorilla struck his head, the scorpion pincers clamped his right hand, the kangaroo hit his stomach, the lizard clawed at his left hand, and the crocodile bit his legs. Fero felt the color of his armament rapidly depleting, yet he maintained a disdainful gaze. "Is that all you've got? Come on, guys." They didn't speak, just silently increased the strength of their attacks. They understood that once Fero's armament was exhausted, they could kill him. Crocodile Demon Door bit down on Fero's legs, trying to perform a death roll, while Poison Scorpion Gattle aimed to snap Fero's arms. Blood Lizard modified its approach to biting, wanting to sink its teeth into Fero's arms to draw blood. The Boxer King and the Giant Ape surrounded Fero, continuously throwing punches, their fists covered in armament hockey, combined with immense strength, striking Fero's body. Giant Ape Mountain Quake, Boxer King's technique, 100 hits. This scene made Domino outside the white paper cage a bit anxious. "Don't worry, Domino. Fero is just using them to get stronger. His growth rate is truly astonishing," Rain Shiryu said, watching Fero gradually straighten his body. His path to strength was through battle and slaughter. That's why he found the Demon Sword Thunderstorm. The majority of the impelled down inmates were prisoners he could kill without committing a crime. He immensely enjoyed the thrill of growing stronger through killing. However, Magellan did not approve of his methods and had warned him, so he could only carry out his killings quietly. He couldn't understand why Magellan stopped him from slaughtering those damn prisoners. It was just information. Could it really compare to strength? If it weren't for those troublesome guys, I wouldn't have come here to blow out smoke, Rain Shiryu muttered helplessly as he looked at Fero in the white paper cage. "Are you done making a ruckus?" Feeling the speed of his body's enhancement slow to a barely perceptible level, Fero erupted with powerful lightning to give them a surprise. Stung by the lightning, they quickly retreated, looking at Fero, who was surrounded by lightning, in disbelief. 20 times lightning speed. Iron Fist. Fero transformed directly into a blue light, his armed hockey-covered fists striking various parts of their bodies. They quickly covered themselves with armed hockey in an attempt to withstand Fero's attacks. However, Fero's penetrating power from the white tiger fruit directly ignored their armed hockey, leaving one wound after another on their bodies. Fero's speed was so fast that they couldn't even react, leaving them unable to mount an effective counterattack and forced to take the hits passively. Damn, what on earth are these white papers? When both counterattacks and defenses proved ineffective, they began to attempt to escape. However, the white paper cage remained unmoved against their attacks. "You little brat, you forced my hand." The giant gorilla let out a roar, its eyes turning blood red, and its body began to grow larger. "Even if I become a monster, I will kill you." The scorpion Gattle glared at Fero with resentment, its scorpion tail rapidly growing, and its body began to mutate. "Then come on, either get stronger or go insane." The blood lizard Eidolon stuck out its huge tongue, becoming agitated, and its body also began to change. The boxing King York and the crocodile demon Door exchanged glances, their bodies gradually transforming. One had gray flame clouds appearing behind him, becoming thin, while the other had yellow flame clouds behind him, with his skin covered in a layer of brownstone. Fei Luo stood in the middle of the white paper cage, admiring their awakening process. "Let me help you," he said. In the next moment, raging lightning struck the giant gorilla Blake, the venomous scorpion Gattle, and the blood lizard Idlin. Meanwhile, the boxing champion York and the crocodile demon Dor seized the opportunity and charged towards Fei Luo, attempting a sneak attack with lightning speed. Fei Luo dodged their attacks while unleashing 3 thunder dragons onto the other 3. Hurricane Fist Death Devour. In their awakened state, their speed was dramatically increased, but they still couldn't land a hit on Fei Luo. After releasing the 3 thunder dragons, Fei Luo took 2 steps back and showed a bright smile. The real battle had begun. He then transformed into a golden eagle wrapped in blue flame clouds, his wings covered in armed color hockey, charging towards the boxing king York and the crocodile demon Dole. Golden wing assault. The kangaroo fist and crocodile claw blocked Fei Luo's wings, but were still injured by his claws, reopening 3 wounds on his body that had just recovered using his awakened power. "What fruit ability do you possess?" Dole the crocodile demon looked at Fei Luo in shock. The white paper prison trapping them, the release of lightning, and that extreme speed, all these abilities appear before them, making them feel somewhat unreal. Moreover, they all manifested in just one person, as if he had consumed multiple devil fruits. But it is common knowledge that one can only eat one devil fruit. They had even witnessed someone who ate 2 devil fruits turn into fragments of a hero right before their eyes, becoming an unforgettable memory for them. Is he really human? Rain Shiryu's mouth fell open, his cigar dropping to the ground, filled with disbelief. Fei Luo has awakened his devil fruit ability too. This is amazing. He looks so cool. Domino saw Fei Luo surrounded by blue flame clouds and couldn't help but have her eyes turn into heart shapes. Slap! Slap! Rain Shiryu harshly slapped himself twice, closing his eyes. This must be a dream. It has to be a dream. How could there be a 12-year-old who awakens a mythical beast type? Yes, this must be a dream. Domino was startled by Rain Shiryu and quietly moved away after hearing his mumbling. When Rain Shiryu opened his eyes again and saw the golden eagle wrapped in blue flame clouds behind him, he fell completely silent, taking out a cigar from his pocket. Hiss! If this is real, then the ones those trash were afraid of are indeed Fei Luo. But Shiryu clearly said that opportunity was far in the future, and Fei Luo didn't break in during his tenure. Rain Shiryu murmured while looking at Fei Luo's figure. Fei Luo smiled and said, bird fruit, mythical beast type, white paper, thunder, eagle form. This perfectly matched his abilities. It was just a combination of the golden eagle fruit ability, the mythical beast type, white tiger form, the paper fruit, and the thunder fruit. He is actually a mythical beast type, just like that monster Kaido. The boxing king York's eyes showed a hint of fear. Kid, thank you for the help. To show my gratitude, I will make you wish you were dead, the blood lizard Idlin said cruelly with a smile, wrapped in blue flame clouds behind him. From now on, please call me Thunder Giant. The giant gorilla Black, with blue flame clouds behind him, raised his hands wrapped in lightning. Don't forget his terrifying speed. Let's all attack together, kill him, and then bid farewell to this prison. The poison scorpion Gattle, surrounded by blue flame clouds, flicked his scorpion tail, sending blue venom towards Fei Luo. Taste my claws. The blood lizard Idlin stepped forward to attack Fei Luo with armor-piercing spear. Fei Luo waved his wings and raised his eagle claws to block. Exploding thunder fist and scorpion tail assault saw Fei Luo being restrained, and the giant gorilla Black leaped up, his fist charged with lightning aimed at Fei Luo, while Gator extended his scorpion tail to attack Fei Luo from behind with a violent wind and 1,000 consecutive strikes. Heavy crocodile claw. At the same time, King of Fists York and Crocodile Demon Dor arrived on either side of Fei Luo, launching various attacks at him. Armed with a golden feather shield, Fei Luo protected his body with his wings, covering himself with armed color to withstand their attacks. He then suddenly spread his wings, knocking them back with armed 5-wing slash. With an explosive speed, he used his wings as blades, leaving a long trail of blood on them using the penetrating technique of armed color hockey. Armed armor-piercing spear. He then chased after the giant gorilla Black with frenzied claw strikes, leaving multiple wounds on him. Giant gorilla slam. Black, enduring the intense pain, grabbed Fei Luo's claws and slammed him left and right in the white paper space. Black, throw him to me. I'll bind him. You all unleash your strongest attacks. The scorpion shouted, then caught Fei Luo, tightly wrapping his tail around him and releasing the awakened toxins. The other four surrounded Fei Luo from the front, back, left, and right to prevent his escape, gathering their physical strength. Now they understood that to defeat Fei Luo, they could only hope for a full power strike. As awakened Zoan users, they knew the most effective means to deal with Zoan Devil Fruit users. Now, as ordinary Zoan users, they possessed several times the recovery ability and vitality compared to before. Awakened Mythical Beasts, they couldn't believe how strong Fei Luo's recovery ability was. King of Fists' ultimate move, Howling Windbreak. Thunder Speed Penetration. Giant Gorilla appears. Earth Demon Claw. On the left side of Fei Luo is the boxing champion York, whose fist is wrapped in a layer of gray flame clouds, charging towards Fei Luo with an unstoppable momentum. Fei Luo was confronted by the blood lizard Yidlin, which suddenly appeared in front of him with blue light glowing from its limbs, its two front claws thrusting towards his chest. On the right side of Fero is the giant Gorilla Blake, who jumps into the air, gathering a powerful force of lightning in his fist and directly strikes Fero on the head. Behind Fero is the crocodile Demon Dole, whose claws seem to turn into yellow earth, whipping up dust and aiming for Fero's back. Thunder Poison Scissors, the scorpion Gattle extends his pincers towards Fero's legs, trying to cut them off. He cuts off his own scorpion tail before the other four attack. Fearing that their attacks won't be enough and wanting to add to the assault, the battle is exhilarating. Fero lets out an excited cry as he is hit by the four. Now it's my turn to perform. Absolute Zero. Fei Luo unleashed a powerful Conqueror's Haki, releasing white mist that instantly froze their claws and gradually spread to their bodies. Soon, 5 ice sculptures appeared before Fei Luo, who easily broke free from their restraints and kicked them all into the air. With 20 times the speed of lightning, Fei Luo, with his fists covered in armament Haki, smashed the ice blocks and began playing volleyball with them, 5 at once. Before they landed, he delivered 100 punches to each of them, implanting a fear-induced illusion in their minds. Then, Fei Luo stood in a white paper cage, crafting the illusion for them, while each of them had a piece of memory white paper above their heads, responsible for recording the necessary information. Watching the memory white paper reveal the crimes they had committed, Fei Luo snorted coldly and tossed the incapacitated ones into the white paper space, lifting the broken army and stepping into the white paper space. In February 1513, the first half of the Grand Line, Long Ring Island appeared as a circular group of islands. In reality, it was a single island connected by land beneath the water. During the annual low tide, all the land would emerge for a period. On one island, a middle-aged man standing high in the air leaned against a nearby tree, sorrowfully watching the 2 bamboo stilts tied to his feet. Stilt brother? Fei Luo recalled the old brother who had survived on stilts for 10 years when the Straw Hat crew encountered him here. The impression was too deep. Fei Luo casually released a gust of wind to send him back to the island, and then headed towards a distant ship with a fox head. Fero sensed that this small boat with only about 20 people was not the huge pirate crew it would become in the future. Oi, pirates, I'm the Navy, and you're under arrest. Fero turned his back to Foxy and took out a handcuff to prepare to arrest his crew. Fero wasn't sure if he had eaten a devil fruit, so he decided to wait and see. If he hadn't eaten the slow fruit, he just enjoyed playing games with pirates and could even help the Navy relieve some pressure. If he had eaten the slow fruit, then sorry, I'm the Navy. Arresting pirates is my duty. Turning around and seeing a purple beam of light, Fero nodded in satisfaction and even allowed the attack to hit him. Ha ha ha, Navy. I'm not that easy to catch, you give me. Red-Nosed Foxy said as he threw a punch at Fero, but he was met with a shocking scene. Fei Luo caught the punch that came his way and quickly threw the attacker into the blank space. He initially thought Luo's ability to Q was due to medical skills, but it turned out to be because of Haki. The more Haki one uses, the weaker the slowing effect becomes. However, battles between strong opponents are still worlds apart. He then left behind a lightning ball, instantly disappearing from the scene. With a loud bang, the entire ship was reduced to ashes. If the attack hit, it would mean time had stopped, but he didn't know where the time fruit of Tianyue was. Fei Luo casually placed the slowing fruit into a separate blank space, while Foxy threw it into the sea to feed the fish. Suddenly, a piece of white paper from Fei Luo's body flew into the air. Fei Luo, Senior. Our training ship encountered pirates. Teacher, ZFA. Fei Luo immediately took out a piece of transfer paper and jumped into it upon hearing the words. On the bow of a warship in an unknown sea of the New World stood a muscular man with purple hair, looking very serious as he watched dozens of pirate ships gradually approaching them. A piece of white paper floated in front of him, from which a young man with black hair walked out. In the next moment, he appeared beside ZFA and smiled while looking at the surrounding pirate ships, saying, "Teacher ZFA, have these pirates launched a demon-slaying order against you? They don't seem to have that kind of discipline. Someone must have organized this specific attack against me." However, ZFA fell silent at the end of his sentence. "Teacher ZFA, listen to me. Retire to the North Sea with Enilu. I would feel more at ease with those guys under your guidance," Fei Luo said seriously as he looked at the approaching pirates. "You brat, are you telling me to retire?" ZFA couldn't help but scold with a laugh. "Please take good care of my junior brothers and sisters. I will handle those pirates," Fei Luo said as he vanished into the air. Dark clouds gradually gathered, covering the entire sky, and a huge thunder dragon moved within the clouds, with one of its heads fixating on the pirate ships. The appearance of the thunder dragon caused panic among the pirate fleet. Some pirates hid in fear, while others turned their cannons towards Fei Luo, and some raised their weapons, cautiously watching him. "Everyone be quiet. Just a mere Navy brat. Shoot him down." A cannon on an iron ship was aimed at Fei Luo. Damn it. How could the Navy rookie Fei Luo be on board? Wasn't he an impelled down? A man in a white suit with a black tiger mask cursed as he looked at Fei Luo in the sky. "Mommy, what is that?" asked a golden-haired giant with a long white beard, pointing at Fei Luo in the sky. "Dragonfly, the price for dealing with two people is not the same. You need to pay double," said a short, golden-haired old woman beside the man in the white suit. "All right, but I want him alive." "Good son, that person is challenging the power of the Yonko Whitebeard that you inherited. You must capture him and bring him to Mommy, understand?" "Okay, Mommy. I will let him experience Whitebeard's power." The man in the white suit took out a din mushi and sent the strongest people to attack Fei Luo. "Understood." At this moment, Fei Luo, high in the sky, heard their conversation through his observation hockey and sneered, "Thousand dragons roar." Blue and white thunder dragons burst out from the clouds and charged towards the pirates. "Monster, quickly, defend against the thunder dragons." The speed of the thunder dragons was incredibly fast. They reached the pirate ships in no time, instantly turning half of them into debris. Even those who jumped into the sea would suffer the impact of the lightning. The remaining pirate ships struggled to resist the thunder dragons. But when the dragons exploded upon landing on the ships, the intense heat set them ablaze, plunging all the pirate ships into chaos. By the time Fei Luo's full attack was unleashed, the pirates had suffered heavy casualties, and many had already begun to turn and flee. 10,000 dragon break. Fero continued to attack them, and this time the assault was even more terrifying, completely destroying all the pirate ships. Countless fragments of heroes and wooden planks floated on the sea, presenting a hellish scene. Fero looked down at them from the sky with indifference, showing no concern. This was merely their just desserts. The next moment, Fero's expression changed slightly, and he disappeared from the sky. "Weevil, my good son, go kill that blonde old woman." He pointed at Zephyr and said, "Okay, Mom." Weevil raised his big knife and swung it at Zephyr. Fero, holding the broken army, blocked Weevil's large knife, and both of them took a step back. Attack! 50 times lightning speed. A bomb was thrown from behind Weevil, but Fero caught it and tossed it into the trash can of the white paper space, then swung the broken army to slice a pirate in half and threw him into the white paper space. "Teacher Zephyr, take them onto the ship. I'll handle this." Fero instantly controlled the paper boat to come alongside the warship. "You can't leave. Mom said she wants to kill you." Weevil saw Zephyr preparing to board the paper boat and swung his knife again. 10 times slash. Fero wielded his spear to repel Weevil, smiling as he said, "Little friend, let me play with you." "Teacher Zephyr, are you really going to let Brother Fero fight so many people alone?" The young man on the paper boat looked back at the warship and said, "Benz, didn't you just see Brother Fero take out so many pirates with just 2 moves? With just a few people, Fero can definitely defeat them easily." A girl with sea blue hair next to him exclaimed loudly. "Yeah, Brother Fero looked so cool just now. His attacks are like natural disasters, feeling even stronger than the Admiral's. I didn't expect you to still be alive, Bakin Gom Stussy. Did that person really inherit Whitebeard's power?" Zephyr muttered as he gazed at the figure on the distant warship. That power was too familiar to him. It was the strength of his old rival, Whitebeard. But Whitebeard was still alive after all. There couldn't be 2 tremor fruit users in the world, right? Fero looked at the golden-haired old woman and exclaimed, "Bakin Gom Stussy, what a perfect creation. Armament hockey, tremor fruit, and even inheriting Whitebeard's conqueror's hockey. Most importantly, you." Hearing this, Bakin's pupils constricted. "Are you the creation of that guy Vegapunk?" People nowadays shouldn't know her name or the past. Moreover, only her former companions would be aware of her research, and the most likely to know would be the most talented among them, Vegapunk. I'm not a modified product, and Vegapunk hasn't reached that level. Fero shook his head and said, Vegapunk indeed has 7 human weapons. If this continues to develop, he might really create more modified Devil Fruit users. He then turned to the dozen or so pirates behind him, smiling, your strength should be decent. I hope you can give me some surprises. Bakine didn't want to expose her secret, pointing her staff at Fero. Kill this person who stands in your way, my son. Damn it, why are you blocking me? I want to kill you, Weibel shouted, looking angrily at Fero, who was once again in front of him. The long-handled sword became enveloped in a layer of transparent light, and then he swung it fiercely at Fero. Conqueror's break. Fero felt the powerful force and unhesitatingly used the semi-dominating entanglement attack he had developed. Run! The dozen or so pirates on the warship vanished at unprecedented speed, and Bakine quickly disappeared from the spot as well. Bang! The two powerful forces collided, and the warship instantly exploded, creating a massive deep pit beneath them and stirring up huge waves. Fei Luo and Wei Buer were thrown out, and Ba Jin threw a huge wooden plank to Wei Buer to prevent him from falling into the sea, while Fei Luo stepped directly onto the sea, a chilling power emanating from him, instantly freezing the entire sea. Come on, now we can have some fun, Fei Luo waved at them. Just now, he had killed someone with spatial abilities, the one who had sent these pirates onto the warship, but now these people could no longer escape. Let's go together. His Devil Fruit ability is the mythical Zoan type. White Paper Thunder Eagle. You can't outrun him, said a man in a white suit as he walked towards Fei Luo. Following closely behind him was another masked man. Split up and see who has worse luck. A thin pirate beside him transformed into a giant bald eagle and flew high into the sky. Bang! Fei Luo directly slapped him back down, instantly arriving on the ice surface, piercing through his chest with one hand and grabbing his small heart. I will not show mercy for your cowardly acts, Fei Luo said, revealing a cheerful smile, then clenched his fist. The pirates felt a heaviness in their chests, their faces filled with fear towards Fei Luo. One pirate looked at Fei Luo in disbelief and said, No way, dude. Are you really a Navy? How can you be even more ruthless than me? Laughing more maniacally. Let's kill him together, according to the previous plan. The man in the white suit covered his feet with haki and kicked towards Fei Luo. Instantly, all the pirates began to move, some raising swords, some transforming into various animals, and some hiding behind with guns. Let me see what you are prepared to deal with, teacher Zhe Fei. Fei Luo directly threw the bald eagle into the white paper space, transforming into a golden eagle radiating thunder. Interference wave, 50 times the speed of lightning. Armed iron fist. A flash of lightning flickered around Fero, followed by a wave of electromagnetic energy that transformed his body into lightning, instantly knocking them all away. The armed paper needles pierced through hell. Fear determined. 10-centimeter paper needles, the size of iron nails, pierced through the gaps in their fingernails, causing them pain, while a powerful conqueror's haki erupted from Fero, overwhelming their spirits. Seizing the opportunity, Fero placed memory white paper on them and turned to block Weeble's long-handled sword, using the force to retreat a short distance. 50 times the speed of lightning. At that moment, the pirates fell onto the ice like dumplings, and Fero instantly disappeared to retrieve the memory white paper. Ignoring the charging Weeble, he charged directly at Bakine, raising his fist to strike. A loud bang caused the ice to crack, and the high temperature from the lightning created large clouds of mist. Bakine burst out from the mist and charged directly at Weeble. Only when he reached Weeble's shoulder did he breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, rocks wouldn't produce useless children. This is quite impressive strength. Fero slowly emerged from the white mist, casually wiping off the red marks on his hands. Good son, let's go together and kill him. Bakine, standing on Weeble's shoulder, pointed his cane at Fero. The pirates who had recovered, upon seeing Fero, involuntarily felt a sense of fear. They had just been tortured for a whole year, bearing numerous scars on their bodies, and feeling the regained strength, they unhesitatingly grabbed their weapons and charged at Fero. They understood that if Weeble could hold Fero back, they could take the chance to kill him. Air shock. A transparent film covered Weeble's long-handled sword, entwined with black and red lightning, and in an instant, he appeared in front of Fero, swinging the sword at him. 50 times the Conqueror's break. Fero raised the Conqueror's break, enlarged 50 times, and struck at them with incredible speed. The power of the sword and the Conqueror's break collided in the air, causing the black clouds behind Fero to dissipate instantly, while the ice beneath Weeble and even the sea was cleaved in half, forming an abyss. Fei Luo felt a bit shocked as he sensed the rapidly depleting energy of the Thunder Dragon and the armament hockey. This fool has such powerful strength. How strong was the young Whitebeard? And how strong was Roger? What about Rox, the monster who fought against Karp and Roger? Good son, let him see the true power of Whitebeard. Bakeen stood on Weeble's cane and pointed it at Fei Luo again. Hundredfold delay. As soon as Bakeen's words fell, Fei Luo appeared behind them, quickly swinging his hands, causing beams of purple light to hit them, making their movements incredibly slow. Hundredfold thunder speed, void slash. Taking advantage of Weeble's inability to resist, Fei Luo unleashed his strongest blow, slashing down at Weeble with a spear. The penetrating power of the white tiger fruit. The 500 million volts of the sound thunder fruit, armament hockey, and conqueror's hockey poured into the blow, piercing through Weeble at an extreme speed. After stuffing him into a space of white paper, he cut him into pieces, then came outside and took out a pair of ordinary sea prism stone handcuffs wrapped in white paper, cuffing Bakeen. Is that guy Whitebeard really that strong? I thought the air was just air, but you directly shattered the space. If it weren't for seeing you use such dangerous moves, we could have played for a while longer. Aren't you forcing me to choose? Fei Luo looked helplessly at Bakeen, who was frozen in place. He foresaw the future and saw Weeble's attack directly shatter the space, wanting to take him in with it. Although he could enter the teleportation white paper to evade, he still wanted to know some things. I have fear. The Pharaoh's overlord color domineering is unleashed against Bagan, his eyes turning black, dragging Bagan into an illusion. Tell me everything about you, the research Mads conducted back in the day, your laboratory, the secrets of the Rocks Pirates, and information about Weevil. While Fero inquires, he observes the memory white paper behind him. 50-fold thunder speed, 100-fold slow. He foresees the future and sees Bagan about to escape the slowed state. So Fero extends it again. The ability of the slow fruit can stack, and with the sea prism stone handcuffs, Bagan can only rely on hockey to break free, but evidently, her hockey isn't that strong. This time, Bagan truly feels fear towards Fero, trapped in a certain scene from her memory. Truly, someone who dominated an era, almost toppling the world government. Swordsmanship, hockey, the awakening of the dark fruit, and the plundering of the sweet fruit's ability in God Valley. If Big Mom hadn't snatched the Azure Dragon fruit and run away, Rox might not have lost. The Whitebeard, too, cloned by extracting the bloodline factors from Whitebeard's body, is actually regarded as a failure by Vegapunk due to his IQ. I can't. There's still a surprise. Philo directly brought Bakeen into the white paper space, delivering a strike to the heart and another to the brain, ensuring death, and then seized the cane. He went outside to unlock the cane, holding a permanent pointer as he headed into the distance. Minutes later, a man in a white suit flew into the sea area, silently observing the apocalyptic scene for a moment before taking out a transponder snail. Sir, the dragonfly and the raccoon have fallen. All pirates have been wiped out. Bakeen, Gomu, and Weevil have disappeared. The final call indicated that the rescuer was the Navy supernova, Solos Philo. Should we continue with the plan? The calm voice from the transponder snail replied, no need, just handle it and come back. Yes, sir, just when I was short on talent. Vegapunk's clone really brought me a big surprise, Philo said as he looked at the incubation chamber in the secret laboratory containing Vegapunk. Philo added commands that he completely trusted, along with mandatory, unchangeable instructions. Then he released powerful lightning to provide energy, and now it was just a matter of waiting for his activation. After completing everything, Fero turned to look at the frozen blood, which was collected to fund the creation of an enhanced version of the Rocks Pirates. What a crazy plan. Through the memory white paper, Fero saw the significant events experienced by Beijingham, witnessing the power of the ancient monsters during the God Valley War, as well as the hidden God Knights of the world government. Vegapunk used her blood to clone Stussy, while she wanted to clone Whitebeard. However, the experiment went wrong, leading both of them to abandon the idea of continuing the experiments. Later, because the world government forced them to separate, lacking funds, she had no choice but to collaborate with the world government to secure some funding to ensure the success of Vegapunk's experimental subjects. Now, they just needed some energy to activate them. Once activated, they would begin researching the clones of the Rocks Pirates and the God Knights, and then find the legendary pure gold to realize her plan to dominate the seas. Ultimate freeze hundredfold thunder speed Fei Luo directly dug out the entire laboratory, then froze it, taking it to a high altitude and pushing it towards the direction of the Sky Island. Mr. Tom, my modification is complete. The Fram Combat Stun Gun. As Fei Luo envisioned, can adjust the intensity to deal with different criminals, Fram said, showcasing the gun-like weapon in front of Tom. That's impressive, Fram. You've completed another remarkable piece. Tom laughed and gave him a thumbs up. This is good, this is good. How exactly was it made? Can you provide a blueprint, Brother Fram? Gonfuer came over to Fram and looked at the stun gun. Of course, here is the blueprint for the Fram Super Stun Gun. This also references the super books provided by Old Man Gonfuer. Fram handed the blueprint to Gonfuer. Why has the sky turned so dark? Tom looked up to see Fei Luo rushing towards them, holding a huge block of solid ice. It's Fei Luo. I thought it was an enemy attack. It seems I can't experiment with my Fram's super electromagnetic cannon now. Fram helplessly retracted the metal cannon muzzle in his hand, and with a mechanical sound, it gradually shrank into an unremarkable metal bracer. Soon, the solid ice landed on the cloud layer and stabilized. Fei Luo used his ability to thaw the ice, revealing a laboratory wrapped in dirt. Fram, this laboratory belongs to the MADS member Beijingum. It should help with your biological modification process, Fei Luo said to Fram, who looked somewhat gloomy. What? That cloning genius Stussie's laboratory? This is such a huge surprise. Fei Luo. Fram couldn't wait to run towards the laboratory after hearing Fei Luo's words. With a soft sound, the laboratory door slowly opened, and a young man walked out. He was wearing a white lab coat, sporting black sunglasses, had a very large head, and was flipping through a book as he approached Fei Luo. Fei Luo, do you have any books? It seems I've forgotten some things I read before, and I want to see those books again, the Vegapunk experiment body said, scratching his head in front of Fei Luo. I'm very sorry, Dr. Nikus. Those books have been damaged. Even the partially preserved books cannot be provided to you for now. However, this Mr. Gonfuer will provide you with some books to look at. This Brother Fram is a genius in modification. Perhaps you can collaborate. This Mr. Tom is the world's top shipbuilding master, and he might also inspire you. Fei Luo introduced the three to Nikus. Hello, Dr. Nikus. Tom kindly extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Tom. Nikus naturally shook Tom's hand. Hello, Brother Fram. Let's find a time to discuss your genius ideas, Nikus said, shaking Fram's hand, then turned to Gonfuer. Hello, Mr. Gonfuer. Can you take me to see the books Fei Luo mentioned? Gonfuer, Dr. Nikus is a polymath. If you work well together, you might be able to realize a trip to the infinite land and return on the same day. Gonfuer excitedly shook Nikus' hand. Of course, Dr. Nikus. This way, please. If you need anything, just let me know. Fram looked at Nikus, who was gradually moving away, somewhat in disbelief. Fei Luo, isn't he Vegapunk? Yes and no. He has the brain fruit like Vegapunk, which allows for infinite information storage, but he is also a completely new individual. Did you forget that Beijingum is an expert in cloning? Nikus is Vegapunk's clone. I believe the two of you can collaborate to create even more superworks. Fei Luo said with a smile. That's really an impressive person. I will also work hard to become such a super figure. Fram said excitedly and continued his research after hearing Fei Luo's words. Tom, seeing Fram's excited demeanor, also smiled. I'm really grateful for Fei Luo's help. It has allowed us all to develop well. The iceberg has now established a shipyard, and with the sea train under his maintenance, I feel at ease, haha. Fei Luo waved his hand. Mr. Tom, you don't have to be polite. Now that Tom's school is also built, in the future, Mr. Tom's disciples will spread all over the world, allowing more people to have sturdy ships to withstand the waves at sea. Fei Luo. A voice came from afar. Tom and Fei Luo turned to see a blonde girl flying over. The girl directly jumped into Fei Luo's arms and said delicately, I want to go play in Shanghai. Mr. Tom, I'll take her play first, Fei Luo said helplessly, being tightly hugged by the blonde girl. Grandpa Tom, I'll bring you delicious food when I come back, Cornus smiled at Tom. Ha ha ha. Then thank you in advance, Cornus, Tom said happily. Koroniche, can you come down for a moment? Fei Luo gently advised. No, you'll run away again, Cornus hugged him even tighter. Fei Luo had no choice but to throw out a paper boat, carrying her to the Chao Bodhi Islands, controlling the fierce winds to form a protective shield, preventing the small boat from being affected. Is Blue still alive? Fei Luo. Teacher Zhe Fa said you actually engaged in a very terrifying battle. Fei Luo's face darkened. Senior Brother Huang Yuan, the battle has been resolved, and I will report back later. What do you mean by still alive? Do you want to hear what this is about? With the phone bug's annoying expression, Fei Luo felt an impulse to hit him. Battle? Fei Luo, are you okay? Cornus quickly released Fei Luo and began to check his body. Cornus, I'm fine. I'm perfectly all right. Fei Luo hurriedly blocked Cornus from inspecting his lower body, pulling out a recording shell to control her. Huh, Fei Luo, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. 13 is such a scary age. Enough. Fei Luo forcefully turned off the phone bug, thinking about how he didn't have Huang Yuan's life paper, and helplessly slumped onto the paper boat. He could already imagine the awkward scene of being looked at strangely by others when he returned to the headquarters. Previously, he had eaten 2 sea kings on Captain's ship, and now the headquarters was updating the version of the ability users eating sea kings alive upon entering the sea. Fei Luo and the 2 sea kings had a story that needed to be told. Fei Luo, you really got seriously injured. Let me help you treat it. Cornus was ready to continue, but the paper boat directly reached out and controlled her. Paper control. Fei Luo started to control the paper boat down to Connie after seeing the island below. He heard that the amusement park had launched a new attraction called Bubble Flying Car, and he said, "Let me take you to play." After buying the tickets, Connie instantly became excited and pulled Fei Luo to the boarding point of the Bubble Flying Car to start having fun. Fei Luo saw that she had finally finished her inspection and accompanied her to play various attractions. During the playtime, he remained vigilant of his surroundings, ready to strike and kill without hesitation if he sensed malice. The wings behind Cornus marked her as special, attracting the attention of those slave catchers. Fei Luo had already cleared the area of all evildoers twice. However, as long as the celestial dragons existed, new people would continuously join this profession. Fei Luo's influence was still developing, so he could only clear the area whenever he encountered it. It was surprising that there were none this time. Fei Luo did not sense any malice nearby and involuntarily activated his observation hockey. Who is this clown? He actually sent someone to protect the amusement park, preventing me from seeking revenge on that guy. Idiot, haven't you heard that the illegal area was completely clear the last 2 times? That 1 billion bounty is not easy to obtain. If you want to stay alive, stay away from the amusement park, leave quickly. Upon hearing the conversation, Fei Luo was taken aback. Has Doflamingo already extended his reach to the Sabedi archipelago? My previous clearances helped him. It is well known that the clown is a bringer of wealth, having previously delivered the Goma no Mi, the Ope no Mi, and the Mara no Mi. I wonder if he is anything good now. Fei Luo thought to himself, and casually tossed out a few sheets of white paper, which were carried away by a gentle breeze. He continued to accompany Cornus in play. The Sabedi archipelago, being close to Mary Joa, attracted merchants from all over the world. The goods were particularly abundant and would be periodically changed, allowing Cornus to return with a full load each time. Fei Luo, this looks good, and that also looks good. Cornus pointed at the items in the shop. Okay. The shopkeeper smiled broadly at the two, quickly handing over the items tied with ropes to Cornus. Although Fei Luo and Cornus had only visited twice, they were already well known because they bought things without looking at prices, being very straightforward. Also, since Fei Luo had agreed to pay, Cornus wanted to carry her own items, resulting in her being laden with various goods and earning the title of Goods Angel. I didn't expect to run into him here. Looking at the silver-haired old man in a cloak not far away, Fei Luo felt somewhat surprised. The hidden boss of the Sabedi archipelago, the right-hand man of the pirate king, Silver's Rayleigh. Anyone who traverses this world to become a pirate must come and find this fixed boss to learn various things. Unfortunately, Fei Luo is a Navy officer, and he stands behind 3 such big bosses, having already learned what he needed. The rest is just accumulation. Master Fei Luo. Hearing the shout from the white paper, Fei Luo did not hesitate to take Cornus into a teleportation white paper. After arriving at Fishman Island, he saw the crying Shirahoshi with some injured mermaid guards beside her. Fei Luo turned to see a group of pirates, but he had no impression of them. 100 million volts, Thunder Eagle. Fei Luo raised his hand and released a flock of Thunder Eagles, causing the pirates to turn into black shadows with a sizzle sound. You bastards! I'm going to kill you. The leading pirate struggled to get up, but another Thunder Eagle flew over, and he became completely obedient. Then, Fei Luo stored them in the white paper space. Thank you, Mr. Fei Luo, the mermaid princess Odoheim said, looking at Fei Luo after he dealt with the pirates. No need to be polite, princess. Isn't Jimby guarding Fishman Island? How could pirates invade Mermaid Street? Fei Luo asked, puzzled. Jimby has gone to the New World. The world government ordered him to carry out a mission. The strongest on Fishman Island, Shirley, was also defeated by this pirate. Odoheim quickly answered Fei Luo's question and then anxiously said, Mr. Fei Luo, those people have already captured some citizens and taken them away. Please save them. I'm begging you. There's no need for that. I'll go save them right away. Fei Luo quickly stopped Odoheim, who was about to kneel. Cornus, you stay here and play for a while. I'll be back soon. After leaving a message in a sheet of white paper, he stepped into a teleportation white paper. In the next moment, Fei Luo appeared in the illegal area of the Sabati archipelago, quickly using his observation haki to sense the surroundings. Master Clown, they have already succeeded and are on their way back. The auction can be held tomorrow. Have they made all the arrangements? Yes, everything is arranged. There will be dedicated people to ensure the safety of the auction house, and it can be advertised tonight. Disco, if the auction is successful tomorrow, I'll agree to let you join us. Ziz. Fei Luo directly knocked Disco out with a jolt and then answered the snail phone. It's probably not going to succeed. Doflamingo, who are you? The snail phone displayed Doflamingo's expression, his veins bulging, indicating he was very agitated. Fei Luo, the current warden of Impel Down. Are you interested in staying in Impel Down? I can arrange a single room for you. There are plenty of vacant rooms in Eternal Hell, Fei Luo said enthusiastically. So you're a Navy rookie? Don't you know I'm a warlord of the sea? My actions are legal pillaging. Do you want to defy the world government? Doflamingo's voice came through the snail phone, filled with gritted teeth. So what if I defy them? Are you afraid of those 5 old men? I'm not scared. But I do want to ask if the Celestial Dragon's national treasure is really the Celestial King. Fei Luo inquired. You're scared, huh? I do like your rebellious attitude. Fei Luo dropped the snail phone and vanished into a flash of lightning. In the new world, Punk hazarded Fei Luo. Haha. Doflamingo covered his face with one hand and laughed heartily. No wonder you are Karp's disciple. You're really interesting, Doflamingo said, taking out a snail phone. Toripole, help me investigate everything about the Navy rookie. Remember, everything. Understood, Doflamingo. You little brat who doesn't even know how terrifying those monsters are. Getting a bit of strength and becoming complacent. Only those who live to the end are the winners. Let me see what kind of strength you really have. Haha. Thanks a lot, little brother. Rayleigh smiled as he walked out of the cage. No need to be polite. Just accompany me in a fight sometime, Rayleigh. Fei Luo also smiled and then instantly disappeared. Sigh, I didn't even find the money bag, and I got targeted by a terrifying little guy, truly a never-ending hassle. Rayleigh revealed a bitter smile as he looked at the spot where Fei Luo had just vanished. Inside, he was immensely amazed by the terrifying aura. It was more than that monster. Roger, could he be the one you wanted me to wait for? But he is a Navy officer. Rayleigh silently left the auction house, casually grabbing a bottle of wine and drinking it sip by sip. Thank you, Master Fei Luo. Thank you, Master Fei Luo. You saved us. On the paper boat, Fei Luo was surrounded by 5 mermaids, with immense pressure on his back and his face covered in red marks. It's time to go back. Fei Luo wiped off the lipstick marks on his face and calmly took out a teleportation white paper, controlling the paper boat to enter the teleportation white paper. In the next moment, he returned to Fishman Island, where he saw Cornus, Odoheim, and Shirahoshi chatting nearby. Princess Odoheim, Princess Shirahoshi. The 5 mermaids respectfully greeted Odoheim and Shirahoshi. I'm so glad you're all okay. Thank you, Mr. Fei Luo, Odoheim said, relieved to see them safe, and expressed her gratitude to Fei Luo with royal etiquette. Thank you, Master Fei Luo. White Star also learned to thank Philo in the same way as Yuki. Lord Philo. Fero quickly used his abilities to stop the mermaids, waving his hands and saying it's okay. It's okay, you can go back and let your families know you're safe. The mermaids nodded in response, saying, okay, Lord Fero. Lady Yuki, Princess White Star, we will go back now. Watching their departing figures, Fero finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was somewhat overwhelmed by the many grateful kisses from the mermaid girls. Fero, I want to explore Fishman Island. Cornus suddenly jumped onto Fero, hugging him tightly. Korniche. It's getting late. It's time to go back, Fero said helplessly. Just one shop. It won't take long. I want to bring some things back, okay? Cornus looked at Fero with pleading eyes. Just one. Fero felt like she was about to cry, so he quickly released her. Yay, Sister White Star, hurry and take me. Cornus quickly ran to White Star's side, while Fero and Princess Yuki followed behind them. Princess Yuki, your Fishman Island should be the absolute ruler here, with powers beyond ordinary humans. You shouldn't be so weak. How can a mere 1 or 200 million pirates leave you powerless? Fero looked at Princess Yuki in confusion. Because most of the strong fishmen have already moved to land. The residents of Fishman Island are mostly kind people, not skilled in combat. The Royal Guard is mostly made up of merfolk, whose strength isn't as formidable as fishmen. They're just a bit faster and can communicate simply with fish. Princess Yuki said with a somewhat helpless expression. After a moment's thought, she continued, mermaids can grow legs after turning 30 and live on land. So most of them marry humans. The powerful mermaids you see didn't actually originate from Fishman Island. so they cannot identify much with it. I see, Fero said, realizing after hearing Princess Yuki's words. When a Straw Hat crew fought against the foxy pirates, that huge fishman could have been a Shichibukai-level existence in the sea if he could use fishman karate and haki. A shoulder throw in the ocean would be a powerful weapon, and water attacks could serve as an unlimited cannon. These would not be a problem against the earlier pirates. Then Jinbei could teach them fishman karate, at least giving them some resistance against pirates, Fero said, mimicking the fishman water attack gesture and creating several wind blades that left deep cuts on the ground. Princess Yuki looked at the cuts on the ground with a bitter expression, saying, most of the people on Fishman Island are not strong fishmen. I, for instance, am a goldfish mermaid. My body is too weak and can be easily injured. Some mermaids are even weaker than humans. Only a few, like Jinbei, who is a powerful whale shark fisherman, are strong. Some have already gone to the East Blue, and others disappeared in previous attacks. Fero awkwardly shook his head at her words, his gaze turning to the sunlight transmitted from above by Eve. This sunlight is truly bright. The disappearance of two groups of powerful fishmen on his watch brought an inexplicable sense of guilt to his heart. However, he did not regret it. One wanted to bully little Nami, and the other, feeling a bit lost, sought to incite rebellion. He had also helped Fishman Island solve significant troubles. Let me think of a way for you. It will take some time to complete, so during this time, let Jinbei come back to take care of things. Fero said, after coming up with an idea. How can we trouble Mr. Fero again? We've already troubled you many times. Even Princess Yuki felt a bit ashamed. It's fine. I can't bear to see little White Star sad, Fero said, looking at White Star, who was wandering around with Cornice in the distance. The most beautiful mermaid in One Piece, and one who appeared in the story, was his target. He came here to work hard for future enjoyment and to change the fate of those characters he liked. He never felt at ease in others' hands. It was better for him to handle it personally. Princess, I'm leaving now. By the next time I come, I should have a solution for you, Fero said before directly grabbing Cornice, who was ready to go to the second shop. White Star, I'll come to see you next time. Lord Fero. Before White Star could finish her sentence, Fero took Cornice into the teleportation paper. Mother, why did Lord Fero have to leave in such a hurry? Did something happen? White Star asked Princess Yuki. Maybe it's because you were planning to visit the second shop, Princess Yuki said softly, her eyes on White Star. But her mind couldn't shake off Fero's words. Fei Luo brought Cornice back to the Sky Island, dropped off the supplies and a teleportation white paper. Koroniche, I'll take you out to play again next time. After saying that, he plunged into the teleportation white paper back to the headquarters without looking back. A series of events had occurred this time, and his two teachers were probably already waiting in the teleportation room. 50 times lightning flash. Fei Luo returned to the headquarters, disregarding everything, and directly activated the flash, making a preemptive strike. Zifa, who had failed the ambush, silently retracted his black arm. You brat, how's the situation? Of course, it's all been wiped out. Don't you see who I am? I'm your most talented disciple, Fei Luo said proudly. Interference waves. Seeing this, Zifa's expression became serious. Quickly tell me the details. Who exactly wants to kill me? Zifa-sensei, why did your wife and child meet with misfortune back then? Fei Luo didn't answer directly, but instead asked Zifa. Zifa fell silent, and Fei Luo continued. On the surface, it was a pirate revenge attack. As for who it was, I think you already have the answer in your heart. I executed Idrins in Impel Down, and through interrogation, I learned that someone offered a bounty of 500 million on the black market, which led to the attack on that ship back then. You brat. Zifa took the wine Fei Luo handed him, took a sip, and said, what about this time? This time they're no longer hiding it. They're coming straight for you, Fei Luo said, taking out a memory white paper. The memory white paper is a one-time use item that can only be viewed once, after which it will lose its function and can only display what appears in his mind, not the entirety. However, it was enough to prove to Zifa. A white suit. CP0 treating people like dogs while maintaining their so-called nobility. Zifa looked at the memory white paper displaying the CP0 memory, his eyes filled with rage. Especially the scene of the 5 elders giving orders at the end made him unable to suppress his anger, and he slammed the wine bottle down. White paper prison. Zifa-sensei, if you go now, you're just going to your death. What they want is for you to leave the Navy, weakening the future power of the Navy to achieve their goals. I was able to execute Idrins. One day, I will be able to execute them too, Zifa-sensei. Believe me. Fei Luo stopped Zifa. Revenge must be taken step by step. You can first find those pirates who were saved before. Your non-killing justice is more suited for other eras. It ultimately doesn't fit the current era of great pirates. Most of this time, pirates are those who were saved back then, and they're preparing a terrifying virus, 15 pirates with bounties of 500 million, plus Begin-Gomu, and a warlord of the sea with Whitebeard's power. Hearing this, Zifa's pupils shrank. Begin-Gomu, and the power of Whitebeard. Your strength is? I also borrowed the power of the fruit, and fortunately killed those two. Fei Luo shot a slowing light wave at Zifa. What is this? A slowing fruit? Zifa reacted and said, Is your fifth devil fruit the slowing fruit? For you, is indeed a powerful fruit ability. He had also seen the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, and through this effect, he knew what fruit ability it was. Fei Luo's control abilities of freezing and slowing from the white tiger fruit, combined with the speed and explosive power enhanced by lightning, as well as the fruit's penetration ability, are undoubtedly a perfect match. You little rascal, being able to consume so many devil fruits is truly enviable. Teacher Zephyr, this is for you, the wolf fruit, mythical Zoan, thunder wind, giant wolf form. It can unleash both thunder and wind blade abilities and also increase its own speed. Zephyr was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and smiled, saying, I'm glad you have this intention. I can manage with this black wrist alone. Let's leave this mythical Zoan for future plans. He then showed Fei Luo his pitch black wrist. Fei Luo directly pulled out a dozen devil fruits, reassuring Teacher Zephyr, don't worry. Their devil fruits have long been prepared, and I don't trust others that much. Zephyr took off his glasses, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. You little rascal. Where did you get so many devil fruits? I picked them up on a main road, Fei Luo said with a grin as he put away the devil fruits. Then directly handed the thunder wind giant wolf fruit to Zephyr's hand. All right, I extracted the fruits from the prisoners and impelled down using the blank paper space. So the people for the future plan won't lack devil fruits. After being stared at by Zephyr for a while, Fei Luo helplessly said, You should go report to Sengoku. I also need to head to the North Sea to find Enel. You shouldn't reveal that I have a devil fruit ability for now, not even to Sengoku and Karp. The Navy headquarters is too prone to leaking information, which could expose the plan. I understand, Fei Luo said. Teacher Zephyr, remember to bring Sister Ayn and Brother Bins to the North Sea. With that, Fei Luo left a sentence and pushed open the door, disappearing from the spot. After Fei Luo left, Zephyr swallowed the thunder wind giant wolf fruit in one gulp, only to have an extremely uncomfortable expression appear on his face. I must leave quickly. Those two guys will definitely laugh at me for eating a devil fruit. That little rascal has caused me trouble, especially that guy Karp, who would definitely mock me and Sengoku for a lifetime. Zephyr exited, took the luggage at the door, and headed straight to the port, boarding a merchant ship to set off for the North Sea. In the Admiral's office, Sengoku exclaimed, You little rascal, instead of reporting back after completing your mission. You ran off to play. Interference paper array. This time, there really is something important regarding the future plan. Fei Luo scratched his head and said, Flesh and blood are weak mechanical ascension. In the face of the future world government seraphim, they must also develop technological strength. The development of Sky Island is an important part of the future plan. Sengoku, filled with curiosity, asked, Who is that girl with the voice mentioned by Kizaru? Will you bring her back for me to see? Cornus, a playful little girl. If I bring her back, I'll be able to carry out my mission. Fei Luo recalled Cornus's resentful eyes and said helplessly, What mission are you still carrying out? You've almost wiped out infinite hell by yourself. Hurry up and execute the rest. I'll give you a vacation to focus on playing with her, Sengoku said, stifling the urge to beat Fei Luo. He had heard from Magellan's reports that Fei Luo executed several people each time, sometimes without even using his devil fruit ability, and this time with 2 strikes. He destroyed a pirate fleet. It already marked that Fei Luo's strength had reached the level of Kizaru and the others, becoming one of the Navy's top combat powers. Teacher Sengoku, those remaining people are not simple characters. You know their strong abilities. Fei Luo raised his voice. Killing those remaining people is very simple. But Fei Luo wants to use them to hone himself, though it could lead to unexpected incidents. Katarina Devon's fruit ability allows her to transform into him, breaking the blank paper prison, and who knows what strange abilities she can turn into. The strength in the anime is definitely well hidden. Then there's Douglas Bullet. With his fusion fruit ability, his blank paper provides him with powerful materials. His failure is just a plot kill. Through the memories of Beginking's blank paper, Fei Luo saw the horror of that old era. Destroying an island with 1 strike is easy for them. Besides Barrett and Raidfield, the others pose no pressure to you now. You can execute those 2 later. For now, hurry back and execute the others first, then I'll approve your vacation. Sengoku waved his hand, signaling Fei Luo to return to impel down. Yes. Fei Luo saluted Sengoku, then gathered the cards back and stepped into the returning blank paper teleportation. Sister Domino, please arrange today's execution target for me. Fei Luo contacted Domino with his heart K. All right, brother Fei Luo. But today it's the turn of the giant battleship Saint Juan Wolf. The execution room might not be able to accommodate him in his giant form. Domino's sweet voice came through the communication blank paper. Then I'll take him to Fishman Island. You all go ahead first, and then contact me. Understood, brother Fei Luo. He arrived at a huge cage deep in infinite hell, standing on the flying blank paper in front of him, playing with a normal red heart card covered in hockey. Saint Juan Wolf, Paramecia type expansion fruit ability, known as the giant battleship, accused of flattening a country, suspected of possessing information about Elbaf's mysterious taboos. Will you voluntarily submit information and then receive swift execution? You little bug, I choose to crush you and leave this hellhole, the wolf growled at Fei Luo, who was emitting blue light. I have fear. Philo directly dragged the evil wolf into the illusion, not needing to wait for him to collapse. But this mainly depended on the target's willpower. If the willpower is strong enough, it can be ignored and unaffected. If the willpower is weak, Philo can even directly manipulate the other party. Moments later, the evil wolf, who had experienced Philo's illusionary torture, was sweating profusely. Just answer me yes or no. No nonsense. Now, I assume you've chosen the pain package, and you'd better try your best to kill me later. Otherwise, I'll make your death even uglier. Philo threw a K card at him. Oi, little brat, can you bring me a bottle of wine when it's time for execution? Bus Scarechote, who was in a nearby cage, shouted. Sure, I'll give you a barrel. Just remember to kill me with all your might. Philo smiled as he approached Chote's cage. All right, I'll make sure to torture you well and let you feel the warmth, Chote said with a cheerful laugh. Oi, little brat, hang in there. Besides Captain Roger, I've never had a strong desire to fight anyone. Let us have a battle that we can enjoy. A voice echoed from the depths of infinite hell, accompanied by a powerful conqueror's hockey shock. Douglas Barrett, don't worry, as long as you don't run away, I can fight with you until we're satisfied. Philo responded with his own conqueror's hockey. Philo, I and Deputy Director Shirley have arrived at Grilled Fish Island. Okay, Sister Domino, I'm on my way. The windless zone Grilled Fish Island got its name because Philo brought Domino here to grill fish once. The island has sparse vegetation and is a typical rocky island. On a clearing that was deliberately cleaned up on the island, a huge square made of white paper was set up. Sister Domino, Deputy Director Shirley. I'll go bring the evil wolf over, Philo said before disappearing from the spot. All right, Philo. A thunderclap caught the attention of the two, and then they saw dark clouds with lightning drifting away in the sky. After replenishing his energy in the thunderclouds, Philo returned to impel down using the teleportation white paper, using the broken army to cut off the sea floor stone chains on the evil wolf. He then used ordinary white paper to wrap these sea floor stones and arrange the teleportation white paper into a huge square teleportation paper gate. Here we go. Philo kicked the evil wolf into the teleportation white paper cage. After arriving at Grilled Fish Island, Philo directly transformed the white paper that had lost its teleportation effect on the ground into space white paper, forming a huge white paper cage. Facing the giant race evil wolf, the gaps could be much larger to ensure that the enlarged evil wolf could fight conveniently. Is this the Saint One evil wolf, known as the giant warship? It looks even bigger than the Gate of Justice, Domino exclaimed as she looked at the evil wolf's height. This is a ruthless guy who has flattened a country, Rain Shirley commented, clenching his fist. Hearing this, Domino looked at Rain Shirley and curiously asked, Deputy Director Shirley, how is your dual-color hockey enhancement training going? There's been progress, Rain Shirley said, demonstrating his armed color arm. He had been watching Philo execute the Infinite Hell swordsman battle very seriously, and seeing Philo easily breaking swords made him realize he had to shift his swordsmanship practice to focus on self-training. Now he understood that the powerful feeling of holding Thunderstorm was just a feeling and not real. True strength comes from within. The rest of the guys are all troublesome, Philo said helplessly as he looked at the evil wolf. As time went by, Philo's energy was almost exhausted, and he had to go up to the sky to undergo a wave of lightning body training to recover. He quickly stored away the seafloor stones wrapped in white paper and threw 10 grilled sea kings at the evil wolf. Execution begins, Philo shouted as he saw the enlarged evil wolf finish eating the sea kings. Hundredfold speed, thunderstrike, armored iron fist. Philo instantly appeared in front of the evil wolf's forehead, mimicking Karp's style and delivering a punch. Speed equals power, and the evil wolf was sent flying by Philo's punch. Expanding giant rock. The evil wolf, who was sent flying into the white paper cage, picked up nearby rubble and threw it at Philo. Crushing strike. Fero covers his hands with armament hockey and delivers a crushing blow with force from his wrist, a signature move of Zephyr. Wolf Fist. The wolf's fist suddenly enlarges several times, stepping forward to strike Fero. Iron block meteorite. Fero was covered in armament hockey, standing still in the face of the evil wolf's punch. Bang! Fero's body resisted the evil wolf's punch for a moment before being sent flying. Ha ha ha! You little brat. Do you realize my power now? The evil wolf couldn't help but laugh when he sensed Fero being knocked away with observation hockey. Meteor fall. Philo reached the highest point of the white paper cage, extending his palm into a shadow that rushed towards the evil wolf. Bang! The immense force pushed the evil wolf back a step, and it finally stopped by bracing itself against the white paper cage. This is a technique from that guy. Cienture. Are you his disciple, brat? The image of the person who captured him surfaced in the evil wolf's mind. Yes. Now teacher Zhonghua has become a marshal. Philo's voice amplified many times through the waves, ensuring the evil wolf could clearly hear him. Zhonghua's previous name was Cienture, who used iron block techniques to allow his body to absorb others' attacks. No matter which direction he was attacked from, he could absorb the force throughout his body. He could strengthen his skin and then gather that power into his palm to unleash it, completing the meteor drop in conjunction with Karp. Killing you would probably make him very sad. Haha. The warm-up is over, brat. Prepare to die. Evil wolf devours. The evil wolf opened its mouth wide to absorb air, intending to swallow Philo. You like to absorb, huh? I'll let you absorb to your heart's content. Wind blade tornado. Philo manipulated the raging winds to form wind blades, creating a tornado and throwing it at the evil wolf. Evil wolf wind breath. After the evil wolf inhaled the wind blade tornado, it quickly spit it out, returning the wind blades to Philo at an even faster speed. What the hell? Philo, having foreseen the future, saw himself being spit out and disappeared from his original spot, directly appearing behind the evil wolf. Hundredfold lightning speed, armed crushing iron fist. Philo punched the back of the evil wolf's head with all his might, determined to knock him out with a single blow. Bang! The evil wolf fell face first into the ground, kissing the earth. Bastard, do you know how disgusting your actions are? Do you want to nauseate me to death with such despicable methods? Still unsatisfied, Philo continued to pound on its head. Slap! But the evil wolf's hand also came crashing down, the palm meeting the back of its head with a loud bang. Fei Luo disregarded everything and continued to strike with his palm, wanting to completely crush him with his fist and then obtain the desired information. The enraged wolf once again expanded its body, standing up to face Fei Luo's impact. Wolf palm. The wolf's palm swelled several times and then struck towards Fei Luo, the enormous palm creating a strong gust of wind. Is your attack at this level? It seems that the destructive power is relatively large due to your massive size, which is strong against ordinary people, but to a true powerhouse, you're just a slightly larger toy. Fei Luo shook his head and slowly transformed into a golden eagle. With the power of 100 times thunder speed punk strike, the awakened thunder eagle reached a size of 20 meters, and with its enormous wings, it unleashed a tremendous force at extreme speed, knocking the wolf's palm away. Golden wing slash. Philo wielded his wings like a knife, slicing down along the shoulder of the evil wolf. The penetrating power of the white tiger fruit enveloped his entire wing, severing the right arm. He then quickly struck down the left arm and both legs, rendering the wolf powerless to resist. Die for me. Philo let out a tremendous roar. His enormous wings aimed at the wolf's forehead. Fear deterrence. Fei Luo sensed his fear and immediately unleashed a powerful conqueror's hockey, using the abilities of the fear fruit to pull him into a nightmare of memory-based terror. A blank memory paper was stuck to his forehead, and when it stopped flickering, Fei Luo took out some fruits and then directly killed him. After seeing one of the fruits change, he collected them. Execution complete. In the impelled down warden's office, King Uranus never expected that in the land of giants, the ruler of all celestial phenomena was hidden in the underworld. Fei Luo slowly placed a heart card with the name of the evil wolf on the wall. The wall was filled with cards, with only a few reaching the spade level, most being at the clover and heart levels. The time in the underworld accelerated too quickly. He thought it was better to go later, but without the treasure hunting process, it lacked a lot of fun. Fei Luo, feeling a bit bored, learned from a memory paper that the underworld had accelerated time, and the longer one stayed, the faster it accelerated. Currently, he could not leave his future plans behind, so he couldn't stay away for long. Damn pirates, they actually robbed me of most of the treasures. Those two bastards too. They should have hidden the nature fruits better. Those are the gold fruit and the mud fruit. I only got 3 great swords and 6 ordinary devil fruits, along with some useless gold treasures. While flipping through the previous haul from Impel Down, Fero couldn't help but curse a couple of times. He laid out all of his fruits on the table, sorted by ability: 10 Paramecia, 1 Logia, 25 Zoan, and 3 great swords. The amplification fruit from Baji, CP0's transfer and impact, the 4 layers of flying axe and cha-cha. The expansion of the evil wolf, the disease from Magnet Drum Island, the 5 layers of flavor, and the 6 layers of lala and bronze. It was a pity that Weibel didn't drop the artificial shock fruit. Otherwise, he could have eaten the 9th fruit. Fero labeled all the Paramecia and arranged them neatly, putting the amplification fruit aside as a backup. He decided to give the cloud fruit to Nami and the taste fruit to Nojiko, since she was a cook. As for the ship's doctor, it depended on whether she wanted the Pegasus or the disease fruit. Fero planned to find a time to deliver these fruits to them later. After all, the longer they developed, the stronger they would become. He decided to put these Zoan fruits into the future plans, but unfortunately, there were only 4 ancient species: Thunder Dragon, Terror Bird, Boar-Toothed Rhinoceros, and Great Horned Deer. The rest were all ordinary Zoan. After labeling all the Zoan devil fruits, Fero put them into a designated space with white paper. The great swords Night Shadow, Flowing Wind, and Sky Flame. It seemed there were no top swordsmen in the Navy, and Fujitora was still unaccounted for. Fero picked up a black sword and practiced a few moves, then, after a moment of contemplation, quickly placed the 3 great swords into a special white paper space before disappearing from the office. Shadow Army, I'm coming. Fero excitedly rushed into the sea area shrouded in black clouds for eternity. Hogback, fix up number 900. He will be our strongest subordinate, Moria said to the fat man beside him. Hogback, holding a scalpel, looked at the corpse of the demon Oz and laughed. Leave it to me, Lord Moria. I've never handled a corpse this big. It's truly an honor. Hogback approached the demon Oz, looking up at the giant body, feeling incredibly shocked. What is this? Moria said, puzzled, as he looked at the white paper gradually surrounding him. Moonlight Moria, let's have a battle that decides both victory and life or death. Moria turned to see a young man with black hair walking towards him. You little brat, you dare to challenge me? Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Moria's shadow appeared beside him and flew directly towards Fero. 50 times speed. Iron Fist. Fero instantaneously appeared behind Moria and struck him hard in the back. Boom. Moria's body shattered into pieces, but quickly reformed. Shadow Master. Not bad reaction speed. Moria. Fero praised as he watched Moria draw a long knife. He couldn't help but admire Moria's slightly thinner figure. His current strength hadn't diminished as severely and looked much better than the fat version from 1520. Moria had only retreated from Wano a few years ago and even carried a sword, so he still had some strength left. Who are you, little brat? Moria stared at Fero warily. The speed and power of that last strike were incredibly strong, and someone with such strength couldn't be an unknown. With his youthful appearance and such powerful abilities, the only person who fit those 2 conditions in his information was someone he considered an ally. Saras Fero, the current warden of Impel Down. I heard you challenge Kaido, so I want to challenge you to a life or death battle. Fero tossed a heart card at him. Moria's Shadow Revolution and Shadow Collection are impressive developments, allowing zombies to possess shadows. It even enabled the demon Oz to accelerate his blood flow for enhanced speed and fruit abilities. The other ability adds the strength of shadows to a person, with Moria's limit being 1,000, swallowing the shadows on the island into his body, allowing him to split a massive, terrifying 3-masted ship with 1 strike. Moria swung his knife to deflect the card, incredulously saying, the Navy Supernova, Fero, I'm a warlord, and you dare to attack me? Hey, I have to ask what the world government means by this. Moria laughed as he pulled out a din mushy. Fero played with the heart card he retrieved, quietly watching Moria without any sign of panic. You bastard, what tricks did you use? Moria glared at Fero angrily. True strength comes from within, Moria. What you should be thinking about now is how to kill me, not boom. Before he finished speaking, Fero punched Moria's main body, sending him flying. Hogback outside the white paper prison saw Moria being knocked away with a punch and panically fled, but halfway he seemed to bump into something and fell to the ground. Oi, Hogback, where's Lord Moria? A somewhat sinister-looking blonde man gradually appeared, startling Hogback. Absalom, Lord Moria is in danger. The Din Mushi is no longer functional. I'll go get Perona. You quickly delay the enemy. Hogback got up and ran while saying, Perona's fruit ability combined with Lord Moria's can definitely kill that person. I can't let Sindoli die again. The awakened Hogback ran towards the distant castle. What? Someone dares to challenge Lord Moria? Let me see who you really are. Absalom's body gradually disappeared into the air. Little brat, don't think I want to kill you just because you're Zifa's disciple. Moria glared at Fei Luo, using scattered bats to evade. Fero's speed is incredibly fast. Once he stops using the flying bats, he'll be struck hard. Shadow Box. Moria seizes the moment when Fero attacks him, and the flying bats surround Fero, ultimately forming a black box. Die for me. In a pitch-black place. Fero is all too familiar with such environments, but he didn't expect that Moria had developed a spatial technique as well. His observation Haki perceives many spikes coming from all directions, trying to pierce him. However, Fero's skin, imbued with the treasure metal from the Babwa and having undergone a baptism of lightning, blocks the spikes. He draws the broken army and cuts through the spikes, then holds the spear with both hands, delivering a vertical slash to split the box open. How is this possible? Moria looks in disbelief at Fero emerging from a shadow box. Aside from Kaido, he has never seen anyone come out of a shadow box before. The information from Fero says he is only 13 years old. How could he possibly have strength like Kaido? Kid, isn't your devil fruit ability the paper fruit? How could you cut open my shadow box? Moria recalled the fruit from the Devil Fruit encyclopedia, and in his understanding, only the empty fruit he saw in the encyclopedia could cut open his shadow box. There's nothing impossible. You should think about how to kill me instead. You, who were defeated by Kaido, have completely lost the aura of a strong person. You are really boring. Fero raised his hand and released a slash wave. Moria used shadow manipulation to dodge Fero's slash and raised his long sword to counterattack. Stop talking so much, kid. The clash between Fero's blade and Moria's long sword produced a harsh sound. Fero felt the strength of Moria's attack and shook his head in disappointment. Too weak, Moria. I want to fight the peak version of you. Bring it on. As he spoke, Fero instantly knocked Moria's long sword away, and, before he and the Shadow Master could switch positions, he struck down with a spear, leaving blood marks on Moria's body. The Shadow Master was also cut in half, and the slash wave disappeared on the paper. What power, Kaido! Outside the paper prison, Absalom saw Moria and wanted to step forward to surrender, but was stopped. Absalom kept attacking the paper prison. Damn, what is this? After fruitless attempts to attack, Absalom revealed his body. Wanted to shout for Moria to cooperate with him to break the paper prison. Inside and outside the paper prison, they could see each other. However, it blocked the din mushi and sounds, preventing external interference. Absalom, hurry and call Perona over, then use the din mushi to contact the Navy. Moria shouted at Absalom outside the paper prison. He can't hear you, and even if he could, there's no din mushi that can contact anyone. Did you think I would leave a flaw? Fero knocked on his own head. More importantly, you picked a good graveyard. After all, it's not easy to find your ship in the Devil's Triangle. Fero had just found this place by detecting biological electric waves and slight malice. Other than Fujitora, who can pull down meteorites, no one else has such a wide range of observation haki. Shadow Substitute. Moria's body gradually turned into a black shadow, and when he returned to his body, the long scar disappeared. This move made Fero's eyes light up. If he hadn't seen the bloodstains on Moria, Fero would have doubted whether he had actually hit Moria. My shadow is invincible. As long as it stays with me, I won't get hurt. Hey. Moria looked at Fero's shocked expression and laughed triumphantly. Sweep the 1,000 armies. Fero swung horizontally, splitting Moria in half. However, Moria's upper and lower halves quickly reconnected through black tendrils. Useless. Even Kaido couldn't do anything to me with this move, and you, little brat, are even more helpless against me. Moria laughed heartily, gripping his blade with both hands and swinging at Fero. Clang! Fero let Moria strike his head with the blade, revealing a bright smile. I wonder how long you can maintain this state. Fei Luo gradually transformed into a thunder eagle, flapping its wings as countless wind blades converge into 3 tornadoes, surrounding Moria and spinning clockwise in a triple wind blade tornado. Fei Luo controlled the strong winds to make Moria continuously rotate with the tornadoes, occasionally flapping its wings to replenish the wind blades. Seeing this, Fei Luo couldn't help but sing. The big windmill turns creaking and squeaking. The scenery here is truly beautiful. Before Fei Luo could finish singing, Moria transformed into a scattering of bats and escaped the range of the tornado, hiding at the edge of the white paper cage, looking at Fei Luo with a sly smile. Sun Thunder Law, exterminate evil. Fei Luo sensed the malice behind him, and with a light shout, a layer of blue and white lightning immediately enveloped him. The white ghost that collided with Fei Luo's lightning was instantly dissolved, causing Moria and the others to widen their eyes in shock. When Moria saw the situation outside the white paper cage, he couldn't help but shout, "Perona! Perona, are you okay?" Absalom shouted as he saw Perona lying on the ground. At the same time the negative ghost was dissolving, Perona, with her pink twin tails, also suffered a powerful lightning attack outside the white paper cage. Seeing this, Hogback quietly moved away from the area, thinking that someone who couldn't even handle Perona's ghost was not someone Moria could defeat. Since the negative ghost could deal with Moria, Moria could only dodge. But this person in front of him directly dissolved it. If he didn't run now, it would be over. Why does it feel like the warlords are so weak? I should go seek out someone more powerful. Hogback quickly headed to his room. Meanwhile, inside the white paper cage, Fei Luo saw the fury in Moria's eyes and immediately broke into a bright smile. "Moria, you'd better do your best to kill me. Otherwise, I will kill your two companions first." "Damn it, Fei Luo, go die," Moria said, putting on sunglasses and throwing out a fool's bomb. Shadow Revolution. Under the glaring light, a shadow appeared behind Fei Luo, and under Moria's control, the shadow struck a strange pose, causing Fei Luo's body to involuntarily mimic that pose. Shadow Spear. Seizing the opportunity, Moria transformed the Shadow Mage into a black long spear and thrust it at Fei Luo. Shadow Assembly. Ignoring whether the Shadow Spear hit Fei Luo, Moria directly activated his ultimate move, summoning the 9 powerful shadows he had collected along with Fei Luo's shadow into his own body. "Little brat, your power is truly formidable. To have so many fruit abilities, with your shadow plus the 900, I will soon become the Pirate King," Moria said with a sinister smile as his size doubled. "That's more like it, Moria. Come on, let me see your strength." Feeling the dangerous aura emanating from Moria, Fei Luo gradually became excited. Only with such strength could one qualify to be recruited as a warlord. It was different from those like Don Quixote da Flamingo, who threatened the world government to become a warlord. The sea battle strongman Jinbei, the bear who sends people traveling, the world's #1 swordsman Dracula Mihawk, the Empress Boa Hancock with 3-color hockey, Crocodile who challenged Whitebeard, and Moria, who fought Kaido in the Second War. Only those with enough strength to face the Yonko could be recruited as warlords by the world government, as the establishment of the warlord system was to unite with the Navy to balance the Yonko. Hundredfold Thunder Speed, Overlord Dragon Slash. Hundredfold Thunder Speed, Overlord Breaking Army. The Long Knife and Breaking Army each unleashed a massive shockwave, with the two forces clashing against each other. But soon Fei Luo was sent flying. "Little brat, your strength is indeed powerful enough for me to withstand the internal forces of those monsters. I can no longer hold back. I want to kill you." "Okay." Fei Luo foresaw a dangerous scene and immediately reacted with triple armament. Meteorite. Speed, Hundredfold Speed, Reaper Bullet. 2 black arms sprouted from under Moria's arms, and 2 black pistols aimed at Fei Luo, firing 2 bullets. Speed, Hundredfold Speed, Demon Claw. After shooting the 2 bullets, Moria's 2 black arms quickly transformed into clawed arms and directly plunged into Fei Luo's body. How about that? This is the corpse of a member of that old era pirate crew I found," Moria said as he looked at Fei Luo, who had 2 bullet holes and 6 knife wounds on his body. "Devour all." Moria was horrified as he saw Fei Luo's movements and retreated. "Damn it, you actually want to swallow me." Fei Luo revealed a bright smile. "Those monsters from the Rocks Pirates? Aren't there still John and some big guy? Let me see what other powers you have." After saying that, the wounds on his body healed at a visible speed. "Little brat, did even Karp tell you about that pirate crew that disappeared from history? Since you want to seek death, I'll fulfill your wish," Moria said with a sinister smile. "Absolute 0. 100 continuous slows." Moria spat out a mouthful of white mist at Fei Luo, instantly freezing him. Waves of purple light struck Fei Luo's body. Speed, Hundredfold Speed, Dragon Slash. A shadow dressed in a cloak appeared behind Moria, delivering a purple-black slash that split the ice block in half, leaving a wound from Fei Luo's shoulder to his thigh. The white paper in the white paper cage also showed knife marks. Underworld Bullet. A pitch-black bullet instantly pierced through Fei Luo's arm, leaving a massive wound. Yama Claw. Moria's two black hands elongated, and the long claws instantly left 6 wounds on Fei Luo's body. Drunken slash. A thin shadow flashed behind Moria, wielding a long knife and slashing Fei Luo again, adding another wound to his body. Divine Power Axe. Moria swung a black axe directly onto Fei Luo's head, instantly creating a hole in it. Overlord Breaking Army. Moria gripped a black war spear with both hands and charged at Fei Luo, leaving a huge hole in his body. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Moria's speed far exceeded Fei Luo's, and all attacks could only be passively endured by Fei Luo. Bang! After Moria finished using Overlord Breaking Army, he completely collapsed, and the shadows escaped from his body, returning to their master. Evil brat, in the end I still won. Moria, who collapsed on the ground, eagerly awaited Fei Luo's demise. After a long while, Moria's attacks began to manifest on Fei Luo's body. The dragon slash directly split Fei Luo's body in half. The wound from the underworld bullet, the Yama claw, turned Fei Luo into hero fragments. The drunken slash shattered him further, the divine power axe fractured his skull, and the overlord breaking army made part of Fei Luo's fragments disappear. Seeing the scene, Moria smiled wickedly. Little brat, do you think you're challenging whom? Don't worry, Moonlight Moria, will definitely use your shadow to become the Pirate King. But soon he realized something was wrong. Fei Luo's body gradually transformed into lightning, passed through the white paper cage, and flew towards the sky at an incredible speed. Boom! Soon, the sky above the terrifying 3-mast ship flickered with dazzling lightning and booming thunder, quickly disappearing, reappearing, and disappearing again. The flickering made the 3-mast ship resemble a ballroom. His body is already turned to fragments. What kind of monster is this? Moria looked up at the sky in terror. No, I must get out of here. That monster will definitely come back to kill me. I must leave. Moria struggled to get up, wanted to leave, but was blocked by the white paper cage. He wished to escape using a shadow, but the recent overexertion of his powers left him unable to summon even a shadow mage outside the white paper cage. Perona, who had just woken up, fainted again from the sound of thunder. Absalom was continuously striking the white paper cage with both hands, trying to rescue Moria. In the distance, Hogabak, who was leaving with Sindoli, turned back to see the flickering lightning and hurriedly increased his paddling speed. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Fei Luo's body had transformed into lightning, except for his mouth, scattering around. Countless bolts of lightning gathered into his abyssal mouth, and as time passed, those scattered body parts gradually reassembled, forming a complete humanoid shape. Once his body was whole, Fei Luo directly transformed into a golden eagle. The fragmented body connected at a visible speed, and after consuming an unknown amount of lightning, Fei Luo's scars began to heal gradually. Catastrophe is upon you. Fei Luo transformed back into his human form, with his body, which quickly turned into charcoal. Then he transformed into a golden eagle and rapidly healed himself to perform sit-ups. After turning into charcoal and doing sit-ups dozens of times, Fei Luo's body completely transformed. All his wounds healed thoroughly, even when struck by lightning. He would no longer turn into charcoal, just feeling a numbness in his body. Ha ha ha! A complete transformation of the body. A steel balloon? Then my body is diamond. Successfully overcoming the tribulation. Fei Luo looked at his brand new white skin and laughed heartily as he quickly took out clothes to wear, feeling the changes in his body, which made him reveal a sincere smile. In the first half of the Grand Line, in the terrifying Devil's Triangle aboard the Phantom ship, Moria controlled the Shadow Mage to slip through the gaps in the white paper cage, then swapped positions to escape the paper cage. Absalom, hurry and take us out of here quickly, Moria said anxiously. Yes, Master Moria. Absalom directly carried Perona and supported Moria as they disappeared into the air, beginning to escape the range of the white paper cage. At the same time, Fei Luo returned to the terrifying Phantom ship, completely unconcerned about Moria's escape. Raising his hand in a certain direction, the white paper cage was empty inside, but Fei Luo could sense their presence. The invisible Absalom and Moria looked at the surrounding white paper that enclosed them and quickly held their breath, fearing being discovered. They were betting that Fei Luo hadn't noticed. It was just Fei Luo probing to find them. Fei Luo slowly walked into the white paper cage. You can see through your body, but the malice and life fluctuations are something you cannot hide right now. Don't resist futilely. After saying this, Fei Luo saw that they remained indifferent and directly raised his hand to release lightning. 1,000,000 volts, Thunder Dragon. The lightning struck Absalom, who was in the middle of them, and the emitted electricity also shocked the others, causing all three to reveal their forms. The pink twin-tailed Perona and the unmodified Absalom appeared, while Moria was replaced by a black shadow. Moria appeared in front of Perona and Absalom to protect them, looking at Felu weakly and saying it was not their business, that everything was done by him alone and not to hurt them. Felu sat on a piece of white paper, admiring Moria, saying, "This is you, Moria, strong and valuing your partners, but unwilling to keep pushing forward. What is so daunting about just one Kaido? Why let it bring you down?" Moria's eyes turned red. "You don't understand anything. That's my partner. Do you know what it feels like to lose a partner? I don't want to lose my subordinates again. If they are dead from the start, then there's nothing to lose. They won't feel pain, won't die. They're my most loyal subordinates, and they will help me reach the throne of the Pirate King. Now, the winner is king, the loser is a bandit. Let us do it. I hope you want to hurt them." Moria turned to look at Absalom and Perona. "Okay, as long as they don't seek death, I want to make a move." Felu directly knocked Moria unconscious by placing one hand on his head, releasing lightning that pierced his brain, killing him instantly, taking him into the prepared white paper space. Felu took out a fruit and, after sensing the change in the fruit, swallowed it without hesitation, exiting the white paper space, retracting the white paper cage. He used the paper to bring Perona and Absalom to the center of the terrifying three-wheeled sailboat, controlling the paper beast to dig out dozens of pits. He found those zombie generals and stored them in the white paper space, then flew up to absorb lightning to develop the shadow fruit. No one could escape his shadow. Soon, the terrifying three-wheeled sailboat transformed back into a ballroom, with lightning flashing in the sky. "It hurts." Absalom clutched his head in pain, feeling as if his entire head was being pricked by needles. When he regained consciousness, he only saw Perona lying beside him, then noticed the continuously flashing lightning in the sky. Moria. Remembering what had just happened, Absalom spun around in place, searching for Moria's figure. However, after searching the vicinity, he found no sign of Moria. Instead, his shouting woke Perona next to him. "Absalom, what are you shouting about?" Perona rubbed her temples, already annoyed. "Sorry, I should go to hell for being so loud," Absalom said, kneeling on the ground humbly. "As long as you know you were wrong," Perona said, standing in front of Absalom with her hands on her hips. "Wait, what about that monster?" Perona recalled what had just happened and immediately hid behind Absalom. "When I was about to leave with you and Moria, we were trapped by that white paper, and then I got knocked out by a thunder dragon. We were still near number 900, but now we're here. That monster should still be in the sky, but Moria is gone." Absalom pointed at the flashing lightning above, stood up, and turned to Perona. "You look that way, I'll look this way. After finding Lord Moria, we'll leave." After saying that, he ran while shouting, "Searching for Moria. That monster is still here." Originally, he had followed Lord Moria with a playful mindset, but now with life-threatening danger. There was no reason to stay here. Perona looked fearfully at the flashing lightning in the sky. She rushed toward her castle, the way unusually silent. Seeing all those lively and cute zombies had lost their vitality, which made her speed up considerably. "Damn, this shadow world consumes so much." Felu scratched his head while looking at the shadow behind him. "But at least I've created it, just a bit small. I wonder if it can be expanded to the whole world later." "Forget it, it's already half the size of the Devil-esque triangle. For now, it's enough. Now it's time to build my shadow army." Felu took out a piece of white paper, and soon those zombie generals were brought out, bursting with lightning to reveal their shadows, which were then directly pulled into a shadow world. I wonder how long it will take to turn them into shadow soldiers. After putting away those zombie generals, Felu continued to absorb lightning, replenishing his consumed energy. Above Mary Geos on the Red Earth continent, what happened? Why did Moria's life card burn out? Who killed him? Topman Wokely Saint looked at the information in his hand with some anger. "The information says the tyrant appeared near the Devil's Triangle. Could it be him who killed him?" Shepherd Peter Saint said. "A slave stole the fruit and even used it against us. How damn annoying." Zamblin Najiru Saint said. "His strength is quite good, and since he is not currently destroying the allied nations, let him become a warlord." Topman Wokely Saint said. "But would he agree?" Zamblin Najiru Saint asked. "I've already collected the information. He doesn't have many people to turn to right now. I've already sent out the news. He'll come to us on his own. By then, there won't be so many allied nations contacting us." G. Garcia Satan Saint said. "The rest are secondary. That fruit cannot be outside. Find a way to retrieve it, and also extract information and location from the Revolutionary Army." Marcus Moss Saint said. "I understand. I'll take care of this." G. Garcia Satan Saint nodded. "Zifa has already reached the North Sea. Should we still handle that?" Zamblin Najiru Saint asked. "No need. After this warning, Sengoku doesn't have that much action anymore. The most important thing is that new Marine rookie. Let us get him to obey as soon as possible. Marcus Moss Saint said, Damn Hagaback. He actually took the ship. Perona, who had packed her belongings, looked at the empty port and couldn't help but curse. The zombies had lost their vitality. Absalom was still looking for Moria, and Moria would definitely take Absalom with him. On her way back to the castle, she didn't see the only supply ship of Sindoli, which was undoubtedly taken away by him, leaving her in despair. Excuse me, is Dr. Hagaback here? Perona trembled as she turned around upon hearing the words and saw a tall figure appearing in front of her, instantly letting out a sigh of relief. Then angrily releasing her ghost. You bastard! Who are you to scare this princess? Repent. Negative ghost. Bartholomew Kuma helplessly took off his gloves and swatted the ghost away. This scene immediately left Perona dumbfounded, and she turned to try to escape. Since you're unwilling to speak, I'll find it myself. If we travel, where do you want to go? Kuma said softly as he walked toward Perona. Hearing Kuma's question, Perona couldn't help but respond, of course, to a dark, damp castle full of resentment, living while singing curse songs. Before she could finish, a large hand with soft pink flesh came straight toward her, making Perona close her eyes in fear. Just as it was about to hit her, Kuma's body quickly disappeared. A bolt of lightning struck where he had originally been standing. Tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma, I can find someone to heal Bonnie, provided you do something for me in return. Fellow said as he appeared at the spot where the lightning had struck. Perona, behind Fellow, felt a deep sense of unease as she looked at the person who could easily kill her. Unable to run or fight, she simply lay down on the ground and pretended to be dead. How do you know about Bonnie's existence? Kuma said cautiously, looking at Fellow as he took off his gloves, ready to fight at any moment, having recognized Fellow and thinking he had come to capture him. Disruption paper array. Fero left the cards and surrounded the three of them. Don't get excited, your strength is great, but I'm not weak either. Want to see if I can kill you? As he spoke, a shadowy black warrior appeared behind Fero. Bartholomew Kuma found himself unable to move. Although it was just a moment, it was enough to be fatal. He silently put on his gloves. Seeing this, Fero continued, I not only know about Bonnie, I also know about Jenny, and that you are all slaves who escaped from the gods, as well as the location of the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. Who exactly are you? Kuma became increasingly shocked as he listened. Those past experiences were known only to his closest companions, Dragon and Ivankov, the Navy's supernovas, the Navy hero Karp, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and the disciple of the Navy instructor, the current warden of Impel Down, Sauros, Fero said, displaying a sunny smile. All right, Fero, hello. How do you know those things? Kuma looked at Fero seriously. After seeing Kuma's reaction, Fero helplessly shook his head. Of course, I learned about them. You don't need to worry about the specifics. Now, I just want to ask, are you willing to do something for me? Kuma looked at Fero and pondered for a long time before saying, if you can heal Bonnie, I am willing, but I hope you won't tell her the cost of the treatment. Please, take this white paper back with you, and when you see Bonnie, use this snail to contact me, Fero said, taking out a piece of white paper and his snail. No need to show off your abilities. Your pawpaw fruit travel speed is definitely not faster than mine, Fero said as he quickly threw the teleportation paper and the snail to Kuma, who was about to swat him away. Kuma's pawpaw fruit was indeed developed very powerfully, able to repel damage, air, even fatigue and pain, and also helping people achieve spatial displacement. Fei Luo, recalling his ability, couldn't help but wonder, I want to ask, aren't you able to bounce everything away? Why not bounce away Bonnie's illness? I've tried, but I can only bounce away her pain. Her sapphire scale disease is rooted in her body and cannot be bounced away. I've been trying, but it will take a long time to achieve. Bonnie can't wait, Deshiong said helplessly. Is that so? Then you should go back first. I will try to handle things before you contact me, Fei Luo said after hearing Deshiong's response, no longer talking nonsense and retracting his card. Okay, Fei Luo. I will hurry back as soon as possible, Deshiong said, slapping his hand and disappearing in the blink of an eye. After Fellow watched him leave, he turned to Perona on the ground and said, all right, Perona, you don't have to pretend anymore. As for others, I'll let you experience the power of lightning. No. Monster, don't kill me. Perona, scared, jumped up and shouted while running away. Before she could get far, Fellow used the power of the shadow fruit to control her. Looking at the pink-haired, twin-tailed little girl in front of him, Fellow showed a sunny smile. I promised Moria not to kill you proactively, but your ability poses a threat to our Navy. He asked, what do you think I should do? A lightning ball appeared in Fellow's hand and was slowly placed in front of Perona. As she looked at the lightning ball up close, her eyes rolled back. And she fainted. Is this child really that easily scared? If I use the fear fruit directly, will it scare her to death? Seeing her faint, Fero quickly withdrew the lightning ball. Paper Beast, toy bear. Fero looked at the patched-up toy bear beside him and wrapped it in white paper, forming a special Paper Beast. He then retracted the Shadow Warrior and brought Perona to the pit that the Paper Beast had dug earlier. Absolute Zero, Ice Coffin. He released their bodies and, using wind control, placed them inside the ice coffin, burying them in the pit dug by the Paper Beast. Boss Moria. Sensing malice from behind, Fero raised his hand and unleashed an ice attack, freezing Absalom into an ice sculpture to avoid his interference. After burying Moria and Ryuma's bodies, Fero offered each of them a bottle of rum before turning to leave. As Fero passed by Absalom, a needle made from rolled white paper pierced through the ice, creating a crack in the block. The ruler of nations, the demon Oz, I can't understand what kind of cold froze you to death. Fero returned to the room where the demon Oz was placed, looking at the broken body. Graveyard Paper Beast. Lightning lights up the sky. Fei Luo first summoned a group of Paper Beasts to dig a pit, then released a strong lightning light to project the shadow of the demon Oz, and then pulled his shadow into his own shadow world. Advancing to the city executioner's office, don't kill me. Perona, lying on the floating white paper, sat up startled and shouted. Domino, hearing the scream, quickly hugged her and softly said, Sister Perona, don't worry, it's very safe here. Although Brother Fei Luo is not here. Director Magellan and Vice Director Shiryu are present, and no one will harm you. Moreover, Brother Fei Luo can use his ability to come back instantly. So this is absolutely a safe place. Upon hearing this, Perona, who had just relaxed, became tense again and quickly retracted the ghost she had just released, not daring to make any extra movements. Fero's lightning attack was transmitted to her through the ghost, leaving her with an unforgettable psychological shadow. It's Fero who's trying to kill me. Damn it. Let me go. I want to leave here. Perona screamed frantically in her heart. After Domino saw her calm down, she picked up the food placed beside her. Perona, your body temperature is too low. Drink some hot soup, she said. Come on. Perona obediently opened her mouth. It's delicious. The hot soup made Perona unable to help but exclaim in delight. If it weren't for Domino beside her, she would have wanted to drink it directly. If it's delicious, drink more. This soup was specially brought by Fero from headquarters. It's said to be made by Master Psalm. Domino gently fed Perona. Perona cooperated with Domino, and the power of food made her temporarily forget everything, only wanting to enjoy this beauty. Domino looked at the obedient Perona and couldn't help but pat her little head. I wonder when Fero will be back. It seems he was in a hurry when he left. On the first half of the Grand Line, on Magnet Island, Doria, I've finished collecting herbs. A reindeer on a giant stone pillar shouted towards a house. Chopper, come in. A moment later, the door opened, and a sweet voice came from behind it. Okay, thank you. The reindeer shook off the snow on its body, completely unaware of a person suddenly appearing behind it. You little brat, have you gotten so much stronger after a few months? However, her treatment was not over yet. Guriva slowly walked to the door and looked at Chopper behind him, saying, Don't worry, Dr. Guriva, I'm not here to take her away right now. Upon hearing the voice from behind, Chopper quickly ran into the room and hid. Then what are you here for? Guriva, who had stepped aside to let Chopper run in, returned to the house. Fero also entered the room and saw the blonde girl behind the door. Hello, Koya, as Fero greeted her. He controlled a peacock paper beast to fly in front of her. Hello, Mr. Fero. Thank you so much for having Doria treat me. My father and mother no longer have to go to sea to find a doctor for me. Koya sincerely expressed her gratitude to Fero. Her body was too weak. Even a breeze could make her sick, and it would take another year for her to fully recover. However, her dream was not to be a doctor. Those treasures would not retreat, Guriva laughed. Doria? No, Mr. Fero. I'm working hard to become a qualified ship doctor, but I hope to have a year to accompany my father and mother, Koya said anxiously. Don't worry, Koya, it's fine. When the time comes, I'll just take Chopper away. Fero said with a light smile. I don't want to leave with you. Chopper, hiding behind the door, popped his head out and shouted, then immediately hid back. Ha ha ha, you little brat, it seems nobody wants to. Guriva ruthlessly mocked Fero. Let's talk about this later, Koya. After the treatment, go home. I will look for another ship doctor, Fero said, smiling as he patted Koya's golden little head. Fero thought of Koya's desire to become a doctor, which was influenced by a certain long-nosed person behind her. Her true dream should be to stay by her parents' side. Mr. Fero, there's no need to look for another. I will become a qualified doctor. Please let me be the ship doctor on your ship, Koya said excitedly. My mother said that if you accept help from others, you should also help them in return. If you need a doctor, Mr. Fero, I will strive to become one to help you. Fero looked at Koya's eyes and couldn't help but smile. Then you should work hard. I will look for you in a few years. Can you tell me what your wish is? My father and mother have told me a lot about the sea, so I want to see those magical islands, but my body doesn't allow it. My father and mother also keep saying that the sea is very dangerous and do not agree with my thoughts. They say there are ruthless pirates everywhere on the sea. Mr. Fero, is there really a lot of danger on the sea? Koya asked softly. When you're ready to go to sea, it won't be so dangerous. I promise. Fero said confidently. You little brat, your tone is quite big. What exactly are you here for? Giriva said impatiently from the side. The sapphire scale disease. Do you have confidence in treating it? Fero stated the purpose of his visit. Hearing this, Giriva's actions paused. Are you asking for that person? I've heard of that disease. It's an incurable one. Once exposed to natural light, it will rapidly worsen. Even without exposure, it will deteriorate. The entire body has already been eroded. Not being exposed to sunlight only slows the rate of change. It is completely an incurable disease, Giriva said, shaking her head helplessly. The power of the devil fruit should be able to cure it, right? Fero pulled out 2 devil fruits. Puffed. Giriva looked at the 2 fruits and directly spat out the alcohol she had just drunk, looking at Fero in disbelief. You little brat, so it was you. Aren't you afraid they'll kill you? Have they discovered it now? Fero spread his hands fearlessly. With these 2, it will be easier. The sick fruit can cure those with sapphire scale disease directly, and the Pegasus fruit can also cure little Koya directly. You can take them away. Giriva leisurely lay back on the sofa. I'm making a big profit. Chopper, bring me a bottle of wine to celebrate. Okay, Doria. Chopper, hiding behind the door, immediately responded. Fero looked speechlessly at Giriva. Your secret to staying youthful isn't just stimulating others to gain pleasure, right? He turned to Koya and smiled. Koya, here are 2 fruits. Eating them will heal your body and even make you a powerful doctor. But you might become a bad swimmer in the future. Do you want to eat them? Really? Koya's eyes widened, unable to believe such a magical thing. Magical fruits? There are 2. After bringing out the wine, Chopper, hiding behind Giriva's sofa, exclaimed when he saw the 2 fruits in Fero's hand. Those are devil fruits. They are cursed. You little bad swimmer. Giriva tapped Chopper's hat. Koya, choose. You need the power of the devil fruits to become strong. Traveling on the sea requires strong abilities, and once at sea, you can only trust yourself. This little brat has ulterior motives. Giriva seriously instructed Koya after glancing at Fero. Giriva, what do you mean by ulterior motives? That's slander. You're slandering me. Fero pointed at Giriva with a trembling hand, saying, What do you mean by ulterior motives? I'm just worried about handing her over to someone else. TCH, I can tell what you're thinking at a glance, Giriva said disdainfully. Mr. Fero, I believe in you. I choose this one. I want to become a powerful doctor to help my father and mother heal their bodies and become the ship doctor you want, Koya firmly said, pointing at the sick fruit. Upon hearing Koya's words, Fero handed her the sick fruit and smiled. I believe in you too, Koya. This is going to take a lot of my effort. I wonder how many wrinkles I'll have, Giriva said with some distress as she watched Koya choose the sick fruit. Under the gaze of the 2 and the reindeer, Koya took a bite of the sick fruit, and the taste that surged to her head made her frown as if she was about to vomit. Fei Luo quickly covered Koya's mouth and said, Koya, swallow it, otherwise you won't be able to gain the ability. After seeing her swallow it, he hurriedly took out a candy and put it in her mouth to alleviate the disgusting taste. Mr. Fei Luo, Doriel, it doesn't taste good, Koya said, feeling uncomfortable. Ha! That's why it's called the devil fruit. That's the price for gaining power. Congratulations on becoming a dry duck. Gulewa laughed. But my body hasn't changed at all. I want to learn the abilities like Mr. Fei Luo. Koya pointed at the flying peacock and said, Koya, everyone's fruit abilities are different. Like Chopper, who is an animal but can talk to us. And I can turn into an animal. Fei Luo directly transformed into a golden eagle to show her. The binge fruit requires certain medical knowledge. You can recognize and create diseases based on the knowledge you learn. Since your body is weak, you can create diseases similar to yours to deal with others based on your feelings, Gulewa said softly to Koya. But that's not right. Hurting others would make their parents sad, and my mother would definitely be heartbroken. Koya shook her head vigorously. Fei Luo and Gulewa exchanged glances after hearing Koya's words and nodded in satisfaction. Of course, that's only when others want to harm you or force you to do things you don't want to, Gulewa said, looking at Fei Luo with a wicked smile. I respect others, all right? Fei Luo helplessly looked at Gulewa and took out a large wooden box. Koya and Bonnie will teach you. So you should be able to treat now. Gulewa opened it to find it filled with treasures and smiled in satisfaction. Hand it over to me, but we'll take some time. Little Koya needs to develop the fruit to a certain extent and learn medical skills. I also need to study the sapphire scale disease carefully. Does that patient need me to go pick them up? Gulewa said, pressing down on the large wooden box with one hand. No need. I'll send her over. Fei Luo quickly waved his hand to refuse. Brew, Mr. Fei Luo. I returned to Bonnie's side. Is it convenient for you now? I'll come over right now, Fei Luo said, tossing out 2 pieces of white paper, stepping onto one, and disappearing. Okay, waiting for your arrival. In the South Sea, Big Bear was left speechless by Fei Luo's sudden appearance on the white paper. Yaya. Fero lowered his head and saw a little girl with pink hair and a few sapphire scales at the corners of her eyebrows raising her hands towards him. Fero picked her up and, after tossing out 2 pieces of teleportation white paper, said, "What a lovely little girl. Let's go. I'll take her for treatment." Fero controlled the teleportation paper to cover them, and in the next moment, they appeared in Dr. Garewa's house, startling Chopper, who was examining the teleportation paper, and causing him to hide behind Garewa's sofa. Dr. Garewa, didn't you say that Bonnie's illness is very difficult to cure? The bear's voice was somewhat cold. You little brat, do you want to lay a hand on me? Garewa pointed at the bear. Fero quickly stopped the bear from taking off his gloves. That was before. Now Koya has eaten the sick fruit. So Dr. Garewa is confident in treating Bonnie, and she's not deceiving you. Sorry, Dr. Garewa. The bear sincerely apologized after putting his gloves back on. Garewa, please forgive his rudeness. Fero helplessly pulled out a wooden box. After Garewa opened it and looked inside, she regained her smile and said, "You really are generous, Fero." She took Bonnie with both hands and said, "Just leave this little one to me." Hearing this, Fero also breathed a sigh of relief, as Garewa's treatment would not be interrupted, so he no longer had to worry. He turned and placed the peacock that was still flying into Koya's hands. If you encounter any terrible danger, just tear off its claws. It will protect you. And I will also appear to protect you. Understood? I understand, Mr. Fero. Koya nodded in response. I still have some things to do, so I'll see you next time. Koya, Garewa, Chopper, and Lil Bonnie. See you next time, Mr. Fero. Koya smiled and tilted her head. See you next time, big sponsor. Garewa laughed after taking a sip of wine. See you next time, Mr. Fero. Chopper also stood up from behind the sofa and said, Yaya. After saying their goodbyes, Fero took the bear and walked into the teleportation paper, returning to the underground room in the South Sea. Mr. Fero, what is that sick fruit? After returning to the South Sea, the bear couldn't help but ask. He had been too scared to say much when Garewa was angry, worried she wouldn't treat Bonnie. But now that they were back in this familiar place, he couldn't help but inquire. It's a devil fruit I found, don't mind that for now. Bonnie can now receive treatment. I've fulfilled my promise, which means you need to do something for me now. The bear silently nodded. What do you need me to do? Continue your world travels. I want you to expand a range of your ability to send people on trips to the entire world, and you must complete this within 2 years. During this time, you can do whatever you want. Also, I need those books you salvaged in O'Hara. Of course, I only need to borrow them for a month, and I will return them to you then. All right, but it will take some time. North Sea, Haliest Kingdom. Continue. A loud shout came from a manor filled with apple trees. Ranch. Enel stepped out in an instant and appeared in front of Zifa, delivering a powerful aerial kick. Zifa caught Enel's leg and threw him away. With your level of armament hockey, how do you expect to fight for long periods? You need to know that your future plans involve facing the 4 emperors. Fero, who had just walked out of the teleportation paper, quickly said, Teacher Zifa, there aren't that many opponents in the North Sea to help Enel hone his hockey. Boss, you really understand me. Enel shouted when he saw Fero, but when he noticed the sea prism stone handcuffs on his hands, he was instantly stunned. Don't do this, boss. I have no strength left, and I have tasks to do later, Enel said weakly, thinking about what he had to do next, feeling a bit helpless. Enel, I know about your situation with Eliza. If you want to marry her, you need to work hard to become stronger. Some people specifically target the ones you love. Now, under your deterrence, there are many people in the North Sea causing trouble. Next, focus on improving your lacking armament hockey. As for the situation over there, I will explain it. Saying this, Fero handed the key to Zifa. Enel involuntarily scratched his head. I understand, boss. After saying that, he began to adapt to the suppression of the sea prism stone and engaged in some simple training. Zifa looked curious and quietly asked, You little brat, who is this Eliza? The princess of the kingdom, but this king has become somewhat complacent, using Enel's name to do many things. Now I must go and warn him. Fero said, using observation hockey to listen to the discussions inside the palace, his face growing increasingly cold. Teacher Zifa, please wait here for a moment. I will be back soon. After saying this, he instantly disappeared. You little brat, don't mess around. Zifa shouted anxiously. Zifa looked helplessly into the distance. He wasn't afraid of exposure because Fero was always careful, but he was worried that Fero might go too far. Deep within the Haliest Palace, a person in armor and a middle-aged man wearing a crown looked at the treasures in front of them and began to laugh. Your Majesty, Enel's name is indeed useful. Once mentioned, everyone obediently hands over their cherished items. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect my Eliza to gain his favor. Next, it's time for Vinsmoke to pay the price. Spread the news that they want to take Eliza. Let Enel help us take revenge. Then we will witness an unprecedented battle, allowing them to fight among themselves. The Haliest Kingdom will rule the North Sea. Ha ha. Before he could finish speaking, the person beside him drew a sword and pierced his chest, then rushed out of the palace. Your Majesty, it wasn't me. I couldn't control myself. It really wasn't me. Arriving in the palace hall, countless people who had come to present gifts looked at their kingdom's General Halley killing their king with a critical hit. General Halley, what are you doing? The kingdom's guards looked at this scene in disbelief. Father, you will die. As the voice fell, an arrow pierced through Halley's heart. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, Halley struggled to say, and everyone turned to see the second prince holding a bow and maintaining a shooting posture. The guards of the kingdom quickly rushed to save their king, but found he had already lost his breath, and a gust of wind blew in through the hall's door, carrying a piece of white paper out of the window. Is this the feeling of controlling others' destinies? There's a strange sense of satisfaction. No wonder Doflamingo and others like to control others. In midair, Fero caught that piece of paper and disappeared into thin air. Fero returned to Enel's manor and handed a cloth bag to Zifa. This is what I collected about the Devil Fruit abilities and famous swords. Each fruit is already labeled. Fero kept the amplification fruit, the cloud fruit, and the taste fruit, while he handed over all the other fruits to Zifa to ensure that those involved in future plans would be strong enough. Zifa looked at Fero with a dark expression. You little brat, are you trying to kill me? I said, how come you prepared these devil fruits for me? You were just waiting for me here, right? You also said to me to hunt down pirates, and when I checked, I found out that all of them were wiped out by you. Was that intentional? His training plan was targeted, and having so many devil fruit abilities for him to train one by one required a lot of thought. Teacher Zifa, I'm wrong. I didn't expect them to gather all those pirates. Fero quickly lamented. All right, you little brat with your little ideas. I've known everything clearly for a long time. I will train them well. However, the cost of training strong individuals is not small. Can you handle it? Zifa said as he took what Fero handed over. I have my own ways. Have Bins and I arrived? Fero smiled mysteriously. Zifa nodded and said this time to let those people lower their guard. I came here on a merchant ship. Bins and I have already applied and are on their way. Bins's flourishing fruit can accelerate plant growth, right? Let's maximize his ability. Fero continued. These seeds will be left to him for cultivation. After these seeds mature, all parts can be eaten and provide maximum nutrition. And this super fertilizer can prevent the land from becoming barren. Fero pulled out a pile of white bags, stacked high like a mountain from the white paper space. These were super plant seeds and super fertilizers he synthesized using the swallow fruit after mastering the actual proportions through months of experimentation, achieving biological miracles. The roots of the super plants are potatoes, sweet potatoes, and carrots, while the tops bear corn, tomatoes, and eggplants. The fertilizer is a super fertilizer synthesized from various elements, ensuring that nothing is lacking in the soil. With these, plus Bins's flourishing fruit, we can check for a while. Can the seeds produced from planting continue to be cultivated? Zifa pondered for a moment and said, if they can be cultivated repeatedly, then we won't lack food, which can greatly reduce the issue of cultivation funds. Not yet. Let me research more, and I could give you a surprise then, Fero said with a bright smile. Wanted to see if he could synthesize product from another world, like trees bearing meat, jelly like earth, and gourmet giant beasts. Fero turned around and took out a small plant for Enel. This is a special apple one synthesized for you. Take good care of it, and remember to leave some for me later. The growth cycle of the tree is long. It's not like vegetables that can grow and be harvested within 2 months. Fero also didn't know what kind of fruit this tree would bear. Thank you, Fero. Enel's eyes were fixed on the small plant. Fero, are you sure these people can be trusted? Zephyr pointed to the names on the list. Don't worry, Teacher Zephyr. I've already confirmed these people. Fero nodded confidently. He had used fear illusions and memory wipes, along with good and evil perception, to eliminate those planted by the Northern Sea forces. The remaining individuals were all brave people. They had undergone Fero's trial of death fear, possessed the compassion he needed, an unwavering sense of justice, and great potential. Then I'll take these 120 people. It will take a few years to fully train them. You can go do your own thing, Zephyr said, turning around and leaving with the bag containing the devil fruit. He understood that Fero, as the executor of the future plan, had many arrangements to make, and all he could do was help Fero cultivate the talents he needed. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Zephyr, Fero shouted at Zephyr's retreating figure. Zephyr's execution ability was among the best in the Navy, and Fero was accustomed to Zephyr's style, so he wasn't surprised. Zephyr's straightforward working style had influenced many people, except for Kazu, who fully embodied his own style. After Zephyr left, Fero also used a secret passage to arrive in the underground space, collecting the metals here into the memory wipe space and dropping off some gold. Enel, I'm heading to Sky Island first. Work hard to get stronger. Yars has already adapted to the Sea Prism Stone Suppression, Fero told Enel, who was struggling to dig a pit. Huh. Enel suddenly raised his head. No way. I ate a mythical zoan fruit. I can't lose to Yars. Fero looked at Enel, who had shouted loudly and was now digging much faster, and gave him a thumbs up. Very good. Very energetic. After encouraging Enel, Fero took out a piece of teleportation paper and left the place. The next moment, Fero appeared in the Sky Island, heading straight to the Navy.The team's ship, which should now be called the Super Flam. Dr. Nigus, have you finished reading those books? Flam exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Fero. Fero, come on, let's make the super metal. The metal you synthesized is surprisingly strong, with extremely fast energy conduction, very high density and strength and flexibility, and it can even absorb and store energy. I'm very curious about how you synthesized it, and I want to see if I can provide any help. Nigus smiled. This is the ability of my fruit. I can synthesize new things from any material I swallow. The metal you mentioned was synthesized by me, and Flam repeatedly. Saying this, Fero swallowed 2 pieces of silver and then took out a more refined piece of silver from his stomach. We call this pure silver. It has ultra-high conductivity and can be used to make energy-type weapons. Fero handed the pure silver to Nigus and then took out all the metals collected by Enel. Flam quickly arranged some metals. Fero, let's try these combinations. Fero synthesized the metals that Flam had arranged one by one and handed them to him for testing. Wait a minute, Flam. Can you give me the information on those synthesized metals from before? Please, Nigus said as he approached Flam. Of course. This is the experimental notebook of Super Flam, which contains a lot of super ideas. Flam proudly handed his experimental notes to Nigus. After that, both Flam and Nigus got busy with their own tasks, while Fero observed the new items on the Super Flam. Flight energy boots, super stun guns, super battle suits, energy cores, combat goggles, and the development of individual soldier preparations. Should we equip the Sky Island guards? However, these are somewhat lacking against those Seraphim. The Devil Fruit, combined with biological modifications, is still very powerful. Looking at these, Fero thought about the pacifists and Seraphim years later. One was the laser robots that massacred supernovas on Sabaody Archipelago. The other was a warlord clone with Lunaria bloodline, equipped with laser beams and Devil Fruit abilities, even directly possessing the skills of the warlords, having learned even Hawkeye's normal attacks. As for whether there are clones of top monsters like the 4 Emperors, Roger, Rox, and Karp later on, it remains to be seen, but one must be cautious. Fortunately, I also have countermeasures, the authority chip, right? Let's see how powerful you are. Fero thought, while looking at the flickering lightning in his hand. Fero, try synthesizing these metals according to this ratio. Nigus handed a piece of paper to Fero. Okay, Doctor. Nigus. Fero found the corresponding metals and used the paper knife, which had penetrating power, to cut all the metals. After swallowing them, he quickly took out a silver-white metal from his stomach and handed it to Nigus. Please allow me to test it, said Nigus as he went to test the metal. And Fero followed, while Flam was testing a piece of metal. Fero, please help me use a high-temperature attack on this piece of metal, Flam said, pointing at the piece of metal with a special pair of glasses. Thunder Dragon. Fei Luo also helped with the test a few times, so he was familiar with the process. The arm transformed into a Thunder Dragon, gradually increasing the temperature, but this time it took particularly long. Good. The super high-temperature metal appeared, melting only when faced with temperatures comparable to magma, and it had extremely high energy conductivity. For now, the inner wall metal of the Super Flam was this. Flam excitedly recorded information about this metal material. Flam, Come over and help me test this metal plate. It might be the shell you've been looking for. Upon hearing Flam's words, Nigus quickly called out. Fei Luo watched the two geniuses excitedly researching and didn't interfere much. In terms of scientific research, they were the real geniuses, while he was just an outsider. Flam, contact me through the card after the test, Fei Luo said, as he didn't understand their discussion, and simply left the super Flam to ascend to a high altitude to absorb the power of lightning. After consuming so much energy to create the shadow of a Dragon Knight, his true strength shouldn't be this weak. Could it be that his power weakened after death? Let's first see how strong the Shadow Soldiers made from John's shadow are. Fei Luo absorbed the lightning and transformed John from the shadow space into a Shadow Soldier. It took the consumption of 10,000 Thunder Dragons to successfully transform. The consumption of this Shadow Soldier was indeed substantial. But with the characteristics of being immortal and possessing intelligence, it was simply a great value. Fei Luo looked at John as Shadow, who had a shadow sword hanging at his waist, and was very satisfied, though it was amusing that even as a Shadow Soldier, he still liked to drink. Fortunately, the Shadow World had already been created and could grow on its own. After transforming the Shadow Soldier, he would wait for it to develop. Just as Fei Luo was about to continue the transformation, a card floated in front of him. Fei Luo, we have completed the test, but we need more data. We hope you can help us. Nigus's voice came from the card. Fei Luo retracted John as Shadow, and a lightning bolt struck the super Flam. Oh, Fei Luo, help us synthesize these items. We need a super cutting tool. Flam pointed to some synthesized alloy numbers and a regular knife. I'll give it a try. Fei Luo nodded and said, as he had not yet tried to synthesize metal and weapons. After all, he already had the breaking army. While the biological synthesis of Wapol in the storyline and the synthesis of biological and metal materials were still not fully developed. Fei Luo swallowed these metals along with the knife, and when he took them out again, the metals had fused with the blade, becoming a silver alloy knife. Fei Luo swung his knife at the diamond crystal he had synthesized multiple times using coal, 10 times harder than diamond. The silver alloy knife broke with a clang, and a faint white mark appeared on the diamond crystal. Fero shook his head in disappointment. This knife is useless. It can't even split crystal. Is this proportion not okay? Fram looked at the broken alloy knife in two pieces, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Let's see if a miracle can happen. Fero threw down the broken alloy knife and began random synthesis, casually swallowing some metals to form a special alloy. After synthesizing all the metals he brought, Fero inexplicably felt a bit tired. His body was still very active, but his mind was extremely fatigued. Dr. Nigus, Fram, you can take your time with the research. I need to go back and rest, Fero said before leaving the Sky Island through a teleportation paper. All right, Fero. Nigus responded to the place Fero had disappeared from, then turned to Fram. To completely transform this ship, one person's strength is not enough. Let's find some people who can help us, Fram. Hearing this, Fram looked up at Nigus' helpers. Nigus smiled mysteriously, looking towards the distant laboratory of Beijingham. Come with me. On the Grand Line's white soil island, Baldigo, a middle-aged man in a green robe shouted at the giant bear appearing on the shore. Xiong, you finally returned. Regarding Bonnie, I have some news, but, Dragon, a solution has been found for Bonnie's illness. However, the treatment method was provided by the Navy's new star, Fero, and his requirement is for me to do things for him. For the next 2 years, I will continue to fulfill the World Liberation Mission. His other request is to borrow books from O'Hara for a month. I hope you can help me collect them, the bear said helplessly to Dragon. Dragon immediately became interested. Saros Fero? He killed the Pyrobrand during his graduation trial. What kind of person do you think he is? The bear pondered for a moment before saying, very mysterious. And his paper ability can perform long-distance teleportation. His specific strength is currently unclear, but it's definitely not weak. He even knows about me and Ginny, as well as the situation in Baldigo. He can't see through Fero at all and can only express his feelings and the related information. Dragon looked at the bear apologetically. Xiong, I'm sorry about Ginny. I will arrange for someone to collect the books, and by the way, take me to meet Fero. The bear silently nodded and then directly slapped himself away. On a deserted island, the bear stood in front of a tombstone, quietly gazing at the photo on it. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford, Sengoku said, interference paper array. Teacher Sengoku, my body is clearly fine. Why do I feel fatigued? Fero asked in confusion. How could this be? That kind of situation only occurs after just eating a devil fruit and then overdeveloping it. Could it be that your devil fruit is conflicting again? Sengoku looked at Fero with concern. Hearing this, Fero hurriedly stopped the accelerated transformation of the shadow fruit. and after a moment, he recovered and coughed, saying, maybe. It's fine now. It's not as intense as before, which means the conflict is weakening. It shouldn't happen next time. Your situation is too special. I've never heard of anyone who has eaten 5 devil fruits, Sengoku said, looking at Fero with a bit of helplessness. Don't worry, Teacher Zifa. I will place a teleportation paper in the infinite hell cell shortly. If a conflict occurs next time, I can stop it in time, Fero said with a smile. He didn't expect that overdeveloping a devil fruit would have side effects. If he hadn't stopped the transformation just now, he would have almost fainted. Fortunately, there is still a long time before the plot begins, giving him enough time to develop the devil fruits and plan for the future. By then, he intends to solve all the pirates and the world government once and for all. You little rascal. Who is Perona? You actually put a child in impelled down. Hurry and bring her to the Navy headquarters. Let her live at the Navy headquarters. Sengoku pointed at Fero. That's her request. She said she likes the dark and damp ghost castle, and I'm just fulfilling her wish. Fero waved his hand and said, Impel Down is directly submerged in the sea. It's damp enough. If Domino hadn't stopped him, he would have taken her to the 6th level of infinite hell, that dark and sunless place. As for resentment, nothing can compare to Impel Down. This is what she asked for. Stop giving me nonsense. Bring her here right now. All right, I'm going to bring her over now, Fero said, watching Sengoku getting ready to take action, and directly stepped into the teleportation paper. Back in the office in Impel Down, Fero looked at Perona, who was sitting in his seat, hugging a toy bear. Perona, do you like it here? Fero said with a kind smile. Perona immediately picked up the toy bear and held it in front of her, trembling as she spoke. Don't come over, or I'll tell Sister Domino. Brother Fero, you finally came back. Perona has been waiting for you all day. Domino came in with some prepared food. Perona ran directly behind Domino, holding the toy with one hand and hugging her leg with the other, peeking out to look at Fero. Sister Domino, Admiral Sengoku said the prison environment is not suitable for her, and she should be sent to live at the headquarters, Fero said, looking a bit troubled. He still wanted to train Perona himself. The ability of the Soul Fruit was very powerful, with the negative ghost making others depressed, the fear ghost instilling fear. The 7 deadly ghosts, pride, envy, gluttony, sloth, greed, anger, and ignorance, as well as the massive ghost that can block substances, ghost bombs, ghost clones, and soul separation. And he could even develop effects similar to Brook's Ice. That was my suggestion. I want Perona to live in a more suitable environment, Domino said, stroking Perona's little head. I don't want to leave Sister Domino, Perona said, hugging Domino's leg. To her, only staying with Domino was safe, and she wouldn't be hunted down by Fero. Let's go. Take her to the Navy headquarters and let Admiral Sengoku decide. Fero took out the teleportation paper and pulled Domino in. In the next moment, they appeared in Sengoku's office. When Domino saw Sengoku, she nervously pulled her hand back. Sengoku stared at the two for a moment before smiling at the pink-haired, twin-tailed lowly. This must be Perona. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. Perona said she doesn't have many friends, and the person who adopted her has left. So I let her be my sister and live at the headquarters. My mother will take good care of her, Domino said, holding Perona, who changed her expression, and said, Sister Domino, I don't want to leave you. Wherever you go, I will go. Perona, your sister will come back to see you often. You can make good friends at the headquarters, Domino gently comforted. But Perona remained unmoved, refusing to let go, tightly hugging Domino, completely ignoring Sengoku. In the end, it was decided to take her to the headquarters to see if they could keep her. Perona held Domino's hand and quietly asked Fero what about him. Fero understood what she meant by Moria being a pirate and himself being a Navy officer. He had won in their life and death duel. Fero's blunt response darkened Perona's expression, as Moria had adopted her, and they had built a bond over the years. Because of Moria's situation, Perona had been gloomy all day, responding to Domino's enthusiasm with mere politeness. Fero, let's head back to Impel Down. Let Perona rest well. I'll bring her to the headquarters more often in the future. Maybe she'll come to like life in the headquarters once she gets familiar with it. Domino thought Perona was just tired, so after buying some things for her, she let Fero take them back to Impel Down. All right, Sister Domino, Fero said as he took them back through the teleportation paper to Impel Down. They each went back to rest, and Fero urgently needed to recover from his overexerted body. It took a whole week for Fero to feel back to normal. No longer feeling that fatigue, fully revitalized, he stretched and headed to the 6th floor with the execution list. What a pity to lose so many talents. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Fero lamented as he looked at the names of those who had been executed. Those people had been thrown to the 4th floor as fuel, making it impossible to extract their shadows, and only a portion of their blood had been preserved, which would take a long time to become battle-ready. Huh, Fero, you finally recovered? Upon reaching the 5th floor, Rain Shiryu greeted him enthusiastically. I just restored today. How's your domineering training going, Vice Warden Shiryu? Fero asked as he noted the significant change in Shiryu's demeanor. The progress is decent, but mastering Thunderstorm will take some time, Rain Shiryu replied, showcasing his pitch-black arm. Once you can control Thunderstorm, I can provide you with a sufficiently powerful swordsman. I'll look forward to you defeating him. Fero smiled at his shadow and said, that sounds exciting. Even you acknowledge the strength of a swordsman. Rain Shiryu's eyes gleamed with intense fighting spirit. Alvaro Pizarro, let us go. It's your turn today. Fero drew the broken army and cut through the sea stone chains. Ha ha ha, kid, come on. I can't hold back any longer. I need to kill you, Pizarro said as he covered his fists with haki and began his attack. 100 slow strikes. This isn't the execution chamber, you bastard. Fero dragged Pizarro and was about to leave when he sensed a wave of malice from behind. And bursts of thunder erupted from his body. Fei Luo looked deep into the prison and said to Riderfield, don't worry, it will be your turn soon. After that, he took Pizarro to the execution chamber. Riderfield's observation haki allowed him to hear inner voices. However, Fei Luo's bioelectric field filled his body with the noise of thunder, making it difficult for someone with such a talent to concentrate. What a terrifying little brat, Riderfield couldn't help but exclaim. Upon arriving at the execution chamber, Fei Luo wrapped Pizarro in ordinary white paper and nodded to Rain Shiryu. Then they both entered the white paper and arrived at Fishman Island. White paper prison. Hurry up and eat. You weakling. You don't even have the interest to let me execute you. Fei Luo threw some food to Pizarro and said, the tyrant king, Alvaro Pizarro, turned his country into a gladiatorial arena, selecting winners to become his crew and head to Raftel, where the treasure's location is passed down. Weaklings have no right to become my crew, nor can they obtain information from me. While Pizarro was eating the food, he cast a provocative glance at Fei Luo. Just now, he was only in a weakened state. Otherwise, he could definitely evade Fei Luo's bizarre fruit ability. The ones executed before were all useless, and he would become the second person to escape. After finishing the food, Pizarro opened the sea prism stone handcuffs and laughed. Little brat, I just didn't know your ability. But now you can't sneak attack me. Storm slash. Fei Luo raised his foot to kick out a slash wave. Enough talk. Let me see your strength. Pizarro raised his hand, equipped with a gauntlet, to block Fei Luo's slash wave, then dashed forward and threw a punch. Charge punch. Fero blocked Pizarro's attack with one hand, but felt a continuous barrage of blows on his hand. Fero quickly struck Pizarro with his other hand, the dark armament colors showing some faint patterns, knocking Pizarro back with a punch. Your gauntlet is not simple, Fero said with some surprise. Just now, he felt as if his armament color was absorbed by the gauntlet, having similar characteristics to his breaking army, but it was definitely not as good as breaking army. Haha, this is one of the inherited treasures you want. Let me devour all your armament color. Pizarro excitedly charged at Fero. Fistbone impact. Fero did not use haki this time, relying purely on physical attacks. A powerful impact struck Pizarro's gauntlet and then gradually dissipated. It was actually a move from that bastard Karp, but your attack strength is just like a tickle to me. Pizarro flicked Fero's arm away and unleashed the power from his gauntlet. Bang! Fero struck again, feeling that familiar attack surprised him a bit. It really resembled the move of the Broken Army, but instead of merging various powers, it was executed in a series of separate attacks. Fero carefully sensed it and thought, since that's the case, let me show you my weapon. Fei Luo slowly took out the Broken Army and chose to absorb the haki into it, thinking it would be better to pour it all into the Broken Army. With a clang, Fei Luo held the spear with both hands and struck downwards. The haki infused into the Broken Army erupted in an instant, knocking Pizarro back with a single move. This inherited treasure of yours is nothing special. Fei Luo disdainfully looked at Pizarro's trembling hands. If your strength is only at this level, then accept your fate of death. Let me see your island fruit abilities. Fei Luo unleashed a powerful conqueror's haki to mentally suppress Pizarro. To allow him to truly unleash his power, Fei Luo also retracted the white paper space. After all, Pizarro couldn't escape in front of him. Ha ha ha. Then as you wish. Pizarro showed no fear. Instead, he laughed heartily, and the island began to shake violently. Pizarro was lifted high by the rocks, and the rocks on the island started to change, eventually forming 2 arms and a giant head. Vice Admiral Shiryu, for now. Stay away from here. Fei Luo controlled a flying white paper and appeared in front of Rain Shiryu. Sorry for the trouble, Fei Luo said as Rain Shiryu jumped onto the flying white paper, ascending to the sky. Fei Luo sent the Rain of Shirluo, who came to watch the excitement, into the sky and move his hands and feet. 50 times the crazy thunder slash. Fei Luo enlarged the breaking army by 50 times and infused it with lightning, striking down at the enormous hand of Pizarro that was reaching out. The breaking army completely absorbed Fei Luo's lightning, and the spear blade released terrifying electricity, directly blasting Pizarro's rocky arm into powder. Blood instantly flowed from Pizarro's right hand, which was standing atop the massive head, his dark arm hanging limply in frustration. The little brat's lightning had numbed his arm. The island fruit belongs to the Paramecia type and can unleash tremendous power. However, the scars inflicted on the island will feed back to the main body, and the destruction of the rocky arm also caused serious injury to his arm. Brat, come and fight. Pizarro extended his other arm to strike at Fei Luo. It was another fruit ability that turned one into a living target against a strong opponent. But just how strong was his power? Fei Luo thoughtfully looked at the incoming arm. Bang! Fei Luo extended both hands to brace against the rocky arm, awakening the power of the golden eagle and the white tiger fruit. Although the combined strength was not on par with the rocky arm's power, it still made it difficult for the arm to advance. This guy gets noticeably stronger every time he comes back. Is it from the special training with Vice Admiral Karp? Rain Shiryu muttered as he watched Fei Luo resist the rocky arm. What the hell is up with this little brat's power? Pizarro looked at the resisting arm in disbelief. Soon he began to smirk wickedly. Let us see how it feels to be buried, he said as he started to tighten his fist. Sigh, it's just that, really a boring execution. Fei Luo took a step back after seeing the closing fist. White tiger breaking army. Lightning strike. Fei Luo infused the penetrating power of the white tiger fruit into the breaking army, directing the tip of the spear towards the palm of the rock arm, transforming it into a bolt of thunder that thrust forward. It broke through the rock arm all the way to Pizarro, piercing through his chest. The Eye of Fear, with its black double pupils, directly pulled Pizarro into an illusion, while the memory white paper behind him began to flicker. Moments later, Pizarro, relying on his strong willpower, broke through the illusion. It's truly a pity I couldn't kill you. It's fine. I'm not regretful because I have already executed you. But please experience the punishment a little longer. I have fear white paper prison. Fei Luo didn't expect Pizarro to be able to hold on, especially before the memory white paper appeared. However, thinking about how this cheerful big boy could still smile while fighting against Whitebeard, his willpower was indeed strong enough. When the memory white paper stopped flickering, lightning erupted from Fei Luo, pulling his shadow into the shadow space and ultimately throwing him into the white paper space to extract the fruit ability. Deputy Director Shilio waited for a moment, feeling a bit unsatisfied with today's execution. I'll bring over another criminal, Fei Luo said somewhat dejectedly. Shilio nodded silently, and after Fei Luo left, he exhaled the smoke from his mouth. Phew, I'm glad I held it in, otherwise I might have gone to the 4th level as fuel. Shilio felt somewhat fortunate. He had witnessed Fei Luo's grand execution of criminals, which made him feel passionate. Every time he returned to the 5th level to fight against prisoners, he went from being beaten up to now challenging them one-on-one, and only he knew the pain involved. It was also because he imitated Fei Luo that his strength progressed rapidly, making him understand just how abnormal Fei Luo truly was. If Fei Luo's progress was measured in seconds, then his progress was measured in days. It was like he was cheating. No, Fei Luo, are you sure? Shilio stared in shock at what was behind Fei Luo. Of course, life goes on, and the battle never stops, Deputy Director Shilio, Fei Luo said with a bright smile. Molahulu, come on, Fei Luo, I can't wait to kill you, said Katarina-The, licking her lips as she looked at Fei Luo. Fei Luo, give me a bottle of wine, and I'll leave you with a complete corpse, Bestowed said with a silly grin as he looked at Fei Luo. Deputy Director Shilio, you really have to be careful this time. Fei Luo controlled the flying white paper to send Shilio into the sky, then took out some food and several boxes of rum and placed them in front of them, saying, eat well, Pizarro didn't let me have enough fun, and casually tossed them the keys. Moluhulu, the feeling of freedom is really nice, said Katarina-The, stretching her wrists and starting to enjoy the food Fei Luo prepared for them. Beside her, Bestowed eagerly started drinking after unlocking his handcuffs. After finishing some food, The accidentally touched Choate and then transformed into his appearance to start drinking as well, changing back to her original form after finishing. Muluhulu, that's quite a nice ability. Katarina-The smiled with satisfaction as she felt her body recovering. Fei Luo, this wine is good, but pooh, drunken fire. Choate directly spat out a mouthful of wine, snapped his fingers, and a huge flame shot towards Fei Luo. I'm free now. I'll kill you next time, Fei Luo. Katarina-The transformed into a different shape and slowly turned into a black swan flying into the sky. With a bang, the newly airborne The was knocked back to Grilled Fish Island by the Broken Army. She looked up at the sky and saw Fei Luo pointing a dark red war spear at her. A cowardly act. I will never tolerate it. Overlord Broken Army. Fei Luo wielded his double-handed spear, channeling various powers into the breaking army, striking at Daipeng. With a bang, Fei Luo's war spear broke through the air barrier in front of Daipeng, severing one of her arms before returning to the high sky. Death is a fate you cannot escape today. Can you dodge it? Did you get away? Gulu, Xiaotai turned to look at the Fei Luo in the sky and said, damn it, how did he evade my Kinbunchika haki? Daipeng's eyes began to grow alert. Undying blue flame. Daipeng transformed into an undying bird engulfed in blue fire, her arm healing at an astonishing speed. Barrier fruit. Undying bird fruit. Just how many abilities have you copied? Fei Luo looked at the undying bird that Daipeng had transformed into with great interest. Mulahovo, if you take off your head, I'll tell you how it's possible. Daipeng's previously emerging smile was quickly shocked by Fei Luo's actions. Can I not? Am I actually drunk? Xiaotai said, bewildered. Huh. Yuji Shiliu, sitting on the flying white paper, rubbed his eyes in disbelief several times. Can I say it now? Fei Luo's body cradled his head as he spoke. After a while, Fei Luo put his head back, and with a flash of lightning, his head reattached. Your fruit can't possibly be a natural type. How can you elementalize your body? That's impossible. Damn it. Am I trapped in an illusion? How could I also fall into an illusion? Daipeng completely beastified, swinging her claws at the air as if entranced. Nothing is impossible. This is the latest technology that allows one to gain multiple fruit abilities. You haven't seen it before, have you? Fei Luo spoke seriously, leaving the two of them stunned. Stop joking. Let me see what your fruit ability really is. Daipeng flew directly towards Fei Luo, wanting to copy his devil fruit ability. Phoenix Seal, Thunder Slash. Fei Luo used the armed color and thunder-infused Broken Army to knock her away. Although he was eager to see what would happen after she copied him, he was more afraid of her escaping, as that could lead to disaster. If it were just his ability, that would be fine, but once she possessed space-type abilities, it would be completely over. Buddha's impact, the airborne Daipen transformed into a Warring States figure, quickly turning into a golden Buddha that unleashed a powerful shockwave towards Fei Luo. Drunken Hero Waterfall, Jot also spat out a large amount of liquor towards Fei Luo, creating a water curtain that surrounded him. 50 times the speed of thunder. Upon seeing Jot's attack, Fei Luo instantly disappeared and ascended to the sky, using observation haki to lock onto Jot. Overlord Broken Army, while Daipen, who was looking at the sky, searched for Fei Luo's figure. A shockwave suddenly appeared beside her. Cautiously, she quickly transformed into an immortal bird. When she realized what had happened, she immediately flew away, not daring to pause for a moment. Can't you just pour it out? Why do you have to spit it out? Don't you know that that's very unsanitary? Fei Luo said as he stepped on Jot's face, pulling out the Broken Army that had pierced through his chest. He then turned to look at Daipen, who was flying far away, and shook his head in disappointment. 100 times thunder, flash 100 continuous slowdown. A lightning flash from Fero appeared before her, and the slow light waves quickly hit her body, then brought her back to Kuryudeo. She glanced at Choate, who was lying on the ground, drinking wildly, threw Daipeng to the ground, and then bound her with sea stone. Drunkard, Choate, after finishing the drink, regained her strength. Her body turned red, and the injury on her chest had healed, leaving behind a large scar. It's quite an impressive ability to recover from such serious injuries just by drinking, Fero admired as she looked at Choate. Kid, I'm going to use you as a side dish. Choate charged towards Fero, wondering if her strength had weakened to the point where she couldn't even see the battle clearly anymore. Rain Shiryu looked at the two figures turning into shadows with some helplessness. The recovering Daipeng, seeing this scene, weakly cursed while running, bastard. Do you want to kill me too? Fei Luo finally found some joy in battle, using physical strength to confront the heavy drinker Choate. The physical confrontation is the romance of men. Arm short fighting. Fero wrapped his entire body in armament haki to counter Jot's punches, which were also enveloped in armament haki. The collision of their haki honed his body, ultimately allowing him to absorb the impacts and achieve an all-around enhancement. Meanwhile, Jot continuously attacked Fero from various directions, leaving tiny alcohol bubbles in the air with each movement. After Fero knocked him back again, he sensed Jot's deep malice. Fero vaguely understood it was the alcohol Jot had left on him, but he felt no fear at all. After being knocked back, Jot immediately expelled an alcohol bubble, ready to enjoy it, regardless of whether it was smooth or not. Boozer explosion. Once Jot reached a certain height, he hurled a small stone towards Fero, creating sparks from the friction with the air, followed by a violent explosion. Fei Luo discovered that the surrounding area was filled with tiny alcohol bubbles, and when one bubble exploded, it triggered a chain reaction. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the small alcohol bubbles exploded, each with a power comparable to cannonballs, completely surrounding Fei Luo with continuous explosions and flames. The incessant sounds of explosions and soaring flames did not make Jot lower his guard, as he noticed that the rain of Shiryu in the sky had not fallen. Alcohol Dragon. Jot unleashed a stream of alcohol bubbles to form an alcohol dragon, continuously spitting out huge alcohol bubbles towards the flames. Alcohol Rain Screen. Jot finally released a torrent of liquor, creating a rain screen that intensified the flame's ferocity. Quick, get me out of here. Jot quickly helped Daipeng undo the Hailu stone chains. His alcohol bubbles were too slow to fly. To leave this place quickly, he had to rely on Daipeng's abilities. Bang! Storm Feet, Wind Cut, Bastard. Jot managed to dodge, but not fully escape, looking at the wound on his arm and letting out an angry roar. Hey, pirate, don't forget about me. Reina Shiryu said with an evil grin as he looked at Jot. Jot turned back and felt some trepidation upon seeing Reign of Shiryu. But when he saw that he was not surrounded by thunder and rain, he revealed a disdainful smile. Reign of Shiryu, if you don't have thunder, don't bother me. Alcohol Overheat. Shave. Reign of Shiryu continuously retreated, dodging Jot's attack. Then let's see you try. After saying that, he charged towards Jot. Shave Continuous Flash. Handblade. Reign of Shiryu flashed several times, directly appearing in front of Jot, using his hand as a blade to instantly get behind Jot. Huh, the body is also a weapon, Reign of Shiryu said with a wicked smile as he slightly turned his head to look back. Reign of Shiryu, I don't have time to play with you. Jot turned to Reign of Shiryu and said, covering his body with armament hockey. Jot took a deep breath, his internal energy surging like a raging torrent. His already robust body was now enveloped in a layer of vivid red, with white alcohol vapor rising all around him. In the distance, Reign of Shiryu smelled the rich aroma of alcohol, and the alcohol vapor silently began to invade his body. However, he wrapped his entire body with armament hockey, allowing only a small amount of alcohol vapor to enter through his mouth and nostrils. At the same time, Jot suddenly pushed off the ground, propelling himself towards Reign of Shiryu like an arrow released from a bow. His speed was so fast, it was like lightning flashing across the night sky, closing the distance to his opponent in the blink of an eye. Alcohol Overheat Punch. With a roar, Jot's massive armament hockey-covered fist, carrying endless power, slammed towards Reign of Shiryu. This punch was astonishingly powerful, causing the surrounding air to emit a series of explosive sounds due to compression. Faced with such a fierce offensive, Reign of Shiryu showed no sign of fear. He snorted coldly, tensing all his muscles, and instantly covered his entire body with armament hockey, turning his body as black as ink. Handblade Thundercut. Reign of Shiryu waved one hand, and a sharp blade of light howled out, directly slicing towards the oncoming Jot. In an instant, the fist and blade collided violently in the air, producing a deafening roar. A powerful shockwave swept outward, kicking up dust and debris. Meanwhile, Jot took the opportunity to release countless alcohol bubbles around him, intentionally moving away from Reign of Shiryu's upper body. Enjoy it. Jot left behind a sentence before quickly rushing past him, turning back with an evil grin at Reign of Shiryu. The alcohol bubbles gradually rose to Reign of Shiryu's face. Oh no! Reign of Shiryu's face changed drastically when he saw the alcohol bubbles flying towards the cigar at his mouth. The burning cigar reacted with the alcohol bubbles left by Jot, resulting in a violent explosion once again. Jot glanced at the alcohol dragon, which had shrunk by half in the distance, and quickly rushed to Daipeng's side to help her undo the Hailu stone handcuffs. In the moment he turned his back, a whirlpool appeared in the flames, swallowing all the raging fire. Got undone. Now let's get out of here, Jot excitedly said as he threw the Hailu stone handcuffs behind him with his armament hockey-covered hand. But Daipeng was staring intently at Jot's back. transforming into a giant figure like an iron tower. Fistbone impact. Gale-breaking army. With a loud bang, Daipeng, transformed into Karp, was slammed into the ground. Your attacks can't even break through my defense. Alcohol King Jode. Do you have any stronger moves? Fei Luo smiled at Jode, absorbing the energy from the flames and explosions, which still paled in comparison to the energy needed for his thunder tribulation training. Fei Luo also hoped that his attack would cause him some harm, but he was greatly disappointed. After Jode looked back at Fei Luo, who was unscathed, his expression sharpened, and the surrounding environment began to change, gradually transforming into liquor. Surrounded by the liquor, Daipeng transformed into Jode's appearance and charged out of the encirclement. Seeing this, Yuji Shilu also stepped back to the high-flying white paper above. Drunken Tide, accompanied by Jode's deafening shout. A massive wave formed from countless crystal-clear liquors surged forward like a ferocious beast, sweeping towards Fei Luo with overwhelming force. In an instant, it seemed as though the surroundings were filled with this surging wave of liquor, leaving people dumbfounded. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Fei Luo showed no signs of panic. Gradually, the originally aggressive liquor began to lose its impact, eventually coming to a halt, completely enveloping Fei Luo in a sea of liquor. At this moment, Fei Luo appeared to be trapped in a cage made of liquor, unable to move. Yet, he maintained a calm and confident expression, seemingly unconcerned about the predicament before him. Is this guy going to fight to the death? Let me help you. Daipeng transformed into a man with orange hair. Hot Spring. Daipeng directly changed into the appearance of Charlotte Owen, plunged his hands into the liquor, and heated it up, causing the temperature of Jode's liquor to rise sharply. Fei Luo, caught in it, felt a slight itching and burning sensation on his skin. The liquor that flowed into his body was directly absorbed into the swallowing space. Fero revealed a faint smile as blue and white lightning began to emanate from his body, instantly transmitting to Jot and Daipeng. Hold on, he's just resisting in his final moments. Daipeng, transformed into Owen, covered in hockey, coldly glanced at Fero, while Jot, also fully covered in hockey, cautiously looked at Fero from within the waves of liquor. Suddenly, he noticed a distinct flash of lightning within the tidal wave of drinks, directly connecting him and Fero. He turned to flee but saw the last person he wanted to see. If this is all your Fruit's awakening can do, I'm truly disappointed, Fero said, looking at Jot with disappointment. Why does my ability make the liquor disappear the moment it enters your body? Why weren't you corroded and melted by my liquor? Why? Jot looked at Fero in disbelief. His Devil Fruit ability had caused many to despair as they drowned in liquor until death, and the powerful corrosive force would completely dissolve them, allowing him to enjoy their despair. But now, Fero's undamaged state was the greatest mockery to him. Fero's existence made him feel like his Fruit's ability was a joke. I'll kill you, I must kill you. Hundredfold speed, Overlord break. Fero watched as the red-faced Jot charged at him, instantly creating a massive hole in his chest. Yuck. Jot fearfully looked at the gaping wound on his chest as his strength gradually faded. Accept your fate of death. The execution is complete, Fero said softly as he placed a blank memory paper over Jot's face, his body erupting with lightning to pull Jot's shadow into the shadow space before tossing him into the paper space. Now it's your turn. Fero slowly turned to face Daipeng. To make the upcoming battle a bit more interesting, let me show you my power. Fero threw a punch at Daipeng. Muru, huff, 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 thank you. Daipeng, hit back by Fero, instantly transformed into Fero's appearance, and then turned into lightning, disappearing from the spot. Indeed, your ability can't be stacked. This will be fun. Fero nodded in satisfaction. Hundredfold speed, lightning flash. In just a few flashes, Fero effortlessly arrived beside Daipeng. Hundredfold slow, he continuously released slow light waves, freezing her in midair and bringing her back to Grilled Fish Island. This is the last time. If you run away again, I can only kill you. Either you kill me, or I kill you. Fei Luo summoned a dark cloud to envelop the Jiaoyu Island, and then a flash of lightning erupted, pulling the suspended shadow of Dai Peng into his shadow space. Deputy Director Shilio, you should return to the advanced city first. The upcoming battle will be quite terrifying. Seeing that Fei Luo was truly himself after witnessing the broken army he held, Shilio slowly lowered his hands, feeling regretful that he couldn't witness this spectacular battle. Just now, Daipeng's burst of speed was something he couldn't react to, so returning to Advanced City was the best choice. Fero returned to Grilled Fish Island after sending Rain Shira back to the execution chamber and impelled down. Fero looked at Daipeng, who had just recovered from a sluggish state. A faint, chilling smile appeared on his lips. As long as you dare to step out of this shadow and into the sunlight, you will be instantly reduced to ashes, and there is no white paper for you to hide behind. It won't help at all. So now you have only one path to take. Use all your strength to kill me. Otherwise, the only thing waiting for you is death. Daipeng looked at Fero as if he were a monster. 9 Devil Fruit abilities? How on earth did you accomplish such an unfathomable feat? This is simply impossible. If it were only 1 or 2 Devil Fruits, she would be absolutely confident in killing Fero. But facing Fero, who could stack up the powers of 9 Devil Fruits, all she could think about was escaping. Instead of thinking about this and that, you might as well think carefully about how to kill me, Fero said, raising his hand to release a lightning ball at Daipeng. I have fear. Seizing the opportunity, Daipeng locked eyes with Fero, her pitch-black eyes trying to pull him into a realm of fear. Fero's eyes narrowed as he unleashed a powerful conqueror's haki, forcefully breaking through the illusion of fear. If you had the haki, you might have been able to trap me in an illusion, but you don't. Fero shook his head at Daipeng, fully aware of how his fear fruit could be shattered. The overwhelming conqueror's haki could even be broken in an instant. So he combined the abilities of the fear fruit with his conqueror's haki to create a unique form of haki that belonged solely to him. Dull light beam. Daipeng did not respond to Fero's words. Instead, he took advantage of Fero's speech to switch abilities and rushed in front of Fero, releasing a pink beam of light. Hundredfold lightning flash. Fei Luo erupted at the fastest speed, leaving his original location before the dull light could reach him. The dull light ascended to a high altitude, infusing the abilities of dullness and thunder into the broken army, using it to unleash a pink laser that struck Daipeng. The effect of dullness, the speed of lightning. It's you after all, Fei Luo chuckled as he looked at the broken army. The combination of these two, along with Fei Luo's speed, could even allow him to have a cup of tea before the yellow ape, who was using his abilities, arrived. Moonstep rocket assault. Arm-breaking sky spear. Recovering. Daipeng saw Fei Luo in a daze, directly ascended to Fei Luo's front, and thrust his armed color-wrapped tiger claws directly at Fei Luo. Triple arm meteor. Fei Luo's body was covered in armed color, and he raised his hands in front of him to meet Daipeng's attack head-on. The pitch-black tiger claws easily penetrated Fei Luo's arms, and just as they were about to break through to Fei Luo's front, Fei Luo directly lifted his foot for a hundredfold lightning speed break the void. With one kick, he sent Daipeng flying, and the massive slashing wave split Kaoyu Island in two, revealing a chasm in the middle, into which countless seawater poured. No wonder teacher Sengoku didn't let me try. This penetrating power is indeed formidable. I almost flipped over. Fei Luo sighed in relief as he watched his arms heal at a visible speed. The penetrating power of the white tiger fruit directly broke through his armed color and skin, while still retaining its penetrating power on top, preventing the body's healing. However, as a user of the white tiger fruit, Fei Luo could naturally absorb it. For others, it would be difficult unless they regrew their arms or created a glorious evolution with mechanical arms. Why does such a monster exist? Daipeng, who was kicked away by Fei Luo, looked at the sky and let out a desperate roar. Get up, Katarina Daipeng. 50-fold speed-crushing strike. In an instant, Fei Luo's arm was enveloped in a layer of pitch-black armed color haki, and as the light flickered, it seemed to contain endless power. At the same time, Fei Luo suddenly increased his speed to 50 times through the Momo Fruit, accompanied by a howling wind like a storm. His figure flashed like lightning across the night sky, rushing towards Daipeng with overwhelming speed. This punch carried the power to move mountains and drain seas, tearing the air apart and producing a series of piercing explosive sounds. Double-armed hundredfold speed, fist-bone impact. Seeing Fei Luo rushing over, Daipeng transformed his ability, and his fist quickly developed a thick layer of black armed color haki. Like a giant hammer forged from steel, the two fists collided with a thunderous roar. For a moment, the surrounding space seemed to tremble, and a violent energy shockwave swept out in all directions, kicking up dust and debris everywhere it passed. Like a tornado destroying a parking lot, it blew the scattered rubble from Jot's abilities far away, with more falling into the deep pit created by Jot's powers earlier. It seems that your transformation is merely superficial, Fei Luo said, directly increasing the power of his arm and sending her flying. After Philo's body underwent transformation, her strength increased several times. And combined with the awakened powers of the Golden Eagle and White Tiger, it became incredibly terrifying. Damn it, I've also stacked my power. And even used 100 times speed. Why am I still inferior to this monster? Dai Peng looked at Philo with a gaze filled with despair. Her fruit ability awakening allowed her to stack her power onto the transformed person, and she initially thought that the fox's speed in this recovery, along with Philo's Momo fruit, could provide some resistance. However, the result left her greatly disappointed. No matter how hard she tried, she could not compete with Philo. This is all I deserve. Do you know what I've been through? Do you know? You don't know. 9 times. Do you know what I went through those 9 times? Knowing full well the disgusting taste, I still had to eat it. You don't understand my pain, Philo said in agony. Dai Peng stared at Philo in shock, unable to comprehend why Philo would have the face to say such things. Why don't I have such pain? You bastard, let's die together. Dai Peng angrily glared at Philo. Eternal calamity. Dai Peng transformed her ability and charged at Philo, summoning terrifying lightning to strike down on her and Philo. Devour all. When she reached Philo's side, Dai Peng transformed her ability again and opened her massive mouth to bite at Philo. 100 times, speed, thunder flash. Fero Lima floated up to the sky along with the lightning, looking down at Katerina Dupont with disdain. It seems that this fruit can indeed directly use the techniques I developed and even replicate all my abilities. However, there will be gaps in the ability transformation, and the strength of the armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki comes from her own nature. Fortunately, she hasn't encountered that monster, Whitebeard. Otherwise, it would really be game over. Fero slowly took out the broken army and said, an ability user of the Tremor fruit who can do sit-ups is extremely terrifying. Destroying the world is no joke. So it can only be him. Conqueror's broken army. Fei Luo wielded a double-handed spear and descended from the sky, striking at Dai Peng, who was devouring lightning. He realized that Dai Peng intended to undergo a transformation similar to his own. However, he had already obtained the information he wanted and was no longer interested in playing. What he lacked now were armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. Dai Peng could no longer provide him with any enhancement. He mainly wanted to see the abilities of the Nine-Tails Fox Fruit. With a hundredfold speed, a series of attacks fused with multiple powers directly caused a violent explosion, creating a massive pit on Roast Fish Island, reminiscent of Karp's strike on Honeycomb Island. However, Dai Peng evaded Fei Luo's attack with incredible speed, continuously moving within the area shrouded in dark clouds. With a hundredfold lightning speed, he unleashed Conqueror's Break, and after sensing Dai Peng's position with observation Haki, he appeared right in front of her, prompting Break to say some heartfelt words. Tenfold slow. He then released 10 beams of slow light to reduce her speed and used Break to divide her into 58 hero fragments. He gifted her a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs and finally took out a piece of white paper, applying it to her forehead to prevent mutation, and placed her into a designated white paper space. Execution complete. After Fei Lu finished all this, he stepped into the white paper space with a broken army and returned to Impel Down. Deputy Director Shiryu, today's execution is complete. Thank you for your assistance, Fei Lu said as he handed over a box of cigars. Shiryu skillfully accepted it and then handed Fei Lu a phone bug that was on a call. Thank you, Fei Lu. But you might be able to leave here soon, he said. Saras Fei Lu, a certain lord has taken a liking to you. As long as you are willing to pledge loyalty to the lord, you can be forgiven and directly become the 4th Admiral of the Navy. Kneel and accept. Damned. You and that fool Blood Rain should stay and Impel Down, a man in a white suit and mask said, looking at the dormant phone bug with gritted teeth. He then carefully picked up the phone bug beside him and tidied his posture. My lord, Saras Fei Lu has refused and made the same remarks as Blood Rain, he said after dialing the phone bug, his attitude instantly becoming respectful. I understand. The masked man gently placed the dormant phone bug back into its specially crafted house, placing the leaves it favored inside. He then slowly raised his hand and gently removed his mask. Under the mask was an unremarkable face with a long, sinister scar that resembled a dark red snake, winding across his cheek. Blood Rain, I suppose you can no longer leave that curse sword, Thunder Rain now. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a mocking smile, and he burst into laughter. May you forever be immersed in that endless slaughter. The laughter echoed in the air, carrying an indescribable madness and determination. Deputy Director Shiryu, I apologize, Fei Lu said, looking at the charred phone bug with regret. The phone bug replied, what are you apologizing for? Is my life not a life? Is my life not a life? It's fine. I also have no intention of going back to serve that bunch of waste. But you might have to stay here like me, Shiryu said, looking at Fei Lu, who was exuding killing intent, and quickly waved his hand. Fei Lu immediately became interested. restrained his aura, and curiously asked, Deputy Director Shiryu, what brought you to impel down? He didn't expect Shiryu to say such a thing in front of him. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, the attitude of the person earlier had made him realize that the other side was CP0. CP0 serves the celestial dragons. Although they are indeed waste, no one dares to speak openly about it, Shiryu said calmly. Because I said they were waste, I also left a mark on someone. I didn't expect those who were called gods to be a bunch of waste. I do not have the habit of yielding to the weak. So you yield to the strong, then? Felu squinted at Shiryu. The Shiryu behind him had joined Blackbeard's pirate crew, slaughtering his colleagues and providing medicine to pirates. Felu didn't understand why he would do such things. Do you want me to yield, Felu? Shiryu said, his whole body gradually enveloped in armament hockey. In the white paper space, I want to know some answers. If I hadn't shown up, and you secretly killed the prisoners, and Magellan found out and treated you as a death row inmate. One day, when some people caused a commotion in Impel Down preparing for a jailbreak, while Director Magellan was in the restroom, and he specifically let you go to suppress the chaos, what would you do? Felu casually released the white paper space, his gaze sharp as he looked at Shiryu. Hiss, if that guy Magellan really did that, I would help those pirates and let them block Magellan, and I could leave Impel Down to pursue my goals. Shiryu answered Felu's question after thinking seriously for a moment. Feluo looked at Yuji Shilio without changing his expression. This response was consistent with his subsequent actions, making Fei Luo understand that Yuji Shilio did not deceive him. As for joining the Blackbeard pirates, it was likely that Diki explained to Yuji Shilio about his ability to plunder devil fruits, even promising him a devil fruit. What is your goal? Is it murder? Fei Luo's expression became somewhat serious as he said that if Yuji Shilio was killing pirates and those fallen marines, he would fully support him. However, he was killing the soldiers from Impel Down who had released him. Blood, murder, it makes me boil, and it is also the justice I uphold. I don't think there is anything wrong with executing criminals. Yuji Shilio slowly spoke. Sengoku arranged for him to be here because of his justice. But Magellan warned him for not extracting information. So, to avoid being disturbed by Magellan, he decided to operate quietly. As for the missing prisoners, he naturally attributed it to the legend of Impel Down, Oni R.A. sleeve. So, have you been killing during this time? Fei Luo looked at Yuji Shilio, the boiling brother, and said, call me, during this time, I've been practicing my combat skills through the 5th layer of prisoners. Killing is naturally unavoidable, but it no longer has the same pleasure as before. Thunderstorm is a demon blade. It must drink blood when drawn, otherwise it will fill my brain with killing intent. And after killing, it allows the user to grow stronger with each battle, but currently, I still cannot truly master it. Yuji Shilio exhaled a puff of smoke, concealing his flickering gaze. That is your problem. If you're weak, practice more. If you can't afford it, then don't use it. Carrying it every day just means you can bully children, but facing strong opponents, you'll be directly defeated. Strong people draw their swords against even stronger ones. I also know a bit about swordsmanship, and just happen to be a little bit stronger than you. So, come challenge me, Fei Luo said, tossing him a standard military sword. Death is like the wind, always by your side. The battle begins. Without saying another word, Fei Luo raised his standard military sword and swung it at Yuji Shilio. Clang! Yuji Shilio used the military sword, covering it with a layer of haki to block Fei Luo's slash. Then let me see your swordsmanship. Yuji Shilio guided Fei Luo to his back. Hasagu. General Fei Luo placed the sword at his waist and, in an instant, thrust forward, pushing Shiryu back several steps. Step forward slash. Philo took a step forward and rushed ahead, drawing his sword to slash directly behind Yuji Shilio. Yuji Shilio, who had blocked Philo's continuous attacks, turned with a fighting spirit and called out to Philo, come and fight. Philo's strength and speed surprised him. It had been a long time since he felt pressure in swordsmanship, igniting his fighting spirit. Raikiri. Yuji Shilio charged towards Philo like a phantom, his eyes flashing with coldness and determination. The military knife in his hand drew a cold light in the air, slashing fiercely towards Philo's neck with a sharp momentum. Fero swiftly drew his knife, blocking Rain's attack with astonishing speed and strength. The sound of metal clashing was crisp and loud, as if a thunderbolt had exploded in the air. Rain's blade was lifted by Fero, causing his body to lean back slightly. But he quickly adjusted his stance and swung his knife towards Fero once more. Fero sidestepped. The saber grazed his body, creating a gust of wind. The movements of both were as quick as lightning, each strike filled with power and skill. However, soon Fero pushed back Yuji Shio with his strength. Listen, annihilate. and embraced the dead silence. Fei Luo leaped up, gripping his military knife with one hand and slashing down at Yu Xiu. Ding! Yu Xiu raised his blade to block, but was pushed back by Fei Luo's immense strength. However, Fei Luo jumped again and delivered a horizontal slash. Swift slash. Yu Xiu spat out a puff of smoke and quickly raised his blade to unleash a flying slash. Ding! Fei Luo's military knife was knocked away by the flying slash, and a smile involuntarily appeared on Fei Luo's face. Now he didn't have to throw his knife. Do you think you can kill me? Fei Luo stepped into the air to catch the military knife, gripping it with both hands while shouting and swinging it towards Yu Xiu. A powerful pressure suddenly erupted, Dragon Slayer flash. Seeing this, Yu Xiu no longer held back, his entire body covered in armed colors and entwined with a trace of blood red. His crimson eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Fei Luo, holding the blood-stained military knife. In a split second, both of their blades released a massive slash, the powerful attack exceeding the limits of spatial white paper, being swallowed within. Fero and Shiryu of the Rain stood back to back, a slender blood mark appearing on Fero's body. However, with his powerful, self-healing ability, it quickly healed. On the other hand, Shiryu of the Rain suffered no injuries. Only the tip of his weapon, covered in haki, fell to the ground of the execution chamber. This move truly has a great name. Fero, the deputy director, slowly turned to look at Shiryu of the Rain, and the white paper cage gradually returned to his hand. This move is quite similar to Kushiru's Dragon Slash, which let him have a rough guess about Shiryu's past, suggesting a close relationship with the world government's CP0. Shiryu named this move Dragon Slaughter Flash. Besides paying homage to the Dragon Slayer swordsman Ryuma, Fero could not discern any other meaning. It's just a name. I'm still far from achieving it. Right now, I can't even fully control Raijin. Shiryu of the Rain shook his head and said, Demon sword, demon sword. No matter how demonic it is, it's just a sword. You must first control yourself to master it. The birth of a sword is indeed for killing. But don't let the act of killing blind your eyes, Deputy Director Fero said slowly to Shiryu of the Rain before turning to leave the execution chamber, leaving Shiryu gazing at the broken-tipped military knife, exhaling smoke. Fero, brother, is today's mission over? Fero returned to his office and saw Domino and Perona playing with a teddy bear. Yeah, it's over. Fero responded while placing a queen of spades and a jack of spades on the wall. Fero, the fleet admiral, said to find him after you complete the execution. Domino said as she placed a cup of tea in front of Fero. Thank you, Sister Domino, Fero smiled and said, understanding that it was the world government putting pressure on the fleet admiral, and he slowly drank the tea that Domino had handed him. Let's go to the Navy headquarters and have some fun in the Sabeti archipelago, Fero said, smiling at Perona behind Domino, and then tossed out a piece of white paper, pulling Domino's hand as they arrived in the room where the white paper was stored at the Navy headquarters. However, his first destination was not the Admiral's office, but the cafeteria. Fero, where's that Sea King? Sam approached them excitedly from the back door of the cafeteria. Right here. Fero took out a frozen giant octopus, Sea King, from the white paper space and placed it in front of Sam. Ha ha ha. Fero, go wait in the room. I can't wait to cook this Sea King, Sam said, shouldering the ice block and heading back to the back door to start preparing the ingredients. Domino, you take Perona over first. I still need to report to Admiral Sengoku. Fero turned back to Domino and said. Domino nodded with a blush, and after Fero disappeared in a flash of lightning, she took Perona's hand. Sister, let's go. We can eat delicious food soon. Sister Domino, isn't he your brother? Why are you blushing? Perona asked curiously with innocent eyes. I just call him brother because I'm older than him. Fero and I are not biological siblings, just a title. Domino explained seriously. Sister, you don't like that weirdo, do you? Before Perona could finish, Domino covered her mouth. It's a secret. Half an hour earlier, on the Red Continent at Mariewa, a little bird that hadn't grown up dared to challenge the authority of the gods, so it would stay in the cage forever. Satan put down the transponder snail and muttered to himself, then picked up the nearby transponder snail and directly said, convey my orders, reject Fero's promotion application, and have him stay and impelled down. Yes, interference paper formation. Why are they suddenly targeting you? Sengoku asked in confusion. Because they wanted to be a dog for those useless people, Fero said somewhat helplessly. Now they're using the false information you provided as a reason to keep you in impelled down forever. At least give them some face, Sengoku said, somewhat exasperated. I did give them face. Those pirates like to hide treasure. What can I do? Besides, I've given everything out, Sengoku-sensei. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Fero looked at Sengoku with great sorrow. He had given out all the treasures and only kept some fruits and a few knives. It wasn't too much to ask for a little something after all that hard work, to ensure that the world government didn't leave empty-handed. He also specially made some treasure maps for each pirate's hiding spot. Cough, fine, staying in Impel Down is okay. You can calm down and develop your devil fruit now. The executions of Barrett and Raidfield will be postponed. After executing Katarina Devant and Baskerville Choate, you can take a break. Sengoku stood up and said slowly, using the sound to cover up as he closed a safe filled with Sunbay with his foot and went to the side of the goat to feed a piece of discarded material. Fero keenly noticed the subtle movements of the warring states, but his expression remained unchanged as he calmly spoke. The two ruthless criminals, Katarina Daipong and Busker Choate, have been successfully executed by me. Upon hearing this, Warring States was suddenly taken aback, disbelief written all over his face, even raising his voice involuntarily by an octave. What? You little brat, you actually executed 3 heinous criminals in just one day. Are you really that eager to challenge those 2 legendary monsters? Isn't it because Alvaro Pizarro is too weak and didn't he satisfy me at all? Fero helplessly shook his head and said, You little brat, you still want to show off in front of me. Those monsters I fought back in the day were many times stronger than those you executed. I didn't show off, yet you did. Warring States, while eating a shellfish delicacy, reminisced about his past. Teacher Warring States, I want to know how to develop the Phantom Beast fruit. Fero quickly interrupted the spell casting to divert Warring States' attention. The best way to develop all animal-type devil fruits is to keep fighting. Originally, I planned to promote you to Rear Admiral and send you to the New World to capture pirates, but now it needs to be Fero. This is your second identity. Domino and Shiryu will help you with cover over at Impel Down. Warring States handed over a document. Fero looked at the young man's portrait on the document, marked with several scars, and the recorded abilities of the cat fruit, ancient type, snow tiger form, silently gave Warring States a thumbs up. This is your plan moving forward. Now, during your vacation, go stay on Karp's ship. The training of Haki improves most significantly under strong pressure. I still have administrative matters to handle. And one more thing, bring Conies back for me to see. Warring States tossed the planned document to Fero, then demonstrated Haki to Fero and said yes. Fero took the planned document, put away the cards, and left Warring States' office. Warring States looked at the photo of Fero on the promotion application and couldn't help but feel a surge of envy. This little brat is really popular. He murmured softly, a hint of barely noticeable jealousy in his eyes. The care from Little Crane and the affection from Perona, Domino, and Conies made Warring States recall the past. The development of animal-type fruits relies on combat. The development of Paramecia-type fruits relies on knowledge. And the development of Logia-type fruits relies on the environment. What a profound summary. Teacher Warring States. After flipping through the planned document, Fero muttered to himself. Putting the planned document into the white paper space, while playing with the cards in his hands, he walked toward the dining hall. As he flipped the cards with both hands, small purple rays of light fell onto the cards. However, the cards continued to dance quickly in his hands, and the shadow behind him grew longer under the sunlight. Fero, just in time, this is the last dish, crispy octopus, enjoy it. Sam placed the final dish on the table and said to Fero, who had just entered, Thank you, Master Sam. Let's eat together. Fero enthusiastically invited. No need to be polite. I'll leave some food for tasting. Sam waved his hand and said, then quickly left, also helping to close the door for Fero and the others. Is this enough to eat? Fero looked at the closed door and shook his head helplessly. He knew very well that Sam left this food not just for his assistants to taste, but also to let the chefs feel his care and respect. Sam had always been known for his noble character. He treated his subordinates like family, always concerned about their lives and needs. Sam understood that the chefs worked hard every day, preparing delicious dishes for everyone, and their efforts deserved recognition and reward. Therefore, he specifically left this food so that the chefs could taste the fruits of their labor and also feel his gratitude towards them. Only the meat of sea kings can satisfy many people and provide energy and satisfaction, and capturing sea kings requires immense strength, which is why such a test exists. Sister, try this, it's delicious. Domino gently smiled as she handed a piece of food to Perona's mouth. Perona blinked her lovely big eyes, her face revealing a joyful smile. Thank you, sister. Her voice was clear and pleasant, like a melody from heaven. Domino looked at Perona's satisfied expression, her heart filled with joy. She gently stroked Perona's hair, her eyes revealing endless affection. Perona, like a well-behaved little kitten, enjoyed Domino's love. A sweet smile hung on her lips, as if that smile could melt the entire world. At that moment, Domino's tenderness and Perona's cuteness complemented each other, creating a beautiful picture. Fero had already gotten used to this. After Fero recounted Perona's experiences, Domino's maternal instincts exploded, leaving Perona completely immersed in an overwhelming wave of tenderness. He was seriously savoring each dish, enjoying the delicious food. At this moment, he could only indulge in the food. As for love, it could only be said that there was a long way to go. At the halfway point of the Grand Line, the destination is Sabeti Archipelago. TSK giving up? What a pity. Fero arrived in front of the Bubble amusement park, looking around for the black-clad figures, listening to the chaotic sounds of the ungovernable area, casually tossing out a few sheets of white paper. Fero, let's go play together. Domino called Fero while holding Perona's hand. Coming. Fero stepped out and arrived in front of Domino, still playing with the cards in his hands. Playing in an amusement park usually starts with the least thrilling rides and moves to the most thrilling ones. So their first ride was the Bubble Carousel. Playing this definitely required holding hands together to foster affection. So Fero naturally took Domino's hand. The young brother behind them, seeing how happy they looked, also held hands. Left hand holding right hand. After going through all the rides, they stopped inside a doll store. Repair Kuma, it will take some time. Sister, do you want to buy some more dolls? Domino asked while stroking Perona's little head. Yes, I want to pick some pretty dolls for sister. Perona excitedly nodded, looking at the room full of stuffed bears, and began to select. Boss, please repair it quickly and also satisfy their requests, Fero said, placing a gold brick on the table. Okay, Navy officer, the shopkeeper said excitedly after receiving the gold brick. Fero then looked thoughtfully at a nearby humanoid doll and handed it to the staff for packing. He sat down on the side and played with his cards. Damn it, those monsters are back. Let us fight them. Quickly, use fire, flames can eliminate them. Fei Luo saw a group of pirates approaching the paper beast with torches from the perspective of the paper beast. With a thought, the shadow beneath his feet flickered. The paper beast transformed into the appearance of a sword-wielding swordsman with a somewhat slender body, a paper sword, and a paper wine bottle at its waist. The sudden change of the paper beast frightened the pirates, causing them to retreat repeatedly as they warily looked at the paper swordsman, who slowly approached again. A shadow entered the paper swordsman like a ghost, instantly merging with it. The paper swordsman raised its crimson gaze. The corners of its mouth lifted slightly, revealing a strange smile, a smile that felt like a declaration of death, sending shivers down the spines of the pirates. Immediately, the paper swordsman charged at them like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was as swift as the wind, each step appearing somewhat unruly. The weapon in its hand drew sharp arcs in the air, and wherever it went, the pirates fell one after another, blood splattering. The power of the paper swordsman left the pirates with no ability to fight back. They began to flee in terror, filled with despair. In front of the paper swordsman, their strength seemed so insignificant, so trivial, and soon the pirates in the lawless area were slaughtered, freeing the imprisoned slaves and bringing them to the shore. The rest is up to you, Fei Luo murmured to himself. There were many pirate ships by the shore, and he had done what he needed to do, feeling no guilt. Fei Luo, I'm older than you. You have to call me sister. Fei Luo looked ahead and saw Perona looking at him proudly. Domino explained beside them. Fei Luo, Perona is already 14 years old, so she is indeed older than you. Actually, the information is wrong. My actual age is already 15. Teacher Sengoku wanted to highlight my genius, so he deliberately reduced my age in the records, Perona said seriously. Standing up, she showed her height after transformation, which had risen to about 2 meters. So you have to call me brother. That way, you can have both a brother and a sister. Fei Luo bent down and patted Perona's pink little head. Sister Perona, this is a military secret. Please don't tell anyone. Is that so? I understand. Perona nodded heavily after hearing about the military secret. Sister, he's lying. I'm older than him. Perona quickly grabbed Domino's hand and said eagerly. Perona, of course. I know you're older than Fei Luo. In the future, say the same to others. When there are no people around, you can call him brother, okay? That way, you have a brother and sister to take care of you, Domino said gently to Perona. Facing Perona's indignant gaze, Fei Luo remained unfazed and handed her the toy bear beside him. Here, this is a gift from your brother. So cute. Thank you, Fei Luo brother, for the gift. Perona exclaimed as she looked at Fei Luo. Mr. Navy, your toy has been repaired. The shopkeeper handed Kuma she to Perona. Seeing the shopkeeper, Domino couldn't help but admire Perona, giving her a thumbs up to indicate she did very well. Perona could only force a smile as she hugged Kumashi, revealing a tearful expression. Sister Domino, let's go buy some clothes for Sister Perona. The money has already been paid, so we can leave directly, Fei Luo said after seeing the shopkeeper enter the room, then placed those toys into the white paper space. As for the repaired Kumashi, he let Perona hold it. Domino nodded and took Perona out of the toy store. It's time to buy some clothes. Let's go, sister. Just as they stepped out the door, Perona quickly turned back to look, and Fei Luo was calmly playing with the paper cards. Did something fall? Sister. Fei Luo's reaction made Perona fall into self-doubt. She might really be the youngest, and what Fei Luo said was true. Being the younger sister seemed not so bad. Not only did she have a sister, but also a brother, then my abilities would be invincible. Perona secretly rejoiced in her heart, and a brilliant smile involuntarily appeared on her face. Her eyes sparkled with joyful light, like two bright stars. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing an uncontrollable happiness. After coming to this conclusion, Perona couldn't wait to call out to the two, sister, brother. Her voice was filled with a cheerful melody, like a happy little bird singing. Domino and Fei Luo responded in unison. What's wrong, sister? Feeling their concern, Perona's face blossomed with an even brighter smile, her eyes crescent-shaped, sparkling with happiness. I want to ride that. Perona pointed at the special bubble car on The Archipelago and said, wait a moment. Soon, Fei Luo brought back two bubble cars. One for Perona and Domino, and one for himself and Kumashi. Paper Beast Kumashi. Fei Luo leisurely lay in the bubble, playing cards, controlling Kumashi to take them to the commercial area. The bosses in the commercial area saw Fei Luo's arrival and immediately informed each other. This time, two commodity angels came directly, and their faces were beaming with joy as they warmly welcomed Domino and Perona. On the first half of the Grand Line, on Crapland Island, Mr. Fei Luo, my mother and Captain Gosa can't wait to see you, Yars said, looking at Fei Luo with a smile. Fei Luo was also very happy to see Yars, who had grown to 2 meters tall. Yars, how's the naval base here? It's developing. According to your plan, we need young and talented people. Vice Admiral Karp will carefully search while striking the pirates. I also want to buy Devil Fruits on The Archipelago, but there are mysterious strong figures who have cleared the pirates several times, so there are no underground forces stationed now, Yars said with some frustration. Cough, it's okay. I'll think of a way, Fei Luo said somewhat awkwardly. The Devil Fruits from the Navy headquarters have already been intercepted by those from the world government. If you want them, you can only buy them in the underground black market. Continuously clearing them isn't a solution. He planned to implement other strategies to better maintain stability in The Archipelago. Mr. Fei Luo, thank you very much for helping us. Just as they walked to a house, a middle-aged man excitedly shook Fei Luo's hand. Mr. Fei Luo, this is the captain of the village's guard team, Captain Gosa, Yars introduced to Fei Luo. Captain Gosa, no need to be polite. I just provided insignificant help. More credit goes to Yars, Fei Luo said, patting Gosa's hand, then greeted Yars's mother. Aunt Xia, hello. Mr. Fei Luo, this time you can't leave in a hurry. At least have a meal first, Aunt Xia said, looking at Fei Luo. This time there's no urgent task. You can rest assured, Fei Luo nodded and said. Last time, he had rushed to find treasure, so he didn't stay. This time was for vacation, and Fei Luo had ample time to arrange things. After enjoying a meal with Xia's warm hospitality, Fei Luo followed Major Yars to a training base hidden in the mountains. Brigadier Yars. Major Fei Luo. The young trainees were training stopped their movements and saluted when they saw Fei Luo and Yars. Everyone looked over, and then Fei Luo smiled at them and said, let the trial begin. I have fear. Fei Luo's eyes turned pitch black, plunging the group of young people into an illusion. Sheets of blank memory appeared behind their heads, recording their memories. Mr. Fei Luo, is this also your ability? Yars looked at this scene in astonishment. He was very eager for the magical powers of the legendary phantom beasts, especially after learning that Enel and Zephyr had both acquired the abilities of phantom beasts. Fero nodded, then glanced at Yars, saying that the animal devil fruit of Yars could gain corresponding abilities in some special environments when awakened. Contact me when you awaken, Fero added, handing Yars a playing card with a 9 of diamonds. Now, Yars was a brigadier general at the headquarters, and having such strength at 13 years old was quite impressive. The ability of the communication cards had also been enhanced, but they could only leave messages for Fero. It would take some time to develop a white paper comparable to the transponder snail. All right, Mr. Fero, Yars said solemnly as he took the card that Fero handed over. After a while, the boys gradually woke up, looking somewhat confused. The illusion set by Fero is that civilians are calling for help, while in reality, the pirates are threatening him with his loved ones. In the end, a powerful pirate kills him, and then slaughters the civilians before leaving. Finally, they explore their memories. Let's end today's training here. Some people may need to leave this place in the afternoon, and I will explain the specifics then. After Fero finished speaking, he left with the memory white paper. Yars followed closely behind Fero and left with him, leaving behind a group of bewildered youths and a few white papers fluttering in the wind. Most of them were brought back by Mr. Karp, so there shouldn't be any problems, right? Yars looked at Fero and asked, "Even I don't have absolute confidence that we can trust them, Yars," Fero said while looking at the memory white papers. "This world has all kinds of bizarre devil fruits. The storyline only reveals a part of it, while many more exist around the world, just not encountered by King Luffy. Just like Bryn's memory fruit. It can directly cut off part of the memory to avoid Fero's detection methods. Brew, Major Yars. The Grey Wolf pirates have appeared in the west and are pursuing a merchant ship, requesting orders to engage. I'll head over now. You all prepare for battle." "Yes. Chaba, let's go. I'll check it out too." Fero flew toward the west on the flying white paper. "Why is Mr. Fero's speed so fast?" "Wait for me, Mr. Fero." Yars stared in astonishment as Fero turned into a shadow and drifted farther away. Yars quickly transformed into a mantis and flew in Fero's direction. "Boss, there's a navy ahead. Should we retreat?" "That's the territory of Flying Mantis." A pirate on the lookout of the pirate ship quickly reminded. "Perfect. The treasure on that merchant ship in front can let us live lavishly, and we can kill Flying Mantis to show the Navy our might and raise my bounty." A fierce-looking scarred man grinned maliciously. "Boss, cannonballs are coming. Freya, stop them." "Understood." A man with a gun stepped out from the corner. "Everyone counterattack! Counterattack!" Boom! 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 Cannonballs were fired toward the distant warship, but were intercepted by waves of slashing attacks. Flying Mantis slash. Yars dove onto the pirate ship and destroyed all the cannons on it. Grey Wolf Kenny, surrender. Yars stood at the bow, coldly looking at the Grey Wolf. "Kid, if you want me to surrender, bring your head to trade." The scarred man's body gradually transformed into a giant Grey Wolf. Wolf strike. The Grey Wolf charged forward, opening its massive jaws to swallow Yars whole. Mantis kill. Yars hooked one of his front claws onto the Grey Wolf, while the other claw slashed down directly at its neck. Armament. Iron block. Sensing the attack with Kin Bunchaku, Yars did not hesitate to use Busashoku to resist. The bullets struck him, making him feel a wave of weakness, causing him to revert to his original form. "Sea stone bullets? I won't be weak like that again." Yars looked at the bullets on the deck and said softly. He then transformed back into a mantis, unleashing an explosive speed to begin a massacre, ultimately leaving the heavily injured Grey Wolf, Kenny, gasping for breath. "Yars, leave this to me." Fero directly tossed the sea stone bullet into his heart and then placed him in the white paper space. "I'll leave this to you. I'm heading back now." "All right," Fero said as he watched Fero instantly disappear before his eyes, and Yars couldn't help but feel excited about his abilities after awakening. Interference waves. Back on the island, Fero immediately released an invisible shockwave that disrupted all communication devices. Paper Beast Golden Eagle. He commanded the Paper Beast to hunt down several boys who were preparing to contact the outside world. Why is the world government, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and the World Economic Journal all fixated on this? After reviewing the memories on the white paper, Fero felt somewhat helpless. He originally intended to use this place as a base for the first half of his great voyage, but now so many are focusing on it, forcing him to change his plans. After all, this is Yar's hometown. In the face of the world government's conspiracy, it seems difficult for this place to find peace. Let's kill them after the next batch of islands is transferred. Drunkard. Go and kill them. Fero slightly turned his head to look at a shadow and said. A shadow quietly departed. It was created using Captain John's method, but unfortunately, it had been dead for too long and had no memories. Otherwise, Fero could have directly obtained his treasure information. Philo returned to the training base. Those who had left were already gone, and you have passed the test. However, more challenges lie ahead. Civilians may deceive, pirates may use tricks, companions may betray, and superiors may make mistakes. At that time, what will guide you is the justice within your hearts, and what will protect you is your own strength. Firmly uphold your justice and enhance your strength. This is something that requires a lifetime to execute. Do you understand? Understood. Very good. You are full of spirit. Continue training. In the future, one person will be assigned each day to accompany the warship on missions to find their own justice. The confused are the most useless. Philo calmly looked at them and said, unleashing a powerful conqueror's haki, which made the young men feel an overwhelming sense of pressure, only to disappear in an instant. Yes. The young men saluted Philo in unison. As their voices faded, Philo instantly vanished before their eyes. Yars, this place has been discovered, and we need to change islands. Wait for me to choose an island before coming to pick them up, Philo said softly as he approached Yars. Okay, Mr. Philo. Do you need me to come over? Yars hesitated and asked. I know you are worried here. This is a Paramecia type island fruit. After eating it and developing it to a certain extent, you can control everything on the island. Find someone to guard this island, Philo instructed. Your talent is very strong, and the future plan needs you. However, staying here won't greatly enhance your skills. You need to fight strong opponents to quickly improve. Philo handed the island fruit and a development plan to Yars. Mr. Philo. Yars looked at the fruit with some hesitation. All right, the future plan doesn't lack this one. Stop being so wishy-washy and act like a man. Arrange it quickly, Philo said, directly placing the fruit and the plan in Yar's hands before turning and disappearing. Mr. Philo, I will definitely work hard to become stronger, Yar said, looking at the fruit and the development plan in his hands. In the sky above, Philo quickly flashed towards the latter half of the Grand Line to search for the treasures of Dapeng and the others. One likes to collect faces, one likes to hide wine, and one is a madman who doesn't even know what the inherited treasure is and kills his father. However, Dapeng is indeed ruthless. Every pirate crew has visited, and he has taken so many good things. Philo put away the sword fruit he had set aside and casually unleashed lightning, blasting the surrounding walls into powder before leaving the place. Paper Beast Assault. Fei Luo threw out countless pieces of shredded paper, which, under his control, transformed into paper beasts the size of ants, beginning to explore every corner of the island. With this method, Fei Luo experienced many unexpected joys. Other travelers, thank you. You've made me aware of the wickedness of human hearts. After thoroughly exploring the island with these unexpected joys, Fei Luo indeed discovered another treasure location. Oh, another big swordsman. Big swordsmen are great. Fei Luo was overjoyed looking at the large knife and the devil fruit in his hands. In this world, any big swordsman won't be weak, and they definitely have a good blade. Fero took out the devil fruits he obtained from the treasure location of Devon and began to categorize them. The place where Devon had hidden her treasure was filled with faces, making him not want to linger there. He had stolen the ancient species snow leopard from the beast pirates, taken the chili from the Big Mom pirates, deceived the white-beard pirates into giving him the lock fruit, and snatched the mythical beast type fire lion and the great blade flying cloud from the sky. In the end, he was discovered and arrested by Teacher Karp and Teacher Sengoku. One exciting life, Devon, robbing every major force, truly worthy of being the fiercest female pirate. Fero saw her experiences in the memory white paper, using her devil fruit abilities to navigate through various pirate crews, stealing treasures and obtaining powerful devil fruit abilities. Finally, when he was about to acquire Akiji's fruit abilities, he was discovered by Sengoku and arrested in a joint effort by Karp and Sengoku. The Great Blade Longing and the Paramecia type silver fruit were quite a decent haul this time. Next, it was time to head to two other locations. After categorizing his items a bit, Fero left the island. He arrived at the place where the giant barrel of Busker, Jot, contained wine, which was a huge wine gourd filled with a special liquor that could enhance recovery from injuries. However, Fero possessed the self-healing abilities from the awakened golden eagle and white tiger fruits, so if he got injured, he would probably heal just after taking it out. It would be nice to have a drink now, and then he thought about finding a bartender to bring on board. After storing the wine gourd in the white paper space, Fero also explored the island. He found two pieces of good news, but no bad news at all. Fei Luo left the island and couldn't help but ponder as he headed to the kingdom of the Tyrant King. The Tyrant King's treasure might just be the island fruit. If developed well, it could directly sense the island and find treasures, which could lead to great success. The island fruit can sense everything on the island, even more effectively than Fei Luo's paper beasts. But the Tyrant King focused solely on combat and did not develop it in the direction of exploration. Fero frowned as he looked down at the island of the Winston Kingdom. After being saved by the Revolutionary Army, it had changed quite a bit. However, it ultimately returned to the rule of the world government. These nobles still hadn't changed. Even the Navy has fallen? Then I must intervene. General Passat, it's really thanks to you for suppressing those rioters. Your appearance won't have any consequences, right? Ha! The world government, the headquarters, and the four surrounding branches all have my people, Even all the phone bugs connecting to the outside world are under my control. Here, I have the final say. So don't worry. Passat laughed heartily. Not anymore. Fero slowly approached him and said, "Who do you think you are to be so arrogant in front of me?" Passat slammed his hand on the table and raised his fist to strike Fero. "Rear Admiral Fero, watch me take your head." Fero kicked Passat away with 100-fold speed. Lance cut. Without waiting for him to get up, Fero directly severed his neck, handcuffed him with sea stone, affixed a memory blank paper to him, and then threw him into the white paper space. Fearful tiger roar. Fero let out an angry roar, scaring the nearby nobles back repeatedly, and then pulled them into an illusion, treating them to a set of the top 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. "Kill me." "No." Hearing their pleas, Fero helplessly granted them a quick end. "This is the first time I've seen such a request. I didn't force you. You asked for it yourselves. It seems 100 repetitions are still not enough. You can still smile. Should I add some more? Afraid it won't be enough for the kids?" Fero muttered to himself while looking at their relieved smiles. The nobles on the ground. "What a living Yama. I'm finally free, you demon." Marshal Sengoku. The Winston Kingdom is in chaos, and the Station General Passat is one of the masterminds. Rear Admiral Fero requests the authority for trial and execution. Granted. Understood. Fero slowly put away the phone bug, placed a non-flashing memory blank paper properly, and walked into the Navy branch of the Winston Kingdom. "Rear Admiral Mark, you will take over this Navy branch. Here is the list of internal rebels. Deal with it as soon as possible." Fero directly entered an office and said to the middle-aged man who was handling documents. Mark stared blankly at Fero, who had suddenly appeared at Passat on the ground, and at the list and appointment letter handed over by Fero. After a while, he regained his senses and excitedly saluted Fero. "Yes, Rear Admiral Fero. I will come by later to check the situation." "Good luck, Rear Admiral Mark," Fero also saluted and said. After finishing, Fero turned and left the office, then vanished in a flash of lightning. This Rear Admiral is an upright naval officer with enough strength, making him the best candidate to handle the Winston Navy branch. Paper Beast Assault. Fei Luo arrived at the shore and released his Paper Beast to explore the island. Since there were people on this island, he did not use the rain-style exploration. After completing the exploration, Fei Luo did not head to the secret chamber underground in the palace, but instead went to a remote island in the eastern archipelago. Hidden so deeply, it was no wonder even the tyrannical king did not discover it. Fei Luo looked at the island in front of him, which had a coconut tree, and the sea surface could only accommodate 1 or 2 people. However, there was a large space beneath, a true treasure of inheritance, while the one in the palace, which had undergone searches by the tyrannical king and the world government, had long lost everything. Entering it, Fei Luo walked straight to the golden treasure chest in the center and directly opened it. The incarnation of the mountain. Powerful forces to suppress strong enemies, and a legendary giant beast cloaked in stone armor, the Nyonyo fruit, a mythical beast-type fruit in the form of a baiman. "Is this what you were after? Now it's mine." Fei Luo looked at this devil fruit with a satisfied smile, greatly increasing the power of its user. Capable of releasing strong gravity and also enhancing defense and vitality, making it a very powerful mythical beast-type fruit. After placing this devil fruit safely, he also collected the gold scattered on the ground. This stuff is never too much. Moreover, he needed to provide funds for future plans. Next, he had to go back and receive the loving education from Teacher Karp. Fei Luo took out a piece of teleportation paper and stepped right in. In the first half of the Grand Line, at the Navy's abandoned shipyard in Water 7, "You little brat, feel the iron fist of love from this old man." As soon as Fei Luo stepped out of the teleportation paper, he saw a huge iron fist rushing towards his face. What would happen if he took that punch? Triple-armed, iron block. Fei Luo crossed his arms in front of him, and the powerful force sent him flying, with a solid ice block appearing behind him to stop him. "You little brat, try this move again." Karp's dark fist was enveloped in black-red lightning, carrying a strong sense of oppression as it charged towards Fei Luo. Upon seeing this, Fei Luo's pupils contracted, and his body was instantly covered in a layer of pitch-black hockey, transforming into a giant tiger, meeting the attack with his paw. Tiger fist. With a loud crash, Fei Luo smashed into the ground, creating a large pit, and it took him a while to struggle to get up. His whole body was in immense pain, and it felt like all the powers of his devil fruit were suppressed, with only the ability of the golden eagle fruit recovering the fastest, restoring his strength. "Hee, do you feel the love from this old man now?" Karp smiled as he approached Fei Luo. "That really hurt, Teacher Karp." Fei Luo transformed into a golden eagle with blue flame clouds wrapping around him, said with some headache, "I told you before, you're still far from being strong. A sufficiently powerful haki can suppress or even eliminate the abilities of devil fruits, and the Conqueror's haki is an absolute suppression of abilities. You must have realized that the stronger the development of the devil fruit, the weaker the suppression effect, so you still need to train Fei Luo." Karp patted Fei Luo's shoulder and said, "I understand. Teacher Sengoku has already arranged a plan for me regarding the development of fruit abilities. And this time I came to learn haki from you." Fei Luo nodded at Karp. "I know, didn't I just teach you?" Karp said as he picked his nose. "Just now? Wasn't it me?" Fei Luo looked at Karp, confused. "You didn't learn this at all? The strongest monster in the Navy is like this?" Karp looked at Fei Luo with a hint of disdain. Fei Luo finally understood why Monkey D. Luffy learned something new every time he fought. It turned out that the root was with Karp, a family with 3 generations, none of whom were ordinary. "Teacher Karp, I can do it too. I just blinked and didn't see clearly. Please demonstrate again," Fei Luo said sincerely. "Really? Watch carefully, I'll demonstrate one last time. Don't blink," Karp said, reluctantly launching a small black ball and then throwing a punch at Fei Luo. With zero hesitation, he directly unleashed it. WK. Fero unleashed a punch with extreme reaction speed, colliding with Karp's fist and sending him flying. "Karp-sensei, when did you awaken your Conqueror's haki? And when did you learn to use it in a binding manner?" "The awakening of Conqueror's haki? I think it was when I joined the Navy at 18. I learned to use the binding technique when I was 25. I learned it from Shiki. That guy was truly terrifying," Karp sighed. "But I'm only 13 now, and I awakened my Conqueror's haki 4 months ago," Fero said quietly as he looked at Karp. Sorry, I forgot," Karp scratched his head and said. "Why can I use Conqueror's haki, but not the binding technique, Karp-sensei?" Fero helplessly showed Karp his Conqueror's haki. "The use of Conqueror's haki is related to your spirit. The first step to mastering the binding technique is to have the spirit to look down on everyone. Only then can you harness the power of a king. Otherwise, you just have the potential of a king," Karp said lightly. Fero nodded upon hearing this. He already knew that Conqueror's haki was related to spirit, with multiple devil fruits. He was now unafraid, even when facing him. Fero recalled Wang Lufei's growth experience and said, "Then it's about confronting strong opponents with Conqueror's haki, right?" "That's right. The enhancement of Conqueror's haki is related to battle. Defeating strong opponents can improve one's strength and also, in an intangible way, increase one's spirit, thereby enhancing Conqueror's haki. However, when challenging a strong opponent, one must have a clear understanding of their own strength. Otherwise, you'll end up like that guy Barrett, with his obsession in his heart, will prevent you from awakening." Karp looked seriously at Fero and said, "Douglas Barrett?" "Huh?" Fero pondered. In the storyline, Barrett really didn't seem to show Conqueror's haki, but his talent is absolutely formidable. He once fought evenly with Rayleigh. If Roger had lived a little longer, he might have really helped Barrett grow into a monster comparable to Rox. So you should grow a bit more with your current strength. It's still very difficult to deal with Barrett and Redfield. Karp patted Fero on the shoulder and said, "I understand, Teacher Karp. Please continue to guide me." Fero struck a fighting pose toward Karp. Karp didn't waste words and raised his fist, starting to give Fero affectionate guidance. A day later, in Kokoyashi Village, East Blue, Nami and Nojiko, who had just returned home, turned around upon hearing a voice and excitedly approached Fero. "Fero, will you take me sailing?" "Belmare won't let me go out to sea to draw maps," Nami said. "I also want to go to the Baratai to learn cooking," Nojiko added. "Nami, Nojiko, you're too young. How can you go out to the dangerous sea?" Belmare said, looking at them, and then apologetically turned to Fero, Major Fero. "I'm really worried about them going on dangerous adventures in the sea. Sister Belmare, leave it to me." "Nami, Nojiko, these are books from the Grand Line. If you learn this knowledge well and complete the assessments, you can get these 2 devil fruits." Fero took out some specialized books he had collected from the white paper space and placed them in front of them, also displaying the Gomu no Mi and the Mera no Mi Nami, and Nojiko looked at the devil fruits in Fero's hands with longing. They also wanted to possess powerful strength to easily drive away pirates and protect Belmare. "Isn't this too much, Fero? Can you reduce it a bit?" Nami said, looking at the towering books, immediately coming to Fero's side and acting cute. "If you complete this, all these treasures will be yours." Fero directly unleashed his ultimate move, the Crisis of the Evil Dragon. Although the crisis was averted, Nami still had a strong desire for treasure. She wanted to ease Belmare's burden and buy some things she liked. "Okay, I will definitely work hard." Nami looked at the full box of treasures in Fero's hands, her eyes turning into berry shapes and she couldn't wait to start learning. I believe in you. This time I also brought gifts for you. Nami, this is yours. Nojiko. This is yours. Sister Belmare, this is for you. Fero smiled and gently handed over an orange doll and a blue doll to them. Thank you, Fero. Nami excitedly received the doll, her eyes sparkling with joy. She tightly hugged the doll, her face radiating an innocent smile, as cute as flowers blooming in spring. Nojiko appeared a bit more reserved. She blushed slightly and carefully accepted the blue doll, softly saying, "Thank you, Fero." Her voice was gentle and melodious, like a light breeze passing by, evoking a sense of affection. Is this a gun? Belmare looked at the peculiar weapon in her hand with confusion. This is a stun gun. It can release powerful electricity to combat pirates, ensuring they won't come back. Fero smiled and explained. This stun gun is the latest weapon made by Frankie. Its maximum power can easily destroy a small ship, making it dominant in the East Blue. The downside is that it consumes a lot of energy and needs frequent recharging. But this is just in case. I can quickly teleport with a white paper. Thank you. Recently, there have been pirates passing by frequently, and I was worried about not having weapons. Belmare held the stun gun with one hand, pointing it forward. Her heroic appearance made Nami and Nojiko praise and imitate her. Nami, Nojiko, do your best. I have to leave for a mission. I'll come back to see you next time. Fero created a small peacock paper beast for them, using the teleportation white paper. You're leaving so soon? I want to show you the sea map I drew, Nami said, feeling a bit down. I also want to make something delicious for Fero. Nojiko also felt a bit disappointed. It's okay. Next time, I'll come back to see your sea map and taste Nojiko's cooking. Sister Belmare, see you next time. After saying goodbye to them, Fero transformed into a golden eagle and left quickly. Goodbye, Major Fero. Goodbye, Fero. The three waved at Fero as he gradually moved away. Belmare, wait for me to pass the assessment. After eating the devil fruit, I can protect you. Nami smiled at Belmare and said, and I can make delicious food for Belmare too. After eating the devil fruit, I will also protect Belmare. The devil fruit also needs to be developed. You two little ones are still far from it. Grow up well, Belmare said, holding Nami and Nojiko with a smile. Dragon Uncle, did you want to see me for something? Fero looked at the man in front of him with shoe print tattoos on his face, feeling a bit puzzled. He was very curious if Karp had kicked him, as the pattern really looked like a shoe print. I heard that you were appointed to stay behind and impelled down by the world government. So, I specially got your life card to invite you to join us. Fero felt a bit helpless upon hearing this. Making a life card requires fingernails along with other materials, and only Zephyr, Sengoku, and Karp have his life card, which was clearly a significant directive. Our Revolutionary Army's goal is to rescue all countries and their people. They are all suffering and being oppressed under the rules of the world government. Dragon began to try to instill his ideology into Fero. Uncle Dragon, I understand your ideology, but I have my own liberation plan. I fully agree that the world government is the root of evil and that the people need to take up arms to resist. Fero shook his head at Dragon. Upon hearing Fero's words, Dragon's eyes widened like copper bells, his mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, and his voice suddenly paused, as if someone had choked him. He hurriedly pulled out a small notebook from his pocket and began to take notes, looking like a little squirrel stealing something. Letting the people take up arms to resist. What a genius idea. Dragon was so excited he was dancing around, riding furiously at a speed that dazzled the eyes. He wrote while muttering to himself, "This is a good idea. I need to write it down quickly. I can't let it slip away." Dragon was completely immersed in his world, as if he could already see the day when the people would rise up with weapons and overthrow the world government. Fei Luo was momentarily taken aback, then found it amusing. He had forgotten that the Revolutionary Army was still in its early stages and had not yet formed a true system. This made him somewhat admire Long, who had built such a powerful organization from scratch in just over a decade. Uncle Long, let me tell you 36 little stories. Whether you can learn something depends on you, Fei Luo said, flashing a sunny smile at Long. Long nodded excitedly, listening to Fei Luo's narration, gripping his pen and starting to take frantic notes, still writing even after Fei Luo finished telling the stories. Meanwhile, Fei Luo walked into the floating white paper of teleportation. Mr. Fei Luo, these are the books you requested. Fei Luo's gaze fell on the pile of books behind a Xion, as the release space white paper began to collect the mountain of books. The first task is complete. The next month is your free time. Go do what you want. But make sure to spend some time with Bonnie every day. Also, there's an additional task for your world travels. Collect information on those with devil fruit abilities. Fei Luo said, before turning to step into the teleportation white paper. Xion watched where Fei Luo had been for a moment in silence, before also leaving the spot. Great Sea Route, the first half, Sky Island. Dr. Nikus, what is this? Fei Luo looked at the people in front of him with some confusion. Our research requires more talent and equipment, so we plan to cultivate some to help me solve some tedious problems in the early stages. Nikus smiled. Then you continue. I'll help you place those collected books next to the super fram, Fei Luo said, preparing to turn and leave the specialized classroom. Fei Luo. Just put them next to it. They can pick out some books they like. Thank you, Nikus said, looking at Fei Luo. It might not fit here. I'll put it in that empty space over there, Fei Luo replied, walking over to the adjacent empty area. Hundredfold white paper. Wind blade cutting. Fei Luo took out some white paper, then used the Momo fruit to enlarge it 100 times, and then used wind blades to cut it into equally sized pieces of white paper. After that, Fei Luo completely achieved the freedom of white paper. It was indispensable. Absolutely indispensable. White paper bookshelf, all books in place. After obtaining enough white paper, Fei Luo used the fruit's ability to transform them into the shape of bookshelves, and then used the power of the wind to place those books onto the shelves. The scene of white paper flying in the sky, transforming into white paper bookshelves, and books automatically entering the shelves was incredibly shocking to the Sky Island people. The power of the gods. The gods have descended. Most of the Sky Island people faced such a scene and shouted excitedly. Only a few looked at Fei Luo with thoughtful expressions. Filled with curiosity and anticipation, they hurriedly walked to Nigus' side. One person, with a face full of excitement and a hint of doubt, asked, Dr. Nigus, is this the magical power possessed by the legendary Devil Fruit? Nigus smiled, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. He nodded slightly and answered affirmatively. That's right, this is the unique power of the Devil Fruit. This mysterious and powerful ability has fascinated countless people for a long time. If you're also interested in this, why not follow me for in-depth research? Perhaps we can uncover more of its unknown mysteries. Saying this, Nigus smiled and slowly extended his right hand to them, indicating a sincere invitation. Upon hearing this, the three of them exchanged glances, seeing the same surprise and excitement in each other's eyes. Then, they almost simultaneously reached out to grasp Nigus' hand, exclaiming in unison, that would be great. We are very willing to follow you to explore the secrets of the Devil Fruit. Ha ha ha. A hearty laugh rang out. Nigus' towering head swayed slightly, his face beaming with confidence and anticipation. He fixed his gaze on Lan Bo, Ji and I, and Tai Mei, and said slowly, Lan Bo, Ji and I, Tai Mei, I have an important task for you. From today on, the three of you will officially form a small group dedicated to researching the Devil Fruit. Hearing this, Lan Bo, Ji and I, and Tai Mei were first taken aback, then displayed expressions of surprise mixed with excitement. They exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm and excitement. Soon after, all three turned to Nigus and responded loudly in unison. Okay, Doctor. Nigus, standing there, nodded in satisfaction and continued. Fei Luo once mentioned that the Devil Fruit can actually be artificially created. This is an unprecedented challenge, but if we succeed, it will bring earth-shattering changes to the entire world. So, let's work together to explore this mysterious field and strive to create our own Devil Fruit. A Devil Fruit? Huh, I have a small suggestion. Fei Luo came to them and said, the fusion of Devil Fruits. Nigus exclaimed in surprise, then began to ponder. Yes, I have a friend who proposed a hypothesis that the power of the mythical zoan type comes from legends. And it's very likely that someone used some power to combine multiple Devil Fruits, forming a powerful mythical zoan. Fei Luo directly activated the skill, creating friends from nothing, giving Nigus a big revelation, planting a seed in his heart. For scientists, the best motivation is those bold hypotheses, and they will do everything possible to verify them. Is there such a theory? Where's your friend? I want to find him and discuss it in person, please. Nigus said sincerely. Coming. The thing I'm most afraid of in creating friends from nothing, but Fei Luo was already prepared. He spent his whole life coming up with this theory and regrettably passed away, which is why I asked the doctor to complete the verification for him, Fei Luo said sadly. He directly put his friend in an unselectable state and gave Nigus a power buff. You're only 13, right? Your friend was truly a genius. It's a pity he left so young. My condolences, Nigus said, patting Fei Luo's hand. Hearing this, Fei Luo fell silent, looking at Nigus' sincere eyes. He could only nod silently. Failure. Such failure. I actually forgot about age being a hard limit. Dr. Nigus, where's Fram? Fei Luo didn't want to continue this topic, fearing he might reveal too much. He had already mastered the foundational knowledge, so he started to learn other subjects. The translated books he obtained were mostly about mechanics, which helped him greatly. Those books came from a place called Infinite Land, which had very advanced technology, especially in weaponry, turning various natural powers into weapons. The most powerful being weapons powered by holy flame. Other aspects still needed translation, and, considering possible discrepancies, it would take a long time to verify. Nigus said somewhat helplessly, as he knew the information he had was fragmented, lacking comprehensive data, which hindered some of his research. Then let us study these books for now. I look forward to the first product you research, Dr. Nigus, Fei Luo said, pointing to those books. Thank you for bringing these treasures, Fei Luo. Nigus said sincerely while looking at Fei Luo. You're welcome, Dr. Nigus. Fei Luo waved his hand and replied. After thanking, Nigus couldn't wait to start examining those books, with his students closely following behind to look at the books as well. Endless white paper. Fei Luo then continued to take action. First, he used the wind blades released by the Momo Fruit and the white tiger fruit to create countless sheets of white paper of the same size. Rise! With a light shout from Fei Luo, he suddenly waved his hands, and the books that were quietly placed on the ground seemed to be given life, rising into the air one after another. They flew swiftly in the air, their pages flipping like wide-open mouths, ultimately forming an enormous curtain. This curtain resembled a dark cloud that obscured the sky, enveloping the entire sky and making all the inhabitants of the sky islands feel an unparalleled shock and sense of oppression. Separate. Subsequently, a thinner sheet of paper separated from the center of each page of the countless books in the sky, allowing the ink to seep through so that the text could still be seen. Combine. Open. Under Fei Luo's control, the separated sheets of paper formed a new book, and each page of the new book separated again, but the paper was too thin and easily damaged. An unknown painter once said, combining 3 sheets into one can create a watermark effect that resembles real cash. The same applies to books. Using the 3-in-1 theory allows the new book to exhibit the effect of the old book. Fill. Philo directly filled the blank pages with material, increasing the thickness of each page, and then completed the replica of the book. All books returned to the shelf. Under Philo's control, the newly synthesized books returned one by one to the bookshelf. Collect. Then, Philo retracted the curtain of books back into the blank space, intending to return them to the bear after a month. Dr. Nicholas, these books were obtained quickly because they were borrowed. So, I need to replicate them. Please allow me to replicate the books on that bookshelf next to you first. The others can be browsed freely. Philo smiled as he approached them. Upon hearing this, Nicholas and his students promptly returned the books to their original positions and made enough space for Philo. Fero's recent presentation left these people once again in shock, causing them to look at Fero with eyes full of fervor, as if they were gazing upon a deity they worshipped. Even Nigus was quite surprised by Fero, thinking to himself that he never expected Fero to develop the devil fruit to this level. It was truly astonishing. Could it be that you have awakened the paper thunder fruit? Most of Nigus's understanding of Fero came from the accounts of Flam and Gonfer, and he was unaware that Fero had consumed multiple devil fruits. So far, the awakening of the mythical zoan type has not been successfully achieved. This is not something that can be accomplished easily. I estimate it will still require a long period of dedicated training. Fero gently shook his head and slowly began to explain. If this matter were to be elaborated upon, it would involve a long string of causes and effects. A convoluted story about multiple devil fruits, the origin of the tiger talisman, and the existence of other worlds, among other things. The most crucial thing right now is to ensure that these individuals focus all their energy on the research of devil fruits and cloning modifications. They need to produce some results, and then I will tell them about the multiple devil fruits. We must take it step by step and proceed slowly. If everything is revealed at once, they may become confused, shifting their focus from one thing to another, which would inevitably delay the entire project's progress. After all, for scientists, concentrating on one research topic often leads to more significant results. If they try to explore everything at once, they may end up achieving nothing, significantly reducing overall work efficiency. Dr. Nigus, you all continue with your studies. I will return to carry out my tasks, Fero said, quickly transforming into a golden eagle after finishing the last few copies of the books. He flickered and arrived above Cornus's home, where he saw Cornus and Daisy practicing the harp together. Fero, I want to go play with White Star. If you take me, I'll play you the new song I've learned, okay? Cornus's big, adorable eyes were filled with anticipation. Sure, but before that, you need to come with me to a place to meet my teacher. Fero smiled at Cornus and raised his hand, using the wind to pause her in midair to prevent her from rushing over and hugging him like last time. If there were no one around, Fero naturally wouldn't stop her. Who would refuse a little angel running toward them? The main concern was that Daisy was watching, and he didn't dare to act recklessly. Sister Daisy, long time no see. This is a gift for you. Fero took out an exquisite gift box and handed it to Daisy. Brother Fero, long time no see. As for the gifts, Cornus has already brought back a lot. Daisy smiled and pushed the gift back. It's fine. You should accept it. This time, I would like to invite you and Cornus to travel to Qinghai, Fero said, placing the gift box directly beside Daisy. You guys go ahead. I still prefer to stay here. Daisy smiled and politely declined Fero's invitation. Everyone has their own favorite places to be. If one cannot understand others' thoughts, they should respect them. Fei Luo no longer insisted on Sister Dai, Shi Si, so we went to Qinghai first. Let's go, but remember to protect Cornus. Dai Shi Si looked at Cornus with a loving gaze. Don't worry, Mother, Fei Luo will protect me, and I'll bring back gifts when we return, Cornus said, holding Fei Luo's hand. After Fei Luo nodded to Dai Shi Si to reassure her, he took out a teleportation white paper, and then took out another one to the headquarters, stepping in with Cornus. After arriving at the headquarters, Fei Luo held Cornus's hand and walked out of the room, coming to a high platform overlooking Marin Fando. Wow, it looks like a big pocket, Cornus pointed to the bay and said. After Cornus's reminder, Fei Luo looked at that position, and indeed, the more he looked, the more it resembled one. It really does look like it. Let's go. We should meet Teacher Zhanghua. There's nothing fun here, Fei Luo said as he led Cornus toward Zhanghua's office. What a cute little angel. A small figure appeared next to Cornus, with silver hair and wearing sunglasses, smiling at Cornus. Sister Ji Yuan, and he. Fei Luo turned to see a silver-haired old man and a beautiful woman in a pink short dress, revealing her super long legs with spider tattoos, and greeted them enthusiastically. Fei Luo, your charm is really great. Not only do you have Domino and Little Perona, but now you have a little angel. He looked at Fei Luo and said, It's just average, it's all fate. Fei Luo scratched his head, and with a flash of lightning in his hand, a wave of interference spread out, causing nearby phone bugs to experience a brief disruption. He then introduced the two. This is Cornus from the legendary Sky Island. What? Did you find its location? Ji Yuan looked at Fei Luo in surprise, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. Fei Luo smiled and nodded, saying, Of course. Otherwise, how would I have met Cornus? Cornus smiled and greeted he and Ji Yuan, her voice crisp and pleasant, like a spring breeze brushing past their ears. And he looked at Cornus with deep affection in her eyes. She gently stroked Cornus's hair and said tenderly, What a lovely child you are, Cornus. Ji Yuan was also touched by Cornus's smile. She stepped forward, gently took Cornus's hand, and said, Cornus, you are such a charming little girl. If you ever need help, feel free to come to us. Can we go see Fei Luo's teacher quickly? That way I can go play with Bai Xing sooner. Cornus eagerly said, Of course. I'll take you there. But can you tell me who Bai Xing is? Ji Yuan gently asked Cornus. He and Ji Yuan held Cornus's hands on either side as they walked towards the Sengoku's office, asking her all sorts of questions along the way. Cornus didn't understand why they had so many questions, but she answered them one by one. Fero was focused on playing cards in the back, while his ears quietly listened to their conversation. Fortunately, it wasn't anything major, mostly inquiries about her and Fero, as well as about White Star. Come in. Advisor Crane politely knocked on the door and only pushed it open after hearing Sengoku's voice from inside. Little Crane, Juin, you're here, Sengoku said, looking at the blonde girl. Cornus, with some confusion. Sengoku-sensei, this is Cornus, Fero said at the door. Cornus, Grandpa Sengoku heard that you like music. So I specifically found the sheet music of that famous singer for you, along with the pointer to Music Island. Next time, let that kid Fero take you there to have fun, Sengoku said softly as he approached Cornus. Thank you, Grandpa Sengoku. Cornus happily took what Sengoku handed her and turned to Fero. Fero, when are we going to play at Music Island? Under Sengoku's gaze, Fero could only helplessly agree. Next time I'll take you. Then Fero took Cornus and left Sengoku's office. Crane and Jiwin must have had something to discuss when they came to Sengoku's office. He had many future plans, and listening to other matters was of no use. The world government decided to appoint Don Quixote da Flamingo as a warlord of the sea, and the establishment of Dressrosa also received recognition from the world government. After Fero left, Sengoku handed each of them a document. Is this the reason da Flamingo is seizing the gold from the sky? That guy's ambition is not small. A while ago, he even reached out to the Sabati archipelago, even getting involved with other underground dark forces. Crane reminded Sengoku as he looked at the document. Is this to make Dressrosa an alternative pirate hunter? Gun said with some confusion after reading the document. Doflamingo is a very cruel person. The uprising in Dressrosa was planned by him. However, that guy has received recognition from the world government, which prevents us from taking action against him. Therefore, I hope, Little Crane, you can go to the area near Dressrosa to take over and stop his other cruel acts, Sengoku said, looking at Crane seriously. Crane fell silent for a moment before nodding in response. I understand. As for Dressrosa, I need you, Gun, to handle it. I can't trust anyone else. Just escort those pirates to Impel Down. The bounty will be paid by the world government, which will also help relieve some of our pressure, Sengoku told Gun. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Gun immediately saluted in response. Is there anything else we need to do for future plans? It shouldn't be necessary. Zephyr has already focused on that side. With him there, we can rest assured. Moreover, I don't even know how many plans that kid Fero has, Sengoku said. 9,000 meters underwater, on a ship wrapped in bubbles, a young man with yellow hair and a blue-skinned fishman stared at the glowing Fishman Island ahead. Marco, ahead is Fishman Island. During the assassination of Princess Odoheim, I was assigned a task, and only after completing it was I informed. Recently, I received a directive from the world government that a group of pirates has entered Fishman Island and needs to take action against Princess Odoheim in them. I suspect someone from Fishman Island is selling information about my movements, or... Jinbei paused, looking up at the sky. Don't worry, Jinbei. It's outrageous that someone dares to cause trouble in the territory of our Whitebeard pirates repeatedly. They are treating the Whitebeard pirates' flag like it's nothing, Marco said indifferently. The pirate flag is used to mark territory. If someone invades the territory under the Whitebeard flag, it's equivalent to boarding a pirate ship and provoking them. If not handled properly, it will make the Whitebeard pirates the laughingstock of everyone. It could even make them targets of those powerful pirates. Challenging to replace the Whitebeard pirate's position as one of the 4 emperors. This is a rule recognized by all pirates. Besides, the Whitebeard pirates are also the most protective pirate crew. Anyone who dares to provoke them will be pursued by the entire crew until every member of that pirate crew is killed. Princess Odoheim, White Star. I'm sorry to disturb you, Fero said apologetically as he brought Cornus to Princess Odoheim and White Star. Mr. Fero, how could this be a disturbance? We welcome you to visit Fishman Island very much, Princess Odoheim said. Welcome, Lord Fero and Cornus. White Star exclaimed excitedly beside Princess Odoheim. White Star. Cornus excitedly rushed forward to grab White Star's hand. The two of them hugged each other in excitement. Their joyful appearance made both Princess Odoheim and Fero smile. While they played and frolicked in front, Fero and Princess Odoheim chatted in the back. Mr. Fero, Jinbei, and the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco, came to investigate the 2 pirate attack incidents. I hope this time you want to arrest them. Please, Odoheim said, bowing to Fero. Marco, right? Don't worry, Princess. I want to take action against him for now. Fero nodded and replied. Little Marco has lost everything. First Sachi, then in the Marineford War lost Ace and Whitebeard, and then fought against the Blackbeard pirates, losing everyone and being left all alone. In the end, there was even Weevil seizing the name and homeland assets of the Whitebeard pirates, and he ended up not even drinking the wine that Whitebeard had offered, and even got robbed. Pineapple Head, I really look forward to what the real person looks like, Fero thought as he looked at the outside of the bubble wrap. After regaining his focus, Fero looked at Princess Odoheim and said, Princess Odoheim, I will bring some fishmen back to Fishman Island. They will train here and protect Fishman Island. You just need to provide them a place. Fishmen are capable of turning the tide in the ocean. Therefore, Fero does not intend to give up and specifically seeks out fierce fishmen like whale sharks and great white sharks to form a special navy for future plans. Really? Thank you so much, Mr. Fero. We hope you can attend the dinner to show our gratitude from Fishman Island, Odoheim said excitedly upon hearing Fero's words. I will attend. It's currently a holiday, and there aren't any tasks to execute. Fero nodded and replied. The new Marine rookie Fero, I didn't expect to see you here. Upon hearing the voice, Fero turned around and observed for a moment before saying, he really looks like a pineapple, Captain Marco of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Fero's response left Princess Odoheim beside him somewhat astonished. When she looked at Marco again, she couldn't help but nod. The decorum of royalty kept her expression unchanged. After hearing the sound, Fero slowly turned his head and focused his gaze on the figure, beginning to examine it closely. After a while, he finally spoke. He really looks like a pineapple. It's Captain Zyamage of the Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division. Fei Luo's sudden words left Princess Yihim, who was standing nearby. Feeling a moment of shock, she followed Fei Luo's gaze and looked over at Marco, sizing him up again. After a moment, she couldn't help but nod. However, her royal upbringing kept her expression calm and composed, revealing no signs of unusual emotion. On the other side, Jinbei quietly turned his head to glance at Marco, then quickly turned back as if shocked. Despite this, the slight upward curve of his lips couldn't hide the amusement he felt inside. Bastard, you look like a pineapple. Your whole family looks like pineapples. Marco shouted angrily at Fei Luo. Enduring this moment of tranquility, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Unable to hold back, Marco lifted his foot and kicked at Fei Luo, not using hockey or his devil fruit powers. He just wanted to vent a little. He understood that if they both got serious, the consequences would be severe. One represented the Whitebeard pirates, and the other represented the Navy. It would be like starting the Marine Ford War early. I mean the coral in the distance, Fei Luo said, raising his hand to block Marco's leg and pointing at the coral far away. The others turned to look and indeed saw a coral that resembled a pineapple. Nodding in agreement. Don't mention my name along with that, Marco said with a dark expression as he looked at Fei Luo. Ignoring Fei Luo, he turned to Yihim and asked, Princess Yihim, I came here to investigate the attack. Do you have any clues? Their target is the mermaid. It seems someone spent a lot of money hiring pirates to capture slaves on Fishman Island, but they didn't specify who they were, Yihim replied. I sensed endless madness from them. No matter how I conveyed friendliness, they remained unmoved. I've never seen such terrifying pirates, she said with lingering fear. Hearing this, Fei Luo began to speculate. To risk provoking the Yonko Whitebeard to capture slaves on Fishman Island, it must be either a bounty high enough to make them risk their lives, or some form of manipulation. The world government is the most capable of this. Their loyal dogs act on a single word from them and use various means to achieve their goals. Next would be the other 3 Yonko crews. Shanks became a Yonko in 1516, testing the waters, trying to provoke Whitebeard. All right, I understand. I'll investigate elsewhere. Marco nodded in response to Yihim, then left with Jinbei to search for other clues. Princess Yihim, Princess Shirahoshi, Mr. Fei Luo, Miss Cornice, this way please. Thank you for your hard work, Yihim said softly to the 2 guards. It's our duty. Princess Yihim doesn't need to be polite, the 2 guards replied. In the banquet hall, Neptune was conversing with Marco, while the other 3 princes were beside Jinbei, listening to him tell stories about the sea. Oh, Mr. Fei Luo, you're here. Please, have a seat, Neptune said, pulling out a chair next to him. Miss Cornice, please sit next to me. Princess Yihim smiled at Fei Luo. Fei Luo nodded and then sat down next to Neptune. Mr. Fei Luo, thank you very much for saving Yihim twice. And Marco, thank you for allowing Newgate to raise the flag over Fishman Island. Neptune raised his glass to express his gratitude to both. Don't mention it. Shirahoshi is also my friend, so it's only right to offer some help, Fei Luo replied, raising his glass in return. Ah, I will convey that to Dad. Marco nodded as he raised his glass. After finishing a drink, he began to sample various desserts and shellfish from Fishman Island. Mermaids can communicate with some fish, so they see fish as companions rather than food, which is why many of the foods on Fishman Island are desserts. Marco, can I ask you a question? Of course, just casual talk. No need to be serious, Fei Luo said, looking at Marco. New World Supernova, what's wrong? Have you been oppressed by the world government? Do you want to join our Whitebeard pirates? Marco looked at Fei Luo with interest. Fei Luo didn't care at all. The leak of information could help cover up some unnecessary doubts for him. Fero shook his head and said, I don't have a habit of taking others as sons. I just wanted to ask, if someone were to end the great pirate era, what would you want to do? Let's not mention anything else. Just the fact that so many people willingly call Whitebeard father is impressive. There are all sorts of people. Some who are completely indiscriminate, and they even call it the same when the lights are off. In the end, 2 great filial sons emerged. One was easily manipulated and backstabbed, while the other gathered firepower to kill, ultimately inheriting the greatest legacy. And you? You still want to end the great pirate era? Wait until you accomplish something substantial before you talk. If you truly grow step by step, I will wait at the finish line with Dad for your challenge. Don't forget, this era belongs to Whitebeard. Marco looked at Fero with disdain and said, let's wait and see. Fero maintained a smile and continued, Whitebeard fought Roger at full strength, easily defeated Akainu when he was injured, and showcased his power against the emperors. If Whitebeard had ambitions, he wouldn't have let the king go, but would have directly dominated the world. Killing a brand and some trap failures proves nothing. Show me the strength of the Navy's new generation. I hope this isn't our last meeting, Marco said to Fero. As their casual conversation continued, the dinner also came to an end. Marco spoke with Jinbei and later approached Neptune. King Neptune, I have obtained some clues. Next, I will search for leads to confirm the bounty targets. I will take my leave now. Mr. Fero, please excuse me, Neptune said as he approached Fero, then left with Jinbei to see Marco off. After they left, Fero slowly stood up and said, Cornus, we should leave now. Shirahoshi, I will come and play with you next time. He controlled 2 small paper beasts and sent them to Cornus and Shirahoshi's side. We have prepared a room. You can rest here tonight, Odoheim said to Fero. Fero shook his head and replied, Cornus's mother will worry. Thank you for your hospitality, Princess Odoheim. See you next time, Shirahoshi. Is that so? Then we welcome Mr. Fero to visit Fishman Island again next time, Odoheim smiled. Goodbye, Aunt Odoheim. Shirahoshi, we must play together again next time, Cornus said with a beaming smile as she stood up and walked lightly towards Fero. As she walked, she waved her delicate little hand repeatedly, bidding farewell to Odoheim and Shirahoshi. At that moment, the moonlight conveyed by Eve fell perfectly on Cornus, draping her in a faint silver glow, making her look like a cute little moon goddess. Hearing Cornus's farewell, Shirahoshi also smiled happily. Her beautiful, captivating eyes curved into crescent moons, sparkling with joy. She waved her hand vigorously and called out, Goodbye, Lord Fero. Goodbye, Cornus. You must remember to come find me. After saying their goodbyes, Fero took Cornus into the transmission of white paper. Mother, I really want to see Sky Island, Cornus said. That's an island in the sky. Shirahoshi held Odoheim's hand and looked up at the sky, saying, Such an island must be very difficult to reach. After all, just thinking about it makes one feel scared. Moreover, the surface is too dangerous. According to Jinbei, there are plenty of vicious pirates like the ones we encountered before. As Odoheim spoke, she unconsciously hugged Shirahoshi. At that moment, Shirahoshi excitedly interjected, Mother, don't worry. Lord Fero is protecting us. Cornus told me herself that Lord Fero is super powerful and can transform into a gigantic bird at will, soaring freely in the sky. As long as he is by our side, those nasty pirates definitely won't dare to approach us. Shirahoshi became more and more excited, waving her little hands in the air as if she could already see Fero demonstrating his might. In the first half of the Grand Line, Sky Island, Cornus said, Fero, these are gifts that Aunt Odoheim said to give you, as well as for Grandpa Sengoku, Aunt Tsuru, Sister Jiyuan, and Sister Perona, and Domino. Cornus pointed out some gifts specifically for Fero. I understand. Thank you on their behalf, Cornus, Fero said, gently stroking Cornus's head. Korniche. This shell bracelet was specially woven for you, Cornus said with a smile, carefully reaching into her clothes and gently pulling out a beautiful shell bracelet. Then, she explained in a soft voice, My mother told me that this leaf-shaped shell can bring good luck. I spent a lot of time searching for and collecting them, and I only finished it yesterday. With this bracelet to protect you, I believe you won't encounter so many dangers in the future. After saying that, Cornus joyfully placed the shell bracelet on Fero's wrist. Fei Luo raised his hand, carefully examining the delicate little shells on the bracelet, which sparkled with enchanting light under the moonlight. Thank you, Cornus, for granting me the protection of the lucky angel. The next morning, in the first half of the Grand Line at Marinvondo, interference paper array, Fei Luo, what happened? Sengoku looked at Fei Luo, who had a serious expression, and said solemnly, I want to change the plan and become a pirate hunter, acting alone. Only then can I start my actions without any worries. And I can also strike against pirates, Fei Luo said seriously to Sengoku. After a moment of silence, Sengoku replied, You little rascal, are you sure? If that's the case, everything will depend on you alone. It will be difficult for us to provide help. Don't worry, teacher Sengoku. Mere pirates can't do anything to me, Fei Luo said confidently. With lightning speed and a Momo Fruit, even Kazuru might not be able to catch up to him, and with various abilities to kite, he wouldn't be afraid even if 2 emperors came. Moreover, under pressure, one's strength improves quickly. He could ignore those nobles and also take advantage of the world government's funds. This is a gift that Cornus bought for you on Fishman Island, along with Aunt Crane and Sister Shiwan's. Are they still at headquarters? I'll deliver it to them, Fei Luo said, handing a gift box to Sengoku. Cornus treats this old man well, even sending gifts. Remember to bring her to see me more often, Sengoku said, taking the gift and placing it in a prominent position before turning back to Fei Luo. Little Crane has already gone to Dressrosa on a mission, and Shiwan has also gone to the Golden Desoro to carry out tasks. I just want to visit these 2 places and deliver it to them. Teacher Sengoku, you can continue with your work, Fei Luo said before leaving Sengoku's office. Teleporting back to Impel Down, Fei Luo went straight to his office. Looking at the office filled with dolls, Fei Luo suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. When he saw Perona staring blankly at Kuma, he quietly left the room. Low-frequency interference. Arriving on the first floor, he released a wave of interference signals, knocking out 2 pirates and dragging them to the execution room, directly taking their shadows and putting them into the shadow space. Thunderstorm. He unleashed explosive lightning, turning them into ashes, and then stuffed one of the shadows into a special paper bear creature. After finishing all this, Fero returned to his office. Perona, do you want Kuma to return to his former self? As Fero gently stroked her head, he asked, Brother, can you make Kuma become my servant again? Perona looked at Fero with hopeful eyes. It's not me, but your ability that can do it. Try to keep the ghost inside Kuma, and then he can come back to life, Fero said softly. Big Mom's Sorinomi mainly involves deprivation and transformation, taking the soul and lifespan from those who fear her, then giving the soul to objects to anthropomorphize them and make them obey her commands. Perona's Suknomi, on the other hand, can actively create souls. If these souls are injected into flames and lightning, with Prometheus in one hand and Zeus in the other, she could truly become a ghost princess. Big Mom wants to create powerful homies, but has to use her own soul, which has certain limitations. Perona is different. She just needs to develop her abilities. Really? Perona released a ghost to stay on Kuma. However, after waiting for a long time, she still did not see him stand up. Brother, you're lying. Kuma didn't stand up at all, Perona said with disappointment on her face. Devil fruits need to be developed. Look, I've been working hard every day to develop my devil fruit, and I can do it, Fero said without any surprise, directly taking out the creature he had put the shadow into. Master, Lady Perona, Tibas is very happy to see you both. The paper bear bowed to Fero and Perona. The paper bear is so cute. Brother, can we keep Tibas by my side? Perona pleaded while hugging Tibas. Of course, this was created to play with Perona, but for Kuma, it all depends on Perona. If she wants him to come back to life, he will eventually come back. Fero gently stroked Perona's little head and said, What is the Paramecia type? It can do multidirectional development that Zoan types cannot achieve. The Paramecia type can possess a second element that the Logia type cannot release. The Paramecia type has it, and the mythical Zoan type is ridiculously powerful. And the Paramecia type can be even more unreasonable. In short, whatever the other 3 types of devil fruits can do, Paramecia can do. Whatever the other 3 types cannot do, Paramecia can still achieve. That's what Paramecia is. As long as you dare to think, there is nothing that cannot be done. Come on, let's eat the Paramecia devil fruit together. I understand. I will definitely bring Kuma back to life, Perona said confidently, looking at Tibas beside her. Sister, Fero is also here. That's great. Let's go eat together, Domino said as she walked in from the door, smiling at the two. Sister, look quickly. Brother found me a new partner. It's called Tibas, Perona said excitedly as she approached Domino. Lady Domino, Tibas is very happy to see you. Tibas bowed to Domino. The Suk no Mi can control shadows and make them bow down to the user. However, there will be a certain time for transformation. The stronger the strength, the slower it will be. However, a pirate worth tens of millions can be transformed quickly. It seems that putting it on the paper creature will not have the resistance reaction caused by bodily memory, Fero thought as he looked at Tibas. Moria put the shadow of King Luffy onto the giant Oz, and the 2 fools combined to become a big fool, resulting in all kinds of abstract behaviors. There are also various possibilities, such as Cindeli's body crying and Lama suddenly regaining consciousness, all of which exist in Fero's mind. Sister Domino, Perona, this is a gift prepared for you by Cornus, Fero said, taking out 2 gift boxes and placing them in front of them. Brother Fero, remember to take us to meet Sister Cornus and Sister Shirahoshi next time. My sister and I also want to play in Fishman Island, and then thank Cornus in person, Domino said with a smile at Fero. Yes, brother, I also want to play in Fishman Island. I want to see the legendary mermaids. Perona, holding Tibas in one hand and hugging Fero's leg with the other, looked at him with eager eyes, waiting for his response. Fero could only nod in response to them, saying, Next time I go to Fishman Island, I'll take you with me. You go eat first. I need to handle some things. What are you going to do? Do you need my help? Fero's younger brother Domino asked. The world government has ordered me to stay behind and impel down. The prisoners on the 6th floor are my targets for execution in the future. What I need now is to challenge strong opponents outside to improve my strength, so I plan to use him to replace me in guarding impel down. While speaking, Fero used a special paper similar to his skin tone to wrap around the humanoid doll he bought from the doll shop. Then he stuffed the shadow he had plundered on the 1st floor inside, creating a special clone. From now on, you'll be called Luo. This is Chief Warden Domino, and this is Princess Perona. Also, recognize everyone above you, and just refer to them by their titles. And these clothes, change them regularly. Feluo said to Luo in front of him. Yes, Master, Chief Warden Domino, Princess Perona. Nice to meet you, Luo bowed and said. Hello, Luo, Domino replied with a smile. Hello, Luo, Perona said curiously while looking at Luo. Once Luo put on Feluo's clothes, he looked even more like him, and when Feluo stood next to him, Perona found it hard to distinguish between them. This was pointed out directly by Feluo's brother, Domino. Sister, how did you tell them apart? Perona looked at Domino in surprise. Feluo's younger brother has a gaze that Luo doesn't have. Domino smiled and said, Not only that, but there are many differences in voice and actions, so I need Sister Domino to help cover for me. Feluo gently held Domino's hand and said, causing her face to turn bright red, feeling a bit nervous as she said, I will. Let's go, we should have lunch. Feluo naturally held both of their hands and headed to the dining room. When they reached the entrance, Feluo turned to Luo and said, You stay in my office. No one will find you in there. Feluo's office undergoes a thunderstorm wave, cleaning every time he returns to prevent eavesdropping and surveillance. Yes, Master. In the dining room, only the three of them had lunch. The lunches of other wardens were delivered directly to their respective floors. Unless there was a meeting or a new officer, it was hard to gather together for meals. After lunch, Feluo said to them, Sister Domino, Perona, you go sit in my office for a while. I will check the 6th floor and then leave. At that time, let Luo replace me. Okay, Feluo, remember to be safe while carrying out your mission. Domino gently reminded. Brother, be careful. Perona also softly reminded. I know, Perona. Go back and work hard to revive Kuma. Feluo gently stroked Perona's pink hair and said, then walked into the elevator and pressed the button to go to the 6th floor. Upon arriving at the 6th floor of Infinite Hell, Feluo walked step by step toward the deepest part, the sound of his shoes echoing in the space, attracting the attention of the prisoners. Oi, kid, where are the others? Why are there so many empty cells? Kid, let me out, and I can tell you where my treasure is. All right, let me find the key. Feluo emanated a faint electric light, attracting the gazes of the prisoners. Fear deterrence. Fero took the opportunity to unleash his powerful conqueror's haki, his pitch-black eyes forcibly pulling them into an illusion, controlling the memory white papers that appeared behind their heads, and then dragging their shadows into the shadow space. TSK. It's still a Kainu, truly the model worker of the Navy. As Fero walked deeper, he looked at the two newly acquired memory white papers. A Kainu's absolute justice meant that he acted with full force, adhering to the principle of better to kill the wrong person than to let one go, directly annihilating the pirates. Later, Sengoku issued an order for him to send the prisoners to impel down for interrogation, instructing against on-site executions, which made him somewhat restrain himself. However, a large portion was still executed on the spot because they couldn't withstand Akainu's strike, while these two newcomers managed to survive, so they arrived alive at Impel Down. Barrett, it seems our fight will be postponed, Fero said in front of a prison cell. What? Oi, do you know how long I've been looking forward to this fight? Are you afraid? Barrett unabashedly released his conqueror's haki, pressing it toward Fero. Fei Luo's eyes narrowed, and the pitch-black conqueror's haki erupted, clashing fiercely against Barrett's conqueror's haki. Waves of impact caused the sea prism stone chains in the cage to rattle continuously. Are the young people nowadays so explosive? Not far away, the awakened Raidfield slowly stood up in the cage, also unleashing Conqueror's haki. The emergence of a third Conqueror's haki broke the balance, and the shock gradually dissipated, restoring tranquility to Infinite Hell. A fool who is lost without a goal. Fighting is completely meaningless. Fei Luo disdainfully looked at Barrett and said, as he understood Barrett's experiences from a god's perspective. Therefore, Fei Luo had great admiration for him. At a young age, he had destroyed a nation and later even fought to a standstill against Rayleigh. Finally, he faced the Demon Slayer Order led by Karp alone, was defeated by the Marine Admiral, and then imprisoned and impelled down. At that time, the Marine Admiral was Steelbone Calm, requiring the Navy to gather the top 3 powerhouses to defeat him, which proves his strength. A clanging sound of intertwined chains echoed in the cell, followed by heavy footsteps. Standing by the cage, Barrett grinned wickedly at Fei Luo. Do you still think I'm past me? His deep blue hands gripped the cage, and with immense strength, he tore a piece off the sea prism stone cell door. If you don't come to kill me, then I'll come out and kill you. Fero's pupils constricted at the sight, his eyes fixed on Barrett as he transformed into lightning and charged in. As expected of a descendant of the evil spirits, Fero instantly arrived behind Barrett, aiming his powerful weapon at his head. Little demon, you're not bad either, Barrett said, glancing back slightly. His armed hockey instantly enveloped his entire body as he reached back to grab the weapon. 100 times the speed of lightning. Icebreaker. A blinding white light flashed, freezing Barrett into a block of ice, trapping him in a specialized cell. I'll come to play with you later, Fero said, patting the ice block before leaving Barrett's prison. Solitary Red, Ladefield, Teacher Sengoku has told me your story. Are you planning to retire here and impel down? Fero asked as he looked at Ladefield inside the cage. Of course, there's nothing wrong with it here. No one will disturb me. I should thank you for executing those annoying guys, Ladefield replied leisurely. It would be even better if I could have a glass of red wine and a fine meal. I heard you withdrew from the competition after witnessing the battle between Whitebeard and Roger? Fero curiously asked Ladefield, who was elegantly enjoying his food. I never wanted to compete on the seas. I just wanted to find a group of trustworthy partners like my mentor. But after searching the entire sea, I lost all hope in it. Everything is just lies fabricated by the world government to enhance their own authority, Ladefield said disdainfully. Fero nodded in agreement, recognizing the world government's skill in covering up facts and erasing history, especially the Void Century, which is the core of the entire plot. Everything cannot escape it. You are quite special. You can casually block my abilities. It's been a long time since someone made me want to understand them so much, aside from those monsters. Ladefield said, looking at Fero with interest. I'm just Vice Admiral Karp, a disciple of Admiral Zephyr and the current fleet admiral, and the warden of the underwater prison. There's nothing special about me, Fero humbly replied. Ladefield's ability to acquire memories is through physical contact. At a distance, he can at most hear thoughts. Fero was completely unfazed by this ability and directly disrupted the electric waves within him, effectively nullifying it. Shank's observation hockey kills by controlling his breath, preventing others from using observation hockey for perception, while Fero generously allows others to perceive him, as the chaotic electric waves in his body hinder the enemy's judgment of the next attack. Those three are your mentors. I can understand Zephyr and Sengoku, but why would you want to become that reckless Garp's disciple? Ladefield looked at Fero with a strange expression. Oh, please elaborate, Fero said slowly, sitting down on a seat made of white paper, eagerly looking at Ladefield. Ladefield, surprised, looked at Fero and asked, you don't know about his past? I know he hits hard, and he once captured the pirate King Roger, becoming a naval hero, Fero replied with some common knowledge. As for other matters, it would be inappropriate to inquire about the past. Although he knew some things about the old era through the past of prisoners and their memories, only the top powers of that era truly understood the secrets. I can tell you, but you must first tell me what your justice is, Ladefield said, shaking his wine glass while looking at Fero. Without hesitation, Fero stated, justice that rules over the world, completely ending the great pirate era, eliminating oppression, and gathering everyone to jointly establish new world rules. I will be the witness, maker, and enforcer of the rules. Anyone who oversteps will face a declaration of their death to the world. As he spoke, the Conqueror's hockey emanated from Fero once again, and a flash of lightning appeared in his eyes. Ladefield flicked his finger, and a blood-red energy ball wrapped in lightning interrupted Fero's incantation. If Karp told you to kill the celestial dragons, would you dare to act against those scum? Ladefield seized the opportunity to mention Karp's name to catch Fero's attention, inquiring while releasing his Conqueror's hockey, his voice echoing in Fero's ears like a demon's whisper. Sensing a hint of malice, Fero released his observation hockey to foresee the future, but saw no anomalies. Nevertheless, he heightened his vigilance and caution, locking eyes with Ladefield as he looked over. The eye of fear. Fei Luo's eyes turned dark, directly pulling Ladefield into a fantasy. However, in an instant, it was broken through by him, as his powerful Conqueror's hockey instantly suppressed Fei Luo's ability, developing the dark fruit to this extent at the age of 13. It's no wonder he needed 3 old friends to teach him. If you grow up, Whitebeard and the others should be quite a headache, Ladefield said with a smile. I didn't expect the aloof Red to have such manipulative means, but don't you have a headache? I will be executing you in the future. Fei Luo stared at him intently, slowly gripping the broken star in his hand. If Fei Luo were to reveal the matter of the 9 devil fruits, it would be a guaranteed kill, but unfortunately, he couldn't say it. If you are strong enough, I can give you my life at will. The so-called adventure I have already experienced. Dying a great battle is also not bad, Ladefield said calmly as he looked at Fei Luo and continued. That guy Karp is more suited to be a pirate, a person who yearns for freedom more than anyone else. Unfortunately, with the existence of the world government, he can never realize the justice of freedom. The world government has turned him into a hero. Every move he makes is constrained, making him the least free person. Radefield's words plunged Fei Luo into silence. Becoming a hero requires sacrifice. Karp has shouldered the Navy's justice, instilling sufficient confidence in those soldiers. When faced with choices in their hearts, Akiji chose to give up. Dragon chose to establish his own faction, while he directly tied himself to the Navy's justice. Having no choice at all, after a long while, Fei Luo turned and said while walking, when the Navy rules the world, freedom will naturally come. And justice will also arrive. That day is not far away. He soon stepped into the transmission white paper, leaving the underwater prison. It seems that the sea will become lively again soon, Radefield murmured as he watched Fei Luo's departing figure. Mr. Fei Luo. Fero looked at the excited iceberg in front of him with some confusion. He often came to this place, and, aside from the first time, he had never seen the iceberg so excited. Is there something big happening? He asked. The shipyard has started operations, and many famous shipbuilders are willing to join my shipyard, making it the #1 shipyard in Water 7. The iceberg exclaimed excitedly. That's great news. I look forward to you becoming the mayor of Water 7 and making the sea train famous worldwide. Fero encouraged the iceberg. With his own efforts, the iceberg later merged 3 major shipyards and became the mayor of Water 7, using the sea train to develop the city, showcasing a strong economic mind. Don't let the news of my arrival leak out. I'm here to carry out a special mission, so just help me find a place to use as a base. Right now, I'm a pirate hunter, an animal-type cat fruit, mythical beast type, white tiger form user. You can call me Mountain Lord, Fero said as his body, wrapped in white paper, gradually transformed into a tiger-headed, human-bodied figure. What does this customer want to drink? I need all the information on the 4 emperors and the corresponding record pointers. Besides that, I also need information on the 7 warlords, Fero said, fixing his tiger eyes on the tank top and shorts wearing Shaki. These pieces of information are quite valuable, Shaki said, exhaling a puff of smoke. Is this enough? Fero threw the gold he had in his hands. Then he leaned his face close to Shaki, speaking in a deep voice, and my name is Mountain Lord. Shaki, unfazed, picked up the gold and weighed it in her hand, then rested her chin on her hand and exhaled smoke, saying, 2 more pieces of gold of the same weight will be enough. She then turned around and took out several record pointers, handing them to Fero. This piece of gold can only buy you record pointers for the countries of Wano and Dressrosa. Fero picked up the labeled record pointer and left the bar. I'll come again next time. See you, former Empress of 9 Snake Island. With that, he stepped into the wind and left Sabati Archipelago, following the guidance of the record pointers towards Dressrosa. Shaki watched Fero leave and began to think. The information about her identity was not particularly secret, but those he knew were mostly from the old era. Has the mythical beast type, white tiger fruit, appeared again? Selling this information to the beast pirates would definitely earn a lot of berries. Shaki smiled as she took out a din mushi, easily arriving on the red line. Fero looked back towards Water 7. The intelligence department is just waiting for the iceberg to find some talents to lay a solid foundation. After all, drunks wouldn't speak, and shadow people were easily exposed. He then looked at the pointer in his hand. Next, it's time to meet Doflamingo. Fero jumped off the red line and rushed toward a pirate ship he saw not far away. Captain, look, a giant tiger is charging over. Frozen. In an instant, all the pirates on the ship were frozen. Crack. Soon, 2 pirates broke free from their bindings and glared angrily at Fero. Bastard! How dare you run wild on my horned sheep pirates? One of the pirates quickly transformed into a giant horned sheep, charging at Fero with sharp horns. Body of gluttony. Fero's body trembled as he stepped forward, his hands forming fists and striking towards his horns. A dull thud echoed as the armed color of the ram's horns collided with Fero's diamond-like body. Philo took the opportunity to absorb the impact caused by the ram pirate and confronted him. Flying slash. As Philo and the ram pirate struggled, a flying slash directly struck towards Philo's neck. From behind Philo, the pirate wielding a long knife aimed directly for his heart. Ha ha die. The swordsman pirate laughed at Philo. However, the scene he envisioned of the blade cutting through the tiger's head and piercing its heart, staining the knife with blood, did not materialize. The swordsman pirate swung his knife several more times, but not a single hair from Philo fell. How is this possible? The swordsman pirate looked at Philo in terror, and then he instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Fei Luo shook his head, punched the horned sheep pirate away, and looked at him with disdain. You're really too weak. Philo charged directly in front of him, attacking the horned sheep pirate with one punch after another, not forgetting to mock. Is this what pirates in the New World are like? Is your head really worth 200 million berries? After saying this, Philo swung his tiger tail, sending him flying into the ship's cabin. Bastard, who the hell are you? The horned sheep pirate, with his hooves covered in hockey, launched an attack at Philo. The pirate hunter, Lord White Tiger, slowly revealed his current identity while fending off the horned sheep pirate's assault. White Tiger's heart extraction. He then raised his tiger paw, piercing through the pirate's heart. Using the cover of the cabin, he unleashed the white paper prison, stuck a memory paper to his forehead, instilled fear to pull him into an illusion, and finally ended his life, extracting the fruit. The whole process was seamless. Four-armed overlord set sail. After sensing that there was no one around with his powerful observation hockey, Philo summoned the four latest gunslingers he had transformed and handed the navigation pointer to one of them, instructing them to head for Dressrosa. Then, he summoned the other two shadow soldiers, feeling that fighting these pirates was too boring. Dragon Slayer, drunkard, come fight, don't hold back. Dual armament, body of gluttony. Fei Luo directly covered his entire body with armament hockey, raising his fist and charging towards them. The Dragon Slayer, transformed from Longma's Shadow, and the drunkard, transformed from John Shadow, did not hesitate and drew their shadow blades to slash at Fei Luo. The Dragon Slayer instantly passed through Fei Luo, leaving a long, thin scar on his body, as the powerful attack penetrated through 2 layers of armament hockey and skin. Although it could no longer grow, the Dragon Slayer inherited Longma's powers before his death, with extreme swordsmanship and powerful flowing cherry armament hockey, but did not exhibit Conqueror's hockey. Meanwhile, the shadow blade wrapped in pitch-black flames struck directly against Fei Luo's tiger fist, and then the drunkard threw that bottle of shadow wine at Fei Luo, completely enveloping him in the dark flames. Fero directly released in excess of armament hockey, extinguishing the shadow flame. He looked at the drunkard in front of him and said, I didn't expect Captain John to be the previous user of the sake fruit. The corpse cannot obtain memories, and Fero is not particularly clear about the special abilities of those zombie generals. Suddenly, Fero, using observation hockey to foresee the future, sensed the attack from the Dragon Slayer and immediately countered with a palm strike, covering his armament hockey with a tiger paw, causing a crisp sound upon collision with the shadow blade. Raging foot, tiger break. Fei Luo fiercely kicked the drunkard, forcing him to retreat with a drawn blade. However, a powerful slash wave followed Fei Luo's kick, temporarily restraining the drunkard. Fistbone meteor. Immediately after, Fei Luo turned around and threw a punch at Zhan Long, sending a strong impact rushing towards him. Zhan Long quickly drew his blade to cleave the impact, leaving a deep cut on Fei Luo's hand, with the shadow blade embedding deeply into it. As expected of the Zhan Long swordsman, even a casual strike can break my defense. Fei Luo admired as he looked at Zhan Long in front of him. Before Fei Luo could continue his admiration, the drunkard behind him began attacking again. Storm foot, golden eagle. Fei Luo lifted his foot and kicked, sending a wave of golden eagle-like slashes directly at the drunkard. Roar. Then, Fei Luo let out a tiger's roar, opening his jaws wide to bite at Zhan Long. Zhan Long immediately withdrew his sword and stepped back, sheathing it, his body half-crouched. Then, with a flash, he appeared directly behind Fei Luo. All right, that's enough for now, drunkard. Zhan Long, you can go back. Upon hearing this, the drunkard and Zhan Long immediately sheathed their swords and quickly merged into the shadows of the ship. The armed color on Fei Luo gradually dissipated, revealing his snow-white tiger fur, but his waist was becoming blood-red, with blood dripping down his fur onto the deck. New World, Wano Country. Kaido. The latest intel. A mythical beast fruit of the same level as your fruit has appeared, the legendary white tiger fruit, with a mask on. Jean looked at the drunken Kaido and said in a deep voice, What? That fruit that can unleash absolute penetrating attacks has reappeared. Urolo Lolo. Kaido's eyes widened, slowly standing up, and let out an excited laugh. He approached Jean and said excitedly, Jean, that guy must join our beast pirates. No matter what it takes, get him to come kill me. Jean looked at Kaido, somewhat helpless, and took out the intel to continue. The current intel says he has purchased permanent pointers to Dressrosa, Whole Cake Island, and our Wano country. He may actively come looking for us. Here, S's photo. That guy claims to be the Mountain Lord, likes to appear in the form of a devil fruit user. We probably aren't the only ones to have received this intel. Other forces might have it too. According to Big Mom's philosophy, she might very well recruit him in a Whole Cake Island. Upon hearing this, Kaido immediately couldn't sit still. His body gradually transformed into a massive blue dragon as he flew into the distance, shouting, "Mountain Lord, come kill me." Jean shook his head as he watched Kaido fly away, looking at the photo in his hand and murmuring, "It seems our beast pirate's fourth figurehead is about to appear." Kaido's shout caused everyone in Wano country to look up at the sky, with expressions of curiosity, anticipation, and numbness. Some were curious about who the Mountain Lord was. Some hoped he could really kill Kaido, while others merely glanced and continued with their tasks. New World, Whole Cake Island. Mama, a white tiger devil fruit user on par with Kaido has appeared and has purchased our record pointers. However, he also purchased pointers to Dressrosa and Wano country. Big Mom, who was enjoying her meal, instantly changed her expression, her aura becoming violet. Mama, Katakuri, this is up to you. Bring him back to Whole Cake Island. I want him to be my husband, so you'll have a terrifyingly talented brother or sister. I understand, Mama. Katakuri's expression didn't change at all as he nodded to Big Mom and left the dining room. Katakuri brother, after sharing the news, Mama wasn't angry, right? Charlotte BRLE, waiting at the door, immediately asked Katakuri upon seeing him. Katakuri shook his head and replied, "BRLE, don't worry, Mama isn't angry. If I hadn't informed her in time, it would have made her even angrier. It's fine now. Once I bring the Mountain Lord back, everything will be all right. Katakuri brother, let me go with you to invite him. His news must have already spread. I can use my ability to bring him back to Whole Cake Island the fastest." Charlotte BRLE looked at Katakuri and said, "All right then, let us call on Owen to follow us and provide support," Katakuri said after pondering for a moment. "Okay, Katakuri brother, I'll go call Owen now." BRLE finished speaking and took out a mirror to step inside. New World, Raijin Island. At this moment, Fei Luo was still unaware that two top-tier pirate crews from the New World had set off to find him. Indeed, it's purple lightning. In that case, the awakening of the thunderclap fruit would mean transforming into an even more terrifying purple thunder, and it might also cause permanent effects on the environment. Teacher Sengoku said that the thunderclap fruit must come to this island for development, utilizing the appropriate environment to develop natural-type devil fruits. Fei Luo murmured as he looked at the island being ravaged by lightning. He recalled the many speculations about the awakening of natural-type devil fruits, among which the idea of causing permanent effects on the environment was the most plausible. The battle between Akiji and Akainu undoubtedly confirmed the direction of devil fruit awakenings, directly affecting the natural environment, turning Punk Hazard into an ice and fire island. This Raijin Island could also likely be the masterpiece of the previous thunderclap fruit user. Then, the thunderclap fruit became the strongest natural-type devil fruit. Fei Luo gazed at the lightning on his tiger paw and speculated. One of the record pointers is pointing to this island. If I go on a train now, I might be discovered. It's better to wait until I finish a few things before coming here to develop. After saying this, Fei Luo used wind to control the ship and sped towards the distant pirate ship. The powerful gale increased the ship's sailing speed as Fei Luo stood at the bow, looking at the special flag on the distant pirate ship. Mao Mao Pirate Crew, bounty of 250 million. This fruit ability is simply a divine skill against girls. As long as they touch the area, they can control all of her hair. After clearly seeing the opponent's pirate flag, Fei Luo couldn't help but start imagining the terrifying aspects of this hair fruit. It could directly turn beautiful women into gorillas, and even decide to let the opponent grow hairs recorded by ability users, directly sprouting feathers to fly, or spider hairs to help climb. The hairs of caterpillars could cause dual physical and mental damage. Against female pirates, it could make their body hair grow 2 meters long, and against male pirates, it could turn them bald while hair grew inside their bodies, leaving them defenseless. "Captain, there's a pirate ship rushing towards us from a distance." A pirate on the lookout tower of the Mao Pirate Crew spotted Fei Luo charging over. "Who are they?" A pirate with a beard dragging on the deck shouted, while the lookout pirate's eyes widened like copper bells, staring at the approaching ship on the sea. He raised his hand with a telescope and loudly replied, "Look at that pirate flag. It's the Ram Pirate Crew with a total bounty of 300 million berries. But there's a white tiger on that incoming ship." Just as he finished speaking, a shadow shot down from the sky like a meteor. Accompanied by a howling gale like a roaring tide, a figure landed steadily on the deck like a mountain, transformed into a half-beast white tiger. Fei Luo exuded an aura as chilling as a bitter winter wind, making people shiver. The pirates on the lookout tower were terrified by this sudden scene, their faces turning pale as they stammered, pointing behind them, "The captain is here." Upon hearing this, The other pirates, who were busy, instantly froze as if under a paralysis spell, stopping their actions. They picked up their weapons, cautiously looking behind. What? The bearded pirate captain turned around as if struck by lightning, and when he saw Fero standing in the center of the deck, his beard transformed into two fists. "Get off my ship!" The bearded pirate roared, seeing that Fero did not take the initiative to attack. He directly transformed his beard into fists and slammed them onto the deck, his beard rushing towards Fero like a tidal wave. "Ice seal!" Fero let out a light shout, and the cold ice gradually covered the ship. "Ship, run!" The pirates on the ship saw this scene and quickly turned to flee. In the instant they turned their heads, the cold ice directly sealed everything on the ship. The bearded pirate, who jumped into the air to avoid being frozen, slowly returned to the ship, warily looking at Fero. "Damn, who exactly are you?" As he spoke, the dark beards quickly surrounded Fero, resembling black needles, forming a curtain of black needles, ready to strike. "Pirate hunter, lord of White Tiger Mountain, let me borrow your head in exchange for some berries." After Fero finished speaking, he let out a chilling smile and said, "Mysterious dark palm." Fero stretched out his tiger paw and struck directly at the bearded pirate, followed by an extreme cold that froze the bearded ones in front of him. Hungry tiger catches the goat. Then Fero leaped forward, extending his front paw with an unstoppable momentum to catch the bearded pirate. Black fur fist. The bearded pirate, seeing that he couldn't quickly withdraw his beard, allowed the hair on his hands to wrap around his fists, making them covered with needle-like barbs. When the claws collided, there was no sound. The tiger claws effortlessly split the bearded pirate's arm in two. "How is this possible? I clearly covered it with armament hockey." The bearded pirate looked at his arm in disbelief. In the face of Fero's white tiger fruit's extreme penetrating power, any defense was rendered useless. This was also the reason why Sengoku initially refused to let Fero experiment with the fruit's abilities on him. Absolute zero. Fero controlled the tiger's mouth and released a burst of white mist, instantly freezing the bearded pirate into an ice sculpture, then withdrew the tiger's paw. "Damn it, you still want to make hair grow inside my body? How can I enjoy the thrill of battle like this?" Fero said as he suddenly swung his tail towards the bearded pirate. Felix sensed the intention of the bearded pirate to grow hair inside his body and directly interrupted his spell with an overwhelming use of hockey. Once the hair started to grow, it would suppress his devil fruit ability. Even if his devil fruit power became ineffective, the hair would inevitably remain inside his body, which would be a torture for anyone. After throwing the bearded pirate into the cabin with a white paper cage, Felix directly released the cage to block the outside world, trapping the devil. As soon as the bearded pirate lifted his head and saw Felix's pitch-black eyes, he immediately fell into an illusion. Following that, Felix skillfully affixed memory paper, took the fruit, seized the shadow, labeled it, and stored the devil fruit. This way, he wouldn't fear being burned by the sun. Looking at the ice sculpture wrapped in black cloth before him, Felix smiled and thought that after taking the shadow, if it were exposed to sunlight, it would turn to ashes, achieving a complete physical kill without anyone suspecting him. Fero unleashed all his power, making even the four emperors like Kaido and Whitebeard feel the warmth of the sun. Dissipate. Back on the corner sheep pirate ship, Fero snapped his fingers at the Mao pirate ship, causing those pirates and their ships to turn into shattered ice and sink into the sea. Just to be safe, I'll take the helm myself. With that guy Vegapunk around and the existence of the unique Dengeki fruit, there might be observation methods beyond the range of my observation hockey. Fero looked at the compass needle on the helm with some helplessness. He raised his tiger claw, using his abilities to control the strong winds, propelling the ship quickly towards Dressrosa. Guided by the needle, Fero did not hesitate at all. The strong winds ahead broke through the air and rolling waves, blocking the hail and heavy rain from falling. The strong winds behind also pushed the ship forward, increasing its sailing speed. Woohoo! After mastering the technique, Fero found it much easier to control. He opened his mouth and unleashed a gust of wind, letting out an excited roar. Fero looked at the column of wind he had expelled and couldn't help but sigh that he still needed to continue developing. He recalled the terrifying destructive power caused by Kaido's heat waves and the bad winds in the story, realizing that the gusts he produced now were far from that level. Then, Fero began to control the ship while developing his devil fruit abilities. Without a way to keep track of time, and given the violent changes in the New World weather, Fero had no idea how long he had been sailing. He only knew that he was hungry and needed to eat. The fatigue of his body was completely masked by the boost from the two Zoan-type devil fruits. After having several meals of thunder dragon meat, Fero sensed that an island appeared in the direction indicated by his compass. Finally, they had arrived. Just in time. Having learned to spit out wind blades, Fero slowly stood up and said, and then casually expelled several wind blades, slicing a sea king that leaped out of the water into several segments. Arriving at the shores of Dressrosa, Fero brought a box and a wrapped ice sculpture covered in black cloth onto the island. Setting off, after sensing the location of the Navy branch in Dressrosa, he strode forward. What a fierce tiger! Quickly hide, it might be a pirate. Don't worry, our hero Don Quixote Flamingo will protect us. That's right, our hero won't let him run rampant. Fei Luo's appearance caught the attention of the common people, and his fierce tiger head made them retreat to the corners to observe. Fero paid no attention to their discussion. His current identity was that of a pirate hunter. He could not intervene in the affairs of this country for the time being, whether it was the royal family's return or pirates usurping the nation. These did not significantly impact him. As long as they were pirates, they were fair game for him to hunt, and that was a rule set by the world government. Fero gazed at the distant palace and thought to himself, stop. Using abilities in the city could threaten the safety of the citizens. Also, put down what you have and submit to our inspection. Upon hearing this, Fero turned around to see a major wearing a justice cloak pointing a sword at him, while several Navy soldiers beside him aimed their guns at him. Fei Luo casually tossed over 3 bounty notices and smiled. Don't worry, I'm just here to collect the reward. His tiger-headed smile was quite eerie, causing the armed Navy soldiers to feel a bit scared, with beads of cold sweat appearing on their foreheads. Then let's go back to the base for verification, said the sword-wielding Rear Admiral as he put away his weapon. He then turned to the leading soldiers and instructed, you go and reassure the citizens. Tell them it's a bounty hunter, not a pirate invasion. Yes, Rear Admiral Khan. The Navy soldiers saluted Khan and immediately went to calm the public. This gentleman, Mountain Lord. Mr. Mountain Lord, please follow me. Mr. Mountain Lord, here is your bounty. You should leave here quickly. Being a bounty hunter is very dangerous. Khan directly handed over the bounty in his hand, kindly reminding him, the strongest person in Dressrosa right now is undoubtedly Don Quixote Flamingo, and he is a pirate. The identity of a bounty hunter will be extremely conspicuous. I will be careful. Thank you for the reminder, Rear Admiral Khan, Fei Luo said gratefully to Khan. He slightly turned his head to glance back and continued, Rear Admiral Khan, I'll take my leave now. Khan also noticed something unusual and said to Fei Luo, Mr. Mountain Lord, come this way. Fei Luo nodded and turned, flying towards the distant palace amidst the fierce wind. Mountain Khan, who hadn't seen Fei Luo for a long time, turned to remind him. But Fei Luo had already flown far away. Da Flamingo, I'll trade your head for a bounty. Fei Luo shouted from above the palace, his voice so loud that it echoed throughout Dressrosa. Fei Luo's voice caught the attention of the citizens, and everyone looked up at the white tiger in the sky. After hearing what he said, they fell into a brief silence, followed by a surge of anger. Damn tiger, get out of Dressrosa. Leave here, you are not welcome. Get out. The voices of the people of Dressrosa reached Fei Luo's ears, but it had no effect on him. After all, he was now a pirate hunter. Soka line. Fero slightly tilted his head to dodge the silk thread aimed at him, watching as Doflamingo approached him with an indifferent stride. Ha ha, the mythical Zoan white tiger fruit user has come to me willingly. Mountain Lord, if you serve me, I can forgive your earlier offense and even give you 500 million berries. What do you say? Doflamingo said with a wicked smile, extending his long tongue. He had certainly heard reports about Fero. He was very eager for the powers of the white tiger fruit. After all, it was on par with the abilities of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors who wielded the azure dragon fruit. Moreover, 500 million berries was 200 million more than his own bounty of 300 million. Doflamingo, can you take off your glasses? Fero asked curiously, not answering the offer. Anyone who had watched One Piece would be curious about what Doflamingo looked like without his glasses. Doflamingo looked at Fero with confusion upon hearing this. If taking off my glasses can convince you to join me, I can do that. How about it? The cover of his glasses prevented Fero from seeing Doflamingo's eyes clearly. Then let me ask another question. When you were polishing the stairs back then, did you make sure to polish each step? Fero said with a wicked smile directed at Doflamingo. Ha ha, since you're looking for death, don't blame me, Doflamingo replied, covering his bulging face in anger. Doflamingo's gaze sharpened, and he shouted, Overheat whip. Immediately, his long and powerful legs unleashed a sudden force, kicking rapidly towards Fero like lightning. At the same time, several pitch-black threads shot out from his toes, twisting and spiraling through the air like agile venomous snakes, sweeping directly towards Fero. Facing Doflamingo's attack, Fero showed no fear. He focused on the rapidly approaching black threads and lightly uttered 2 words, cold breath. As the words fell, he opened his enormous tiger mouth without hesitation. An extremely cold white mist erupted forth. This white, icy mist surged like a roaring torrent, meeting the black threads wrapped in armament hockey with overwhelming force. In an instant, the cold air violently collided with the black threads, which had originally been aggressive. The moment they came into contact with the white, icy mist, they froze, as if time had stood still at that moment. In the blink of an eye, all the black threads were covered in a thick layer of ice, transforming into crystal-clear ice pops that could no longer move an inch. The crow takes the plane. After Felu exhaled a mist of ice, he shouted and opened his tiger palm, kicking directly towards Doflamingo. Spider's nest. Doflamingo raised his hand, palm facing Felu, and instantly released countless threads to form a massive spiderweb. Bang! Felu's attack went straight through the spiderweb, kicking Doflamingo to the ground with a muffled sound, creating a large pit and raising clouds of dust. After being kicked away, Doflamingo frightened the crowd, who stopped cursing Felu and found a corner to hide. Quick! Find the Navy! Get them over here to drive away the tiger. We need to leave. Doflamingo is one of the 7 warlords, and if he can be knocked down, this place is no longer safe. Doflamingo, that damn mountain lord, I'll turn you into a toy later. In the corner, Tory Pole watched Doflamingo being kicked away and turned to call for reinforcements. Bastard, how dare you harm the young master? As the voice fell, a sharp stone pillar shot directly towards Felu. After Fei Luo dodged the pillar's attack, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Huh, Clipper Sika? Sika's voice is very special in One Piece, the kind that makes you want to laugh as soon as you hear it. His enormous body produced the sound of a clipper, creating a strong contrast that was simply irresistible. Damn it, you shameless bastard. Today is your day of death. Prepare to die. Sika let out a furious roar, radiating a heart-pounding light. His body rapidly expanded at a visible speed, and in an instant, he transformed into a gigantic stone giant. This stone giant stood dozens of meters tall, resembling a towering mountain, its incredibly hard rock shining with a cold, fierce light. At that moment, Sika's giant fists, seemingly carved from stone, were raised high, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and like a falling meteor, they smashed down towards Fei Luo's position. The howling wind sounded like the roar of a vicious ghost, sending chills down one's spine. At the same time, a sound of machine gun fire came from behind Fei Luo. Wind cut. Accompanied by a furious shout, Fei Luo opened his mouth and unleashed several massive wind blades. In an instant, a violent wind surged before him, and several enormous wind blades, flickering with cold light, shot forward like lightning towards Sika, who was not far ahead. Wherever these wind blades passed, the air was torn apart, emitting sharp, whistling sounds. At this moment, Sika showed no signs of panic in the face of this fierce attack. He quickly gathered his powerful energy at the surface of his body, and a layer of black light instantly covered his massive stone form. The next moment, the wind blades struck hard against Sika, but all that could be heard was a series of crisp ding-ding sounds, as the wind blades were unable to break through Sika's hard armament-colored defense even a little. After Fei Luo shot out the wind blade, he ignored Sika and approached the girl. Baby 5, I need you to go clean up on that boat over there, Fei Luo said, looking at Baby 5. Okay, Baby 5 replied. Her initial intention to counterattack halted as she dropped her weapon and obediently nodded, walking in the direction Fei Luo pointed. Someone needs me, Baby 5 said as she walked away. Noticing several strong malicious intents behind him, Fei Luo turned to face them. Baby 5 has left, so I'll just have to use this as a weapon for now. A fat man in yellow slowly drew a long knife and said, Sword, long sword. Diamante, a user of the flamboyant fruit, directly pulled out his weapon. Let me turn you into a work of art, said Jorah, a user of the art fruit, looking at Fei Luo. Boom, boom. 10-ton bays. Mahabais, a user of the ton press fruit, shouted while holding a manhole cover and charging at Fei Luo. The 10-ton weight caused the ground to tremble slightly with each step he took. Tiger Fist. Fero did not hesitate, covering his tiger fist with armament hockey and throwing a straight punch. He didn't use the penetrating power of the white tiger fruit because he was afraid of killing him outright. Fero wanted to try his 10,000-ton bice. Bang! The tiger fist struck the man holding the manhole cover, and the tremendous force sent him flying. 1,000-ton Beast. Mahabis directly increased his weight, landing on the ground and stopping his backward flight. However, the 1,000-ton weight created a large pit in the ground and caused intense vibrations. Nearby houses began to sway precariously, making Fero think of his future best profession, a demolition expert. Which demolition technique is the best? Doflamingo's team finds Mahabis. Explosive bullet, while Fero was momentarily stunned. The bomb fruit user Gladius threw several black spheres at him. Bang! Fero stood in place, hit by the bullets that expanded to their peak and exploded, generating a massive cloud of black smoke that made Gladius believe his attack had succeeded. However, the result left him very disappointed. Fero had no injuries whatsoever. Too weak, Doflamingo. Your subordinates aren't that impressive either. This level of attack isn't enough. Give me a solid hit. 1 for 1. I'll just stand here. Fero looked sideways at Doflamingo as he said this, and directly activated his gluttonous body, standing there completely unguarded. Ha! Diamante, kill him, Doflamingo said, covering the blood hole in his shoulder. Fero's white tiger fruit ability directly broke through the spider web. White claws came out while red claws went in, leaving 3 ellipses on Doflamingo's shoulder. The penetrating power of the white tiger fruit lingered on the wound, suppressing healing, utilizing powerful haki to nullify the devil fruit abilities, and then using the string fruit ability to stitch up his wounds. Understood. Upon hearing this, Diamante immediately raised his long sword and swung it fiercely at Fero, shouting, "Half Moon Funeral." The long sword unleashed a powerful sword energy, the sharp blade of energy cutting through the ground and rushing straight towards Fero. Fei Luo slightly tilted his body as the sword energy rushed toward him, redirecting its target from his torso to his legs. He couldn't help but mentally complain about Diamante, who looked so cheerful with his sunflower, only to be just like Lestrip. After you finish attacking, I must take you down first, always trying to target the lower body. Do you think you're Master Yi? Bang! The sword energy struck Fei Luo directly, aiming to slice him in half from below. No damage at all, Doflamingo. Fei Luo roared arrogantly as he felt a fleeting slight pain on his body, directly swallowing the sword energy with his gluttonous body, which provided energy comparable to that of a thunder dragon. He had no idea how many times he had experienced such an attack. However, seeing that Diamante had made him lose 2 strands of hair, Fei Luo acknowledged that he indeed had some skills. His swordsmanship was not to be underestimated, but he didn't have much of it. Diamante Buffalo, take off! Just as Diamante was about to continue his attack, his teammate Mahabais shouted at him from behind. Upon hearing this, Diamante sheathed his sword and extended his hand to control the ground, making it flutter like a flag. Army flag. The undulating ground lifted Mahabais high into the air, while Buffalo spun his hair to catch him, bringing him above Fei Luo. Once above Fei Luo, Mahabais began to rotate his body, gathering strength and increasing his speed. Ascend ice platform. Seeing this, Fei Luo glanced around and quickly raised an ice platform beneath his feet, lifting himself into the air. I didn't team move, it's the ground moving on its own. It has nothing to do with me, Fei Luo shouted with wide eyes. The stance of Mahabais made Fei Luo realize that this big guy was preparing to use the move that created the iconic scene of Hayarding. A heavy blow weighing tons would cause tremendous destruction. At that time, it would have a huge impact, and with so many civilians around, if it really fell, it would result in heavy casualties. Although they had done many foolish things, Fei Luo knew they were misled and didn't deserve to die. Moreover, his true identity was a Navy officer, so it was best to take this hit in the air to avoid destruction and casualties. And the body of Tao Tai could absorb the damage to the maximum extent. Parasitic threads. Minggu, whose injuries had already healed, looked at Fei Luo with a wicked smile, using threads to control Fei Luo's body and prevent him from dodging. Fei Luo felt the control of the thread, offered no resistance, and allowed him to control him. In terror, he said, "Damn it, why can't my body move?" Fei Luo secretly used the thunder fruit to amplify his voice, drawing the attention of those film phone bugs to himself. One of Fero's purposes for this journey is to expose Doflamingo's schemes. While he may not be able to awaken the common people, he can certainly make them speculate. As long as doubt arises, Fero's first step will be successful, and he can deal with the rest using his naval identity. Doflamingo, your string fruit is behind this, right? Using strings to turn others into puppets. The atrocities of King Riku must be related to your abilities. Fero turned to Doflamingo and shouted, Doflamingo, upon hearing this, gave a wink to Buffalo and then laughed, haha. Mountain Lord, did you come to Dressrosa just to destroy it? Look at these collapsed buildings, all thanks to you. Everything is in chaos because of your arrival. And now you're trying to incite discord between me and the people. I am a warlord of the sea recognized by the world government, representing justice as a pirate. As Doflamingo's words fell, the strings controlled the den mushy, broadcasting the situation around them, allowing the people to see their destroyed homes. This situation led the people hiding in corners to start discussing. King Riku's actions were indeed very strange back then. What he said couldn't be true, right? No. At that time, King Riku directly sent troops to demand money from us. We trusted him so much, but he chased us down and destroyed my home. This was all instigated by that damn tiger. Yes, I even took out my money back then, and that tiger didn't even dare to show his true form. I don't believe his words. But under King Riku's leadership, Dressrosa has always been peaceful. After all, Doflamingo is a pirate. That tiger might also be a pirate. He envies Lord Doflamingo's status and came here to cause trouble. Listening to the people's discussions, Fero smiled. There will always be someone who believes. As long as there is controversy, there will be divergence, and with divergence, Fero's plan can advance. As long as it benefits some people, a few words can make others trust completely without thought. The guidance of the world's major capital, along with some small favors, can sway the hearts of the people and influence the fundamentals. Of course, Fero was referring to the world government. You really are clever, Doflamingo, advancing step by step. Transforming from a pirate into a national hero overnight, Fero said, giving Doflamingo a thumbs up. Haha, evil tiger, die. Doflamingo looked at Fero with a sinister smile, realizing that the target had now shifted to Fero. As long as he kills him, it won't have consequences for his rule. Buffalo, who had already gathered enough power, directly threw Mahabais at Fero upon Doflamingo's command. Hell, 10,000 bays. Mahabais raised the manhole cover, enhancing his body to 10,000 tons, breaking through layers of air, and plummeting towards Fero like a meteor. Feast of Gluttony. Fero became excited as he watched Mahabais charge towards him, fully beastified, with his tiger mouth wide open. The impact of tons of weight directly exceeded Fero's absorption limit, breaking his tiger teeth, crushing the rising ice platform, and creating a massive, deep pit in the ground that caused strong tremors and generated tremendous shockwaves. The crowd, losing their balance due to the vibrations, was blown away by the powerful impact, and buildings around the deep pit collapsed in an instant. The strong shock even pushed the surface seawater surrounding Dressrosa far away. Did they start fighting? Should I go back and help immediately? Baby 5, who had come to the pirate ship, looked back at Dressrosa with some hesitation. After thinking for a moment, Baby 5 continued cleaning up, deciding to help the young master after finishing. Doflamingo and the others rushed anxiously towards the deep pit, fully aware of Mahabai's fruit ability. Although his power was immense, his physical strength wouldn't change. Therefore, they were somewhat worried that he might sustain injuries due to the reaction force. Parasite line. Doflamingo released several threads towards the pit, wrapping around the contents inside. But they were quickly severed. Sensing danger, Doflamingo shouted to the people nearby, "Get out of here!" Hearing this, the executives quickly retreated to what they deemed a safe distance before stopping. A pillar of wind erupted from the pit, shooting straight into the sky. Doflamingo's expression changed upon seeing the wind pillar, and he shouted toward the pit, "Mahabais!" The impact caused by the ton pressure fruit ability had ended, and Doflamingo, having seen the Devil Fruit encyclopedia for the celestial dragons, knew that the white tiger fruit had the power to control fierce winds. There's only one truth. Fero is not dead, and he still has the strength to counterattack, with that strength continuously growing. Sika, bring them both up. Doflamingo said with a serious expression as the ground beneath him began to change, gradually transforming everything around into white threads. Super long spears made of threads formed, with the tips covered in hockey, aimed at the pit. Hearing this, the others also took out their weapons to aim at the position of the pit. The latecomers, Toripole, Monet, and Sugar, also prepared for battle. "Yes, young master." Sika responded to Doflamingo with a voice that sounded as if it were being squeezed. Just as his body melded into the ground, he saw two figures flying up along the wind column. "Oh, are you all planning to attack together?" Fero approached them with a smile, holding Mahabais, casually throwing the already deceased Mahabais towards them. "Come on, let me see if your strength can kill me." Although Fero had no visible wounds, he was covered in blood and looked somewhat disheveled. Doflamingo released the threads, sending Mahabais behind him. and his gaze towards Fero grew colder as he said in a deep voice, "The recovery ability of a mythical Zoan is incredibly strong. Everyone give it your all." Thousand swords, piercing heart, feather strike line. Doflamingo manipulated the white thread spears to stab at Fero, targeting fatal spots like the head and heart. However, they did not inflict much damage on Fero, only barely breaking through his skin, leaving him with small wounds. Piercing claw. Philo directly extended his tiger claws to cut off all the threads covered in hockey and pulled out the threads that had entered his body. Destructive art. At the same time, Jorah extended his palm and sprayed a large amount of transparent smoke resembling bubble clouds towards Philo. Jorah has the ability to turn a target into an artwork imagined by the user. He can transform his imagination into smoke and throw it at his opponent. Whether it's a person or an object, it can be turned into an abstract art piece according to the user's will. The destructive art will turn anyone touched by the smoke into an artwork for others to admire. Fully armed. Faced with the almost rule-based ability of the art fruit, Philo chose to directly release an excess of hockey, causing the art fruit's ability to lose its effect. After the smoke passed, seeing that Philo had not changed, Galadius charged directly at Philo and shouted, "Full explosion!" Galadius's body began to swell, and when he reached Philo, he lunged directly at him. Spider wall. Seeing this, Doflamingo controlled the threads to form a spiderweb wall. Turned to ashes completely, Galadius shouted. Philo looked at the swollen Galadius in front of him with joy and excitement. He had never devoured an explosion before, and a devil fruit that came knocking on his door was too good to pass up. Interference, Ice House. When Galadius approached within a certain range, Philo directly spat out a breath of ice mist towards the ground, stirring up dust while instantly freezing it into a huge ice house. This prevented damage from spilling out and kept others from seeing what was happening inside. Bang, bang, bang. A loud noise erupted from within the ice house, and then the ice mist instantly melted into water vapor. Philo directly bore the explosion, continuously freezing the water mist and the explosive hair emitted by Galadius's movements. The continuous sound of explosions echoed throughout Dressrosa, and the water vapor gradually spread around. When the explosions ceased, the water vapor enveloped Doflamingo and the others. This is the consequence of offending the young master. The bald Galadius shouted at the water vapor. But before he could finish his sentence, a tiger claw pierced through his heart, and he was swallowed by a piece of white paper. Fero looked at the blank paper in front of him and couldn't help but imagine the ability to make inorganic substances expand and explode. What kind of effect would it have if explosive rock were to expand and explode? And if Nygus and the others were to develop a nuclear bomb, what would happen if the bomb were to expand? Feeling the powerful bioelectric waves appearing in the sky, Fero suddenly looked up in surprise and exclaimed, "Kaido!" Absolute zero. Fero unleashed his freezing ability, encasing everything shrouded in mist and ice. He then quickly approached the shore and softly said to Baby 5, "I need you to set sail for this location." "Okay." Baby 5 immediately responded with a sweet voice upon hearing Fero's words. After hearing Baby 5's reply, Fero soared into the sky with the raging wind, intending to confront Kaido directly. Kaido's moves were all devastating attacks. If they fought in Dressrosa, it would likely end up as nothing but ruins. Kaido, with a bounty of 4.6 billion, I wonder if I can borrow your head to exchange for the reward? Fero said with a smile as he looked at Kaido, whose body was dozens of times larger than his. Kaido already had special horns on his head. Seemingly from a unique race, and with his powerful talent, he became an apprentice member of the Rocks Pirates. Fero gazed at the Qinglong in front of him, thinking about gathering more blood for Nygus and the others to conduct research. La 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 la. White Tiger Mountain Lord, if you want it, then come and take it. Kaido looked at Fero in his white tiger form and excitedly said, "Heat breath." Kaido raised his enormous dragon head and then unleashed a massive pillar of flame at Fero. Cold breath. Felu was not willing to back down either. He opened his tiger mouth and exhaled a burst of ice mist towards the flames. The collision between the ice mist and the fire generated a large amount of fog, resembling a giant white cloud high in the sky. The power of the flames far exceeded that of the ice mist, quickly suppressing it and causing the flames to engulf Felu. The white tiger Felu was instantly covered in flames, transforming into a fire tiger. "Is this the extent of your power, White Tiger Mountain Lord?" Kaido looked at Felu, who was easily subdued by his flames, feeling very disappointed. "Then come and be my subordinate. Become the 4th captain of the Beast Pirates. I don't want to kill you," the Mountain Lord said as he extended his dragon claw towards Felu. With narrow dragon eyes, a powerful conqueror's haki erupted from Kaido, dispersing all the surrounding mist. Purple lightning wrapped around the dragon claw, quickly capturing Felu. I'm not interested in being your subordinate. Felu directly released his ice powers to extinguish the flames. Then he unleashed his own conqueror's haki to counter Kaido's dragon claw wrapped in conqueror's haki. Heaven-piercing claw. Felu swung his tiger claw at Kaido, and several conical impacts shot out, piercing towards the dragon claw that was being grabbed. The dragon claw's capture faced some obstacles, clearly slowing down, giving Felu the chance to escape from its grasp and quickly retreat to the distance. Oh la 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 la, Mountain King. Haki is the power that surpasses everything. Let me show you what power truly means. Kaido looked at Felu and said in a deep voice, directly strengthening his haki attack, causing Felu's impact to vanish entirely. His body underwent a transformation, becoming a half-beast form standing on a flame cloud, and a huge wolf fawn club appeared in his hand. Kaido-sensei's class is starting. Kids, if your haki isn't strong, you're mostly useless. With the Kaido brand haki-wrapped wolf fawn club, I'll personally teach you how to enhance your haki and easily suppress devil fruit abilities. Felu looked at Kaido's appearance and excitedly exclaimed, "That's great. It's Teacher Kaido. My conqueror's haki is saved." However, when he saw the wolf fawn club entwined with purple lightning, he felt a bit hesitant. If that club hits me, I'll end up with bruises all over. But soon, Felu made up his mind and shouted internally, "If Luffy can do it, so can I. Let's go, brothers. Heavenly Strike." Fero slowly stood up and transformed into a half-orc state, covering his tiger claws with armed color as he charged towards Kaido, shouting, "Oh la 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 la, Mountain Lord. Come on." Kaido, seeing Fero rushing towards him, became excited as well. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido gripped the flashing purple lightning wolf fawn club in one hand and directly swung it towards Fero's forehead. A powerful conqueror's haki erupted from the 8 trigrams, impacting Fero's mind and causing his body to stiffen for a moment. Bang! Under the attack of the haki, Fero felt all of his devil fruit abilities suppressed by an overwhelming force in an instant, and his body uncontrollably flew rapidly towards the sea. Is this outfit CP0? Kaido wondered as he watched Fero revert to his original form. The white suit and mask, along with his previous arrogant remarks, reminded Kaido of when he had seen CP0 being used as test subjects. My skull is cracked. Damn it, White Tiger, recover quickly. Falling into the sea is deadly. Fero thought of the many people waiting for him. Nami, Nojiko, Korniskaya, Shirahoshi, Domino Perona. He shouted, "Teacher Kai, don't underestimate the bond one have with them. White Tiger, I will make you stand up." Absolute zero. Just before he was about to fall into the sea, Fero exhaled a thick mist of ice onto the surface of the sea, and huge ice blocks rose up to the position where he was about to fall. Bang! 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 Fero's body broke through all the ice blocks and sank deeply into the frozen surface. Mountain Lord, your haki is still not strong enough. Let me see the ultimate penetration of the white tiger fruit, you bastard, Kaido said, looking at the intact 8 trigrams. Cough, damn it. The intensity of the haki is still not strong enough. I thought I could learn to use haki like Luffy, but it seems I really need to train harder. Fero struggled to stand up and looked at the sky, saying to Kaido, Chapter 98 didn't T come out. I'll write it tomorrow. My signature move, sit-ups. Fero's body was rapidly recovering, and the suppression of haki further enhanced his development of the white tiger fruit. Although his recovery speed after the haki attack wasn't as fast as the awakened golden eagle, it had indeed improved significantly. Born for battle, to die is to rest. Wrong move. Wrong move. White tiger penetrating claw. Fero shouted, and his tiger claws instantly elongated several times, showcasing the strongest penetrating ability of the white tiger fruit. Although the powers of the devil fruit can be suppressed by Conqueror's haki, they can also be refined. Therefore, Fero did not intend to miss this opportunity to use Kaido to hone himself. Seeing the opponent's progress would be quite gratifying, right, Teacher Kaido? Compressed armament breaking air spear. The armament haki covered the tiger claws, and Fero charged towards Kaido with his legs riding the fierce wind. Concentration is the essence. Flowing Sakura is the movement of the armament haki causing internal damage, while compressed armament is the ultimate form of armament haki, instantly unleashing powerful force to deliver a strong blow to the enemy. A powerful devil fruit, the qualifications of a king. Is this person from that crew? However, this strength doesn't seem to match, Kaido thought as he watched Fero charge at him, regardless of whether it is or not. You are now a member of my beast pirates. La la la. Kaido waved the hachisai in his hand, speaking dominantly. After speaking, the conqueror's haki revealed itself again, and the hachisai flickered with even more violent black and red lightning, while dark clouds gathered above Kaido's head. Furious purple lightning appeared in the dark clouds, illuminating a large area of the sea, as serpentine lightning struck down upon the hachisai. Kaido held his staff with both hands, twirled it a few times to gather power, and directly struck Fero on the forehead. Fero secretly used the Momo Fruit to accelerate his speed, unleashing an extreme burst of speed, and plunged his tiger claw directly into Kaido's body before the Banshan could fall. On the surface, he used the explosion of compressed haki to counter the momentary Banshan, allowing the penetrating power of the white tiger fruit to erupt within Kaido's body. Bang! Then, the 8 precepts fell on Fero's head, and Kaido directly helped Fero unleash the meteorite fall. The Banshan suppressed the fruit's ability, impacting his mind and causing real damage to Fero, with the raging purple lightning delivering a second attack on his body. There was no holding back. Going all out was a sign of respect for the enemy, and also a means of selection. If he couldn't even withstand his attacks, he wasn't fit to be the host of the white tiger fruit. Is this the ultimate penetration of the white tiger fruit? It hurts so much. This pain. It's the first time since then. Kaido looked at the wounds on his body and smiled, recalling the times he faced those top-tier monsters, where every hit would bring him pain and make him stronger. Kaido stood before the ice pit, watching Fero slowly rise, and said, "Your fruit ability and spirit are quite good, but your development of the fruit's ability and the level of haki still leave much to be desired. Become my right arm, and let us make this world interesting together." Fero's body transformed back into the white tiger, looking at Kaido, and said, "Kaido, I want to create a world without pirates. Become my right arm." Fero smiled at Kaido, saying that everything should be tried, as it might just work out. "La la la la, kid. Is this your choice?" Kaido retracted his palm and gripped the haki shakyu again. He understood that Fero awakening the conqueror's haki meant he had his own ambitions, and that the world of pirates represented his will. Jun Tili Long, Shung Jun Kaido, directly grabbed the haki shakyu, swung it a few times, and then struck at Fero with the haki shakyu, which was wrapped in haki, like a machine gun, without pause. Fero dodged Kaido's attacks with his strong physical reflexes and the foresight of his observation haki. His body was also recovering quickly. He didn't need to eat like Monkey D. Luffy to recover, as the Thunder Dragon from the Swallow fruit allowed him to heal while fighting. Fero felt the state of his body and secretly thought that fighting Kaido now was still a bit forced. His mind and body had exceeded their capabilities, but his abilities had not yet reached their peak. If he continued to fight, he would have to use all his strength. If he exposed himself, it would definitely have an impact on the plan, so he could only retreat for now. With this in mind, Fero no longer hesitated, gradually increasing his speed to evade Kaido's increasingly rapid attacks, constantly retreating in a determined direction. "Mountain Lord, I didn't expect you to have awakened a special observation haki," Kaido said, looking at Fero, who was dodging his attacks. Kaido kept accelerating his attack speed, but Fero still managed to evade, making him sigh. The white tiger fruit really enhances physical speed in a monstrous way, just like my Azure Dragon fruit enhances my super vitality. It's so over the top that I can't even think of suicide. Fero wanted to say something in response, but he held back. Should he tell Kaido that his speed enhancement came from another devil fruit? Or that he had only eaten the white tiger fruit a few months ago? Or perhaps that he also had an already awakened golden eagle fruit? Fero remained silent, merely avoiding the confrontation and leading Kaido to a place that reminded him of the past. "Mountain Lord, how long will you keep recovering? Come and fight me." Kaido transformed into a complete form of the Azure Dragon, maximizing his speed, yet he could not catch up to Fero. "Kaido, let's change our battlefield." Fero turned to Kaido and said meaningfully. To avoid exposing other fruit abilities, Fero utilized his ability to control the wind to create stepping stones as cover. The white tiger fruit's ability did not allow for free flight, and Kaido's fruit also relied on flame clouds to fly. "Then let me take you to Wano, where there is an excellent battlefield," Kaido said to Fero in front of him. "Dragon Breath." Kaido wrapped his conqueror's haki around the flames in his mouth and spat it out towards Fero. A massive fireball flew rapidly towards Fero and then exploded violently, flames and conqueror's haki erupting. However, Fero had escaped the attack range of Kaido's Dragon Breath, moving at an even faster speed toward a distant island. Inside, he was incredibly shocked. Wrapped fireball, hidden moves. I didn't expect Teacher Kai still had a trick up his sleeve. Seeing his attack missed, surprise appeared in Kaido's eyes. He didn't expect Fei Luo's speed to be even faster. After passing through the flames, Kaido also saw the distant island, his face showing an expression of sudden realization. Punk Hazard, Mountain Lord, did you also escape from here? Are those guys still collecting those monsters around the world for experiments? In the new world, Dressrosa, Doflamingo looked at the two corpses before him and said softly, Doflamingo, baby, 5 has already left Dressrosa. Buffalo has gone to find her with a life paper. Those civilians have already been turned into toys by Sugar, and, thankfully, the perspective of those Den Mushy has been diverted. Otherwise, Dressrosa would have turned into a toy kingdom. Tory Bowl came to report to Doflamingo. I understand, Tory Bowl. Take care of things here. I will step out for a while, Doflamingo replied to Tory Bowl, then left the room with heavy steps, heading deep into the Dressrosa Palace, where he took out a golden Den Mushy. The kid from the Don Quixote family, remember to know your limits. The warlord position has been given to you. A furious voice came from the Den Mushy. Old man Satan, I just wanted to tell you some good news. The white tiger fruit has appeared, and it is an excellent experimental subject, Doflamingo said with a wicked smile. I see. Chada Satan's attitude was not as angry as Doflamingo expected. He turned to look into the distance and smiled. Mountain Lord, let me see how you deal with them. At the same time, Katakuri and his crew, just arriving in Dressrosa, gathered the relevant information. After learning the direction Fei Luo had left, they prepared to search for him. Let's go find him and bring him back to Mom, Katakuri calmly said, looking in the direction Fei Luo had gone. Charlotte Br. Ellie nodded, took out a mirror, and entered it with Katakuri in oven. In the holy land of Mariehua, the white tiger fruit, the strongest penetrating power, go bring it back for experiments. Satan's words were interrupted by the ringing of the Den Mushy. Brew, Lord Satan, this is Punk Hazard. The Yonko Kaido is heading this way, requesting reinforcements. Upon hearing the Den Mushy's voice, Satan immediately said, What? That guy. Immediately take away Vegapunk and Caesar, abandon that base, and release that experimental subject. Yes. Lord Satan, what a pity for that base. Send someone with bomb number 60. Don't let any of those bugs escape, Satan continued. A person in a black suit in the corner nodded upon hearing this, and then disappeared into the dark corner. In the new world, Punk Hazard, Fei Luo and Kaido stood in front of the experimental base, taking combat stances. Under the sunlight, Fei Luo's shadow appeared on the door of the experimental base, fluttering for a moment before returning to calm. Mountain Lord, were you also treated as an experimental subject by them? Saying this, Kaido casually spat a stream of heat towards him. Fero moved swiftly to the distance and said to Kaido, You and that Lunaria tribe were brought here as test subjects by those people. Have you ever thought about taking revenge on them? Then Fero dashed inside, breaking into one of the rooms, and upon seeing the house filled with documents, a fierce wind erupted from his body, blowing countless documents into the air. Felu looked at Kaido, who had followed him, and then threw over a document, saying, Take a look, they treat your experimental data as treasures. Kaido exhaled a breath of flame, burning the document to ashes, and said nonchalantly, Tisich, I'm the strongest in the world. No matter how much they experiment, they can only create a counterfeit. Felu's face showed no change, but inside he was screaming, Bastard, the data is very precious. Soon, lightning appeared over Punk Hazard, surrounding the entire area, while Felu secretly manipulated the space to collect all the experimental data and various equipment, including the experimental subjects. Meanwhile, the Shadow Soldiers had already rushed in, pulling everyone they encountered into the Shadow World. Kaido, I heard you wanted to resist the world government before, wanting to create a world for the privileged. You even joined the Rocks Pirates for that, Felu said, using his ultimate technique to buy time, a memory recall. After a moment of silence, Kaido said, Mountain Lord, do you know my story? Of course. The Joy Boy you are waiting for will appear in 7 years, and he will rise again and again to prove to you what destiny is, Felu smiled. Joy Boy is the person Kaido wants to meet the most. In the story, he first heard about him from Jean, and then a second time from Odin. Just as he told Jean, only he can change the world, and he intends to kill the so-called Joy Boy to prove his words. Odin mentioned welcoming that legendary person who has been talked about for 800 years, and that person is Joy Boy, which is also one reason he stayed in Wano. Is it that little brat from the Odin family? Kaido asked expectantly. No, that little brat can be easily killed. Remember, Joy Boy cannot be killed. No matter what means you use to defeat him, he will reappear in front of you, Felu said, his killing intent erupting when he heard Odin's name. Then he said indifferently. Felu's shadow flickered again, glancing sideways. A heavy footstep sound attracted the attention of Felu and Kaido. A red-skinned dragon man with wings and flames, wielding a silver wolf fawn club, appeared before them. "Oh la 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 la, your skin isn't as good-looking as mine, and I have wings," the red-skinned dragon man laughed at Kaido. Hearing this, Felu silently took a few steps back, looking at the red-skinned dragon man with pity. Kaido's expression darkened, his conqueror's haki bursting forth, and the black-red lightning entwined around his hand. Thunder Fire Bagua. The red-skinned dragon man struck first, swinging the silver wolf fawn club, with lightning and flames intertwining on it, directly hitting Kaido. Bang! Kaido did not evade at all, taking the attack from the red-skinned dragon man with his body. The silver wolf fawn club hit Kaido's face, but did not make him waver at all. The lightning and flames gradually disappeared under the suppression of Kaido's conqueror's haki. "Too weak," Kaido said, shaking his head in disappointment as he raised his hand to strike. Roaring Thunder Bagua. Kaido slammed down, driving the red-skinned dragon man into the ground, thoroughly suppressing his abilities. Then Kaido called down purple lightning from the sky and struck again, completely shattering the red-skinned dragon man's head. A round of applause came from the shadows, and a middle-aged man in a black suit stepped out, looking at Kaido and saying, "As expected of the strongest experiment this base ever had, but I wonder if you can withstand this thing?" He threw something from his hand directly at Kaido before quickly retreating into the shadows. Boom! A massive explosion sounded, and the sky was lit up with fire, leveling the entire experimental base along with the mountain. How's there space here? On Thunder God Island in the New World, Felu said to Baby 5 beside him, "From now on, we might have to stay here most of the time." Okay, Baby 5 nodded obediently. Felu looked at the obedient Baby 5 with some pity. Knowing her past from a god's perspective, he understood where her obedience came from. Abandoned by her mother as a useless person when she was young, she desperately craved to be needed by others, believing she was needed when facing requests and would not refuse. Lending money, selling, proposing, and even when old Kai told her to die, she did not refuse. Later, she even hallucinated that old Kai needed to pursue her and directly agreed. If she had encountered Brook, that pervert, Baby 5 couldn't even imagine that scene. Therefore, to prevent such situations from happening, Felu needed to find someone to take care of her. Considering that others might find it troublesome, Felu could only make a small sacrifice. "Baby 5, I need you to restore your original appearance," Felu said with a smile. Hearing this, Baby 5's cheeks instantly flushed, her fingertips twisting in front of her chest as she softly said, "I promise you." She stepped in front of Felu, nervously closed her eyes, and assumed a posture of surrender. Fero looked at Baby 5 in front of him and once again hated his age. Gently embracing Baby 5, he stroked her head and said, "This place isn't suitable, Baby 5. I need some time." Okay. I'm needed by someone, that's great," Baby 5 said, hugging Fero and crying tears of joy. "Baby 5, here are some things. I need you to choose what you like." Fero took out many clothes, accessories, and weapons from the white paper space and placed them in front of Baby 5. Okay, Baby 5 said softly as she released Fero and went to the side to seriously start selecting. Fei Luo transformed back into the white tiger, looking at a shadow and softly said, "Zhanlong, Jiugue, release them." Soon, Zhanlong brought out a group of people, with his and Jiugue's blades embedded in one person's body, lifting him into the air. The man in the black suit, suspended in mid-air, exclaimed upon seeing Fei Luo, "By Hushan Jun, it's you. How could your devil fruit control shadows? Is Moria's death related to you? So what if it is? And so what if it isn't? I didn't expect to gain an unexpected surprise," Fei Luo said with a wicked smile. "Let me go. I am a celestial dragon. How dare you, descendant of the gods, oppose the world?" The man in the black suit said with a grim face. Fei Luo nonchalantly replied, "I want to oppose the world. If you tell me what the celestial dragon's secret treasure is, I might consider letting you go." As Fei Luo said this, he prepared to pull him into the shadow space. But the next moment, a burst of white light suddenly appeared around the man in the black suit, and he vanished. A pentagram symbol suddenly appeared on the ship, making Fei Luo feel frustrated. In a world of devil fruits and haki, what kind of magic are you using? Fei Luo had forgotten that the celestial dragons had this trick up their sleeves, the teleportation array that appeared in the Punk Hazard arc. He didn't expect that even the celestial dragons who came to plant bombs could master it. Unfortunately, Vegapunk and Caesar were sent away, leaving the rest for him to see if there were any gains. Fei Luo helplessly turned his gaze to the group of people in front of him. Those whose strength was insufficient experienced intense discomfort when forcibly pulled into the shadow space, making them appear somewhat weak. Fero understood that most of them belonged to the Navy, but were managed by the world government. In the event of an incident, the world government would be notified first, and only then would the Navy be informed. However, later the Navy also participated in the management, which is why Caesar's research on the destructive weapon Death Country was ultimately prevented. The Navy did not want weapons that could easily harm civilians to emerge. Fear deterrence. Fero directly released Conqueror's Haki on them, pulling them into an illusion to identify the world government's lackeys and examine their plans. The methods of the world government are indeed dirty. They create difficulties for you when there are none. Is this how they cultivate loyal dogs? Fero looked at the blank memories and said that to cultivate influence within the Navy, the world government directly targeted those with vulnerabilities, using threats and temptations without restraint. However, more often than not, people join voluntarily because the world government has abundant resources. Joining them means enjoying life without participating in dangerous missions. And the speed of advancement is also rapid. There are always aspects that can attract them. Since they have acted, they must pay the corresponding price. Fero locked onto certain individuals and used pinpoint lightning attacks to completely eliminate them. Looking at the remaining individuals, Fero began to ponder. These people were all talented researchers and had a certain role in the development of the Navy. There is still a possibility of being discovered by the current Navy. So let us package them up and send them to NICUs. Having them as assistants would also be a good choice. As Fero spoke, he took out a teleportation paper leading to Sky Island. Honey, I made my choice. Hearing Baby Five's address made Fero's body stiffen, and he turned his head with difficulty. Baby Five pointed to several short skirts nearby, along with some exquisite golden jewelry, and 2 weapons, Broken Army and Autumn Water, looking at him with a sweet smile. Then she dashed in front of him, leaping into his arms, and shyly said, "Thank you, honey, for the gifts." Fero transformed back into his original form, his body gradually relaxing, and helplessly hugged Baby Five, saying, "Baby Five, my true identity is that of a Navy officer. And don't be fooled by my height of over 2 meters. I'm actually only 13 years old. There is still quite a bit of time before I can marry you. So before we get married, you can just call me Fero." Fero said with a bitter expression. "Okay, Fero, honey, Baby Five replied with a beaming smile. "Baby Five, I need you to change my address to just Fero," Fero said helplessly. Baby Five did not respond immediately, but looked at Fero with teary eyes, biting her lip. Seeing this, Fei Luo quickly said, Okay, only when it's just the 2 of us can you call me that. I need you to call me Fei Luo when there are other people around." Baby Five's face regained a smile and sweetly said, "Okay, husband. Let's go. We need to visit a place." Fei Luo said as he put everything away, and the items selected by Baby Five were specially placed in a white paper space. 2 days later, in the first half of the Grand Line, Sky Island. Fei Luo. The things you brought have really helped us a lot. With this data, we can even conduct experiments directly. Thank you so much, Nicholas said excitedly, holding Fei Luo's hand. "Just focus on your research. I won't disturb you," Fei Luo said while leaving the laboratory. Once outside, he took Baby Five's hand, who was waiting outside, and said, "Let's go to the West Sea to find someone. Aren't we calling Sister Cornice?" Baby Five tilted her head and looked at Fei Luo. "We'll take her out to play next time." Cornice was excited all day yesterday at Music Island. Let her rest well. Fei Luo gently patted Baby Five's head and said, "Yesterday, when they arrived at Sky Island, Cornice had taken hold of him, and he had no choice but to take her to Music Island. However, Fei Luo felt a bit regretful that Yuta was not there. He would visit again next time. He should meet Yuta then and fill in that regret. So, who are we looking for?" Baby Five asked, puzzled, looking at Fei Luo. "A lonely girl who has lost everything, a girl I want to save," Fei Luo said as he walked into the white paper space leading to Thunder God Island with Baby Five. He had never been to the West Sea, so he didn't have a white paper for it, and could only go to Thunder God Island, which is closest to the West Sea, and then cross the doldrums to reach the West Sea. 5 days later, in the Flower Kingdom of the West Sea. "I didn't expect Robin to come to this place," Fei Luo murmured as he looked at the tower built on top of the high mountain. He heard a burst of laughter from the corner, and after using his observation haki, he knew the person he was looking for had appeared. A Devil Fruit user? Looks quite powerful. I wonder who is stronger between him and the Green Pepper Leader. Anyway, with the Green Pepper Leader around, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly in the sky. Fero didn't pay much attention to their words. He mainly came to find Robin and take away the treasure, leaving other matters aside. Holding Baby Five's hand, he navigated through the bustling crowd and eventually arrived at a quiet and secluded corner. This corner was surrounded by tall buildings, with sunlight filtering through narrow gaps, casting a few weak rays of light, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere. After coming to a stop, Fero turned his gaze to the black-haired girl wearing a hat in front of him. She had a graceful figure and a beautiful face, especially her deep-set eyes, which seemed to hide countless secrets. Fero took a deep breath and said softly, "Nico, Robin, let's leave this place together. I promise you, as long as I'm here, I will protect you and ensure your safety." As soon as he finished speaking, Robin slowly turned her head, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly to reveal a charming smile. Her crisp and melodious voice then rang out, "Sure, Mr. Tiger. However, I happen to know about a mysterious treasure. If you're willing to trust me, why not let me take you to find it? Consider it a small gift from me to you." After saying this, Robin winked, her eyes revealing a hint of mischief and anticipation. "O'Hara, Dr. Clover, the history text, Vice Admiral Cerrone, and your mother." Fei Luo's words thundered in Robin's ears, and she widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at the mysterious man before her, tremblingly asking, "Who exactly are you? How do you know so much?" In response to Robin's question, Fei Luo slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident smile, and said softly, "Right now, I am just a bounty hunter, Robin. I mean you no harm. Come with me, and perhaps we can unravel the many mysteries in your heart." Saying this, he casually took out some gold from the white paper space, indicating that he was not there for a bounty, though he was filled with doubts and unease. Still, Robin hesitated and nodded slightly, softly replying, "All right." However, her gaze remained restless, constantly scanning the surroundings as she secretly looked for an opportunity to escape. After all, it was difficult for her to trust Fei Luo, who had suddenly appeared with an unknown background. "Let us go. We'll leave here after taking some things," Fei Luo said, controlling the strong winds to bring them to the top of an iceberg. "What?" The guards surrounding the iceberg noticed Fei Luo and his group, but were instantly knocked unconscious by Fei Luo's use of Conqueror's Haki. Fei Luo was very curious about the treasures of the Flower Country, a legend that had accumulated for hundreds of years. "Amal piercing Vashpia." Fei Luo directly raised his claw and clawed at the iceberg. The extreme, penetrating power was like an indestructible spear, instantly slicing through the massive iceberg. With a thunderous roar, the entire iceberg was forcefully split in half. In an instant, ice shards flew everywhere, and the cold air spread, while the secrets hidden beneath the ice finally revealed themselves. Piles of golden treasures. "Wow, so much gold. Baby," Five exclaimed, her eyes wide at the sight of such vast wealth. The golden coins sparkled under the sunlight, seemingly radiating endless temptation. However, in stark contrast to Baby Five's excitement, Fei Luo appeared exceptionally calm. He looked expressionless at the sight of the golden treasures, seemingly not attracted by them. He gently waved his right hand, and a sheet of pure white paper suddenly appeared out of thin air, quickly unfolding into a massive spatial rift. Then, with a wave of his arm, the piles of gold treasures were drawn into the space formed by that paper, as if being pulled by an invisible hand. In the blink of an eye, all the gold treasures were sucked into the white paper space. At the bottom of that space, a golden treasure chest surfaced. Fei Luo opened it directly and, upon seeing a green devil fruit inside, couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. "A devil fruit, but I wonder what kind of ability it has. Robin, has there been any powerful creatures in the history of the Flower Country?" Fei Luo turned to Robin and asked. After pondering for a moment, Robin replied, "Indeed. In the history of the Flower Country, there was a terrifying white tiger with the ability to freeze and summon storms, as well as a spirit that brought life to the world." "Life spirit? That sounds like a good ability. Let us go. This matter is over." Fei Luo casually placed the fruit into another white paper space. Then he tossed the transmission paper, taking them away from there. "Marine Headquarters, Marineford, you brat. What did you go to attack Punk Hazard for? What is your plan?" Sengoku said helplessly, looking at the card in his hand after taking precautions. Upon hearing about the white tiger fruit user, Sengoku knew it was Fei Luo. He had been happy about Fei Luo's strike against Don Quixote da Flamingo in Dressrosa. But the next moment, he heard about the attack on the Marine Science Unit. Especially when Fei Luo led Kaido there, it gave him a headache. After all the hard work establishing the science department, everything was ruined in an instant. Teacher Sengoku, the Navy's future plans lack some talents. Rather than developing for the world government, it would be better to focus on the Navy itself. As for the Navy's weapons, I will provide them. Soon, I will deliver a batch of new weaponry. Fei Luo's voice came from the card. The important thing is Vegapunk. He is the key. Nearly all our research relies on his assistance to be realized. He is known as a scientist ahead of his time by 500 years. Sengoku squinted at the card and said, based on his understanding of Fei Luo, he was sure there would be a solution, and he was very curious about what method Fei Luo would use to take Vegapunk's place. His technology is indeed very impressive, but the scientists around me aren't necessarily worse than him, just lacking time. A hint of surprise flashed in Sengoku's eyes upon hearing this. Most of the renowned scientists were either pirates or part of national forces. He had not heard of any new generation of scientists emerging as superstars. After pondering for a moment, Sengoku shook his head and said, forget it. You handle it yourself, but those new devices must be delivered as soon as possible. The sooner they are equipped in the Navy, the fewer casualties there will be. Understood, Teacher Sengoku. Fei Luo responded, and the communication card fell silent. Sengoku put away the card and picked up the information next to him, feeding it to the goat beside him. New World. Raijin Island, you are a Navy supernova? Robin looked at Fei Luo in disbelief. Those are just empty titles. I don't really care about them. However, your previous statement was somewhat lacking. To be precise, I am the disciple of Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Marine Hero Karp, and former Marine Admiral Zifa, known as the Navy supernova, Sauros Fei Luo. Fei Luo said seriously. Then he turned to Robin and said, I sincerely apologize for what happened in O'Hara. Facing Fei Luo's sudden apology, Robin was somewhat surprised. However, her experiences over the years had made it impossible for her to trust anyone, leaving her silent in place. The environment of Raijin Island was very dangerous for her now. She tried to escape, but found it impossible. Meanwhile, Baby 5 was obedient to Fei Luo, and she lacked the confidence to incite rebellion. Her only breakthrough point was Fei Luo. Moreover, Fei Luo's strength was so overwhelming that it left her without any thoughts of resistance. Having witnessed Fei Luo's ability to slice through the massive iceberg with a single move, she abandoned any ideas of confronting him. Now that she knew Fei Luo's identity, she was even more reluctant to act rashly. To her, Fei Luo's apology could very well be a disguise. Aimed at achieving certain goals or even satisfying his own twisted interests, she had seen many such people. Just as Robin was contemplating, Fei Luo spoke again. I know the locations of several historical texts. If you need them, I can take you there and guarantee your safety. Robin's dream, like that of Clover and the others, was to find the truth about the Void Century and uncover the missing history. Fei Luo, with a god's perspective, knew the information about the 4 red road sign historical texts, which were Zo, the land of Wayno, and the one about the Fishman Island transition to the New World involving the Burn Man. However, Robin remained silent, not responding to Fei Luo, merely staring at him, waiting for something. Fero looked at the still silent Robin and smiled. If you want to go, just tell me. You don't need to run away anymore. You can do whatever you want now, and no one will disturb you. He casually took out some books and food and placed them in front of Robin, then turned and walked toward Baby 5's position. The exquisite jewelry from the Ice Mountain treasure of the Flower Country still had a great appeal to Baby 5 at this moment. After glancing at Robin in the distance, Baby 5 hugged Fero's arm and smiled. Fero, is there anything you need me to do? Fei Luo gently stroked her hair and asked, is there any prerequisite for the weapon fruit to turn into a weapon? If the weapon fruit is developed, it could be extremely powerful, ranging from Gatling guns and rocket launchers to Little Boy that could flatten the world, and even sci-fi weapons like the Star Destroyer and Stellar Bomb. The most important thing is that it won't harm the user. It just requires physical stamina to deal devastating blows to enemies. This fruit's ability is simply a perfect weapon for war. Doesn't need to touch or understand the structure. From now on, I'll be Fei Luo's weapon. Baby 5, whose body transformed into the Breaking Army, said as Fei Luo held onto the Breaking Army, trying to infuse it with his own power. The powers of ice and gale gradually fused within. Fei Luo, it seems a strange power has entered my body, Baby 5 said, looking at Fei Luo. Baby 5, expel that power. Fei Luo seemed to think of something and hurriedly told Baby 5. Okay. Baby 5 opened her mouth and exhaled a gust of cold wind towards the corner. Wherever the cold wind passed, everything froze, leaving behind cuts of various sizes. After a moment, Baby 5 stopped, looking at Fei Luo with teary eyes, saying, Fei Luo, the power is gone. It's okay. Try to see if you can release that power yourself. The Breaking Army is actually a gun. The cold wind just now was its bullet. See if you can replenish the Breaking Army's bullets. Fei Luo said seriously to Baby 5. A gun can fire bullets, and the Breaking Army can also fire energy bullets. It's just that the bullets are different. Saying it's a gun should be correct, right? Is that so? So it's a gun. Then I'll replenish its bullets. Baby, 5 said confidently. Fei Luo nodded affirmatively, saying that as long as she believed it was a gun, then it was a gun. The most important thing in developing a Paramecia fruit is to dare to think. After a moment, Baby 5 said to Fei Luo with some disappointment, Fei Luo, I seem to not be able to create it right now, but I can do it. It was the same when I developed missiles before. I just need to further develop the Devil Fruit. Saying this, Baby 5 transformed back into her original body and tightly hugged Fei Luo, fearing that he would think she was useless and abandon her. Baby 5, I believe in you, Fei Luo said, comforting her. After reassuring her to develop the Devil Fruit, Fei Luo also walked out of the cave and came under the purple thunder. With everything more or less arranged, it was time to train hard. A year later, in 1516, on the second half of the Grand Line, on Thunder God Island, darling, I can replenish the breaking army's bullets now, look. In a cave, a girl wearing a purple short skirt quickly transformed into a dark red long halberd, with her eyes and mouth appearing at the blade. She opened her mouth and expelled a cold wind, breaking open a long hole in a stone wall, leaving a trail of ice spikes and wind blades. Then she expelled a lightning ball, blasting a large hole in a rock wall, creating a massive pit. Hee, darling, my strength has improved. Baby 5, having transformed back into her human form, smiled while holding onto Fei Luo's arm. Then let us receive your reward. Fei Luo smiled and took out a small cake. Ah, yum. Baby 5 opened her red lips and took a bite of the cake Fei Luo handed over, revealing a happy smile on her face. Fero looked at Baby 5, who resembled a little child, with a doting smile and gently stroked her hair. Let's go. They should have made progress by now. Fero threw out a piece of teleportation paper and walked in with Baby 5. In an orchard in the village of Kokasia in the East Sea, 2 young girls were picking oranges from the trees. Their eyes occasionally glanced into the distance, seemingly waiting for something. Suddenly, a piece of paper floated from the orange-haired girl. After gradually enlarging in the air, 2 figures walked out from it. Nami, Noki, long time no see. Fero, Sister Baby 5. Nami and Noki shouted excitedly upon seeing them. Nami, Noki, Baby 5 also greeted them gently. Sister Baby 5, quickly try our oranges. They are very delicious, Nami said, handing an orange to Baby 5. Fero, Sister Baby 5, please try the food I made later. Noki also handed an orange to Fero. Okay, Baby 5 said as she took the oranges from them, and then said to Fero beside her, Fero, let's start the assessment first. They seem to be eager. Fero looked at the 2 with their expectant eyes and took out 2 pieces of paper. Complete these questions, and then we can know if you pass the assessment. Saying this, Fero took out some white paper and made 2 sets of desks and chairs, placing the assessment questions on top. All right, Nami and Noki said confidently. Then the 2 sat down and began to answer the questions. Hearing the noise in the orchard, Belmare quietly came to Fero and Baby 5's side. After glancing at Nami and Noki, she softly said to the 3 of them, Major Fero, Baby 5, I haven't properly thanked you last time. If it weren't for Baby 5 driving those pirates away, our village of Kokasia would have been in danger. It's our duty as the Navy, and it's also our fault. Those weapons were leaked from our Navy, Fero said apologetically. The weapons provided by Fero had still leaked out, collected by others, and then sold at high prices to the 4 seas. Fortunately, the metal used to make the electric guns could only be synthesized by Fero, so the impact wasn't very large. We still need to thank you for coming to save our village of Kokasia. Come and try the oranges I grew, Belmare smiled. All right, Fero said as he took the orange that Belmare handed over. Nami and Noki have mastered that knowledge in these 2 years. Their talents are quite strong, Fero said, looking at Nami and Noki, who were working on the questions. In the storyline, Nami had an exceptionally strong talent for weather perception, able to predict the weather accurately and in advance, a talent that even the Golden Lion admired and wanted to make her his navigator. Fero believes that if she's entrusted with the development of the Union Fruit, it will definitely help her become the true Weather Queen. As for Nojiko's situation, she is not very clear about it, as there hasn't been much depiction in the storyline. Nojiko has been focused on developing her fruit and becoming stronger, without much time to understand other things. Both of them have been working very hard, and they also met someone like Major Fero, who is a benefactor. Belmire looked at them gently and said that she has always been aware of Nami and Nojiko's efforts. When they expressed their desire to become stronger to protect her, it deeply moved her. Having these 2 daughters is a blessing for her. However, thinking about the possibility of not seeing them for a long time in the future made her feel a bit sad. After all, she fully supports their dreams. One wants to draw a nautical chart of the world and the other wants to learn various cuisines from around the world. Fero, the oranges are delicious. Baby, 5 said with a smile, then brought the peeled orange segments to Fero's mouth. They are indeed good. No wonder this town is famous for its oranges. Fero said to Belmere. Of course, this is the symbol of my hometown, Belmere said proudly. Let me pick some of the best ones for you. Belmere said with a smile, then got up and went to the orchard with a small pair of scissors. Fero, I'm done. Nami excitedly came to Fero with a piece of paper. These 2 sets of papers are actually meant for them to propose their ideas for the development of devil fruits. The past 2 years have been for them to accumulate knowledge so that they can have their unique development for the devil fruits. Fero took the paper and glanced at it, then took out the cloud fruit and handed it to Nami, saying, "You passed the assessment. This cloud fruit belongs to you." Hee, thank you, Fero. Nami flashed a sweet smile at Fero. Eating the devil fruit grants powerful abilities, and the cloud fruit is a Logia-type devil fruit, which allows you to be immune to physical attacks and to release clouds. I look forward to you developing powerful techniques to protect Belmere and Nojiko. Fero smiled at Nami. You can count on me. Nami nodded, patting her chest, and then took a bite of the devil fruit, quickly showing a disgusted expression, wanting to spit it out. Nami, you have to swallow it to gain the power. If you spit it out, it won't work. Just swallow it, Fero said as he covered her mouth. Nami held back her nausea and swallowed it down, then went to the side to grab an orange, peeled it, and ate it. What a disgusting taste, Fero. Is this really a devil fruit? After finishing the orange and feeling a bit better, Nami muttered, gaining power comes with enduring pain. It's just something we have to deal with. Now, try using the power inside you. How amazing! Nami watched as her arm turned into clouds, controlling her cloud arm to fly into the orchard to pick oranges and then place them in front of Fero. Once she mastered the technique, Nami quickly elementalized her body, turning into a cloud and floating up, saying to Fero and the others, "Fero, I can fly." Nami, congratulations on becoming a cloud person, Fero said, watching Nami float around in the air. Yes, this is a powerful Logia ability. Without Haki, you can't hit Nami. Baby, 5 said as she picked up a branch and swung it at Nami. Nami watched as the branch passed right through her body and laughed. Hee, sister baby, 5, you can't hit me. Not necessarily. I can use Haki, baby, 5 said, covering her arm with Haki and directly caught Nami's body. Haki. Nami looked at baby 5's black arm in confusion. Haki is an invisible armor. It's a method for strong people to counter ability users. If you encounter someone whose arm turns black, don't get close to them. Just use your ability to deal with them from a distance, baby 5 advised Nami. Okay, sister baby 5. If I meet them, I'll release clouds to deal with them. Nami released clouds, forming a huge cloud fist and punched down at the ground. The cloud collided with the ground, resembling cotton falling, only raising dust without much attacking power. Nami, your punch seems to have no damage, baby 5 laughed, covering her mouth. Fero timely reminded, the cloud fruit's ability mainly revolves around weather. Nami, what do you think is the scariest weather? Weather? The scariest weather? Nami understood Fero's meaning immediately. She raised her hand to release a pitch-black thundercloud, letting it float high into the sky, and soon blue lightning began to appear within the dark clouds, accompanied by rolling thunder. Thundercloud. Nami pointed to the previous spot, and a bolt of lightning struck the ground. A sharp crackling sound of electricity emerged, creating a small pit on the ground, with a high temperature turning the surrounding area black and producing a burnt smell in the air. Nami, Belmere, who had walked out of the orchard upon hearing the noise, looked at Nami's cloud-like arm in surprise. Hee, Belmere, I passed the assessment and gained the power of the devil fruit. Now I can fight alongside you, Nami said as she approached Belmere, then drew the thundercloud to her side and released another bolt of lightning. Confidently raising her black cloud arm to Belmere, she said, "See, I'm really strong now." Is this the power of the devil fruit? Belmere looked at Nami's black cloud in shock. For someone who had always lived in the East Blue, she rarely encountered the legendary powers of devil fruit users. Although she knew the power of devil fruits was strong, she could hardly imagine that Nami had gained such terrifying power in such a short time. Just having eaten the devil fruit, she couldn't picture how powerful Nami would become in the future. Nami, what charm do you possess that Major Fero would give you such a powerful devil fruit? Belmere circled around Nami, saying, Hee, my cuteness is unmatched. Nami proudly raised her head. No matter how cute, you're still my daughter. Belmere said as she hugged Nami and ruffled her hair, then brought Nami to Fero's side. Major Fero, this devil fruit is too precious. I want to know why you are so good to Nami and Nojiko. As she spoke, Belmare looked into Fero's eyes, waiting for his answer. Some devil fruits choose their own masters. It's the choice of the devil fruits. Moreover, if Nami wants to fulfill her dream, she needs powerful strength to deal with pirates. Besides, Nami is my navigator. Helping her is only right, Fero said with a smile at Belmare. Having crossed over, it's only reasonable to do what a traveler should do, such as establishing my own fleet. Fero, I also passed. Nojiko handed the paper to Fero, saying, food has a sweet taste, ice has a cold taste, and a knife has a sharp taste. Do all things have their own taste? Nojiko, it seems the taste fruit is very suitable for you. Fero's eyes brightened as he looked at the paper. The ability of the taste fruit is to store and release the flavors of foods that have been tasted, which includes various tastes: spicy, bitter, sweet, fragrant, astringent, salty, and sour. Various items also have abstract tastes, like the cold taste of ice, the sharp taste of a knife, and the burning taste of fire. For Nojiko to think of these things is already quite impressive in Fero's view. Nojiko, this is your Paramecia type devil fruit, the taste fruit. Fero handed the taste fruit to Nojiko. Thank you, Fero, Nojiko said gratefully as she accepted the taste fruit with both hands. You're welcome. After all, you're the chef on the ship. Fero bent down to look at Nojiko and said, Nojiko, hurry and eat the devil fruit. Let me see your ability. Nami looked at Nojiko expectantly, eyeing the taste fruit in her hands. Nami, is the taste of the devil fruit really that disgusting? Nojiko asked curiously. Maybe it's just me who finds it disgusting. After all, everyone has different tastes. But I think you'll like it. Just take a big bite and try it. You can savor it. Nami thought for a moment and then said, unable to suppress a smile at the corner of her mouth. Fero and Baby 5 looked at Nami in disbelief, not expecting her to trick her sister like this. Is it bitter? Nojiko said with confusion as she took a sip. Fero made another move and covered Nokigo's mouth. Nokigo needed to eat the devil fruit to gain power. Just hold on for a bit. Okay, ultimate armor. However, Fero suddenly sensed a familiar scent, and his body was instantly enveloped in a layer of black, with a powerful armament color bursting forth. He then released Nokigo and looked at her with some fear, not expecting that Nokigo had stored the scent of the devil fruit. I'm sorry, Fero, I didn't mean to, Nokigo said, looking a bit embarrassed. I know, but please don't use that move on me anymore. I'm scared of that smell, Fero said with a bitter smile. Nokigo, what exactly is your fruit ability? Even that guy Fero is scared. Nami asked, staring at Nokigo with wide, curious eyes. Seeing Nokigo's lips curl into a mysterious smile, she softly said, come here, get closer, I'll quietly tell you about it. Her deliberately mysterious demeanor piqued Nami's curiosity even more. However, Nami cautiously glanced at Nokigo and then came closer to Fero, whispering, Fero, what is Nokigo's devil fruit ability? Can you tell me? She understood Nokigo very well and knew she needed to tease her, so she shifted her target. Upon hearing Nami's pouty voice, Fero directly revealed Nokigo's ability. The ability of the taste fruit belongs to the Paramecia type, allowing the user to store and release flavors they have tasted, although it cannot be elementalized to evade attacks. Some developed abilities could be even more powerful than Logia types. Taking advantage of Nami's lack of attention, Nokigo directly used her ability on Nami. Storing flavors. She had just gained her ability and stored an unpleasant taste, causing an unsuspecting Nami to start gagging. Ultimate armor. Fero quickly used his armament color to help her dispel the effects of the devil fruit ability, since he hadn't reminded Nokigo earlier. He didn't warn Nami now either, focusing on fairness. Nokigo. A recovered Nami raised her little fist and charged at Nokigo. Ha. Weren't you curious? Now you know. Nokigo laughed as she ran behind Belmare. To think you stored such a disgusting taste and used it on me, that's just too wicked. Nami angrily pointed at Nokigo in front of Belmare. Belmare reached out and pulled the two of them to her side, saying, Nami, you haven't shown Fero your sea chart yet. Didn't Nokigo prepare some food for Fero? Go get it, or else Major Fero will have another mission soon. Upon hearing this, both Nami and Nokigo quickly ran back into the house. After watching them run off, Belmare turned to Fero and Baby 5, who had been beside Fero, eating and feeding him oranges. She covered her forehead and said, pay attention, Nami and Nokigo are still young. Fero quickly said to Baby 5, I'll handle it myself. Okay, Baby 5 replied, stopping her feeding and leaning against Fero. Fero, look, this is the sea chart I've drawn. I've sketched everything in Kokoja village. In the future, I want to draw all the islands of the world and then make a world map just for me. Isn't that a great plan? Nami said with a smile as she handed the sea chart to Fero, looking at him expectantly. Fero came to a high place with the nautical chart and compared it with the islands one by one. After a moment, he returned to the orange orchard, gave a thumbs up to Nami, and said there was only a small error. Nami was really amazing. Of course, I am a qualified navigator, Nami said proudly. Fero, try this cake that has orange, apple, and mango flavors. Nojiko also took out 2 cakes and handed them to Fero and Baby 5. Fei Luo swallowed the 3-layered cake that Nokigao handed over in one bite. The distinct layers provided his taste buds with a special experience. Nokigao's cake is particularly delicious. Baby 5 couldn't help but exclaim after taking a bite, yes. The pastries made by Nokigao with the power of the devil fruit have become even tastier. Paramecia also praised after tasting it. Nokigao, I want more. Nami came over to Nokigao and said, wait a minute, I'll make you some more. Just hold on, Nami. All right, Nokigao replied, it's really delicious. Keep it up. Fei Luo encouraged Nokigao as he watched. I will do my best, Nokigao said after hearing Fei Luo's praise. Nokigao, please release the taste of the devil fruit onto this piece of paper. Fei Luo took out a stack of paper and handed it to Nokigao. He couldn't let the pain of tasting the devil fruit be his alone. He believed others would miss that flavor and planned to let them relive it. Oh, okay, Nokigao said as she took the white paper, not knowing why Fei Luo needed it, but it was just a simple task. So she didn't think much of it. Fero took the white paper and said, next, you will be the trainee Navy, and these are your respective tasks. Charting the sea routes of the East Sea Islands, learning all the delicious foods of the East Sea. Nami and Nojiko were both surprised when they received the tasks from Fero. That's right, these are your tasks. A fleet will come to pick you up in a few days. Once you complete your tasks, you can become official sailors. Fero said as he handed them a set of new recruit uniforms. A fleet? Aren't you coming with us to carry out the tasks? Nami asked in surprise. I have other tasks to attend to and can't accompany you for now, Fero replied awkwardly. Currently, he couldn't succeed in the future opportunities as his current assignment was still in the advancing city. However, Nami and Nojiko were part of his future plans. Therefore, they wouldn't join the current Navy, and the fleet dispatched was made up of talent collection personnel assigned by Crane. Major Fero, I want to rejoin the Navy and carry out tasks with Nami and the others. Belmir saluted Fero. Then go with them. The fleet will provide the uniforms. So just carry out the task with them, Fero nodded. Although it was somewhat unexpected, it didn't affect him much since Belmir was also a sailor. He would just need to inform the talent collection team when the time came. I need to carry out other tasks now. I look forward to seeing Nami and Nojiko become official sailors. Fero saluted the two. We will work hard, Major Fero. Nami and Nojiko also saluted like Fero. Belmir, a retired Navy officer, had a significant influence on Nami and Nojiko as they grew up. Coupled with the pirate invasions and Fero's rescue, they developed a favorable impression of the Navy. Thus, they wanted to become Navy officers to protect their village and fight against pirates with their own strength. Fero smiled and nodded at them, leading Baby 5 into the white paper. Belmir, we are part of the Navy now, and we have powerful strength, Nami said happily, holding the trainee uniform. Let's develop the fruit well. Major Fero comes from the Navy headquarters, and the pirates he faces will be very strong. To become his fleet members, you must become very strong. In a hidden laboratory under the clouds in the first half of the Grand Line, a giant brown bear slept in a glass box filled with light green liquid. With a massive body over 15 meters long, its brown fur had red magma patterns, and on its back was a huge volcanic vent. This is our latest research achievement. Experiment number 009, the explosive rock bear, the only surviving specimen out of 10 experiments. Nicholas said, pointing at the brown bear. After circling around number 009 a few times, Fero asked, Dr. Nicholas, what about the other specimens? They are powerful Zoan fruit users. To reduce the chances of failure, Nicholas needed pirate specimens that were all Zoan fruit users, with half of them even being awakened abilities. He never expected only one specimen would survive. All the other specimens had died, with the preliminary cause of death determined to be the conflict of fruit abilities, leading to their bodies collapsing under the strain. Even awakened Zoan fruit users find it difficult to withstand the fusion changes of different types of devil fruit abilities. However, it's fortunate that number 009 survived, Nicholas said excitedly, looking at number 009. Jeannie, who followed Nicholas, stepped forward and handed Fero a stack of documents, respectfully stating, Mr. Fero, this is the information about all the specimens. After receiving the documents, Fero casually asked, Jeannie, how is your artificial devil fruit research going? Genie scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "Although I have the complete data provided by Mr. Fero, I haven't actually created it yet. I need to conduct more in-depth research on the bloodline factors. Then continue your research. I believe you will succeed," Fero said, patting his shoulder. Before Genie could respond, a series of explosions rang in their ears. "Fero, the specimen has gone berserk," Nicholas shouted at Fero. Fero saw that number 009, which had its eyes closed, now opened its blood-red eyes, with black smoke pouring out of the volcanic vent on its back. The surrounding glass was rapidly expanding and exploding, and various experimental equipment was also quickly swelling. Ultimate armament. Realizing something was wrong, Fero directly covered his arms with haki, striking the ground and unleashing an excess of armament haki, causing the expanding objects to revert to their original state. Fistbone impact. Fero then flashed to number 009's head, and his fist, wrapped in black and red lightning, slammed into it, sending it sinking into the clouds. He put C-Prism stone handcuffs on number 009 and the giant No. 009 instantly transformed into the appearance of a middle-aged man. "Genie, quickly extract the blood." Nicholas shouted excitedly when he saw that number 009 had been subdued by Fero. "Oh, okay." Genie quickly reacted and took out a syringe from his pocket to draw some blood. He then skillfully placed the blood into a device and went to a screen to perform professional operations. The terrified expressions of the surrounding researchers turned into excitement as they gathered around Nicholas, eagerly looking at the screen above. Philo looked down at 009 and began to think. "I remember this guy's awakened state has the explosive attribute of flames. Just now, the ability seemed to be a combination of Akainu's magma and that of Gladius. Does it require abilities of the same nature to succeed, and strong recovery abilities?" Just as Philo was contemplating, the researchers nearby shouted excitedly, "Hooray! Fusion is complete. Philo, 009's bloodline factor has been completely altered. Although he has turned into a raging beast, it proves that mythical beasts can be created. The theory of devil fruit fusion truly exists. I believe your friend will be very happy to hear this news, but unfortunately, he passed away young," Nicholas said with some regret. Philo felt a bit awkward at these words and looked elsewhere. However, his expression quickly returned to normal as he said solemnly, "I will relay this good news to him. Thank you for your support. It's just a small effort, Dr. Nicholas. How should we handle 009? Philo asked Nicholas, who had not changed at all. Nicholas was ultimately a life formed from the bloodline factor, possessing the abilities of a devil fruit. However, he did not have the unlimited development ability like a devil fruit and was fixed at that point. Nevertheless, his position in the Sky Island was irreplaceable and laid a solid foundation for the technology of the Sky Island. Philo, please use C-Prism stone handcuffs to imprison 009. We still need to conduct more research. Nicholas pointed to a spot on the wall and said. Philo immediately bound 009's limbs with C-Prism stone and hammered 2 C-Prism stone nails in his palms to ensure he couldn't escape, then nodded towards Nicholas and the others. The characteristic of 009 is that, unlike other animal-type awaken ability users, he has an explosive attribute in magma fruit that share the same nature. Additionally, he demonstrated strong willpower during the experiment, the awakening of fruit abilities, awaken attributes, and strong willpower. These 3 should be related to the fusion with the devil fruit, Nicholas said as he presented the results of the comparison. Besides these, there is also the requirement to use bloodline factors for fusion using a real devil fruit. Especially those forcibly fused with other animal-type devil fruits will completely collapse. Kenny took out a film snail and said. Philo watched the video of a pirate prisoner whose body exploded completely after swelling, as if touched by the bomb fruit. Internally, he remained unfazed. The tiger talisman would protect him. No matter what power entered his body, it had to obey. However, others could not. Most future plans involve ordinary animal-type fruit abilities. To create a flashy, mythical beast army, further research must continue. After thinking for a moment, Fei Luo said, So you emphasize the need for Zoan devil fruit users because the will of the Zoan devil fruit dominates, allowing it to devour other abilities to achieve a similar effect to evolution? That's right, replied Genie. The demons inside Zoan devil fruits actively absorb other powers to strengthen themselves, much like the instincts of wild beasts, making them more suitable for the fusion of devil fruits. Genie nodded and said, But will the ability of the bloodline factor impose limitations on the development of the fruits? We don't know for now, but ultimately the power of the bloodline factor cannot compare to that of a real devil fruit. After all, It only mimics the abilities of the user through the bloodline factor. According to the data sent by Mr. Fero, the abilities of artificial devil fruits depend on the strength of the true devil fruit user at the time of extraction. However, the specific data on the fusion of fruit abilities still needs time for verification. Genie shook his head and said, "Then let's continue the research. Since it depends on the strength of the true devil fruit user when the bloodline factor is extracted, I will just extract the bloodline factor from strong individuals." Fero pondered and said, "Whitebeard and Big Mom are still very powerful among the four emperors, as well as Barrett, Akainu, Akiji, and Kazuru, these strong users. If Fero can obtain the blood of powerful individuals, it will greatly aid our research." Genie's eyes lit up and said, "I will go extract it. You all continue your research, or there won't be any opportunity left." Fero pointed to the researchers who were crazily drawing blood and said, "Hey, leave some for me." Genie shouted after seeing their actions, rushing over with a syringe. "Young people are so impatient." Nicholas shook his head beside him. If it weren't for Nicholas holding a bucket of blood, Fero would have praised him for being steady. "Dr. Nicholas, I won't disturb your research any longer." Fero waved to Nicholas and left the laboratory. Leo. Upon seeing Fero emerge from the laboratory, Cornus directly leaped into his arms. While Baby, 5 leaned against Fero as well. "Can you come play with me this time?" Cornus said expectantly. "Now that I have finished my training, I have time to accompany you." Fero gently stroked Cornus's golden hair and said, "Oh, Fero, I didn't expect you to be so well informed. My general flam was just completed, and you came over right away." Following the voice, Fero looked and saw a tall robot appear before him. The over 5-meter-tall steel giant had an overall appearance of blue and silver, with an energy core on its chest and a long sword on its back. Fero's eyes lit up when he saw it, and he excitedly said, "Has the super flam finished construction?" Although Fero now possessed great strength, he still lacked resistance to mechs. "Of course, take me to have a super intense battle with the pirates, and let me show you the power of the super flam." Flam drew the long sword from behind him, and as Flam's voice fell, lightning appeared on the sword, accompanied by deafening thunder. "No need, let's do it right here." Fero took out a stack of white paper and crafted a huge cage that surrounded Flam. "Centaur, General, come out and play with him." Fero smiled at Flam, and soon a 5-meter-tall black shadow of a centaur and a chubby figure holding a long axe and shield appeared beside Flam. "Your attacks won't affect the outside. These two won't die, so you can freely test the super flam. However, they are quite strong, and they will not stop attacking until you actively tell them to." Fero's voice echoed through the white paper inside the cage, and the centaur and the general readied themselves for battle. "Oh, Fero, is this also your ability?" Flam leaned out of the mech, looking at the two black figures with excitement. "Yes, Flam, get ready to fight, or they will turn the super flam into scrap metal." "Come on, let me see how they will turn my super flam into scrap metal." Flam returned to the mech, holding the sword in his right hand, while his left hand rapidly transformed, unfolding to form a shield. "Start." As Fero's words fell, the centaur charged forward to Fram, raising its giant sword and striking down directly. The general beside him jumped high, lifting his long axe to chop down at Fram. With a bang, Fram, caught off guard, was instantly sent flying. The centaur and the general did not stop and attacked Fram again. "Super shield." Fram, realizing the danger, shouted, and a shield in his left hand rapidly expanded, completely enveloping him. What a monster! Even the highest density 108 alloy can't withstand it. Under the shield, Fram looked at the 2 wounds on his body in astonishment. "Oh, now's my time to perform," Fram said excitedly as he watched the energy rapidly gather in his chest. "Activate battle mode." The Super Fram began to transform, with flame jets appearing beneath his feet and various weapons emerging from his back. The long sword in his hand began to entwine with lightning. Electromagnetic storm. A blue energy cannon behind Fram released a burst of lightning, aiming to control the centaur and the general. However, it had no effect on them, and the centaur and the general continued to charge at Fram. Electromagnetic cannonball. 2 cannon ports on his shoulders shot out 2 blue energy spheres towards the centaur and the general, slightly slowing their steps and causing their movements to stagnate. High energy ray. Fram shot out 2 blue lasers from his chest towards the centaur and the general. The centaur swung his sword vertically, creating a black slashing wave to block the lasers. Then the black light flashed and appeared behind Fram, leaving a long sword mark on the Super Fram. The general also used his shield to block the laser, charging directly in front of Fram, and his long axe struck down again. delivering a powerful blow that caused a crack to appear in the middle of the super frame. What a powerful impact. Energy is spilling out. From exclaimed excitedly. The flame jets beneath his feet erupted, suddenly increasing his speed several times, and a lightning-entwined long sword struck directly at the centaur. Ding, ding, ding. The clash of the long sword and the giant sword produced a series of metallic sounds. Their attack speed was incredibly fast, leaving afterimages in the air, colliding dozens of times in an instant. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the general approached Fram from behind, raising his giant axe to attack. Super Flame. A massive flame erupted from the feet of the Super Fram. However, when the flames fell onto the flammable white paper, they strangely disappeared. Fram, bracing against the centaur's giant sword, pushed it to the edge of the white paper cage, avoiding the general's attack and launching a counterattack. To hold out for so long. It's really strong, Fei Luo said, watching the Super Fram battling with the centaur and the general. The sealing scroll from the neighboring village is indeed a great idea. Absorbing sealing flames directly resolves the shortcomings of the white paper. Seeing that the flames did not ignite the white paper, Fei Luo couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Fei Luo, are they playing a game? Cornus pointed at Fram and the others who were fighting, her eyes filled with curiosity. The white paper cage isolated the sound, and since Fram's attacks exceeded the white paper's limits, they would be directly absorbed, making it hard to see how powerful their attacks were. To Cornus, it looked like those Sandians were playing a combat game. It really does look like a game, Fei Luo said, looking at it from Cornus's ordinary perspective. Fram's weapon has upgraded again. My weapon stock can increase again. Plus, with the bullets from the breaker, this time I must show that fat guy my strength. Baby, Phi became excited watching Fram's weapons. That guy Quinn might have developed new weapons again. Be careful during the battle. Fei Luo gently stroked Baby Phi's hair as he said. That guy's plague bombs can't affect me. I'm a weapon human who has consumed the weapon fruit. Baby, Phi replied, looking up. After arranging things, let's go find Quinn and teach her Kai to battle. They've taught us a lot. Fei Luo, Baby Phi's sister, where are you going? I want to go too. Cornus said, her eyes full of curiosity as she listened to their conversation. That place is too dangerous. Only those with great strength can go there. Cornus's strength is still not enough. Baby, Phi shook her head at Cornus. I'm not afraid of danger. Fei Luo will protect me, right? Cornus smiled at Fei Luo. Of course. I won't let my little angel encounter danger, Fei Luo said tenderly to Cornus. Meanwhile, inside the white paper cage, the Super Fram deployed its shield to withstand the attacks of the centaur and the general. Inside the Super Fram, the flashing alarm lights made Fram's face turn red. What two relentless monsters. The energy core is damaged. I must resolve the battle quickly. Hidden energy in the back. Activate. Fram opened a protective shield beside him and pressed the protected red button. Ultimate electromagnetic cannon. The Super Fram opened its mouth, retracted the shield, and a terrifying lightning gathered into a blue energy column and erupted out. The general raised his black shield to block it, while the centaur jumped high, aiming his giant sword at the neck of the Super Fram. The Super Fram's nose separated, exposing Fram sitting in the cockpit. Without hesitation, the centaur picked up the giant sword again and stabbed it at Fram. Stop! A voice rang out just a few centimeters from the giant sword's tip to Fram's forehead, causing the centaur to halt. The general beside him also stopped the long axe that was about to strike the Super Fram. Fero removed the white paper cage and waved for the centaur and the general to return to the shadow world. Flam! The strength of the centaur and the general is quite formidable. Your Super Flam needs further improvement, Fero said, looking at Flam in the control cabin. The centaur and the general were shadows chosen and absorbed by Moria, members of the Rocks Pirates, who were at their peak strength when they died. So their abilities are naturally not weak. Although they lack hockey, their strength, swordsmanship, and combat skills have been inherited, making it no problem to fight against Doflamingo. The energy core's protection is still not strong enough. Fero continued to create alloys. I need to forge a more powerful armor to defeat those two monsters from earlier. The failure in battle left him very unwilling, and he prepared to make improvements to the Super Flam, forging even stronger armor. All right, but after you research more technologies in the future, you have to help me create a set of armor. I'll provide the blueprints, Fero said in front of the Super Flam. Compared to Flam's creations based on himself, Fero was more inclined to realize his inner ideas. The Emperor armor equipped with the Emperor's steed, especially with the addition of a personal-made shiny fruit for extra effects. He couldn't imagine how cool that scene would be. Oh, it seems my handsome Super Flam has caught your eye, Flam said helplessly, looking at Fero. Fero glanced at the shattered super flam in front of him and shook his head. Not really. This mech can only be considered a toy to me. Flam was instantly stunned, looking at Fero in disbelief. A toy? Flam, the weapons you crafted are still quite good. Just when Flam felt down, a heavenly voice rang in his ears. A figure made entirely of weapons appeared before him. His legs transformed into jet engines. A huge cannon was in front of him. Wings made of jet engines were behind him. His hands turned into dark red war halberds, and his head resembled the head of the super Flam, with hair that turned into small cannons. Impressive. So cool. Flam exclaimed as he saw Baby 5 transform into a battle form, his eyes shining with excitement. Sister Baby 5? Looking at Baby 5's transformed form, Cornus widened her eyes. She hid behind Fero and quietly asked, Fero, what happened to Sister Baby 5? This is the power of the Devil Fruit. Baby 5 ate the weapon fruit, allowing her to transform into various powerful weapons. There's no need to be afraid, Fero explained softly as he turned around. Isn't the Devil Fruit like when you turn into a big bird and Captain Weber turned into a big lion? Sister Baby 5's transformation looks so strange, Cornus said, looking at Fero with some confusion. Hearing Cornus refer to the golden eagle and cougar made Fero both amused and speechless. Those are Zoan-type devil fruits. Baby 5's weapon fruit is a Paramecia type, and it's different from my transformation into a big bird. It's mainly for convenience in battle. There are various types of ability users in the sea, each with different powers, and many of them are quite magical, like how I can control paper beasts. Fero said, while controlling a paper beast resembling an immortal bird to fly around Cornus. Paramecia? Sister Robin seems to have said her ability is also Paramecia type, allowing her to control many arms and tidy up the room while sitting. That's really impressive, Cornus excitedly said to Fero. Fero nodded in agreement. Robin's fruit ability is indeed very powerful. The flower fruit can see various parts of the body in sight, which can be used for eavesdropping, gathering intelligence, and even to give enemies a big surprise, twisting joints to strangle them. It has even developed a demon form with very strong power. However, in Fero's eyes, Robin should learn techniques like Thousand-Hand Guanyin or the true Thousand-Hand Buddha from the neighboring village. Then Fero, what is your ability? Why can you turn into a big bird and then into a big tiger? Cornus curiously looked at Fero and asked. My ability is the mythical Zoan-type white paper, thunder eagle form. The big tiger is a disguise I created using white paper, which allows me to play hide-and-seek with others without being recognized. This is a secret, so don't tell anyone, okay? Fero whispered to Cornus. I will keep the secret. Cornus nodded obediently. Fero, what alloy is the halberd in Baby 5's hands made of? Can you give me some to study? Flam looked at Fero with a pleading expression. He had just tested it and found something special about it. It absorbs energy and then perfectly mixes, which is simply metal specially crafted for his armor shell. However, due to some unknown metal components, he still needed to study it carefully. The broken army is not with me right now, but I do have some special alloys here that can rebound attacks, Fero said, taking out a piece of blue metal. Rebound attacks, Flam exclaimed as he took the blue metal, surprised. This piece of metal also has unknown components. I'll have to study it thoroughly. Flam took out a special instrument to analyze the metal in detail. Then you study it well. There are many alloys here, all numbered. If you need any of those metals, just let me know and I'll synthesize a batch for you, Fero said, taking out a pile of metals from the white paper space. After you improve the super Flam, contact me for testing. Let's go check out the other research projects first. Got it. You all look forward to the new super Flam, Flam said, bringing his hands together in a pose at a 45-degree angle to the sky. This pose made Fero feel a slight alertness, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Unable to think of anything further, Fero waved to Flam and, along with Baby 5 and Cornus, headed for God Island. Mr. Fero, just as he walked out of the experiment, Lumbo looked at Fero and shouted excitedly. Lumbo, how did the experiment go? Fero nodded at Lumbo, who had his hands restrained by Baby 5 and Cornus. According to the data and suggestions you sent, the black fruit has been preliminarily awakened, Lumbo said excitedly. Vegapunk has developed a technique to make items eat devil fruits. In the later storyline, Spandam's elephant sword, Van Gogh fried, and that sausage dog from Alabasta. There are even cannon alpacas that can launch cannonballs covered in hockey. Fero had some thoughts about this technology. Just feed this tube of blood, Fero said, letting Baby 5 and Cornus temporarily release their grip and handing Lumbo a tube of frozen blood. This is bloodline factor. Lumbo looked at Fero in surprise. That's right. After the Zoan-type devil fruit awakens, it can be fed any kind of thing, allowing the will to devour items to obtain a complete animal. The blood of an ability user contains special bloodline factors that can be used to create artificial devil fruits. Fero suggested that by having the zoan-type devil fruit consume a lineage factor without will, the will of the zoan-type devil fruit could devour the abilities within the lineage factor, creating an alternative mythical zoan-type devil fruit. Mr. Fero, that's truly a genius idea, Lumbo exclaimed excitedly. Let's go try it. Genie and the others have already made breakthrough progress. So now let's see what surprises you can come up with. Fero smiled and said, don't put all your eggs in one basket. He proposed that the three of them conduct research in different directions to increase the likelihood of creating artificial mythical zoan-type devil fruits. All right, I'm going to start the feeding right now, Lumbo said as he hurriedly ran into the laboratory, holding the vial of blood. Fei Luo followed in, ready to witness the birth of another miracle. Baby, Five and Cornus were quietly waiting at the door. Upon entering the laboratory, Fei Luo saw a special small creature with black patterns lying under the table. Meanwhile, Lumbo was preparing for feeding at the side console. To prevent any accidents, Fei Luo directly unfolded the white paper cage, enclosing the entire area. The shadows beneath his feet continuously spread, surrounding the entire laboratory. It can begin, with Fei Luo's voice. Lumbo, who was ready, extracted blood, took out a special metal straw, and handed it to the black devil fruit that had transformed into a human form. Soon, the black devil fruit opened its mouth and bit the straw, swiftly sucking up the blood in just a few breaths before lying down straight. Then, the black fruit began to change, gradually transforming into a pool of liquid, like a swirling ink puddle. Fei Luo focused intently on the black fruit, but inside, he felt a bit of anticipation. He wondered what changes his blood would bring to it. It seemed to resemble the ability of the shadow fruit. A sudden meow echoed from the mouth of the black fruit, and Fei Luo felt a wave of disorientation. His gaze sharpened, and the conqueror's haki erupted, resisting the attack of the sound. Is this the ability of the fear fruit? Fei Luo looked at the black devil fruit in surprise. And soon the black fruit began to grow into a massive black creature. Its green slit-like eyes gazed at Fei Luo and Lan Bo, filled with curiosity and fear. Feeling its goodwill, Fei Luo gradually calmed down and released his own goodwill towards it using the tiger talisman spell. Watching the black Fei Luo approaching him, he gently reached out his hand. Seeing it obediently nudging his hand with its head, Fei Luo began to boldly pet it. Fellow gently said to the little one, "From now on, I'll call you Cloud." Meow. Cloud meowed and obediently nodded, lying in Fellow's arms, enjoying the petting. After being pampered, Fellow placed it on the ground, tapped its head, and said, "Little one, show us your abilities." Meow. Cloud transformed into a shadow and moved to Fellow's shadow, slowly merging into it. Meow. Soon, Cloud jumped out with a loud meow, looking at Fellow's shadow, its fur bristling, eyes changing from green to black, exuding a terrifying aura. "All right, little one, they're just unfamiliar with you. Centaur, General, Fox Demon, Four-Armed, Ghost Claw, come out and meet Cloud. It will be your leader from now on." Fellow picked up Cloud and summoned the shadow soldiers, pointing at Cloud and instructing them. They all nodded gently and slightly bowed to Cloud. Meow. Cloud observed that they weren't attacking and cautiously approached them, looking at their stillness. With a quick movement, it dashed in front of the centaur and directly extended its claws, launching an attack to the face. However, the centaur remained unmoved, standing there like a statue. Seeing this, Cloud calmed down and called out to them, "Meow." After hearing the call, the centaur and the others slowly merged into the shadows, returning to the shadow space. The previous speed was not something it could achieve normally. It must have been enhanced by the Momo Fruit, along with the Shadow Fruit's Shadow Teleportation and the Fear Fruit's Eye of Fear. It seems that it actively selected abilities that had a high compatibility with itself. "Cloud, do you have any other abilities?" Fei Luo picked up the lazy dark cloud lying on the ground and gently asked, "Meow." The dark cloud shook its head, indicating that its abilities were limited, and nudged Fei Luo's hand with its head, signaling him to continue the massage. Philo picked up Weiyun and brought him to the fainted Lumbo, gently patting his shoulder. "Lumbo, wake up." The awakening process of Weiyun had thrown Lumbo into an illusion. To help him break free from this illusion, Philo used his Conqueror's Haki to suppress Weiyun, inadvertently knocking him out in the process. "Mr. Philo, did the experiment succeed?" Lumbo opened his eyes and eagerly asked upon seeing Philo. "Of course, the mythical beast species, the shadow terror form. I named it Weiyun. After devouring the bloodline factor, It gained the power to merge into shadows and instill fear, and its speed has significantly increased. Fero placed Weiyun in front of Lumbo for him to observe closely. Weiyun, huh? Lumbo looked at Weiyun with an indescribable excitement and carefully touched him. Meow. Weiyun glanced at Lumbo with its green eyes, loud a soft sound, and then ignored him. Lumbo quickly withdrew his hand and looked up at Fero, curiously asking, Mr. Fero, was the blood you provided extracted from a mythical beast user? The presence of multiple abilities indicates that the extracted user must possess various powers to awaken Weiyun's corresponding abilities. Fero nodded, confirming that it was indeed extracted from a mythical beast user. Not only a mythical beast user, but also a multi-devil fruit user, Fero added in his heart. He is a mythical beast user, that's for sure. The white tiger fruit is a very powerful mythical beast ability, so he wasn't wrong. I specifically selected the bloodline factor for Weiyun. A friend of mine said that the devil fruits will actively choose the most suitable abilities to absorb. If it is particularly compatible, it will absorb everything. Therefore, the awakened devil fruits can undergo special analysis first. Using the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia or having Flam and others create specialized equipment for analysis. Fero shared the information he obtained in the name of his friend. To avoid exposing the capabilities of multiple devil fruits, Fero could only summon his friend again for assistance. Hearing this, Lumbo recalled what Fero had mentioned and quickly asked, "Is it Mr. Fero's friend who proposed the fusion of devil fruits?" "Yes, that's him. You know, he's a genius. Many of my ideas come from him. He's a genius comparable to Vegapunk. His words are never wrong. He's a tall, approachable, and powerful talent. Such a person won't make mistakes," Fero said earnestly. At 16 years old, Fero's height had already surpassed 3 meters, so calling him tall was no exaggeration. Coupled with the countless gold in the white paper space and his approachable demeanor, saying he was approachable was even more accurate. With the power of 9 devil fruits plus the power of the tiger talisman, saying he was strong was also no exaggeration. Knowing various pieces of information and the future direction of the world, he was indeed a talent of great capability. Although he knew he couldn't compare to the super handsome guys watching him, he had still reached the pinnacle of this world. It really is a case of nature being jealous of talent. Lumbo couldn't help but sigh, then turned to Fero and said, "Mr. Fero, the suitable abilities of the devil fruits can be initially judged by their choices after being awakened. For example, Weiyun prefers to stay in the shadows after awakening." Lumbo pointed to the shadow under the nearby table. "The environment, huh? Then let's create some special environments for the experiment. We can ask Flam for isolation panels. They should have specialized metal isolation panels over there," Fero said to Lumbo. Fero had created many metals using the swallow fruit, but the most suitable metals still needed to be determined by them. "Okay, Mr. Fero, I will modify the laboratory to create various environments and establish a composite environment for the awakened devil fruits to choose from," Lumbo replied while recording. "Let's leave the modifications to Flam. He has a lot of basic robots, right?" Fero smiled at Lumbo. Those robots made using ancestral technology were indeed good helpers, but there were too few of them. Flam had been researching his mecha, saying it was already in the testing phase and would mass-produce them after testing was completed. But they didn't know if he had finished testing yet. Lumbo said helplessly, "Don't worry, I just helped him with the test. It's done, so I believe we can soon equip you with some assistance," Fero nodded. He watched as the Super Flam was being tested by the Centaur and the General, and it was completed. "I see." Lumbo nodded, then looked at Weiyun in Fero's hands and asked, "Mr. Fero, how did you make Weiyun so obedient and docile?" During the awakening process, Weiyun had a strong hostility towards everyone. Even I, as the awakener, could only touch it when feeding it small fish. Touching it at other times would provoke its strong resistance. Upon hearing this, Fero began to look for an excuse because the bloodline factor provided to Weiyun came from him. And perhaps that was the reason. However, in the eyes of others, he was already known as a white paper thunder sculpture fruit user. If he revealed the truth, it would lead back to his multiple devil fruit powers. After thinking for a moment, he slowly spoke, "Animals are submissive. As long as you demonstrate overwhelming power, they will submit." Just now, when Weiyun appeared, I released a powerful conqueror's haki, which might have caused its submission due to the strong aura. Lumbo quickly recorded Fero's words, suddenly realizing, so that's how it is. In addition to the affection that can be shown through data and food feeding to approach the awakened devil fruits, there's also a third method, the suppression of power. Seeing that Lumbo had been convinced, Fero continued, "Of course, I suspect there is another possibility, which is the provider of the bloodline factor. Since the bloodline factor comes from the user, the awakened devil fruit absorbed the bloodline factor to gain abilities. Therefore, It is also possible for it to show closeness to someone with the same bloodline factor. Philo elaborated on the greatest possibility of Wuyun being friendly towards him. Lumbo recorded Philo's words while saying, "Indeed, there is such a possibility." The reports on allowing devil fruits to devour items show that after a devil fruit consumes an item, the item will possess the power of the devil fruit. The original owner of the item will display a submissive posture towards it. The bloodline factor is equivalent to the item, while the user is equivalent to the owner of the item. It is very likely for the user to submit. But further experiments are still needed. Fei Luo listened to Lan Bo's words and thought of Spandam's elephant sword, which had already become part of him, giving the sword the strength of an elephant and allowing it to move like one. Most importantly, Van Kefert had shown closeness to Spandam. Lan Bo, you will decide what to feed this ram devil fruit. Keep the items close to you and give them life. I will also leave the awakening of the other fruits to you. I will look for their feeding items. You can use this to contact me. And once they are awakened, reach out to me. Fei Luo handed over 5 animal-type devil fruits and a red heart 8 card to Lan Bo. The ordinary types were ram, snow bear, and red ant, while the ancient types were snow leopard, and the mythical type was fire lion. The success of the dark cloud had given Fei Luo more ambition. If ordinary animal types could turn into mythical types, what changes would happen to ancient and mythical types? Upon hearing that he could use his own items to feed the devil fruits, Lan Bo became excited. Mr. Fei Luo, don't worry. I will not let you down. He carefully took the 5 devil fruits Fei Luo handed over and looked at the labels, which completely stunned him. Mythical type? Mr. Fei Luo, the will of the mythical type is very terrifying. If awakened, it could cause a terrible disaster. Lan Bo said, somewhat fearfully. Don't be afraid. If anything happens, contact me. I will rush over immediately. With me here, there won't be any accidents, Fei Luo said, patting Lan Bo's shoulder. He then took out a teleportation white paper, walked in, and returned to the laboratory from the red heart A card. Fero's teleportation ability once again amazed Lan Bo, who excitedly exclaimed, "That's incredible. Mr. Fero has actually developed a teleportation ability, and it's even faster than the meatball fruit's teleportation ability." Not quite. The meatball fruit of the big bear is actually very powerful. My teleportation white paper can currently support a maximum of 2 uses, after which I need to provide a new teleportation white paper. The big bear's meatball fruit allows for long-distance teleportation as soon as it's eaten, followed by a burst of pain and damage, compressing air to create shockwaves, and even releasing memories during research with Vegapunk. Maybe they thought the bear's ability was too overpowered and forced him offline. Otherwise, the next thing would be the release of souls. Now Fero's teleportation white paper can increase the teleportation attempts to 2, and it can only be used by him. Still not comparable to the bear's ability to send people on trips anytime and anywhere. Wake up fully. I'll come assist you then. Don't you want to see the phantasmagoric beast ability of the bloodline of the strong? Fero whispered to Lumbo, as the devil's hell echoed in Lumbo's ears. A strong desire making his eyes greedy as he slowly clenched his fist. I want it all. Very good. Maintain the spirit. Keep it up, Fero said to Lumbo, who was getting into the zone, and then stopped disturbing him, leaving the laboratory with Baby 5 and Cornus to head to the next place. So cute. Cornus and Baby 5, following Fero, marveled at the cloud. Cloud, this is Cornus and Baby 5. Treat them the same way you treat me. Meow. The cloud, enjoying Fero's massage, lifted its eyelids slightly, glanced at Cornus and Baby 5, and gently meowed to indicate understanding. It then closed its eyes again, changed position, and continued to enjoy the massage. Seeing the cloud's reaction, Cornus's eyes turned into heart shapes, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "So obedient." She then hugged Fero and requested, "Fero, can I hold the cloud?" Naturally, Fero wouldn't refuse Cornus's request and placed the cloud in her hands. Meow. The cloud, feeling the massage stop, opened its eyes, its green pupils sizing up the girl holding it. Remembering what Fero had just said, it gently nudged Cornus's palm with its head. Sister Baby 5, the cloud's body is even weaker than the island cloud, Cornus said as she brought the cloud in front of Baby 5. It feels really nice. Baby 5's face showed an expression of enjoyment. Fei Luo gently looked at the two and casually released several sheets of white paper, cutting a piece of island cloud to create a sofa shape. Fei Luo controlled the island cloud sofa and brought it behind them, where 2 flying white papers sent them onto the sofa. Sure enough, the girls had no resistance against the adorable little ones. Fei Luo looked at Baby 5 and Cornus, who were crazily petting and said, then sped up with them to a secluded island deep in the Divine Island. He placed them on the shore and said to them, Baby 5, Cornus, you two play with the cloud for a while. I will be back soon. And got it. Okay, Baby 5 and Cornus smiled and replied. Then started to pet while chatting, laughter occasionally ringing out. Fero walked directly into the forest, carefully observing the ground beneath his feet. Lando. A little person dressed in green appeared in front of Fero. It's Leo. How's life here? Fero asked Leo. The Sky Island is simply amazing, like a paradise. There are even descendants of Norland here, and the Sandia people that Norland talked about. Mr. Fero brought us here, provided us with all kinds of supplies, and let us see all sorts of magical plants. Thank you so much, Leo said excitedly. You're welcome. We all have gained a lot. Has that special tree borne fruit? Fero asked with some anticipation. The little people are incredibly fast, possess immense strength, and are the best plant cultivation experts in this world. Their entire race consists of planting masters, so Fero naturally wouldn't miss out on such a talented race. It has borne fruit. There is no plant that our little people cannot cultivate. However, it is the first time we've seen trees cultivated with blood, Leo said with a hint of shock. Plant cultivation is diverse. Some plants can even prey on insects and even sea kings, so naturally, there are trees that absorb blood to grow, Fero explained with a smile. Another major characteristic of the little people is their naivety. They believe everything others say, thinking that everyone's words are true. Indeed, the Baron of the Stomach feeds on huge cloud beasts, and then various kinds of food grow from it. Such miraculous plants. The Baron of the Stomach we cultivated has also grown. Has this artificial island affected your planting? Fero asked Leo. In order to settle the little people, Fero used the white paper space to transport a lot of soil and sand to create a dedicated independent island for the little people. Fero also took many measures to ensure the fertility of the land, creating good conditions for the cultivation of plants for the small people. Initially, there was indeed an impact, but the composition of the island itself and the special components in the island clouds made the soil exceptionally fertile. Now we have cultivated new plants. Leo, riding on the sparrow paper beast, pointed to the surrounding giant trees, which bore special fruits. While many animals were active among the trees, Fero is not very interested in these plants. What he cares about is whether the plants he wants have been affected. The world of One Piece has many powerful plants, such as the red trees on Sabeti Archipelago that can create special bubbles, the IQ of the Golden Lion. The white radish trees on Zo that can drive away beasts, the giant vines of Sky Island, and Baron Tamago. In addition, there is the Tree of Knowledge from O'Hara, the weather balls that grow from plants on Weather Island, the Atom Tree, the Eve Tree, and the artificial Devil Fruit trees cultivated by Caesar, as well as the trees that grow meat on Food Island. Botany is an indispensable part of this world, especially the artificial Devil Fruit trees, which Fero values the most. Following the direction provided by Caesar, he intends to cultivate a Devil Fruit tree. These new plants have attracted many guests. It shouldn't affect you, right? Fero said to the birds and forest animals. They are very friendly. They really like the plants we cultivate and often come to help us, just like the partners from Greenbit Island, Leo said while watching the agile animals. Will they be active on that tree? Fero casually asked. That tree is very important to him, and he doesn't want any accidents to happen. Sheets of white paper flew from beneath his feet into the jungle, controlling them to take on the form of 4 hands. Then he let 4 hands enter and covered it with a black robe, transforming it into an independent special existence, allowing 4 hands to follow behind them. Leo did not hesitate and directly answered Fero. That tree that absorbed blood? They are very afraid of that tree, even though there's food they like around it. They won't go near the tree, as if there were some terrifying beast. Fero was not surprised by this. That was blood from Kaido, collected while attending Master Kai's hockey class, and it was normal for it to carry Kaido's fierce aura. It might be the influence of the bloody smell. I have already considered this issue and specifically found someone who is not afraid of the bloody smell to help you cultivate. His name is 4 Hands. Although he cannot speak and has lost his sense of smell, he is very strong and his arms are particularly agile. I believe he can help you. Fero brought 4 Hands in front of them and introduced him to Leo. After hearing Fero's words, Leo looked at 4 Hands with sympathy, then approached 4 Hands enthusiastically and said, 4 Hands, let's work together to cultivate plants in the future. The black-robed 4 Hands silently nodded, which was a response to Leo, and then stepped behind Fero, looking unapproachable. Fero explained to 4 Hands that he is not very good at interacting with others. So just tell him what to do when you need something. Four Hands and the Dragon Slayer are merely soldiers transformed from shadows. They do not feel pain, fear death, and absolutely execute commands. Even if commanded to commit suicide or attack Fei Luo, there would be no hesitation. With the ability to respawn infinitely, they are even more perfect than Germa's modified soldier army. As they continued forward, they arrived at a special orchard. What came into view was a lush special fruit tree, bearing smooth apples with special patterns, and at the top was a golden apple. Under the fruit tree, a girl was holding a glass bottle filled with bright red blood, which she directly poured onto the ground next to the tree roots. Tame Lando. Fei Luo and Leo looked at the girl and called out to her. Mr. Fei Luo, Leo. The girl waved back excitedly as she ran toward them. Mr. Fei Luo, the fruit has been cultivated. Taime said excitedly as she looked at Fei Luo. I see it. Now leave the experiments to me. Fei Luo replied with a smile, nodding at Taime, and then picked all the fruits from the tree, placing them in a nearby box. Fei Luo, do these fruits have anything special about them? Leo asked, puzzled about why Fei Luo and the others were so excited. These fruits are very important for our scientific research. The fact that they have borne fruit means that our scientific research has made progress, similar to how you cultivate new plants. Fei Luo explained to Leo, emphasizing that withholding information from the little people was a necessary action. It was simply too easy to get information from the Na'vi little people, and Fei Luo was worried about leaks. There are not many people who actively leak information in the Pirate King world. The little people have one, Microcard, and there is also CP9's Head Hawk and Hannibal from Impel Down. These people are simply not capable of keeping secrets. So Fei Luo had to maintain necessary confidentiality with them. I see. It's the same excitement as when we cultivate new plants. It's just that we're so happy, Leo realized. Leo, these are some newly developed seeds, special seeds that combine seeds and meat. Whether they will grow into fruits or meat depends on your cultivation. Fei Luo said as he stored the fruits and handed Leo some fragrant seeds. After developing the swallowing fruit to a certain extent, Fei Luo began experimenting with combining food and seeds, hoping to create fruit trees that could produce food. Then, the people of the world would no longer suffer from hunger, creating a world where everyone could be full. Are these seeds similar to those of the Baron of the Stomach? Leo asked seriously as he took the seeds from Fei Luo. Not the same. The Baron of the Stomach can grow on its own. These seeds may need your careful cultivation, Fei Luo replied as he placed the seeds in Leo's hands. The Baron of the Stomach is like a Venus flytrap, using food as bait to attract sea kings to eat, and then, after reaching a certain point, it closes up and consumes the sea kings. The special seeds synthesized by Fei Luo are like ordinary fruit trees, except that what they produce is food. Leave the planting to us, Mr. Fei Luo. Leo patted his chest and said. After sealing and packing the special seeds, Leo looked at Fei Luo and continued, Mr. Fei Luo, let us go back to the tribe together. Everyone will be very happy to know you're here. We still need to continue our research, so please send my regards to them. These special pumpkin seeds can be considered a gift. Next time, I'll come visit you. Fei Luo shook his head and took out some special seeds of various colors, handing them to Leo. The little people have a special fondness for pumpkins because they remind them of their most admired hero, Norland, who brought them pumpkins. Norland saved the little people's country and greatly advanced their progress in becoming a plant cultivation race, and their entire race revered him as a hero. Hearing this, Leo felt a bit lost, but then perked up after taking the pumpkin seeds, waving goodbye as he said, Mr. Fei Luo, Taime for hands. I'm going back to bring these seeds to them. Come visit us in the Dong Tata tribe when you have time. Fei Luo and Tai Mei waved goodbye to the gradually departing Leo, and they were then surrounded by a room made of white paper. Although Tai Mei was curious about the surrounding white paper, she didn't pay much attention to it at the moment, and excitedly asked Fei Luo, Mr. Fei Luo, are all these cultivated fruits devil fruits? We need experiments to know for sure, but we need to find test subjects. Fei Luo said as he looked at the special patterned devil fruits on the ground. In the plot, the artificial devil fruit abilities of the beast pirates are bizarre, with conscious lion heads appearing on their stomachs, arms turning into gorillas, and some unable to keep up with their powers after eating a devil fruit. There are even strong characters like the Six Kings Bat King, who fought against Luffy and Zoro, directly withstanding Luffy's armed colored punches and even pushing him back. Additionally, there are many others who obtained no abilities and turned into mere laughing ducks. Therefore, Fei Luo was somewhat troubled by the experiment of giving the cultivated artificial devil fruits to test subjects. Giving them to his own people might turn them into grotesque monsters. while giving them to pirate prisoners might grant them powerful abilities. Let me be the first test subject, Mr. Fei Luo. I personally participated in the cultivation, and I want to eat an artificial devil fruit to gather data and experience. It will also help me with my future cultivation plans, Taimei said, her eyes firm as she picked up a devil fruit and was about to put it in her mouth. Taimei, no need to rush. I've already sent 4 hands to bring some test subjects over for me. If you want to eat, please wait a moment, Fei Luo said as he had the paper beast restrain Taimei and take the artificial devil fruit from her hand. Fero turned around, took out a devil fruit and a jar of Kaido's blood, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed it in one gulp. Although it was directly used as nutrients for planting, he was still worried about unexpected outcomes. Now that the artificial devil fruit and the bloodline factor were combined, there shouldn't be any surprises, right? Fero looked at the specially synthesized white artificial devil fruit in his hand and murmured to himself. After setting it aside, he continued the synthesis, using Kaido's purified blood to create a bottle of blue blood. Then, he took another artificial devil fruit for synthesis and obtained a blue artificial devil fruit. By combining his blood with the artificial devil fruit, he produced a purple artificial devil fruit. Fero synthesized a black-red blood and fused it with a man-made devil fruit to obtain a black man-made devil fruit. After that, Fero stopped. The blood from the 3 admirals, the 7 warlords, and the famous pirates from the old era obtained from Punk Hazard had already been handed over to Nicholas and Genie for cloning modifications and experiments similar to the Seraphim's human weapons. For the experiments, it was barely enough. After arranging the synthesized devil fruit, Fero clapped his hands, looking somewhat expectant. Where's the experiment subject? Fero looked at the empty-handed 4 arms in confusion. 4 arms extended 2 right arms to point outside and gestured with all 4 arms. Is the house too small? Didn't I tell you to find some strong living animals? What kind of animals did you find? Fei Luo waved his palm, and the white paper wall in front of him instantly unfolded, revealing a huge figure that appeared before him. How did you bring it here? And these? Fei Luo helplessly looked at Sisho. Beside him, Taimei, controlled by the paper beast, stared at the several enormous cloud sharks and the master of the void. Completely stunned, with a face full of disbelief, Fei Lu looked at the Lord of the Void in front of him and the giant cloud sharks, lost in thought. He glanced at Xiaoxi, only to see his indifferent gaze. Xiaoxi, what are you looking at me for? Isn't this what you wanted? Strong vitality. Just say if it's strong or not. If you're still not satisfied, what else can I say? It's a pity that Xiaoxi is just an emotionless shadow beast, showing no reaction to Fei Lu's gaze like a stubborn rock. Coming back to his senses, Fei Lu didn't think too much about it. He looked at the cloud beast and said, Cloud sharks are just cloud sharks. With strong vitality, there shouldn't be a situation where the